Qingshui Jianyue has crossed over to become Lin's childhood friend in the face of the approaching war. He remains calm after all. As a transmigrator, how could he not have an advantage? With a 10 consecutive draw, he obtains the 6 eyes and the ability to create his own bloodline limit in another 10 consecutive draws. He gets full counter, and he can even slice through Tsukuyomi with a single strike that he vows to protect Konoha and earns Kakashi's trust and Obito's obsession. I want to create a world with Jianyue. Chapter 1. Qingshui Jianyue. My name is Qingshui Jianyue. I will turn 5 years old after my birthday this year. I live in the 7th district of the Fire Country's Konoha village, and of course, I'm unmarried. As a child, I never overly refined my chakra, and my physical training has been superficial. I go to bed at 11 p.m. and ensure I sleep for 10 hours every day before bed. I drink a cup of warm milk. Then I do 20 minutes of stretching to warm up before sleeping, never leaving fatigue or stress for the next day. The neighbors say I'm quite normal. However, Qingshui Jianyue has a secret he has never told anyone. He is actually a transmigrator for Blue Star. But Jianyue's method of transmigration might be somewhat different from other predecessors. He wasn't overworked to death by ruthless capitalists, nor was he hit by a truck. One day, a meteor with a diameter of over 24 kilometers struck Blue Star at a speed exceeding 24.5 kilometers per second, delivering a friendship punch to Blue Star. Before the impact, officials tried to seal the information, but such things cannot be contained thus. The news that the meteor, named 2019 OK, was about to help humanity restart, spread rapidly like a virus. People never know whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. However, at least Qingshui Jianyue died understanding that he had just graduated from university and had only been living freely in society for a year before facing the apocalypse. There's a bit of regret in that he hadn't yet experienced enough of life. Yet, Jianyue never expected that he would be reborn in the world of Naruto with memories from his past life. He was reborn not in the era of the Naruto series 60 years later, but during the Second Great Ninja War, when the third Hokage was in his prime. It's hard to say if it's typical of the Naruto world, but Jianyue's mother, Qingshui Jianyue, had to say goodbye to her ninja career due to an injury and after giving birth to Jianyue. Her health continued to decline until she sadly passed away. However, as Jianyue was reborn with memories of his previous life, he had the ability to think from birth. So even though he only spent less than a year with Chiyoko, he still has some impression of her. Contrary to the name Chiyoko, her temperament was very fiery despite being too weak to walk. She often scolded and hit Jianyue's father, Qingshui Jianyue. Qingshui Jianyue is a typical good-natured person. Although Jianyue never saw this character in the manga, Jianyue's strength was surprisingly good. Before Jianyue came to this world, he had already been an elite jonin who had completed multiple rank and even strength missions. Strong individuals often attribute the misfortunes of those around them to themselves, and Jianyue is no exception. He believes that it's his excessive focus on his missions that has caused him to neglect Chiyoko, who always wanted to keep pace with him. She has always been forcing herself. I have harmed her. With such guilty thoughts, Jianyue might not even realize that he always faces Chiyoko with a forced smile. That self-righteous expression is also why Chiyoko has never liked Jianyue. After all, Chiyoko has a strong personality. Jianyue's self-pity makes her feel that her dignity and ninja way have been insulted. What a pair of insincere people, Jianyue sighed inwardly. Many things, once missed, will never have another chance in this life. These two will definitely regret it later. However, although he thought this way in his heart, Jianyue had already decided at that time. When he grows a little older, he will play the role of a gold medal mediator to help them communicate openly. After all, there is family in this life. Thus, Jianyue increasingly felt that his current infant body was too limiting. He couldn't control his waking hours. He always inexplicably fell asleep. But as previously mentioned, people never know whether tomorrow or an accident will come first. Chiyoko died, which Jianyue had long anticipated, as Chiyo's health was indeed very poor. He used all the connections he could think of and even brought in the best medical ninja in the ninja world, Tsunade Senju, one of the legendary 3. However, he still couldn't improve Chiyoko's condition. Qingshui Jianyue witnessed all of his father's efforts as a transmigrator who knows the plot. Jianyue understands that Chiyoko's husband has already done his utmost. Even if it were Jianyue himself in the same situation, he wouldn't have done better. Perhaps the medical sage Uchiha Madara could use Zetsu to heal Chiyoko. But even if Jianyue could convey information, he couldn't explain the source of the intel. Chiokeo's death was a significant blow to Jianrun, which is understandable, but the monstrous war would not cease its ravage due to the misfortune of one or a few people. After Jianrun handled Chiokeo's funeral, he only cared for Jianyue for a few months before he had to return to the battlefield. As for the little Jianyue who was only a few months old, what would happen to him? It might be considered a hellish joke, but Konoha Village has a mature care system for children with no one to take care of them. The Konoha Wartime Child Care Center, abbreviated as the Child Care Center, was established by the second Hokage to address such situations and has continued to this day. The staff inside are all male ninjas who are the mainstays of their families, executing wartime missions while their wives stay at home. In short, Qingshui Jianyue's life doesn't need to be worried about for the time being. Even as a single father, Jianren might not take care of Jianyue better than these wives. After all, some of these women are experienced mothers who have raised 2 children. Since Jianrun returned to the battlefield, every time he comes back to the village to rest after a mission, Jianyue can sense the uncontrollable emotions from his father's unpleasant expression, an emotion named hate. Qingshui Jianyue believes he is very perceptive. He previously thought Jianrun was the kind of ninja similar to Kakashi Hatake, gentle and sunny towards friends, ruthless and cold towards enemies. However, Jianyue never expected that Chiokeo's death due to war would have such a profound impact on Jian or Ian. To be honest, Jianyue is very worried about Jianrun in this situation. After all, even he, who lived in a peaceful era in his past life, understands that bringing personal emotions into war will eventually cost one's life. Chapter 2. Father and Son. Back to the present. In the year of Konoha 38, Jianyue is about to turn 5. Today's weather is particularly nice. It seems the villagers have gained an advantage on the battlefield against the Mist Village. As the villagers talk to each other outside, there are noticeably more smiles on their faces compared to last winter. The war seems to be coming to an end, thanks to Lord Third Hokage. With hopes for future peace, the villagers of Konoha think this way. But can the war really end so easily? As a transmigrator familiar with the plot, Qingshui Jianyue knows that the war will not end instead. It is about to enter the most brutal and intense period. Even shadows can lose their lives in this protracted war. As for his own life, Shimizu Kiyotsuki wasn't particularly worried. As a transmigrator, he still had his own unique system. Moreover, 5 years old was a crucial time point for his system. Although Kiyotsuki's system was, well, calling it simple would be an understatement. Host, Shimizu Kiyotsuki. Skill, chakra refinement technique. Wish rewards, none. Mail, no new mail. Alright, that's it. One can tell that this system follows a minimalist style. While Kiyotsuki appreciated minimalism in his past life, when it came to his future, he still hoped for a more feature-rich system. It would be best to have a system sprite or a mascot, especially if it were a girl with long black hair or a white hair bestier. That would be even better. Unfortunately, such fantasies did not come true. Kiyotsuki's system lacked intelligence and only had 4 functions. The first was a data panel display, showing the skills Kiyotsuki currently possessed. The second was a wishing function, where each wish consumed a wish heart, and a successful wish would grant a skill most suitable for the host. Upon the initial binding of the system, he was granted 1 wish heart for free, but the success rate for a single wish was only 1%. After 10 attempts, the success rate of the last attempt would be 100%, a common term known as the big guarantee. The third function was a sign-in feature, where signing in once a day would automatically count, and signing in for a full year would reward 1 wish heart. The fourth, seemingly the least useful, was the mail function, which indeed had little use. However, every year on Kiyotsuki's birthday in this world, the system would send a blessing email and a wish heart as a gift. Thus, 5 years old was particularly important for Shimizu Kiyotsuki. After receiving the system's birthday gift this year, he would be able to attempt the 10th big guarantee. When he had just reincarnated into this world, Kiyotsuki had tried a single draw, thinking he might get some ability to save Chiyo. The result was obvious. It all turned out to be useless. It seemed that the only way to obtain something was to wait for the big guarantee. What would be the most suitable ability for me right now? Kiyotsuki thought as he looked forward to his birthday. The next morning, Father, is there a new mission? Hearing Shimizu Kenjin counting the ninja tools, Kiyotsuki put down the frying pan with the fried egg, jumped down from the small stool beside the counter, and peeked through the small door of the kitchen, pretending to ask, "Yes, from the Mist Village." In short, There are still many tasks in the village that need manpower, Kenjin replied seriously while counting the number of explosive tags. I'll be setting off tomorrow. If anything comes up, you can find Lady Noera at the orphanage. Okay, father. Speaking of the orphanage, all the children that were taken care of together by the ladies to prevent any accidents. However, each lady was responsible for a few main children, and Lady Noera AI was the one in charge of taking care of Kiyotsuki. Lady Noera was very enthusiastic. When her daughter had just turned 1 year old, she saw that the orphanage was short-staffed and came to help, saying, I want to find some playmates for RIN. When Kiyotsuki turned 3, he was finally allowed to move freely between the Shimizu household and the orphanage. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with the orphanage, on the contrary. Since they were all mothers who had raised children, each lady was very experienced in childcare. However, the ladies were just too enthusiastic. Kiyotsuki, as a transmigrator with memories from his past life, found it hard to handle such attention, especially when they would occasionally bump into him while playing. He felt a bit out of place. But it wasn't the lady's fault for being so enthusiastic. To be honest, Kiyotsuki's appearance in this life was indeed striking, combining all the best traits of Chiyo and Kenjin. Chiyo was beautiful, but had a bit of a boyish look, with sharp features and long golden curls cascading down her back. In modern terms, she looked like a Hokkaido gal at first glance. Kenjin, on the other hand, had simple short white hair, neatly styled, giving off a scholarly vibe. If it weren't for his sharp gaze, he could easily cosplay as a classic detective with glasses. As for Kiyotsuki, inheriting the excellent genes from both. He had hair the same color as Kenjin's, but with a short, somewhat unruly white curly hairstyle that had a strangely artistic vibe, that he also had a rebellious tuft of hair on top and sharp, spirited eyes that resembled Chiyo's. His blue pupils were clear and bright, like a calm lake. Actually, Kiyotsuki initially wanted to keep long hair like his mother Chiyo, as he had always had short hair due to mainstream aesthetics in his past life. He remembered that there were quite a few male ninjas with long hair in the Naruto world after all. The first Hokage Hashirama had hair down to his waist. However, this idea was rejected by Kenjin when he was about to go on mission. Upon hearing Kiyotsuki's thoughts, he paused for a moment, quickly replied, and turned to leave. I don't think long hair suits you, Kiyotsuki. That was Kenjin's opinion. Kiyotsuki didn't mind. He had only considered long hair on a whim. It was rare for his father to directly reject his request, since Kenjin had always indulged Kiyotsuki's requests, including teaching him the chakra refinement technique. At that time, children his age were still playing Naruto games. Kiyotsuki hadn't expected that his casual request would be granted lucky, but thinking about it, since his usually indulgent father had opposed him keeping long hair, it was probably because he really didn't suit it. Lady Noera had also mentioned that she would love to see a long-haired version of Kiyotsuki. What a wicked woman, treating him like a dress-up doll, wanting the future ninja world star, Kiyotsuki, to fall into the world of cross-dressing. Fortunately, Kenjin thwarted Lady Nohara's plot, saving the great Kiyotsuki from having an embarrassing past. Yes, great. No need to elaborate. After reminiscing about some trivial matters, Kiyotsuki snapped back to reality and placed the finished breakfast on the dining table, calling Kenjin to come eat. The Shimizu family had been commoners for generations, so there were no strict rules about speaking or being silent while eating. As they ate, Kiyotsuki looked up slightly and asked his father, how long will your mission take this time? I'm not trying to pry into your mission details or anything. Just, never mind, forget it, he thought, feeling a pang of regret. Did the physical age affect his mental age? Was it a hormonal issue? Although he had died unexpectedly in his past life, it was ultimately due to forces beyond his control. After all, humanity had perished, and he had spent his final moments with family, so there were no regrets. Thus, in this new life, Kiyotsuki intended to face it with the mindset of starting anew. However, this half-finished sentence made Kiyotsuki's face flush with embarrassment. You want me to return before your birthday, right? Kenjin, as expected, was sharp and could see what Kiyotsuki was struggling with. Don't worry, I'll be back before then. In the meantime, just look forward to your birthday gift, Kiyotsuki. Yeah, I'll look forward to it. Chapter 3. Noera Rin Shimizu Kento is dead. He ultimately failed to fulfill his promise to Mitsuki. Shimizu Kento spent most of his life under the shadow of war. He couldn't protect Chiyoko, failed to resolve misunderstandings with her, and missed the last birthday promise with his son. This man's life ended with a heavy sense of regret. Shimizu Mitsuki bowed his head as he sorted through Kento's last belongings sent by the Umbu. They were just some personal items. While the body would be collected by Konoha's Umbu and buried in the Konoha cemetery after the funeral. Before that, family members could visit the wartime collection department to see their loved ones one last time. Among these belongings was a rectangular gift box that stood out, incongruous with the other war-torn items. It was clear that this was a birthday gift that Kento had prepared for Mitsuki in advance. Mitsuki hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to untie the ribbon and open the box. Although he could guess some things from the box's exterior, he was still somewhat shocked when he opened it. Previously, Mitsuki had mentioned to Kento that he envisioned a lightning-release ninjutsu. And if there was a weapon made from chakra-conducting metal, it might become a ninjutsu without hand signs. Of course, Mitsuki was just making conversation, trying to find a topic to discuss with his father. Unexpectedly, Kento had remembered this. Inside the box was a short sword in its sheath. Mitsuki drew the short sword. It was a straight blade, approximately 30 centimeters long, which is relatively long for a short sword. The blade shimmered with a white cold light, giving the illusion of cutting through the night as it was swung. Although Kento was an elite J-nin and definitely among Konoha's high-income earners, a weapon entirely forged from chakra-conducting metal was still beyond his means. Mitsuki recalled that only the second Hokage and the future Asuma seemed to have used such advanced ninja tools in Konoha. Could this be a trophy for my father on the battlefield? Mitsuki thought, noticing a card tied to the hilt of the short sword. Happy birthday, Uchiha-in. From Shimizu Kento, Mitsuki had some impression of the name Uchiha-in. He seemed to be a teammate of his father, who had sent gifts on every birthday. Given this connection, it wasn't surprising. The Uchiha clan had a close relationship with the Nikko clan, which controlled a significant portion of the high-level ninja tool forging and sales in the ninja world. Considering this relationship, the origin of this short sword became clear, but Uchiha-in seemed to have a special connection with Shimizu Kento. After all, while the Uchiha clan was very close to the Nikko clan, this short sword was still not something that could be easily purchased. However, it didn't matter. Mitsuki placed the sword back in the gift box, carefully retied the ribbon, and planned to open it again on his birthday. There's a saying that seeing an object reminds one of a person. As Mitsuki tidied up, more chaotic thoughts crowded his mind. He lay down on the living room floor, beginning to reflect on whether he was truly sad because he regarded Kento as a father or whether Kento's departure reminded him of his family from his previous life, which caused his sorrow. To be honest, when he heard the news of Shimizu Kento's death, Mitsuki did not feel overwhelming grief. Although he intended to embrace his new life with a fresh mindset, the truth was that he had not spent much time with Kento. After Chinyoko passed away, Kento had been venting his pent-up emotions on the battlefield, filled with guilt and hatred. This situation only began to improve when Mitsuki turned 3. Therefore, Kento and Mitsuki had spent little time together, and Kento's character was also quiet. Most of their conversations were initiated by Mitsuki. But was it really like that? Mitsuki felt as if an emotion was taking root in his heart. The next morning, a knock on the door woke Mitsuki up. Knock, knock, knock. Mitsuki had fallen asleep on the living room floor without realizing it, thanks to the person knocking, otherwise lying on the living room floor for too long. Even with his good physical condition, he would likely catch a cold as a child. Mitsuki got up, shook his body, and went to open the door. Outside stood Noera Rin, the daughter of Mrs. Noera. Mitsuki knew Rin from the manga, and in reality, the two had met at the care facility. One of the reasons Mrs. Noera came to help at the facility was to help Rin find some playmates. Good morning, Mitsuki. You haven't had breakfast yet, right? My mom made some thick omelet and went to work. It's a bit lonely eating alone, so can I invite you to have breakfast with me? Rin said cautiously, her gaze towards Mitsuki somewhat evasive. This was a lie. Rin had come here because she had heard from her mother about the passing of Mitsuki's father, Shimizu Kento. Although her mother said that Mitsuki was an excellent child who could pull himself together, she was genuinely worried about Mitsuki's state and needed to see him to feel at ease. Mitsuki could guess Rin's thoughts, but he considered his emotions to be relatively calm. Standing outside the door didn't seem appropriate, so he greeted Rin. Now that you mention it, I haven't eaten yet. I seem to have overslept today. Thank you, Rin. You've been a big help. Please come in. Then, sorry for the intrusion. Rin entered the Shimizu home with a lunchbox. Mitsuki was indeed hungry and devoured the already cut thick omelet. Mrs. Nohara's thick omelet was truly remarkable. Not only was the ratio of egg liquid to milk perfect, but even the appearance was exquisite. When nudged with chopsticks, it wobbled like pudding, showcasing its incredible elasticity. Seeing Mitsuki gobbling down the food, Rin couldn't help but think that if Mitsuki were eating something she made, that would be great. But would Mitsuki still like it if it was made by her? Mitsuki noticed out of the corner of his eye that Rin had not moved her chopsticks, merely resting her cheeks on her hands, staring blankly at him. What's going on? Am I eating so intensely that it scared you? That's strange. I ate like this at the care facility too. In the land of fire, eating someone else's cooking with gusto was the highest form of appreciation for their culinary skills. Therefore, at the care facility, every time he ate like this, Mrs. Nohara would smile happily and even say, "Oh, if only Mitsuki-chan could become my daughter, then I could see him eat at home." As for why she said daughter, that's not the point. Anyway, facing Rin, who seemed lost in thought, Mitsuki lightly coughed to remind her. The thick omelet will get hard when it cools down. Wasn't that what you taught me, Rin? I'm sorry. Hearing Mitsuki's voice, Rin finally snapped back to reality and started to finish the thick omelet in front of her. In truth, she hadn't really heard what Mitsuki had just said, but she felt too embarrassed to ask him, so she simply focused on eating. This was what Mitsuki had taught her. When you feel awkward, find something to do to keep yourself busy. Now that I think about it, what Mitsuki taught me is always useful, Rin thought again, drifting off. Mitsuki was speechless. Are you an 80-year-old lady? However, after this little episode, Mitsuki felt much better. People always need to look forward. After all, he considered himself an adult at heart and couldn't hesitate like a child, stuck in place. Cheer up, Shimizu Kiyotsuki. Since I've been reborn, I need to show my true abilities. With that thought, Kiyotsuki stretched out her evil chopsticks, picked up the thick egg roll from Lin's plate, and stuffed it into her mouth. After hearing Lin's gentle gasp, she chewed while mumbling, "Lin mama, come help me tidy up the house. About a disease that says if I do too much housework, I'll die." Lin truly hurt her this time. Initially, seeing Kiyotsuki's mischievous behavior, she puffed up her cheeks like an angry puffer fish, but upon hearing Kiyotsuki's request, she immediately deflated like a balloon. "All right, but Kiyotsuki, you mustn't bully me anymore. And what kind of disease is that? It sounds made up. It's a bit difficult, but I'll try." Chapter 4. Budding feelings. It was still the 38th year of Konoha, and the weather had been gloomy for the past few days. The funeral of Shimizu Kenji was held together with the ninjas who sacrificed alongside him. Before the funeral, Kiyotsuki went to see Kenji's body. Fortunately, Kenji's remains were relatively intact, according to the mission description provided by the Yumbu. A few days prior, some frontline outposts on the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire were breached by unidentified enemies. However, the enemies did not occupy these outposts. Instead, they entered the Fishwater Port area within the coastline through the breach. The mission of Kenji's team was to investigate this hidden enemy. The investigation went smoothly, and according to the intelligence received, the enemy's true identity was the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. However, the withdrawal was not smooth. The enemies seemed to have a plan to use themselves as bait. When the investigative team discovered them, the enemies also noticed the team. The 7 ninja swordsmen were composed of 7 elite jonin, each wielding a unique sword with special abilities. It is said that when they work together, they can conquer a small nation in a single night. Faced with such opponents, it was no small feat for the investigative team to return with the intelligence, especially since only Shimizu Kenji and Uchiha and had the strength of elite jonin among the 6 members of the team, while 4 of the other 6 were merely chunin. Furthermore, the enemies were well prepared at Fishwater Port, and when the investigative team discovered them, only Pipajizu, Sujitsu Hashigaki, and Kaigai Chiho revealed themselves. The remaining 3 were lying in ambush outside the port, and with the pincer attack, the balance of victory naturally tilted towards the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kiyotsuki did not know the specifics of the battle, but it was easy to imagine how dire the situation was against such opponents. Under the desperate cover of Shimizu Kenji and the other 5 ninjas, Uchiha and another jonin from the Yamanaka clan managed to send the intelligence back to Konoha. Konoha reacted quickly. The 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately dispatched Jiraiya to lead a team to pursue the enemies at Fishwater Port. However, the team found nothing. The 7 ninja swordsmen did not bring any subordinates, and their movements were extremely agile. They followed the sensory abilities of the Inuzuka clan Jonin and returned to the coastline where the breach had originally occurred. Clearly, this was a fishing operation by Kirigakure, utilizing the powerful strength and mobility of the 7 ninja swordsmen. After achieving certain results, they swiftly retreated back to Mist. They could also restrain a portion of Konoha's high-level combat power, as once Konoha learned that the enemy was the 7 ninja swordsmen, they could not send weaker ninjas into action. In fact, the 7 ninja swordsmen were quite fortunate because if they had delayed their retreat even a little, they would have been pursued by Jiraiya's team, and some of them would inevitably have fallen. Back at the funeral, Kiyotsuki, dressed in a black mourning outfit, stared at Kenji, who had already been buried. Surrounding her were other family members of the fallen ninjas. Some children, like Kiyotsuki, were struggling to hold back their sobs, but they all tried hard to remain silent. The 3rd Hokage was also present, officiating the funeral for the fallen ninjas. Where the leaves dance, the fire continues to burn. The light of the fire will continue to illuminate the village and allow the new leaves to sprout. Kiyotsuki heard this phrase from Sarutobi Hiruzen for the first time, and didn't he feel anything particularly special, but the eyes of those attending the funeral around her brightened. This world is constantly at war, and people's spiritual world is indeed empty. Kiyotsuki thought to herself that the ninja world felt like a massive pyramid scheme. After the funeral, Kiyotsuki walked home, recalling the man with the Uchiha clan emblem embroidered on his back at the funeral. He should be Uchiha-in, Kenji's friend. Kiyotsuki had originally planned to thank him after the funeral, especially since he had given her such a valuable gift. However, he seemed to have no intention of speaking to her, and had left midway through the funeral. As Kiyotsuki arrived at the entrance of the Shimizu home and was about to open the door, it suddenly opened from the inside. Kiyotsuki was startled and immediately prepared to jump back to create distance. "Don't be nervous, it's me." Uchiha leisurely stepped out the door, looking at Kiyotsuki, who seemed frightened. Kiyotsuki was now filled with confusion. Although infiltration was basic for ninjas, Uchiha-in had just opened the door from the inside. She clearly remembered locking the door every time she went out. She had thought that Uchiha-in and Shimizu Kenji had a special relationship, possibly being teammates since graduation. But she never expected that Uchiha-in had a key to her house. While Kiyotsuki was pondering this, she noticed that Uchiha-in's eyes had changed. They transformed from black pupils into spinning 3 tomo, quickly shifting into 3 connected water droplet shapes. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Kiyotsuki was shocked internally, and she was even more puzzled as to why Uchiha-in would show her these eyes, but she quickly dismissed her confusion. Uchiha-in stopped the release of the genjutsu and swiftly caught the almost collapsing Kiyotsuki, placing her on the living room sofa before doing something and then leaving. After a while, Kiyotsuki woke up and looked around. "I came home after the funeral and encountered Kenji's teammate Uchiha-in at the door. How did I faint?" The long-absent system had a notification panel update. Host, Shimizu Kiyotsuki. Skills, Chakra Refinement Technique, Shadow Clone Technique. Transcription Seal, Tenno J Ritsu, one-time use. Wish, none. Male, no new male. Kiyotsuki was somewhat dumbfounded. How did she suddenly gain a skill, and it's a one-time use? She knew about the Transcription Seal. It was a high-level sealing technique that could seal ninjutsu into other objects and would automatically release under certain conditions. In the manga, Itachi sealed his Amaterasu into Sasuke's eyes. Considering that the last person she saw before fainting was Uchiha-in, a simple analysis made things clear. This so-called Tenno J Ritsu should be Uchiha-in's technique. Could it be that it was activated because of Kenji's death? It seems she had underestimated the bond between Uchiha-in and Shimizu Kenji. With that thought, Kiyotsuki clicked on the introduction for Transcription Seal, Tenno J Ritsu. Transcription Seal, Tenno J Ritsu will reverse time when the host receives lethal damage, reverting the host body to its state 24 hours prior. From the name of this technique, Kiyotsuki had anticipated that it would be related to time. After all, the name Tenno J Ritsu refers to a deity in Japanese mythology that governs time. She just didn't expect the effect of this technique to be so powerful. Comparable to the version of Izanagi. It seems Uchiha is worried about the safety of Kenji's orphan, so he specifically came to give himself a safeguard. With this thought, Kiyotsuki suddenly felt a wave of annoyance. People who have never been reincarnated may find it hard to understand this feeling. I am not the real child of Kento Shimizu, but a counterfeit from Blue Star. Even when facing the deaths of Chiyoko and Kento, I only comforted myself. However, I have accepted many gifts from my parents in this life. And of course, Shimizu Mitsuki can continue to comfort himself. As a child, I can't refuse. But this time, Shimizu Mitsuki doesn't want to excuse his indifference. He wants to do something. At the very least, I need to improve my strength and find a way to take revenge for Chiyoko and Kento against the 7 ninja swordsmen and the village hidden in the mist. Chapter 5. Wish Fulfilled. 6 Eyes. Shimizu Mitsuki has been in this world for almost 5 years. After today, it will be his 5th birthday. For others, this day might just be a slightly special occasion, but for Mitsuki, it is second only to the day of his reincarnation. Because when the clock strikes midnight, his system will send this year's birthday email. And there's also a wish heart, plus tomorrow's check-in will be a full year, giving another wish heart as a reward. Finally, ding, you have a new email, which will disappear in 365 days. Please check in time. Here it comes, here it comes, here it comes. The content of the email has always been the same few lines. Dear host, thank you for your support and companionship to the system over the past year. Here is a wish heart for you, wishing you a smooth new life. After receiving the system's gift, and with the additional wish heart from the automatic check-in, Mitsuki's slightly trembling hand opened the wish panel. The 10th wish has a 100 success rate. According to the system, this wishing function is different from the lottery in some games in my past life. After a successful wish, it rewards the skill most suitable for oneself. Therefore, Mitsuki doesn't need to worry about wishing for a useless skill. So let's start wishing. Do you want to consume 9 wish hearts for 9 wishes? Note, the 10th wish is guaranteed to succeed. Confirm, 9 wish hearts consumed, wishing begins. Wish failed, wish succeeded. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the 6 Eyes of Azure Sky. Huh? 6 Eyes? Is this really the skill most suitable for him at the moment? Having drawn, let's take a look. Mitsuki thought this and opened the skill introduction. Skill. 6 Eyes Ability 1. 1360-degree long-distance vision Ability 2. See through most ninja techniques principles Ability 3. Chakra Trajectory Tracking and Prediction Ability 4. Precise Chakra Manipulation Ability 5. Minimized Chakra Consumption. Very much in line with the system panel style. Consistently minimalistic. However, for the introduction of abilities, it is already clear enough. This is a pair of Chakra version 6 Eyes. Not obtaining the birth technique with no limits was expected. After all, no limits and 6 Eyes are 2 different things, and the system is not running any buy one get one free promotion. So Mitsuki didn't feel too disappointed. He took a mirror from a drawer by the bed and examined his newly acquired 6 Eyes. Perhaps because his original eye pupils were blue, now they just seemed a bit brighter, and there didn't appear to be much change. After a simple observation of the surroundings, he was shocked. Mitsuki had never experienced such a feeling. In his field of vision, from his center, he could see a radius of several dozen kilometers without obstruction. This range, is it real? Shimizu Mitsuki knew that in the Naruto world, there is a perception ability called Kagura's Hard Eyes. Its perception range is also several dozen kilometers. But in terms of the information it can perceive, Kagura's Heart Eyes can't compare to 6 Eyes. I don't know if it's because chakra, apart from spiritual energy, also has physical energy. Mitsuki felt that the burden on his brain wasn't very heavy. In Mitsuki's eyes, he could choose to see through surrounding buildings and people at will, seeing the scenes behind them, and he could also observe the chakra inside each person freely. This ability is somewhat similar to the Byakugan, but the range is much larger. The effective detection range of a normal pure Byakugan is only 1 kilometer. Although for an ordinary ninja, a 1 kilometer detection range is already impressive. The gap compared to the dozens of kilometers of 6 Eyes or Kagura's Hard Eyes is still significant. Mitsuki suddenly wanted to see what RIN was doing at this time. But given RIN's discipline, she must be asleep by now. So he directed his gaze towards the Noera family. Ah, Rin hasn't slept yet. She is hugging an ugly shark doll, lying on her back in bed, with her cute little head dangling over the edge, seemingly talking to herself. Tomorrow is Mitsuki's birthday, and Mr. Kinto just passed away not long ago. He must not feel lonely tomorrow. Rin suddenly sat up, as if she thought of something. Why not stay over at Mitsuki's house tomorrow? Mom should agree, right? Whether Mrs. Noera would agree is unknown, but at this moment, Shimizu Mitsuki discovered a flaw of the six eyes. He could only see Rin talking, but couldn't hear her voice. It seems necessary to learn lip reading. Speaking of which, do the ninjas of the Hyuga clan all know lip reading, or have they never thought about it? It shouldn't be the case. But this point is indeed not reflected in the manga. It is a topic worth studying. For Mitsuki, the six eyes possess a detection information volume comparable to the Byakugan and the perception range of Kagura's hard eyes. This ability seems to have great potential in war. However, he is not yet in ninja school, and it is not his turn to go to the battlefield. When he gets to the battlefield, he will disguise himself as someone with outstanding perception abilities. After experimenting with the first two abilities, Mitsuki looked at the last one, extreme precision in chakra control. He thought for a moment. The ninjutsu that best demonstrates chakra control should be medical ninjutsu. Unfortunately, he has never been exposed to medical ninjutsu, and Kinto did not have such ninjutsu in his collection. As for other ninjutsu, Mitsuki suddenly thought of one, the Rasengan. In the manga, the training method for the Rasengan can be said to be the most detailed among all ninjutsu, and each stage tests chakra control ability. Thinking of this, Shimizu Mitsuki extended his hand, trying to recreate a Rasengan. According to the manga, he needed to change the form of chakra to create a sphere, with chakra swirling wildly inside. As the chakra was released, a deep blue sphere slowly appeared in Shimizu Mitsuki's hand. Mitsuki was a bit stunned. Did he succeed just like that? It wouldn't be fake, right? He gently pressed the Rasengan against the corner of the bedside table. Crack! The corner of the table was directly shattered, revealing many irregular wood splinters. It's definitely the real deal. Looking at the destruction caused by the Rasengan, Mitsuki dispersed the chakra in his hand. Just a light touch had such power. It seems he really succeeded. However, he didn't feel much effort in creating the Rasengan. Is this what extreme chakra control ability feels like? Mitsuki could even feel that the consumption of his chakra wasn't very high. This indicates that he didn't waste a single bit of chakra while creating the Rasengan. This is amazing. Then what I casually mentioned to Kinto about using chakra to guide metal weapons to release the formless lightning should really be something I could try to develop. That short blade seems like it could really come in handy. Shouldn't I give it a name? Unfortunately, whether in my past life or this one, Shimizu Mitsuki has always been terrible at naming things. After thinking for a while, Mitsuki gave up, as the only names that came to his mind were things like Frost Sorrow and Flame's Joy. The six-eyed prize made Shimizu Ketsuki very satisfied, and he kept tinkering and researching until late at night before finally falling into a deep sleep. Chapter 6. Enrollment Happy Birthday. Ketsuki-chan, happy birthday, Ketsuki. Ketsuki's birthday was ultimately celebrated at the Noera family's home, as Rin's request for a sleepover was jointly rejected by Ketsuki and Mrs. Noera. After enjoying a dinner at the Noera residence, Ketsuki returned home with two gifts. Ever since being killed by Uchiha in a reverse door opening, Ketsuki felt that he had been living too comfortably in this world. He had reincarnated and had never left Konoha, so he was unaware of the living conditions of people in other countries and other ninja villages. However, analyzing the background of the plot from Ketsuki's memories, at least the commoners in various small countries lived lives on the brink of survival. Even to maintain his current peaceful life, Ketsuki had compelling reasons to become stronger. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Ketsuki opened the gifts from Mrs. Noera and Rin. Mrs. Nohara's gift was a ninja vest, while Rin's was a ninja tool pouch, both of which were very practical gifts and aligned with the current popular gifting style in the ninja world. Thinking of this, Ketsuki walked into Ken's room and took out the birthday gift box he had found while sorting through the belongings earlier. "Thank you for your gift. I received it," Ketsuki said softly as he untied the ribbon and opened the box, taking out the precious short sword prepared by Uchiha, Un, and Shimizu Ken. Kitsuki planned to name this short sword Mist Cutter, hoping that in the future he could use this sword to sever the spine of the hidden mist and the 7 ninja swordsmen. Year 39 of Konoha at this age. Shimizu Kitsuki is 6 years old, and today is the day of enrollment at the Konoha Ninja School. Over the past year, Shimizu Kitsuki had not pushed his body to train crazily due to Ken's death. As a reincarnator with memories from his previous life, especially as a motivated youth from the information-exploding 21st century, he naturally knew how to exercise scientifically. At the very least, he couldn't drag his 5-year-old body to run laps around Konoha every day for training. Even if Kitsuki could endure it, Rin wouldn't be able to. Indeed, upon learning that Kitsuki had already mastered chakra refinement, Rin seemed to feel that she had been too lazy all along, and thus she earnestly requested Kitsuki to let her join the training plan. So, even to prevent the adorable Rin from turning into a muscular loli, Kitsuki couldn't set the training intensity too high. Kitsuki-kun, that's great. We're in the same class, Rin said with her fists clenched in front of her chest, beaming with a smile. Yeah, we're in the same class, Kitsuki casually replied as his gaze scanned the surroundings. There were quite a few familiar faces: Kakashi, Obito, and that girl with curly black hair must be Yuhi Kurenai, and the one next to her is Asuma? No way. Kurenai is this small, and Asuma already has bad intentions? Kitsuki, what are you looking at? Rin noticed that Kitsuki had stopped observing and was staring ahead, and when she followed his gaze, her smile froze a bit. Sorry, I was just thinking. Kitsuki snapped back to reality and immediately clasped his hands together, soothing Rin. But speaking of which, there's so many people here. I thought because of the war, many villagers wouldn't want their children to become ninjas. Kitsuki was still too naive, making a common-sense mistake. As in the ninja world, being a ninja was a major formal profession that replaced the samurai. Although the risks were high, the rewards for missions were not low either. Even a genin could easily support an ordinary family's expenses with mission rewards. Moreover, in times of chaos, who wouldn't want to gain power? Additionally, the third Hokage had always promoted various battlefield feats of civilian ninjas, which made the residents of Konoha willing to send their children to the ninja school. Hearing Kitsuki's doubts, Rin replied, "Oh, is that so? But when I told my mom I wanted to attend ninja school, she easily agreed. It seems I was taking things for granted. Anyway, let's go find our seats in class." Hi, but Kitsuki, you don't have to worry. After all, it's hard to guess what adults think. Rin was always so understanding. On the other side, a boy wearing goggles was helping a grandmother who was carrying a large backpack and walking unsteadily. Thank you, Obito. But it should take a long time to find the place I need to go. Are you really okay with this? It's no problem. Grandma, it must be very inconvenient for you to be alone. Indeed, this kind-hearted villager was Uchiha Obito, and today was his enrollment day, though it was unclear whether he forgot or deemed helping the grandmother more important. In any case, he was going to be late. Back at the ninja school, Kitsuki and Rin had already found their seats. Since the two registered for enrollment together, their seats were naturally next to each other. I didn't expect to be in the same class. Kitsuki, Rin, by the way, have you seen that idiot Obito? Kakashi came over to greet them and asked. Before they enrolled in the ninja school, Kitsuki, Rin, Kakashi, and Obito had already become friends due to some events. Obito hasn't come yet. Class is about to start. If he doesn't hurry, he'll be late. It would leave a bad impression on the teacher on the first day of school, Rin worriedly said. Kitsuki pretended to look around, but secretly scanned all of Konoha. And indeed, he found him. So that's how it is. Kakashi, don't worry. Obito is probably off helping some old lady with directions or chasing after cats and dogs. Prepare for him to be late for a whole day, Kitsuki said after narrowing his gaze. Isn't that the worst-case scenario, Kitsuki? Rin retorted. Forget it. I'll go find the teacher to help Obito get his enrollment notice later. Kakashi sighed. The bell rang, and the three of them returned to their seats as a middle-aged ninja wearing a ninja vest walked in from outside the classroom. Hello. My name is Marino Deo, and I will be your homeroom teacher from now on. My classes are quite strict, so be mentally prepared, Marino Deo said with a serious face after finishing his opening remarks. Kitsuki, it seems like Teacher Deo is the strict type. Obito is going to be in trouble. Rin whispered to Kitsuki. It's okay. It's Kakashi who will explain for Obito. Even the strictest teacher would soften up if it's Kakashi asking, Kitsuki said without worry, as Kakashi's reputation for being a genius had already spread before enrollment. Not to mention that Kakashi's father was the famous Hitaki Tsukuyomi. The saying, a tiger father does not breed a dog son, is quite popular even in the ninja world. Then, starting from the first on the left, it's you. Please introduce yourself. Marino Deo pointed at the boy with a pineapple head and said, How troublesome, what should I say? Teacher? The boy with the pineapple head seemed not very good at self-introductions. Just say your name, what you like, what you dislike, and what your dream is. Marino Deo had anticipated this and casually threw out a universal self-introduction template. How troublesome. My name is Nara Shikamaru. I like lying around at home, dislike troublesome things. And my dream is to marry a wife who is neither beautiful nor ugly and live out my life. After finishing his introduction, Nara Shikamaru sat down. Very good. Very spirited. Next, Marino Deo was unfazed by Nara Shikamaru's perfunctory response. After all, his goal was just to help the students in the class have a preliminary impression of each other. My name is Mitarashi Anko. I like machi, dislike food without sugar. And my dream is to become a ninja, like Tsunade-sama. My name is Saratobi Asuma. Chapter 7. Uchiharuri. My name is Shimizu Ketsuki. I like studying ninjutsu. Dislike unexpected things. And my dream is to protect my peaceful life. After finishing his self-introduction in a standard manner, Jianyue sat down. So handsome. Some girls in the class whispered. This wasn't surprising. In the world of Naruto, where the average lifespan is less than 40, children tend to mature early. Moreover, Jianyue was indeed good-looking in this life, and he enjoyed looking at himself. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared a mirror in the drawer by his bed. Ignoring the infatuated girls, Jianyue turned his gaze toward the window. Yes, his seat was indeed in the legendary second row by the window, known as the king's hometown. However, the focus wasn't on that, but rather on the green figure running on the playground outside. Behind him was a fluttering banner that read, Complete 500 laps to enroll. That must be Might Guy, and the large green spandex-clad figure next to him should be Might Die. According to the plot, the third Hokage should be peeping at the enrollment situation of the new students. Upon seeing Guy as perseverance, the third Hokage would add him to the list of candidates who should have been eliminated from enrollment. It's hard to say whether Guy's deep respect for the third Hokage later on stemmed from this reason. However, after school, he should still go encourage this father-son duo. Setting aside Might Die for now, Jianyue remembered that at this stage, Guy really cared about others' opinions of him. He had also quite liked Guy's character in his previous life. For the young Guy, having another peer who recognized him would likely help him clarify his ninja way more quickly. My name is Shimizu. I'm no RIN. I like cooking, and I don't have anything I particularly dislike. My dream is to become a ninja like Lady Tsunade. What am I saying? Rin quickly sat down after finishing, and thinking of her slip of the tongue made her fair face blush. In fact, she had been thinking about what Jianyue meant by disliking unexpected things during his self-introduction, and by the time she realized it, the words had already slipped out. Jianyue won't think I'm strange, right? Rin was still just a little girl who hadn't become a ninja yet, and she always cared about her image in the eyes of others. In reality, Rin's slip of the tongue hadn't been noticed by many people, including Jianyue, who was focused on the two green figures outside on the playground. At this point, the self-introductions were nearing their end. Suddenly, Jianyue felt a gaze locking onto him. And it wasn't Rin. If it were Rin, his body wouldn't have reacted with alertness. Using his 6 eyes' 360-degree vision, he looked toward the source of the gaze, a girl with long black hair. Judging by her clothes, she should be from the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan indeed has many handsome men and beautiful women. She had the standard long black straight hair. If this were his previous life, there would definitely be a large number of people calling her wife. Soon, the girl withdrew her gaze from Jianyue as it was her turn to introduce herself. My name is Uchiharuri. I like becoming stronger, dislike the weak, and my dream is to become someone like the first Hokage. Her voice was perfect, a typical top student tone. This compelled Jianyue to pay more attention to Uchiharuri. The curriculum at Konoha's ninja school wasn't heavy, and classes ended quite early in the afternoon. Many ninja families sent their children to school more for them to make reliable friends and connect with peers from other ninja clans. The children from these ninja families needed to spend more time after school mastering their family's secret techniques, so naturally, the ninja school wouldn't take up too much of the students' time. As for those commoner ninjas who genuinely wanted to learn more ninja knowledge at school, there was nothing to be done. The ninja world is like this. There's a huge gap between commoner ninjas and clan ninjas. Without any fortuitous encounters, one could only become a nin in this lifetime. Only a very few exceptional cases could break this limitation, such as Namake's Minato and Shimizu Kenrin. Jianyue and RIN left the classroom, while Kakashi went to help Obito get his enrollment notice. Outside the school, 5-year-old Guy felt quite down because he and team managed to complete the 500 laps and began to doubt whether he was really suited to be a ninja. His father, Might Dai, explained to Guy what self-discipline was, which rekindled Guy's motivation, and under the setting sun, the father and son embraced and cried. It felt like watching a grand drama. "Let us go, RIN," Jianyue said, feeling that his eyes were unclean while observing this world-famous painting-like scene. "Are these two really okay?" RIN expressed confusion, but showed respect. "It's fine. This is their way of expressing emotions." Jianyue explained a bit as he noticed RIN's shocked expression. However, as they passed by this father-son duo, Jianyue still stopped and spoke to Might Guy. "I saw your efforts on the playground. You will definitely become an excellent ninja in the future. Keep it up." After saying this, he quickly continued on his way. He had to hurry. What if they hugged him too and they all cried together, celebrating youth? One had to be cautious. After leaving a few encouraging words, RIN hopped a few steps to catch up with Jianyue. Behind them, Guy blankly said to his father, "Dad, they weren't mocking me just now. They were encouraging me." "That's right, Guy." Realizing this, Guy quickly shouted a loud thanks in the direction Jianyue and RIN had left. "Thanks for the support." After walking the distance to their homes, Jianyue and RIN said their goodbyes and parted ways. Back home, Jianyue opened his system panel. Host, Shimizu Jianyue. Skills, chakra refinement technique. Transcription sealing heavenly constant. One time, Rasengan fire release. Fireball, lightning release. Earth walk, shadow clone technique. Shuriken shadow, clone technique. Wish, acquire the eye of heaven. 6 eyes, male. No new male. As a newly enrolled student at the ninja school, this panel was quite luxurious. Thanks to the chakra controllability of the 6 eyes. The more Jianyue practiced the ninjutsu scrolls left by Kenrin, the more he felt how absurd this seemingly unremarkable, so-called extreme, fine chakra controllability really was. Jianyue's innate chakra attributes were fire, lightning, and wind, while Kenrin only had fire and the lightning attribute cultivated later. So Jianyue could only use fire and lightning ninjutsu as references for training. Since receiving the 6 eyes last year and practicing for just a year, Jianyue's strength had significantly improved, especially in ninjutsu. For example, techniques like the shadow clone technique and Rasengan were learned almost instantly without much practice. The Shuriken shadow clone technique, which was very similar in structure to the shadow clone technique, was also easily mastered with slight variations. Moreover, Jianyue had focused much of his energy on researching the properties and forms of lightning chakra, aiming to develop a technique similar to the third Raikage's lightning chakra mode from the Cloud Village. As is well known, most ninjas in the Naruto world are glass cannons, and Jianyue was quite tempted by the defensive capabilities of the lightning armor technique. However, recently, his research had hit a bottleneck. Considering that, aside from wishing, it was hard for him to quickly acquire a hardened body like the third Raikage. This made his body adapt to the stimulation of lightning chakra quite slowly. This also made Jianyue understand that even with the assistance of the 6 eyes, researching many ninjutsu was still not simple. And he couldn't help but admire research geniuses like Orochimaru and Senju Tobarama. Chapter 8. Ninja Training Ninjutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. RIN threw a shuriken, then quickly formed hand seals. The shuriken, flying in the air, instantly transformed into dozens of shuriken, clattering as they struck the wooden target ahead. "Yay, Jianyue! I did it!" Here is a small grove located on the outskirts of the 8th training ground in Konoha, which was found by Mitsuki after scanning several circles around Konoha with his 6 eyes. This place is rarely visited by anyone, and there is a small river nearby, making it an excellent location for ninja training, crossed out, for romantic meetings between men and women. Mitsuki walked over to the target where Rin had just thrown her shuriken, nodding in satisfaction at the depth of the shuriken embedded in the target. The strength is decent, and the quantity is good as well. Congratulations, Rin. You have completely mastered this technique. So, what kind of training task should I assign to Rin next? Mitsuki began to think. Since Rin joined Mitsuki's training, she has successively learned basic chakra control training, such as tree climbing and water walking. In terms of ninjutsu, Mitsuki has also taught her the shadow clone technique and the shuriken shadow clone technique. Now, Rin is already frighteningly strong compared to other family ninjas of the same generation, and she can already be considered a genius. Well, although the title of genius is quite cheap in the world of Naruto. While Mitsuki was deep in thought, Rin, upon hearing Mitsuki's praise, blushed slightly, her hands clasped behind her back as her toes lightly tapped the ground. Hee. This is all thanks to you, Mitsuki. In fact, this is true. Although Rin's chakra control ability is not bad, having such strength at her age cannot be achieved solely through hard work. While effort is important, what is more crucial is that Mitsuki has given Rin a bit of a boost. After all, Mitsuki's 6 eyes grant him extremely precise chakra control ability. When Mitsuki comes into contact with others, as long as they do not resist, he can enter their bodies and control their chakra flow. Naturally, Rin would not reject Mitsuki's entry, so he can help her guide and control the chakra within her while maintaining contact, greatly accelerating her learning speed. Back to the point, Rin's chakra attributes are fire and water. Fire release is fine. There are many fire jutsu in the secret collection left by Kinrin, and Mitsuki himself has a fire attribute, so there is no problem in teaching Rin. However, for water release, Mitsuki thought for a while and could not come up with any good channels to obtain decent water release techniques. For now, let's start with fire release. Rin, there are more difficult training tasks ahead, so don't be too satisfied with your current results. Okay, I understand, Teacher Mitsuki. Very good, little Rin. So your next training goal is... As Mitsuki spoke, he plucked a leaf from a nearby tree, then pinched it between his fingers and suddenly ignited it, quickly turning it to ash. Just like this. What? Rin blinked her round eyes in surprise and immediately asked for advice. Mitsuki, how did you do that? You didn't even form any hand signs, yet the leaf caught fire by itself? I'm very curious. Oh no, that's just too cute. Even after spending so much time together, Mitsuki still couldn't help but be charmed by Rin's unintentional cuteness. Cough. Mitsuki cleared his throat, putting on a serious face to begin his little classroom session. This is called chakra nature transformation, a high-level technique that uses chakra. Even Jainin may not fully grasp its essence. That's amazing. Rin never fails to express her excitement. Once you learn to skillfully use chakra nature transformation techniques, you can incorporate them into your own ninjutsu, just like this. Mitsuki is a hands-on type of person. He believes that seeing something in practice is much clearer than hearing theories. Mitsuki took a shuriken from the ninja tool bag Rin had given him and slowed down his movements for her to see clearly. He formed hand seals, spat out a stream of flames, and threw the shuriken. But it wasn't over yet. Mitsuki used the shuriken shadow clone technique again, and the flaming shuriken instantly split into dozens of them. After hitting the target, the flaming shurikens did not simply stop. Instead, they triggered a series of small explosions. This is the fire release technique, H-Senka no Jutsu, with chakra nature transformation added. A normal H-Senka no Jutsu can only attach flames to the shuriken, slightly increasing their attack range and damage, but cannot trigger explosions upon hitting a target. In fact, Mitsuki could have created even more shuriken clones. But since this was just a demonstration, there's no need to go that far. So why not just throw multiple shurikens directly? That way, you wouldn't need to release the subsequent shuriken clones, and the enemy's reaction time would be shorter, plus it would save a lot of chakra, right? Rin is very good at thinking, and after Mitsuki's demonstration, she raised her questions. That's true, but chakra nature transformation is a very delicate skill. Just attaching it to a single shuriken is already quite challenging. Using the shuriken shadow clone technique afterward can greatly reduce the difficulty of the technique. This is also a clever combination of ninjutsu. Moreover, the number of shurikens you can throw on your own is limited. When Rin's chakra amount increases in the future, using the shuriken shadow clone technique will significantly enhance the power of this technique and truly unleash the potential of this combined ninjutsu. The cunning Mitsuki had already anticipated that Rin would have such questions, so he had prepared his answers in advance. However, there's another reason Mitsuki didn't mention. Shurikens are too expensive, especially during wartime. It's important to know that these shurikens attached with fire chakra lose their lethality after being used once, as their tips become dull. Training is fine, as they can be recycled, but on the battlefield, if you don't use the shuriken shadow clone technique, you could waste a lot. It's convenient, but he's not a wealthy person who can afford such tactics every day. In the manga, the effects of the shuriken shadow clone technique differ in the hands of different people. Aside from the carrier, some use wind shurikens while others use kunai. This ninjutsu, which appears frequently in the manga, can be divided into two categories, one used by others and one used by Minato Namikaze. The shuriken shadow clone technique used by Minato in the Luran movie has enormous lethality. If others' techniques are like small handguns, then Minato's is like a floating cannon. Therefore, Mitsuki speculated that Minato must have added wind chakra nature transformation to the shuriken shadow clone technique, which is why there is such a big difference between his technique and others. Mitsuki then began researching the effects of different chakra attributes attached to shurikens, and he actually made some progress. Different chakra attachments have varying compatibility with the carrier. As mentioned earlier, Mitsuki's innate chakra attributes are fire, wind, and lightning. For example, fire chakra is more suitable for attaching to shurikens with larger surface areas. Wind and lightning chakra, on the other hand, are more suitable for kunai and senbon, respectively. It must be said that Mitsuki does have some research talent. Chapter 9. Kakashi Ataki. After completing their daily training, Mitsuki and Rin prepared to visit the ninja tool shop, as they had consumed quite a lot in their recent training. Although the ninja profession has a high income, expenses are also significant. On their way to the ninja tool shop, Mitsuki and Rin overheard several villagers whispering to each other. Have you heard? That white fang, Kakashi Hatake, voluntarily abandoned his mission. What? You mean that Lord White Fang? Still calling him Lord. The advantage gained from the front line has now completely vanished. I heard the village suffered significant losses. It seems to be the White Fang suicide incident, no doubt about it. The timing matches up. Mitsuki thought to himself. In the original storyline, during Kakashi's first year at the Ninja Academy, his father, the White Fang of Konoha, Tsukuyomi Hatake, committed suicide. The original sequence of events was that Tsukuyomi, during a mission, chose to abandon it to save a comrade who was critically injured, which caused significant losses to the village. After returning to the village, although Tsukuyomi's comrade was safe, the villagers began to blame him upon learning of the incident. The overwhelming pressure from public opinion weighed heavily on Tsukuyomi, and rumors even surfaced suggesting that he had betrayed the village. In the end, even the ninja that Tsukuyomi had saved criticized him. The result was Tsukuyomi's suicide. Frankly speaking, before Tsukuyomi's suicide, no one expected someone with such a title as the White Fang of Konoha could end his life in such a shocking manner. Such a strong man would take his own life in such a way. As they walked, they seemed to be discussing Kakashi's father. Rin spoke first. It seems to be about Kakashi's father, but we can't judge the specifics based on just a few words from the villagers. Jianyue naturally knew the situation, but hadn't yet decided what role he would play in this incident. Of course, he wanted to help. He felt regret over the early death of the White Fang in his previous life. Moreover, for him and Rin, Kakashi was also a good friend. However, no one knew how much manipulation was involved in Tsukuyomi's suicide, and Jianyue couldn't guarantee how much he could do about it. While Jianyue was still pondering this, he suddenly felt Rin tugging at his sleeve. Jianyue, look ahead. Rin pointed to a small crowd not far away. Jianyue used his 6 eyes to easily gather information. In the eye of the storm, Kakashi was well aware of his father's situation in Konoha. However, despite being labeled a genius, Kakashi still couldn't find a good way to turn around his father's reputation, which had made him increasingly irritable. Kakashi was like a barrel of gunpowder, ready to explode at any moment. which led to the current situation that Jianyue and RIN were witnessing. The argument on the street continued, showing signs of escalating. Hey kid, do you know how many ninjas sacrifice themselves at the front lines to gain an advantage? The duty of a ninja is to complete their mission. Is someone who unilaterally interrupts a mission really worthy of being a ninja? Several villagers found an outlet for their grievances and began to attack Kakashi and Obito verbally. My father, he isn't that kind of person. Although Kakashi was furious, his verbal attacks still needed to be stronger. Bastards. Kakashi's father interrupted the mission to protect his comrades. Don't you guys have any friends? Obito, at this moment, was rare in standing on the same side as Kakashi. Although he usually disliked Kakashi's arrogant demeanor, he still considered Kakashi a true friend. To actually give up such an important mission, I think the White Fang of Konoha is simply a traitor to the village. One of the loudest voices among the crowd shouted this. The implication behind this statement was quite serious. Kakashi, who didn't want to escalate the situation, suddenly turned red with anger and instinctively reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Oh, betraying the village, you dare to say that? Jianyue suddenly appeared next to Kakashi, holding his hand down while whispering, Don't be impulsive. Your father's situation can't be resolved by silencing a few people. Who are you? Are you here to speak for that person too? You kids don't understand anything. The man with small eyes and a tall, thin frame was the one who had just shouted. So what? Interrupting a mission without permission. Why can't I? Before he could finish, Jianyue interrupted him. The Hokage has never said that Mr. Tsukuyomi betrayed the village. Where do you get the courage to slander a hero of the village? Or are you questioning the Hokage's judgment? You brat. I'm not questioning the Hokage. The thin man hesitated, about to say something else when Jianyue continued. Gathering a crowd to cause trouble and spreading rumors in the village. I think you want a trip to the Uchiha Police Department, right, Obito? The police department will definitely catch you bastards. Upon hearing Jianyue's words, Obito immediately picked up the conversation. TCH, just a few stinky kids. After hearing Jianyue and Obito's verbal exchange, especially with the Uchiha clan emblem on Obito, the thin man and his companions left after leaving a few harsh words. Although he felt a bit sorry for the Uchiha, it must be said that evil people need to be dealt with by evil people, facing these ignorant villagers. The threat of the Uchiha was quite effective. Thank you, Jianyue. Kakashi expressed his gratitude, saying that if Jianyue hadn't stopped him, the situation would have been much worse. After the crowd dispersed, RIN finally met up with everyone outside. Jianyue, you suddenly disappeared and scared me. Sorry. It was an urgent situation. Just as Kakashi was about to make a move, Jianyue had only time to say, This is troublesome, and use body flicker technique to appear next to Kakashi. Kakashi now realized that Jianyue's sudden appearance was thanks to the body flicker technique that only Jonin could master. In the face of conflict, Jianyue acted calmly. While Kakashi was impulsive, compared to Jianyue, his title of genius was truly unmerited. Thanks to you, Jianyue. You really helped, Kakashi said, still fuming. Don't rush to thank me. The important thing is what you plan to do next, Kakashi. I don't know. My father is currently staying behind closed doors and hasn't made any statement about the village's public opinion. Are you going to stand by and watch? Of course not. But so many people in the village are talking about my father, and the fact that he abandoned the mission is also true. I don't know what to do. This was indeed the case, regardless of whether there were deeper calculations and darkness in the village's public opinion storm. It was a fact that the White Fang's abandonment of the mission caused losses to the village. So Kakashi, come seek help. Don't bear it all alone. It's not shameful to ask friends for help in the face of difficulties. Or do you not consider us friends? Looking at Jianyue's serious expression, Kakashi paused for a moment, then quickly gathered his emotions and said with determination, I need your help, Jianyue, Obito, RIN, please help me. You don't even need to say that. I'll help you. Arrogant Kakashi, Obito said with a proud look at the rejuvenated Kakashi. Although I might not be able to do much, I will do my best, RIN replied earnestly. Then, without further ado, let's find a place to discuss our battle plan. We have work to do ahead. Okay, Chapter 10, Saving the Ninja White Fang. In a park in Konoha, the four of them were discussing their plan. The information we know now is that your father, the White Fang, voluntarily abandoned the mission and did not encounter an impossible situation Jianyue said, looking at Kakashi. That's right. With my father's strength, he could have completed the mission even alone. Then can we let Kakashi's father falsely claim that he encountered a strong enemy and couldn't complete the mission? Obito suggested after thinking for a moment. No, first of all, whether Mr. Tsukuyomi is willing to lie is one thing. Even if he is willing, the fact that he didn't complete the mission remains unchanged, Jianyue countered. Could the ninja, saved by Uncle S.H. Ma, come forward to explain the situation? If the situation is indeed very severe, the villagers should be able to understand, right? RIN expressed her thoughts. No, you probably don't know, but the person my father saved is also among those attacking my father. Kakashi sighed and said with a bitter smile. What does Mr. S.H. Ma himself think? Mitsuki asked Kakashi again. My father is doing well. He just doesn't want to go out and hasn't told me what he plans to do. Kakashi seemed troubled, appearing somewhat dissatisfied with Hitaki S.H. Ma. Is Uncle S.H. Ma waiting for the situation to calm down with time? RIN felt a bit confused, wondering if this was somewhat passive. Although it's hard to believe, there's indeed that possibility. Otherwise, it wouldn't explain why my father, who is clearly calm, still stays behind closed doors. Kakashi agreed with RIN's perspective. No, that's not possible. Mitsuki said firmly. Huh? Why? I think RIN has a point. Obito questioned. Indeed. Not stepping forward during the peak of public pressure and waiting for the storm to pass might be a negative but useful method, but you all overlook one thing. Mitsuki explained to the three who were puzzled. Seeing their curious expressions, Mitsuki continued without holding back. RIN, in your opinion, if you had to choose between a companion's life and a mission that concerns the village's interests, which would you choose? RIN tilted her head and thought hard. To her, this was indeed a difficult decision to make immediately. On one hand, she wanted to choose her companion's life, but on the other hand, the ninja education and environment she had always accepted told her that the rule in the ninja world is to complete the mission. I don't know. I might only be able to make a choice when faced with the real decision. Ultimately, she honestly expressed her viewpoint. Then let me rephrase it. If I were seriously injured but saving me would lead to mission failure, what would you do, RIN? Of course, I would save you, Mitsuki. RIN answered without hesitation. To her, saving Mitsuki and completing the mission was not even a question of choice. The problem lies here. Mitsuki, what you mean is that the key to the incident is not how the villagers view my father, but how the person who was saved views my father. Since when faced with a choice you chose to save your companion, even at the cost of mission failure, then I don't believe Mr. S.H. Ma is unprepared for the public's condemnation. Only the accusations from the person who was saved would be the real dagger aimed at White Fang. Mitsuki laid out his thoughts. Damn it, that bastard. Since he was saved, he should just thank him honestly. Obito couldn't help but start cursing after hearing Mitsuki's analysis. Thank you, my internet mouthpiece. It must be said that having a straightforward friend like Obito around is quite nice. So our main goal now should be to find the person who was saved and have that bastard apologize to Kakashi's father, right? Obito continued. Indeed, if Uncle S.H. Ma's mission failure leads to losses for the village, then the villagers' anger would be unavoidable. But that person shouldn't blame Uncle S.H. Ma from the position of a victim. RIN believed she would be willing to sacrifice her own life for the village. However, if she were saved by a companion without knowing, when her companion is blamed, she would only push all the faults onto herself and would never harm her kind-hearted companion. Moreover, to put it bluntly, mission failure itself is the responsibility of the entire team. Even if Hitaki S.H. Ma is the captain, it is a fact that team members getting injured affects the continuation of the mission. All right, seeing that everyone had the same opinion, Mitsuki continued. Since we have a plan, let's execute it now. First, we need to find that bastard. Find the person who was saved. Kakashi, you should have some intel, right? Mitsuki was also led off track by Obito, and it must be said that occasionally being a bit sarcastic is also enjoyable. Hearing Mitsuki's question, Kakashi recalled and said, the companion my father saved is named Shimura Arima, and he should still be hospitalized at Konoha Hospital. Shimura? Mitsuki murmured. Do you have any findings, Mitsuki? Obito had been watching Mitsuki's every move since she started analyzing. Obito actually admired or envied clever people like Mitsuki and Kakashi. Mitsuki's analysis earlier greatly impressed Obito, and he kept repeating in his heart, this is just like me. On the way to Konoha Hospital, Kakashi asked Mitsuki. What should we do to make Shimura Arima apologize to my father after we meet him? This was also what Rin and Obito wanted to ask internally. I don't know, Mitsuki replied slowly. Huh, hey, this joke isn't funny, Mitsuki. Hurry up and share your good ideas. Obito expressed that Mitsuki was just joking with him. I'm not joking. I really haven't thought about how to make Shimura Arima apologize to Mr. SH-ma, Mitsuki said again slowly. Shouldn't we discuss the plan again? Since Shimura Arima has already chosen to betray Uncle SH-ma, a person who avoids responsibility wouldn't easily be willing to apologize to Uncle SH-ma, right? Rin wanted to hold another strategy meeting. Mitsuki, you must have some other way, right? It seems you never intended for Shimura Arima to apologize, but just asked for his location. Kakashi suddenly thought of something and said, so it seems Mitsuki indeed hasn't said anything about what to make Shimura Arima do. Obito tried hard to recall the previous conversation. Rin also cast a puzzled look at Mitsuki, her face full of curiosity. Mitsuki smiled at Rin and said, the key to the matter lies with Shimura Arima, but not just him. Then Mitsuki looked at Kakashi and continued, and you, Kakashi. Kakashi pointed at himself with one finger. Me? Chapter 11. The only thing you need to do is one thing. Me? That's right, it's you. The point has never been whether Shimura Arima will apologize to Mr. SH-ma, but rather, you, Kakashi, as Mr. SH-ma's only son, should meet Shimura Arima and demand that he apologize to Mr. SH-ma. Mitsuki said to Kakashi seriously. His ultimate goal is to prevent White Fan from committing suicide. Public opinion among villagers or anything else is secondary. When he heard the surname Shimura, he understood that asking Shimura Arima to apologize to give White Fang a reason to live again was likely impossible. Everyone who has watched Naruto knows who the most famous person with the surname Shimura is. Undoubtedly, it's the 55th Hokage, Shimura Danzo. This is not a wild guess from Mitsuki. In the original plot, it was mentioned that White Fang led a team to execute a confidential mission deep into enemy territory, and such missions would not be widely spread in the village, even if they failed. Because the results of these confidential missions inherently carry certain value, regardless of success or failure. During wartime, every village inevitably has local spies infiltrating. If the results of every confidential mission had to be made public, then every ninja village would have been in chaos long ago. On the other hand, public opinion is ultimately just public opinion. A few spit from villagers might kill a samurai, but trying to kill a ninja would be a bit of a joke. Therefore, the purpose of the mastermind behind this matter is quite clear. As long as they let Konoha's White Fang sink into depression for a while, burdened with some blame and stigma, that would be enough. Considering Danzo's intent, he should be worried that as White Fang Hatake SH-ma gains more military achievements on the battlefield, it would eventually affect Orochimaru's succession as the 4th Hokage. A White Fang burdened with stigma would naturally be unable to compete with the well-regarded disciple of the 3rd Hokage. Such matters naturally couldn't be hidden from the 3rd Hokage for long. But during this period, the 3rd Hokage was quite partial to his disciple Orochimaru, which is why he tacitly allowed Danzo's little schemes. However, there was one thing that neither the 3rd Hokage nor Shimura Danzo had considered. They had both been educated as ninjas from a young age, under the guidance of the 2nd Hokage, Senju Tobirama. In their view, the pressure of public opinion meant little to ninjas, but the Hatake family was different. It is well known that the Hatake family transitioned from a samurai family, so such insults and slanders had a significant impact on Tsukuyomi Hatake. Simply put, Tsukuyomi's defenses were breached. Therefore, the purpose of Mitsuki was simple, to give Tsukuyomi Hatake a reason to live. As long as a person has an excuse, death is not a simple decision to make. Moreover, Mitsuki believed that Tsukuyomi did not have the ambition to become Hokage. He likely wanted to end the war and properly raise Kakashi. Kakashi, you're the only family Tsukuyomi has. As long as Tsukuyomi sees your actions and determination, and as long as his mindset is not affected, any external opinions will eventually fade over time. But so many people in the village have let him down. It's not that I don't believe you, Mitsuki. Although Kakashi believed Mitsuki's words, he still couldn't help but worry. No, but trust my judgment. Mitsuki paid no attention to Kakashi's words because he understood that the more one cares, the more cautious one becomes. He had the same mindset when facing Kinnen back then. After reorganizing the four-person plan, they arrived at the Konoha hospital. After inquiring with the duty ninja, they reached Shimura Danzo's hospital room. In front of the room, Kakashi knocked on the door. "Komein, sorry for the interruption." Upon entering the room, they saw a man half reclining on the hospital bed. He had short black hair, was wrapped in many bandages, and looked haggard. Although it was wartime, Konoha Hospital, being the largest hospital in the ninja world, was not experiencing overcrowded beds. Shimura Danzo's room only housed him. "You are Shimura Danzo. Do you know what you have done?" Obito saw the person he was cursing at and immediately began to vent. After all, he knew their purpose was not to get Danzo to do anything. To him, it was enough just to scold that bastard who betrayed his comrades. "That hair. You must be Kakashi." Shimura Danzo ignored Obito and immediately called out Kakashi's name. Obito, wanting to say something, was pulled behind Kakashi by Mitsuki and RIN. One on each arm. "All right, Obito, let Kakashi take the lead now," RIN said softly to Obito. Obito was dissatisfied but fell silent. "I want to know why you accused my father. Since he was willing to abandon a mission to save you, you should have had a good relationship, right? Why say such things?" Kakashi's voice unconsciously grew louder as he spoke. Looking at Kakashi in front of him, although he wore a mask, Danzo did not respond. Instead, he grabbed the cane by the bed and, with some difficulty, got out of bed from the direction of the door. At this moment, everyone noticed that Danzo was missing half of his lower leg. He limped to Kakashi and softly said, "I'm sorry." Then, surprisingly, he knelt down in front of Kakashi, performing a Dajiza. However, before Kakashi could say anything, Danzo immediately used his cane to stand up again. Kakashi wanted to help him, but was waved off by Danzo. After that, Danzo lay back down on the hospital bed, refusing any further communication. After several attempts to communicate yielded no results, they exchanged glances and exited the Konoha hospital. Kakashi had imagined many scenarios of meeting Danzo, but never anticipated this situation. Mitsuki also did not foresee this, but he could understand. Tsukuyomi was not a fool. On the contrary, he was very smart. It was unlikely that a teammate he was willing to save by interrupting a mission was truly an irredeemable villain. Moreover, he noticed a bouquet of carnations beside Danzo's bed, the color of the flowers suggesting they had just been replaced that morning. However, there was no need to delve into these clues. Regardless of the reasons behind Danzo's unusual behavior, it would not affect Mitsuki and the others' actions going forward. "Kakashi, what do you think?" Mitsuki wanted to know Kakashi's current thoughts. "I don't think Danzo meant to accuse my father. There might be some reasons I'm unaware of," Kakashi said, resting his chin on his hand in thought. "But he doesn't want to talk to us at all." Obito interjected with a pout. "At least we now know that Danzo feels guilty towards Uncle Tsukuyomi. Once Uncle Tsukuyomi knows, he should feel a bit better," RIN added to the discussion. Seeing Kakashi's expression, Mitsuki thought to himself that he needed to give Kakashi a strong dose of motivation. Mitsuki grabbed Kakashi's shoulders and made him look into his eyes. "Kakashi, there is only one thing you must do next. Act as if your father, Tsukuyomi Hatake, might commit suicide due to public opinion, and persuade him." Chapter 12. Father and Son 20. I understand. Kakashi did not ask Mitsuki for the reason, nor was there a need to, since his individual strength was insufficient. He could trust his comrades. Kakashi understood this deeply now. The group arrived at the planned final destination, the Hatake house. Kakashi led everyone into the reception room. Huff. Kakashi took a deep breath. "Here I go. You can do it, Kakashi. Go for it, Kakashi. Don't worry, Kakashi, in the worst-case scenario. You can just lie on the ground and act shamelessly. Sometimes, as a child, it's better not to act too mature," Mitsuki said with a meaningful expression. "I wouldn't learn to act shamelessly like Obito," Kakashi rejected verbally, but inwardly thought that if it came to it, using Mitsuki's suggestion might not be a bad idea. No wonder he could later read a little emperor's book in front of his students. Kakashi turned and confidently walked to find Tsukuyomi Hatake. The remaining three sat on the tatami in the reception room. After Kakashi left, Obito could not help but ask Mitsuki, "How do you think Uncle Tsukuyomi might commit suicide?" RIN also looked curious, furrowing her cute brows as she looked at Mitsuki in confusion. I think you all are overestimating Uncle Tsukuyomi's ability to cope. But Uncle Tsukuyomi is known as the White Fang of Konoha. How could such a ninja possibly commit suicide? And with Kakashi around, Uncle Tsukuyomi should consider him too. That's just your filter for adults. Someone like Uncle Tsukuyomi, who is a nice guy, is actually quite sensitive inside. Just like Kennen. He always thought to himself that this thought flashed through his mind, but was never spoken aloud. Mitsuki did not provide further explanation. Most people wouldn't believe such things until they happened. If he wasn't familiar with the plot, he wouldn't have believed that the White Fang of Konoha would commit suicide either. Even having come this far, Mitsuki couldn't guarantee he could change the original outcome, but he believed he had done his best. Mitsuki leaned back and lay on the tatami. Hey, Mitsuki, I didn't understand. Can you say a bit more? Next time, I'll definitely understand, Obito said, and Rin also insisted, you certainly didn't understand either, right? I understand. Huh. Ignoring the noise around him, it was worth mentioning that Rin's father had died on the battlefield before Rin could remember, and Obito was also orphaned. Mitsuki, needless to say, had his own circumstances. Now I just hope Kakashi can successfully guide Shikaku. Otherwise, the four-man squad might as well change their name to the Alliance of Fathers in Sorrow. On the other side, outside the Hitaki family's ancestral hall. Recently, Shikaku has been staying inside, and Kakashi raised his hand and knocked on the door. Is it Kakashi? It's me, father. Hearing the response from inside, Kakashi pushed the door open, and the long-awaited sunlight poured into the room. Previously, Kakashi only noticed his father's usual smile, but overlooked the dry, messy white hair, deep-set eye sockets, and cheeks. Father, I have something to say to you. That guy Kakashi hasn't found Uncle Shikaku yet. It's been so long. The impatient Obito couldn't sit still anymore. Obito, be quiet for a moment. We're guests at Kakashi's house. Rin finally couldn't stand Obito's fidgeting. Jianyue, don't sleep. That guy Kakashi must have messed up. Now it's Obito's turn to step in. Jianyue lay on the tatami, oblivious to the outside world. But he wasn't asleep. He was using his 6 eyes to watch Kakashi's actions. Not bad, Kakashi, just say it like that. I didn't expect it, Kakashi. You actually used this method. Is this really the solution? The third Hokage is busy now. After watching the conversation between the father and son conclude, Jianyue finally sat up. It's over. Kakashi must have succeeded. Huh. At this moment, Kakashi and Shikaku also pushed open the guest room door and walked in. I heard Kakashi say, "Thank you for everything you've done. I'm an incompetent father and have caused you trouble." As soon as they entered, Shikaku and Kakashi bowed deeply to Jianyue and the others to express their gratitude. No need to be polite. We just did what friends do, Jianyue replied first. Hey, Uncle Shikaku, don't mention it. Kakashi, you have to thank Lord Obito properly. Obito, looking at Kakashi who was bowing to him, didn't know what to think, and his mouth almost stretched to his ears. Uncle Shikaku, please get up. Mostly it was Jianyue who came up with the ideas. Rin really didn't feel she played much of a role, but she once again recognized how remarkable Jianyue was, not just in terms of ninja strength, but in many other aspects as well. Shikaku and Kakashi straightened up. Shikaku's gaze swept over Jianyue and the others, lingering on Jianyue for a few seconds before finally saying to Kakashi, Kakashi is lucky to have friends like you. You must cherish your companions. Of course, father, Kakashi said proudly. Well, it's getting late. I'd like to invite you all for dinner. Feel free to say what you want to eat. Shikaku said with a smile. Yeah, I want to eat barbecue. Obito was the first to raise both hands in agreement. Of course, Shikaku wasn't short on money to treat a few kids, so the group set off for the barbecue restaurant. Although some rumors could still be heard along the way, Shikaku now had a new reason to live. In short, Shikaku had toughened up. Well, people evolve from monkeys. They will always grow. There are many barbecue restaurants in Konoha, but the most outstanding and famous one is the one Jianyue and the others are visiting now, although it is also the most expensive. Oh, it's Lord White Fang. It's been a long time since we saw you out and about. You've brought quite a few kids today. The owner of the barbecue restaurant seemed to recognize Shikaku. This is not surprising, as the owner was once a ninja and naturally knew the renowned Konoha White Fang. Yes, these are Kakashi's friends. We have a lot of people, so could you please prepare a private room? Shikaku responded warmly to the owner. At the dinner table, the pin-up Obito asked Kakashi many questions. Retired? That's right. Uncle Shikaku is retiring? Really? But if that's the case, wouldn't it be a pity for such a strong Uncle Shikaku? Uncle Shikaku could perhaps become the fourth Hokage. What a landmine, Obito thought. But even Obito realized that Shikaku had the potential to compete for Hokage, so it was no wonder the current situation arose. Jianyue thought to himself, I think retirement is a good choice. Jianyue expressed support. He had known about this matter when he was at the Hitaki house. After all, he had watched the whole live broadcast. All right, Obito, RIN, since Mr. Shikaku has made a decision, we just need to support him. Strength is meaningful only for protecting important people, not necessarily as a ninja. Jianyue realized he seemed to have become a kindergarten teacher, giving a group of kids a magical conch every day. The meal was enjoyable for both hosts and guests, and since Jianyue and the others weren't big eaters, there was no delightful wallet emptying incident. The owner even generously gifted them 2 plates of barbecue. It turned out that there were still many people in the village who respected Shikaku. Chapter 13. Teacher Tobarama, please save us. Konoha is like this. As long as the ninjas complete their missions, it's fine. We ninja school students have to consider much more. Is a bit too much force? Jianyue heard Rin's voice beside him. No, this force is just right. The morning class hadn't started yet, and Jianyue was sitting in a seat enjoying Rin's shoulder massage. After playing ninja games all day yesterday, he had to endure this boring school today. Nearby, Yugao and Anko walked into the classroom, chatting and laughing, and when they saw Rin, Anko, holding a skewer of dango, approached Rin with a fierce look, as if holding a kunai, and said, Don't spoil that guy Jianyue too much. If you two get married, Rin, wouldn't you be under him for life? Marriage? Me and Jianyue? Yes, didn't you say during your self-introduction on the first day? My name is Mizuki. Rin's face turned red as she hurried to cover Anko's mouth, resulting in her hands getting covered in dango sauce. You two should be more ladylike. Red pulled the two apart. Seriously, Jianyue, didn't you say there aren't too many spectators in life? By the way, Anko, didn't you say you didn't hear my self-introduction when I enrolled? Huh, if I didn't hear it, how could I tell you I didn't hear it? Ignoring the daily bickering of the girls around him, Jianyue estimated the time and activated his 6 eyes, directing his attention to the Hokage building. Since obtaining the 6 eyes, Konoha, in Jianyue's eyes, had no privacy whatsoever. Even the number of times Danzo went to the restroom each day was clear to him. Unfortunately, most of the information from the route was transmitted using encrypted methods, and without seeing Root's password book, he didn't know what they had been busy with recently. Fortunately, he had asked Shikaku when he would submit his retirement letter to the 3rd Hokage. Naturally, he couldn't miss something like Shikaku resigning from being a ninja. Hurry up and bring it on. On the other side, Shikaku was an action-oriented person. The next day, he took his ninja retirement letter to the Hokage building. In Konoha, ninjas usually choose to retire due to injuries sustained while on a mission or various unavoidable reasons, making it impossible for them to continue in the ninja profession. It is rare for someone to retire voluntarily, as usually only lower-level ninjas fearful of war would do so. In the Hokage's office, an Umbu appeared instantly. Lord Hokage. Shikaku Hitaki requests an audience. During wartime, to see the Hokage, one must go through the Umbu's announcement. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was reviewing mission scrolls, heard the Umbu's words and said, Let him in. Yes. After receiving permission, Shikaku arrived at the Hokage office and knocked on the door. Please come in. It's Shuamao. Recently, there have been some negative remarks about you in the village, and I hope you won't take them too seriously. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't plan to take any action regarding Shuamao's mission failure. The war has already consumed enough of his thoughts, and engaging in internal struggles now would be foolish. Yet, someone did act foolishly. His dear old teammate, Danzo, actually revealed the matter of Shuamao's interrupted mission behind his back. Once the news spread, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no way to remedy the situation, as the fact remained that Shuamao's mission had failed and the village had suffered losses. Not punishing Shuamao was the best he could do. If he had forcibly suppressed the news, it wouldn't be surprising if he and Shuamao were both criticized by the villagers the next day. As Hokage, he still had some image anxiety. On the other hand, After years of engaging in politics, Sarutobi Hiruzen could naturally see who was the biggest beneficiary of Danzo's actions. Orochimaru was originally his candidate for Hokage, but recently Orochimaru and Danzo had been getting closer. He was a bit worried that if the Hokage position fell into Orochimaru's hands, it wouldn't be a good thing. Shuo Mao was unaware of how much Sarutobi Hiruzen was thinking. He came today for one thing: to resign. Resign. Still resign. Hokage-sama, I know that this mission failure has caused great losses for the village, and I need to take the greatest responsibility. No one can always succeed, and I, as Hokage, also bear some responsibility. You don't need to comfort me, Hokage-sama. After this lesson, I've realized that I'm not suited to continue being a ninja. This is my retirement letter. Shuo Mao handed the prepared document to Sarutobi Hiruzen with both hands. Is this a retirement letter? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up in confusion from his chair. The detailed process won't be mentioned. Anyway, Mitsuki on the other side enjoyed the show. Especially after Shuo Mao left, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted, "Call Danzo to me." Sarutobi Hiruzen was very angry now. The situation on the front lines was already bad, and there were still teammates in the village dragging him down. He increasingly missed the time when his teacher was around. Back then, how did he not notice that Danzo also had such a foolish side? Is Danzo not here yet? Hiruzen, what do you need me for? Danzo entered the Hokage office with his usual grim face. As a Hokage advisor, he naturally didn't need to announce himself, especially since Sarutobi Hiruzen had called for him. You can see for yourself. Sarutobi Hiruzen threw Shuo Mao's retirement letter at Danzo. Danzo squinted his eyes, and after reading the scroll, he seemed to realize he was in the wrong, but he certainly wouldn't admit it, especially not to Hiruzen. Neither spoke, and they silently stared at each other. This made Mitsuki anxious on the other side. Are you two doing a silent play? Eventually, it was Danzo who spoke first. Hiruzen, did you agree to this? Sarutobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, replied, what else could I do? This incident was caused by you leaking the mission details first. On what grounds could I refuse Shuo Mao's request? You're too soft-hearted, Hiruzen. Danzo immediately blamed him. You're the one who went too far, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger intensified when he saw Danzo's complete lack of remorse. Everything I do is for the village. Danzo retorted defiantly. I see it's more for Orochimaru. Hiruzen shot back. Are you serious, Hiruzen? After a few heated exchanges, Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed down. Given the circumstances, rather than tossing blame around, they should think about what to do next. Outside, Tika and Mito walked in directly. As both were elders of Konoha and didn't need to be announced by the Umbu, Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at them and knew they were called by Danzo as reinforcements. Hiruzen, Danzo has indeed made a mistake this time, but we still need to prioritize the front lines. Yes, Hiruzen, without Danzo's roots, the front line will only become more unfavorable. Regardless of the situation, let's wait until after the war to discuss it. Sarutobi Hiruzen was speechless. You two don't even know what has happened. Yet you come to help Danzo. He slowly sat back down in his chair, with only one thought in his mind. Teacher Tobarama, please help. Chapter 14, Graduation Exam, Part 1. In the 44th year of Konoha, the shadow of war still loomed over this ninja world. This year, 11-year-old Mitsuki only needed to pass the graduation exam today to graduate from the ninja school. As for not passing, that was naturally impossible. Although Konoha was not in a tight spot on the front lines, having more cannon fodder was always better, and even if he ranked last in the exam, he would still graduate. At this moment, Mitsuki and Rin were walking on the way to school. Sigh, Mitsuki, what's wrong? You've been sighing since this morning. Was yesterday too tiring? Rin looked at Mitsuki with concern, though her words were misleading. The reason Rin said this was that Mitsuki knew today was the graduation exam, and in wartime, the exam would naturally involve real combat. Therefore, after school yesterday, Mitsuki had helped Rin with a last-minute review. Sigh, it has nothing to do with Rin. I just suddenly thought that I'm already 11 years old and still not invincible in the ninja world. What a shame. This was a lie. The reason this man was sighing was that he had secretly used the 6 eyes to check the grouping list for the new batch of students at the ninja school yesterday, and he did not end up in the same group as Rin. Rin's group still included Kakashi and Obito. By the way, since Shuamao did not commit suicide. Kakashi naturally didn't apply for early graduation. Mitsuki initially thought that since Kakashi didn't graduate early, he might be able to be in the same small team as RIN. But it turned out he was overthinking it. Good morning. Good morning. After greeting their classmates, Mitsuki and RIN returned to their seats. At this moment, Obito sneaked over and said, "Mitsuki, have you heard? What is it?" Mitsuki replied, feeling speechless. "You idiot. Even if that person really comes to be a guiding jonin, they wouldn't choose you." Kakashi came over with his dead fish eyes and picked up the conversation. After hearing Kakashi's words, Mitsuki understood. It was probably about Minato Namikaze also coming to lead students this time. Speaking of which, Obito was being so mysterious, Mitsuki really couldn't guess it was about this. And it was Kakashi who understood this fool. It seemed that the third Hokage had already started favoring Minato Namikaze. Logically speaking, a highly mobile elite force like Minato shouldn't waste time on teaching kids. It was probably the old routine of Konoha, all to cultivate bonds and whatnot. "Everyone, gather at Training Ground 7. Teacher Mori entered the classroom and shouted, calling everyone to Training Ground 7. "So why didn't we gather at Training Ground 7 from the start?" Obito shouted. This time, it was hard to say that Obito was being foolish. First group, Asuma Sarutobi versus Mizuki Mitsuki. Teacher Mori announced with the grouping sheet in hand. I'm fighting Mitsuki? Really?" Asuma, who had been joking around with Kurenai, widened his eyes and pointed at himself. It was not unusual for this to happen, as Mitsuki had no intention of hiding his strength, under the premise of keeping a little trump card. Mitsuki had still secured first place in all practical classes from enrollment to graduation. By the way, Asuma's practical class scores had never even made it into the top 3. In short, Asuma was feeling quite dejected now, as he had spent the entire night thinking about how to show off his coolness in front of Kurenai tomorrow. But it seemed he would first have to make a fool of himself before being cool. Mizuki and Asuma stood on opposite sides of the training field, following the instructions of their referee, Teacher Kato. "Hey, Mizuki, I've been training hard lately. Don't underestimate me." Asuma was the first to throw out some pre-match trash talk. All right. Mizuki replied dismissively. It wasn't that Mizuki was underestimating him. It was just that this level of battle was far too easy for him. Mizuki's current abilities were at a level that would be considered top tier even in the Chunin exams. Both sides formed their hand seals. Teacher Kato raised the flag. Group 1 of Konoha's 31st graduating class, Sarutobi Asuma versus Shimizu Mizuki, start. As soon as the words were spoken, Asuma lunged forward towards Mizuki. He knew that Mizuki's ninjutsu was very strong, and if he didn't close the distance, he wouldn't have a chance of winning. Mizuki watched Asuma charge at him, thinking he wanted to close the distance for a taijutsu contest. Mizuki's taijutsu was quite good, and he felt no pressure in a clash with Asuma. However, he had a better plan. Mizuki formed a single-handed seal. A sound like 1,000 thunderbirds screeching filled the air, and Mizuki's right hand radiated dazzling lightning. What is this? Teacher Kato's eyes widened as he focused on Mizuki, particularly on his right hand, which was emitting irregular arcs of electricity. The surrounding classmates were seeing Mizuki use such a flashy ninjutsu for the first time. Previously, he had mostly relied on simple earth release jutsu in matches. In fact, Mizuki used earth release simply because it was effective. For him, using any type of ninjutsu in the Chunin exams was essentially the same. But earth release consumed less chakra and was less likely to cause collateral damage. Mizuki's chakra nature included fire, wind, and lightning, while earth and water were developed later. Without considering the feelings of his classmates witnessing such a spectacular ninjutsu, Asuma, facing Mizuki's Chidori, felt every cell in his body flashing red. "I'm going to die." At this moment, that was the only thought in his mind. Asuma forcibly halted his charge. Mizuki, however, had no intention of waiting for his opponent. He directly used the acceleration from Chidori to slam into Asuma at high speed. At the same time, he threw a shuriken with his left hand and formed seals with one hand. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. This was the ninjutsu Mizuki used most often. He had simplified the seals to just 3, Z, Hai, and In. The shuriken instantly transformed into dozens of them, flying rapidly towards Asuma. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Asuma quickly formed seals with both hands, puffing out his chest and then expelling a powerful gust of wind, blowing Mizuki's shuriken away. Try this move. The result of my recent hard training. Asuma knew that if he engaged in close combat, he would likely be defeated in an instant. So he channeled most of his chakra. Wind release, great breakthrough, fire release, fireball, a combined ninjutsu. The wind fueled the flames, and the power and range of the fireball, enhanced by the great breakthrough, rose to another level. Oh my gosh! Mizuki remained unfazed, even finding the time to complain, thinking that he should have known not to experiment with Chidori. After all, he was more suited to being a cannon for output. However, that didn't prevent Mizuki from claiming victory in this match. Earth release, earth return. A massive rock rose up, blocking the fireball like a great chasm. Asuma wanted to do something, but he heard a bird call and turned around, only to see Mizuki thrusting his dazzling lightning hand towards him. Chapter 15, Graduation Exam, Part 2. Realizing he couldn't dodge in time, Asuma shouted, "I concede, I concede." Mizuki dissipated the electric arc in his hand just before Chidori struck Asuma, but he didn't stop. Instead, he delivered a punch, not too light nor too heavy, to Asuma's stomach. They had a good relationship, so Mizuki naturally didn't want to hit too hard. "Mizuki, that move was incredible," Asuma said while rubbing his stomach, giving Mizuki a thumbs up. The image of the dazzling lightning wrapped around Mizuki's arm, exuding unmatched pressure and destructive power, lingered in his mind. Most battles among ninjas in the ninja world were primarily taijutsu-based. For ordinary ninjas, the amount of chakra they possessed was often quite limited. Not everyone had the luxury of wasting chakra. Mizuki's technique was powerful precisely because of the immense deterrent it posed in close combat. That sharp lightning was like a brush that could injure or a thrust that could kill. Thinking about this, Asuma secretly congratulated himself for not rashly charging in to confront Mizuki head-on. Teacher Kato wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking, wow, is this really Konoha? Are even the Genin battles like this now? After seeing Asuma concede, Teacher Kato raised the flag. Then, in the first match, Sarutobi Asuma versus Shimizu Mizuki, Shimizu Mizuki wins. Both sides perform the reconciliation seal. After finishing the formalities, Asuma and Mizuki returned to the spectator seats. The next match was Yamashiro Aoi versus Nara Shikamaru. Just as they returned, Kakashi immediately asked Mizuki, "Mizuki, your Chidori just now only used one seal, right?" "That's right. I optimized the seals used to channel chakra and stimulate the nerves," Mizuki replied. "Unbelievable. How strong is your chakra control?" Chidori had already been replicated by Mizuki last year. After all, he knew the principles and the seal sequence, so it would be strange if he couldn't develop it. Mizuki had deliberately helped Kakashi in developing Chidori, providing a reason to teach him the technique, and it was even the optimized version of Chidori. Mizuki added an extra step to enhance and stimulate the eye's nerves. Although this added an extra step to the seals, it solved the problem of being unable to see and control direction when releasing Chidori. As for Kakashi, he always felt that he hadn't contributed much in developing this technique, so he felt indebted to Mizuki. Kind-hearted Mizuki, not wanting to see his good friend feel guilty, had Kakashi treat him to several meals of Konoha barbecue. Great, no need to say more. "Mizuki, how did you move behind me just now?" Asuma asked. He knew Mizuki's earth return had blocked his line of sight, but he didn't understand how Mizuki got behind him. Mizuki had used earth release to burrow underground, you fool. Asuma. Takeuchi, as a spectator, saw it quite clearly. He just didn't want to be called out by the tail into the crane. "I'm so mad." This was Asuma's only thought now. Once Takeuchi lost in the upcoming match, he would definitely roast him thoroughly. As for winning, Asuma didn't worry about Takeuchi winning at all. If he did, Asuma would eat his words. The next match was Uchiha Ruri versus Uchiha Obito. At this moment, Teacher Mori called out the grouping. "Huh?" Obito's face turned pale when he heard he would face that violent girl. "Ha ha! Obito, you're fighting Uchiha Ruri? Ha ha!" Asuma laughed wildly. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Obito turned red when he saw Asuma mocking him. "Obito, Uchiha Ruri has already taken the stage." Kakashi reminded him quickly as he noticed Obito, Henti moved. Obito took the graduation exam seriously, and after giving Asuma a glare, he jumped down from the spectator seats to prepare. It had been mentioned earlier that Asuma had never made it into the top 3 in this ninja school class, while the top 3 were Shimizu Mizuki, Uchiha Ruri, and Hatake Kakashi. Kakashi, who ultimately didn't turn into a task machine for the Love family due to his father's passing, was steadily suppressed by Uchiha Ruri. For Mizuki, Uchiha Ruri was a character who didn't appear in the original plot, so he naturally planned to investigate her. After using the 6 eyes to transform into a paparazzi for a while, Jianyue discovered that Uchiha Ryuli was actually the daughter of his old teammate, Uchiha Yin. However, based on his observations, the relationship between this father and daughter is quite poor. As a Uchiha who has awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Yin not only lacks ambition, but also spends his days at home drinking heavily. Uchiha Ryuli's mother has a spirit tablet at home, having passed away due to the war or other reasons. Jianyue doesn't know much more than that. It's clear that there is almost no communication between this father and daughter at home, as if they view each other as completely transparent air, even to the point of completely ignoring each other's existence. However, it is known that Uchiha Ryuli is very strong, aside from Jianyue, who is a supermodel. No one among the new generation in Konoha is stronger than Uchiha Ryuli. After Teacher Kato called both sides to take their positions, they formed their hand seals, and the battle quickly commenced. However, there wasn't much worth detailing. Unlike Obito, who was regarded as the weakest link, Uchiha Ryuli had successfully awakened her Sharingan a long time ago. With her exceptional combat skills and keen insight, she was able to completely overpower Obito using only taijutsu. Faced with such a strong opponent, Obito struggled to the best of his ability, but couldn't win, not even getting a chance to use his only ninjutsu, the Great Fireball technique. Before long, the outcome was decided. Uchiha Ryuli easily defeated Obito in a clean and swift manner. When the final blow fell, Obito collapsed heavily to the ground, his face filled with unwillingness. Uchiha Ryuli, on the other hand, stood quietly in place, not feeling that defeating Obito was something to be proud of. In the end, it was still Obito who bore all the brunt. Both sides formed the reconciliation seal. Chapter 16. More important than winning the war, Obito staggered towards his companions, his body swaying as if he had lost his balance. He had just taken a harsh kick from Uchiha Ryuli, and his arms, which he had raised to block, were still trembling. Don't be discouraged, Obito. It's normal to lose. Jin, you comforted his friend. Don't worry. Even if you lose, you can still graduate. The assessment is just about how we perform, Kakashi said, patting Obito on the shoulder. This was true. Teacher Marino was not only responsible for calling people, but also had to record everyone's performance after each match. As time passed, ninja battles generally concluded quickly. The final results were not surprising. Everyone successfully graduated. Looking at the smiles on his classmates' faces, Jianyue didn't know what to say. Originally, the Second Ninja World War had paused during the time he enrolled, and most people thought there would be at least a long period of peace this time. Yet, just a few years later, the Third War broke out again. Graduating today meant they would head to the battlefield. And he couldn't help but wonder which of these smiling faces would disappear forever in a month. Jianyue wasn't particularly worried about his own safety, as he had made a 10-year prayer on his birthday last year. According to the system, a successful prayer would bring a skill most suitable for him. The first 6-eye skill was not to mention whether it was suitable, but he found it quite comfortable to use. So, under the circumstances of heading to the battlefield, the next prayer skill should be to compensate for his defensive capabilities. He initially thought that for his second prayer, the skill most suitable for him would be the limitless technique that paired with the 6 eyes, which would provide both defense and output. However, the successful prayer turned out to be something else. Full counter is a skill from the 7 deadly sins, specifically the ability of Meliodas, the sin of wrath. Compared to the complex functions of the 6 eyes, the skill description of full counter is just one sentence. Full counter returns all non-physical attacks back to the sender. It must be said that this newly acquired ability indeed compensates for Jianyue's most pressing concern about defense. Unlike the limitless technique, this ability not only allows him to easily protect his life on the battlefield, but also protects his teammates. In terms of defensive performance, it is superior to the limitless technique although its output may be unstable. However, in terms of potential, it is indeed higher. Jianyue speculates that the system's prayers take into account not only what attributes he lacks, but also his inner desires. Before he learned about the group assignments last year, he had considered the possibility that due to the butterfly effect caused by his crossing over, RIN might be assigned to the same group as him. Protecting RIN was more important to him than winning the war. Most ninjas are high attack and low defense, and Jianyue was well aware of this. He knew that what he currently lacked was combat experience, while his ninjutsu power was entirely sufficient during the Third War period. Moreover, with the help of the Six Eyes, as he grew older and his chakra increased, he didn't need to worry about his output for the time being. With strong defensive capabilities, his margin for error on the battlefield would greatly increase, thus significantly lowering the cost of trial and error in gaining combat experience. Overall, Jianyue was quite satisfied with the result of this prayer. Just like the grouping situation he saw through the Six Eyes, Obito, Kakashi, and RIN were assigned to the same group. He was paired with Uchiha Lioli, assigned to a frontline squad that was short 2 members. During wartime, some graduates from Konoha's ninja school would directly supplement teams that had suffered personnel losses. These teams, once replenished, will be led by their captain to the battlefield in the coming days. Currently, Konoha was engaged in 3-line warfare, with the main enemies being the Mist Village in the east and the Sand and Rock villages in the west. However, the Cloud Village was also eyeing Konoha, and once Konoha showed signs of fatigue in the war, it would only face the result of being torn apart by wolves. After the last class of the afternoon, Jianyue and RIN walked home together. RIN had her hands clasped behind her back, her head slightly lowered, and she spoke softly, "Jianyue, we will be separating tomorrow, right?" "Yes." It's a bit hard to get used to all of a sudden. Jianyue looked at RIN, who was feeling down, and understood her feelings well. After all, since they met at the reception center, there had hardly been a day when they hadn't seen each other. Actually, Jianyue's own feelings were quite subtle. On one hand, he knew he had memories from his previous life and couldn't treat himself as just a child. On the other hand, his greatest dream in this world was merely to live a peaceful and stable life. But right after crossing over, he faced the death of his mother. And just a few years later, Jianren also left him. At that time, he felt a bit self-destructive, as he had died for some inexplicable and ridiculous reason in his previous life, and his new life began as an orphan. Why is it that a traveler doesn't deserve to have parents and a happy family? Humans are social animals, without a strong will. It is difficult to live alone in solitude. Jianyue considered himself not to be a person with a strong will. Living alone in a strange city is unpleasant enough, let alone in another world. As the novelty faded away, all that was left was loneliness. If it weren't for knowing that Uchiha Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi plan was a scam, Jianyue might have thought that immersing himself in the dream of infinite Tsukuyomi wouldn't be so bad. Just when Jianyue was immersed in an indescribable loneliness, it was Rin's appearance that changed him, making him feel that at least in this world, there was someone who would feel just as sad for his gloomy emotions. This filled his heart with some inexplicable warmth. In this world, Jianyue spent more time with RIN than with Jianren. If saving Kakashi Hitaki is like a simple task, then ensuring RIN can survive safely in this brutal ninja world war is the goal he must strive to achieve with all his might. Protecting this precious bond is now his top priority. Chapter 17. Formation of Team Hachi. It's time for the class division. In the classroom of the Ninja Academy, students are being called away one by their team leaders. Kakashi Hitaki, RIN Noera, and Obito Uchiha. I am your guiding Jonin. Please follow me. A blond boy with a sunny smile enters the classroom. This is the future 4th Hokage of Konoha. Just look at that damn charm. Powerful yet humble, with a modest personality that doesn't come off as weak or easy to bully. No wonder Orochimaru lost to him. After all, Orochimaru appears dark and aloof, losing significantly just in terms of appearance and aura. In contrast to other ninja villages, the Hokage of Konoha must not only be strong, but also approachable. What? Kakashi? I'm not dreaming, am I? Our teacher is actually that yellow flash. Obito pinches his cheek hard, realizing it's not a dream. Don't shout, let us go. Kakashi calls out coolly to Obito, not wanting to leave a reckless impression on Minato Namikaze. After saying a simple goodbye to Kinomoto, Rin follows Minato out of the classroom. Watching them leave, Kinomoto starts to wonder what kind of person her guiding teacher will be. Her teammate is Ryuri Uchiha, the top student of the year, so their teacher must at least be a jonin. Kinomoto, Ryuri Uchiha, follow me. Under Kinomoto's gaze, a man with a long ponytail and a ninja vest walks into the classroom. After greeting Akane and Anko, Kinomoto also leaves the classroom. In a clearing in the village's woods, I am Hachi Yamashiro, your guiding teacher, and also the captain of Team Hachi. Heiji, introduce yourself to your teammates. After introducing himself, Hachi turns to another member waiting there. This member is a boy about 12 or 13 years old with long black hair and white eyes. Obviously a ninja from the Hyuga clan. My name is Heiji Hyuga. Heiji's expression is very indifferent. It's unclear whether it's a poker face like Kakashi S or for some other reason. My name is Kinomoto Mitsuki. Please take care of me from now on. Mitsuki considers himself a polite person, and in this ninja world, those who are overly enthusiastic when meeting people are often more dangerous. I am Ryuri Uchiha. I hope this team won't be assigned any boring tasks. Facing the cold demeanor of the Hyuga clan, Ryuri naturally doesn't show any friendliness. Don't be misled by Heiji's appearance. He is just not good at expressing himself, and he is only 2 years older than you. It's fine to consider you three as peers. Seeing the atmosphere turn cold, Hachi quickly tries to ease the tension. Leading a team, isn't easy. I hope these kids can build bonds during their missions, Hachi thinks inwardly. You all seem quite lively, so let us chat a bit more. For example, what are your strengths? What are your current goals? For instance, I'm quite good at sensing ninjutsu, and my current goal is to help the village win this war as soon as possible and bring peace quickly. Heiji, why don't you share next? Hachi claps his hands. As you can see, I am from a Hyuga clan, specializing in taijutsu and sensing. My goal is to survive in this war for now. Heiji's introduction doesn't surprise Mitsuki. Everyone in the ninja world knows what the Hyuga clan excels at, just like the Uchiha clan with their jinjutsu and fire techniques. I specialize in the Uchiha clan's jinjutsu and fire techniques. My current goal is to increase my strength. Beyond that, I have no other thoughts. Ryuri slightly raises her head, her expression proud. This woman seems quite happy since learning that after graduation, she'll be heading to the battlefield. Mitsuki cannot quite understand the mindset of a battle enthusiast like Ryuri. She can't possibly be looking forward to war. Even the most hardened fighters of the Uchiha clan wouldn't enjoy war. If that were the case, then Ryuri Uchiha really was born in the wrong era. If she had been there when Madara left Konoha, she surely wouldn't have let him leave alone. I specialize in lightning and earth techniques, as well as sensing ninjutsu. My goal is also to survive in this war. He doesn't say out loud that he wants to settle scores with the Mist Village. After all, it's too fantastical for a freshly graduated ninja academy student to say they want to confront one of the 5 great ninja villages. Oh, I see you have a short blade. I thought you specialized in swordsmanship. Hachi points to the knife hanging at Mitsuki's waist. This knife, Mitsuki says as she pulls it out. It's called Mist Cutter, a birthday gift from my father and his teammates. When she mentions her teammates, she can't help but glance at Ryuri beside her. Ryuri looks at Mitsuki strangely, wondering why she's looking at her while introducing her knife. It seems there isn't much communication between Uchiha and Ryuri. Mitsuki temporarily doesn't want to get involved in other people's family conflicts. His main focus is still on the war ahead. This knife is beautiful. Hachi praises, feeling a bit awkward inside. He had researched Mitsuki and Ryuri's backgrounds after seeing the team list, and knew that Mitsuki's parents died in the war. He doesn't want to continue on this topic. Heiji feels he should say something to blend in with everyone, and is about to compliment Mitsuki's knife when Hachi quickly changes the subject. I see everyone is familiar now, so let us go have some ramen together. My treat. Okay, sure, I'll pass. I need to get back to training since there is nothing else to do. Ryuri doesn't want to waste time on trivial matters. This is a bit troublesome. Hachi feels a bit awkward. Ryuri, let us go together. If the team members aren't familiar with each other, it won't be good for coordination, which may affect the efficiency of completing tasks in the future. Mitsuki, having been classmates with Ryuri for so many years, has developed a set of tactics to deal with her. Ryuri imagines the future scenario where poor coordination always slows down task progress. She looks at Mitsuki, then quickly averts her gaze, reluctantly saying, "Fine. If it might affect task efficiency, then I'll have to go. Let us hurry." On the way to the ramen shop, Hachi secretly gives Mitsuki a thumbs up from behind. "By the way, Hachi-sensei." "Yes, what is it, Mitsuki?" "I heard that, generally, newly formed teams have some kind of test." "Ah, there's no need for that. You and Ryuri are the top 2 graduates this year. If you both fail, then the entire graduating class will have to go back to the academy for retraining. Haha." "I see." After finishing the ramen, Hachi addresses the 3 of them. "Team Hachi, listen up. After you return today, pack your gear. We will gather at the village gate at 7 a.m. tomorrow. We have a mission to escort supplies to the front line of Sunagakure in the Land of Rivers. I will explain the specific mission details on the way tomorrow. Any questions?" "None." "Very well, then Team Hachi dismissed." The dismissal is quite swift. After dispersing, Mitsuki strolls through the streets of Konoha. "I wonder what is happening with RIN." Knowing Minato's personality, he wouldn't make them compete for the bell, would he? "Should I use my Byakugan to take a look?" "Never mind, that feels a bit creepy." Mitsuki quickly dismisses that thought. "Next, I'll practice some ninjutsu." Jianyue felt that there was nothing to tidy up even if he returned home. So he prepared to go to the secret training ground with Lin to continue studying ninjutsu. Chapter 18. Go take down that brat. A large team was slowly walking along a narrow path in a dense, deep forest that resembled a green ocean. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows and seemingly draping the entire team in a layer of mysterious fabric. The escorting ninjas showed a hint of vigilance and caution in their expressions. After all, the supply transport line was the lifeline of the front line, and no one knew if there would be enemies attempting an ambush ahead. The sounds of hooves and rolling wheels intertwined, breaking the original tranquility of the forest, causing birds to take flight, flapping their wings and flying far away. The trees on both sides of the road were tall and straight, their branches and leaves intertwined, forming a natural barrier. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. It must be said that the greening of the Land of Fire is really well done. This escort mission was a large-scale war task, and the escorting ninja team included more than just Team High. There were perception squads, combat squads, and even a few medical ninjas. Because the quantity of supplies this time was enormous, the village absolutely could not afford any problems. Jianyue and his companions were positioned at the front of the escort team, a position that facilitated Teacher Hai's reconnaissance and allowed for the fastest transmission of intelligence to the command team. At this moment, Teacher Hai was explaining the mission information to Jianyue and Lioli, who were on their first mission outside the village. Our team's escort mission has 2 objectives. The first is to sense any potential attacks, and the second is to counterattack in conjunction with the combat squad if enemies appear. While listening, Jianyue had already scanned the area within several dozen kilometers and found no enemies, but he still maintained a vigilant demeanor. At least, as a newcomer in the team, he had to appear serious. Teacher Hai nodded. He was genuinely pleased with Jianyue as a member, possessing the strength of the top graduate but lacking the quirks of some geniuses. Correspondingly, he thought, "Do I have any questions, Teacher Hai?" "No, nothing." Uchiha Lioli was like the opposite of Jianyue. Although she was an Uchiha and didn't have to worry about her strength, her understanding of warfare was still too one-sided. "Forget it," Yamanaka Hai sighed inwardly. It would be more normal for a newcomer like Uchiha Lioli, but Jianyue was too mature. He hoped she could quickly adjust her mindset on the battlefield. In Jianyue's line of sight, a group of sand ninjas was slowly approaching the escort team. There were 20 of them, split into 2 small teams of 4 that circled to the sides, likely intending to launch a pincer attack. Jianyue discreetly glanced at Yamanaka Hai, taking this opportunity to understand Teacher Hai's perception range. When the group of sand ninjas got within 8 kilometers of the team, Teacher Hai's warning came. "Alert! There are 20 enemies, 12 in the 12 o'clock direction, and 4 each in the 3 o'clock and 9 o'clock directions, suspected to be planning a second ambush." The Yamanaka clan's ability was indeed useful. There was no need for verbal communication, as intelligence was transmitted directly through mental communication. If this ability were utilized, It seemed like a good way to hurl trash talk during battles. Naturally, the leader of the command team also received Teacher Hai's warning. Soon after, the command team's leader issued orders. Team Hai will hold back the enemies on the right, and the combat squad will split off a small team to eliminate the enemies on the left, then support Team Hai. Teacher Hai relayed the combat plan to Jianyue and the others. Let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in Team Hai advanced towards the right side of the convoy. In Jianyue's perception, the chakra levels of the four enemies on the right were unmistakable. They were all well-established Jainin, and the same went for the left side. The strength of the main force directly ahead also seemed formidable. The Sand Ninjas were indeed coming in strong this time. However, Jianyue wasn't too worried because the combat squad and the escort team was made up of the village's elite ninjas, and the leader was an elite Jainin from the Sarutobi clan. He just needed to focus on the enemies right in front of him. Our goal is just to hold them off and wait for support, not to prioritize killing. I'll hold off the two enemies on the right. Pingzi, yes. You take on one. Jianyue and Lioli will handle the last one. Understood. No problem. Meanwhile, the Sand Ninjas were still waiting for instructions from their main force, unaware that Konoha's perception ninjutsu had already detected them. Captain, we're already this close. If we don't attack soon, Konoha will come looking for us. A tall sand ninja with face paint furrowed his brow. Don't be impatient. Our team's purpose is to draw out a portion of Konoha's escort ninjas. The sand ninja captain remained calm. What about the other side? Exactly. The main force won't give us instructions. On the contrary, once Konoha's fish take the bait, we will send them a signal. Then why didn't you tell us from the start? The sand captain began to regret, explaining to his foolish subordinate, when suddenly his expression changed. Fool, Haisha. Don't ask. The enemy is coming. Shadow clone jutsu of shuriken. Jianyue waited until the sand ninjas entered the lethal range of ninjutsu before launching the attack. He swung his arm, and a shuriken glimmering coldly shot out from his hand. Like a meteor, it flew towards the hiding place of the four sand ninjas at an astonishing speed. Then Jianyue formed hand seals with one hand, and in the blink of an eye, the originally solitary shuriken instantly multiplied into thousands. These clones densely filled the entire space. This was not the shuriken shadow clone technique that Jianyue demonstrated while training with Lin. Rather, he had incorporated wind attribute chakra nature transformation into the wind shuriken shadow clone technique. One by one, the shurikens showcased the power of modern weaponry while maintaining the form of cold weapons. The originally dense forest was utterly devastated by this overwhelming force. Trees toppled, and the ground was blasted with numerous craters of varying depths and sizes. The entire scene resembled a fierce bombardment, leaving it in ruins. Looking at his masterpiece, Jianyue couldn't help but sigh that if he were in a world where environmentalism was prevalent, he would probably be imprisoned for this single act. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, the ninjas cultivated by the Sand Village were certainly not to be underestimated. Although the sudden rain of shurikens had occurred unexpectedly, it was not something they couldn't evade. After their leader, Matthew, extricated himself, he quickly fired a red signal flare into the sky. That technique was initiated by you, Konoha brat. The momentum is quite impressive, Matthew said, showing a vigilant expression toward Jianyue. Having fought in many battlefields since his debut, Matthew naturally had his own survival philosophy. The most untouchable on the battlefield were those ninjas with strength on par with the Kage. The most cautious were the talented ninjas from various villages, especially Konoha's brats. These geniuses often included a few who were completely unreasonable in strength. According to his analysis, the oldest one on the opposing side could be seen through at a glance. And as long as the Hyuga clan didn't engage him in close combat, it would be fine. As for the little girl, there was no need to worry. The probability of female powerhouses appearing in the ninja world was terrifyingly low. Only that brat is the most worth paying attention to, Matthew thought to himself. He then charged towards Yamanaka High, simultaneously shouting, "Leave the opposing captain to me," and Haisha, Shaolin, you go take down that brat throwing shurikens. Chapter 19. Engagement. Leave the opposing captain to me, and Haisha, Shaolin, you go take down that brat throwing shurikens. The tall sand ninja with face paint responded to the order and started to engage with Matthew and Yamanaka High. On the other side, hearing his own captain say that. Xiaoman naturally wouldn't refuse. It's just dealing with a little brat. Seeing that the opponent was coming towards him, Jianyue naturally wouldn't retreat, drawing out Mist Cutter and engaging in battle. Although he had the heart of a mage, they were on the battlefield now. Despite having the 6 eyes, which allowed Jianyue's chakra usage to be nearly 100%, he still had to conserve his chakra due to his body's development. Moreover, Jianyue was no longer a fragile ninja, even though he hadn't made any progress in defense before last year. The success of his second wish had made him quite tough now. How about that, system? After blocking the kunai in the opponent's hand with Mist Cutter, Jianyue secretly formed hand seals with his left hand. Like 1,000 thunderbirds screeching, dazzling lightning flashed on the blade of Mist Cutter. Seeing the bad situation, Xiaoman wanted to retreat, but his body was paralyzed by the electric current, causing his movements to pause for a moment. Not good. Xiaoman's soul trembled. Such a powerful technique. When did this little brat form the seals? No seal ninjutsu? What kind of monster is this? Rasengan. Jianyue naturally wouldn't let this good opportunity slip by. A Rasengan directly hit Xiaoman's left chest, sending him flying into a large tree. His entire left chest was almost obliterated, dead beyond recovery. As expected, not far away, Matthew saw Xiaoman's miserable state and knew that such a genius, without intelligence, could make some self-righteous experts suffer. Xiaoman actually had quite a few trump cards. But battles between ninjas aren't about who can hide. The one who survives is the winner. Lu Li, go help Hinata Pingxi. I'll go help Teacher Hai. After Jianyue dealt with his opponent, he shouted to Lu Li and rushed towards Teacher Hai. Uchiha Lu Li said nothing, just silently listened to Jianyue's order and went to assist Hinata Pingxi in battle. Fire release, grand fireball technique. Taking advantage of Hinata Pingxi battling the enemy's puppet, Uchiha Lu Li launched a fireball directly at the enemy's body. The puppet master, a sand ninja, didn't expect his teammates to be unable to hold off 2 little brats and hurriedly dodged the area of the grand fireball. However, this caused the actions of the puppets he controlled to inevitably lag. Hinata Pingxi seized the opportunity, changing from a defensive stance to directly closing in. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. The puppet was instantly shattered into pieces. With his Byakugan activated, Hinata Pingxi naturally knew that Jianyue had just killed the responsible enemy. With Uchiha Lu Li's help, they were 2 against 1 against the now puppetless puppet master. The advantage was ours, so he chose to continue the pursuit. Although Teacher Hai had only instructed to hold the enemy, killing them would be even better. As for Teacher Hai, with Jianyue's help, he didn't need to worry at all. Thankfully, Jianyue arrived. This was the biggest feeling in Yamanaka Hai's heart at the moment. The 2 sand ninjas he was facing were not weak. The one who was obviously the sand ninja captain had quite impressive wind release ninjutsu. The other tall sand ninja, with face paint and a strong physique, was exceptionally skilled in taijutsu. With one attacking from a distance and the other up close, he was struggling to cope. Earth release, earthquake core. After forming seals, Jianyue slapped the ground, causing the ground beneath the tall sand ninja battling Teacher Hai to suddenly collapse. Seeing this, Teacher Hai immediately threw a kunai at the opponent, then jumped back to create distance, detonating the explosive tag attached to the kunai. A huge explosion echoed, and the pit created by Jianyue's earth release was shrouded in smoke. Teacher Hai and Jianyue regrouped, looking at the smoke and advising not to let their guard down. Chakra reactions were still present. Unlike Hai's perception vision, Jianyue could see clearly. The tall sand ninja, realizing he had lost his balance, directly used earth release to burrow underground and escape the explosion's range. At this moment, numerous shurikens shot out from the smoke, glimmering with a purple sheen, clearly poisoned. Although there were medical ninjas in the team, Jianyue didn't want to be sneak attacked by this unknown poison. Chidori stream. The sound of thunderbirds screeched again, this time with an even more magnificent momentum. Dazzling lightning enveloping Jianyue's entire body. He didn't do any unnecessary probing. Taking advantage of the acceleration from Chidori stream, Jianyue instantly dashed in front of the tall sand ninja who had just emerged from underground. Chidori stream, one flash. The jumping arc of electricity wrapped itself around the blade, and Jianyue, gripping Mistcutter, struck down with a fierce lightning glow. Zulfust, realizing he couldn't dodge, the Black Sand Ninja attempted to harden himself with Earth Release. But he still underestimated the power of this strike. Boom! The ground was scorched by the lightning, and the Black Sand Ninja's arm was nearly severed by the blow. This injury was indeed severe, but the Black Sand Ninja didn't lose consciousness. Instead, he tightened his muscles with all his might, preventing Jianyue from pulling out Mistcutter immediately. Ultimate technique, Sandstorm Flow. The Black Sand Ninja stomped fiercely on the ground, instantly turning the ground into quicksand, trapping Jianyue firmly in place. This little brat must not be allowed to grow. Susanoo can no longer afford a second Konoha White Fang. With this thought, the Black Sand Ninja resolved that even if he died here, he must kill this Konoha genius. Matthew, attack quickly. You bastard captain. Remember to explain the mission intelligence clearly next time. In the distance, Matthew's face darkened. This fool of a Black Sand Ninja had been asking him all sorts of dumb questions on the battlefield, and now he had to shout back at him before dying. Everything seemed to happen slowly, but in reality, it all occurred in an instant. From the moment Jianyue released Chidori Stream 1 Flash to being trapped by the Black Sand Ninja's Sandstorm Flow, less than 2 seconds had passed. Not good. Teacher Hai, who wasn't particularly fast, couldn't quickly save Jianyue, so he could only go interfere with the Sand Ninja captain's attack. Mind Disruption Technique. He used the secret technique of his Yamanaka clan on Matthew. In the previous battle, facing 2 enemies and being close to the tall Sand Ninja, Teacher Hai had completely missed the opportunity to unleash his secret technique. So it's the Yamanaka clan from Konoha, but don't underestimate my will. Matthew forced himself to wake up and, aiming at Jianyue, who was trapped by black sand, threw several kunai with explosive tags. He then formed hand seals. Wind release, cutting wave. Sharp wind blades flew towards Jianyue. This was the end. Sorry, if it weren't for the war, you would definitely have a better future. After seeing Matthew successfully launch his attack, the Black Sand Ninja sincerely said to Jianyue, who was firmly trapped by his quicksand, "War is truly frightening. When did it turn him into someone who could ruthlessly attack children?" So how was Jianyue feeling in the face of such a deadlock? The answer was no waves at all, because defense had never been something Jianyue needed to worry about, at least not since he turned 10. Facing the incoming wind blades and explosive tags, Jianyue's action was full counter. Chapter 20. Did my best. Explosion, wind blades, quicksand, everything reversed. Not understanding, not comprehending. These were all the thoughts running through the Black Sand Ninja's mind as he faced death. Damn it. Matthew was drenched in blood. He saw his attack inexplicably coming back at him and tried with all his might to escape. But he was interrupted by Yamanaka Hai's mind disruption technique, causing him to be hit by his own wind release, cutting wave, resulting in large cuts all over his body. Although Teacher Hai didn't know what trump card Jianyue had used, he wouldn't miss such a good opportunity as an experienced Jainin. When the dust settled, the place that was originally under control has turned into a barren pit. Jianyue, holding the Mistcutter, stood in place completely unscathed. In his line of sight, Haisha lay a short distance away, his body charred and devoid of life. He had taken the brunt of the explosive tag's power head-on. Being a mere shadow of his former self, Haisha truly could not rise again this time. Now, the publicly available panel for Jianyue was as follows. Host: Jianyue, skills, chakra refinement technique, multi-body technique, one-time sealing technique, Heaven's eternal stand, shuriken shadow clone technique, 5 nature release techniques, spiraling sphere, secret sword, flash, wish, acquire the eye of the sky, 6 eyes, full counter, email, no new emails, full counter, returns all non-physical attacks. The full counter skill transformed Jianyue from a fragile magic caster into a heavy tank. This is because the consumption of full counter is extremely low, and it does not change based on the power of the reflected attacks. Even if a tail beast ball were shot at Jianyue now, he could still use full counter to bounce it back. This is the confidence the system has given him. On the other side, the heavily injured Matthew felt something was off, very off. It seemed that he might not make it out of this one, Matthew thought to himself. His chakra was still sufficient, but his physical injuries were too severe. Jianyue looked at Matthew, who was taking a defensive stance. He had just communicated tactics with Teacher Hai in his mind. Mind disruption technique. With this one move, Teacher Hai continued to use the signature secret technique of the Yamashiro clan. I don't know what other trump cards you have, but I don't have the patience for this anymore. I'll just use this move to finish you off. Jianyue gathered a spiraling sphere in one hand. Matthew knew he couldn't escape today. He only hoped to take that little brat down with him. That was the technique that had dealt with Sha Erming. It was actually a no-seal ninja technique. But why? No-seal ninja techniques excel in surprise attacks, and revealing it so directly, what was his goal? Battles between ninjas are also battles of intelligence. Jianyue could tell, just by looking at Matthew, that he definitely had no good cards up his sleeve. Getting close to melee might result in him being ambushed like that tall sand ninja before. Continuing to output chakra, the spiraling sphere spun more violently, emitting a fierce humming sound, with blades extending outward like shurikens. Jianyue was not a delicate ordinary ninja. He had strength and means. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. The shuriken, made of highly compressed wind chakra, was launched by Jianyue as if it were a thrown ninja tool. What? He threw it. Teacher Hai couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. With Jianyue's extreme chakra control, he could naturally throw the spiraling shuriken and even slightly control its direction after releasing it. Shuriken turning technique, take note. The spiraling shuriken, radiating an extremely dangerous signal, reached Matthew in an instant. The genius of Konoha is indeed unreasonable. A high-level no-seal wind release technique, and it's a thrown technique. Matthew had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. As the spiraling shuriken hit Matthew, it instantly exploded, engulfing an area of 10 meters around him. Accompanied by a tooth-grinding, cutting sound, it felt as if the entire world was being torn apart. The howling wind formed countless small, sharp wind blades, recklessly cutting everything around. Dust, trees, and even the air were distorted and shredded by the violent wind chakra. In fact, even without Teacher Hai's interference, with the speed of this wind release, spiraling shuriken, Matthew wouldn't have been able to escape the lethal range. Seeing the destruction caused by this technique, cold sweat trickled down Teacher Hai's forehead. Jianyue, what is this move? It's a ninjutsu I created myself, considered an advanced version of that no-seal ball technique. Although at this time, Minato Namikaze hadn't even invented the spiraling sphere yet. Jianyue shamelessly registered the copyright for this technique. I see, that's truly impressive. Teacher Hai suddenly thought whether he should just give the captain position to Jianyue. This technique was at least worthy of a high-level ninjutsu in terms of power. Still a no-seal technique, it's incredibly sneaky. He believed that aside from preparing to dodge in advance, there was no way to deal with this technique. Even someone as thick-skinned as Jianyue felt his face flush upon hearing Teacher Hai's continuous praise, secretly thinking that he should take the opportunity to teach Minato some of the spiraling sphere series techniques. That's right. Jianyue not only replicated the wind release, spiraling shuriken, but also created various derivative ninjutsu of the spiraling sphere. Otherwise, if it were just some basic five-nature release techniques, Jianyue wouldn't have always felt that his role should be that of a mage. After a brief chat, after Teacher Hai realized that Jianyue's chakra reserves were still sufficient, they went to support Uchiha Ruri and Hyuga Heiji. There is no need to elaborate too much on a final battle with this Sand Ninja squad. When Ruri disrupted the enemy's main body and helped Heiji break a puppet, the two should have been able to quickly deal with the puppet master. However, the puppet master had a significant advantage, pulling out another puppet from the sealing scroll. This led Ruri and Heiji to continue engaging in a war of attrition with the enemy. By the time Teacher Hai and Jianyue arrived to provide support, the three heroes were still locked in a fierce battle. Seeing this, Jianyue couldn't help but internally complain, I've already taken down 3 enemies with Teacher Hai. These two aren't throwing a fake match, are they? In fact, it couldn't be blamed on Hyuga Heiji and Uchiha Ruri. Their strengths weren't on par with Jonin, and Heiji's specialty in taijutsu was countered by the puppets covered in poison. He didn't know any medical ninjutsu, and if he got poisoned, the situation would only worsen. So Heiji's every attack was rather conservative. Their mission goal was just to hold off the opponents. As for Uchiha Ruri, her illusion techniques couldn't be utilized at all. The puppet master was experienced and wouldn't meet her gaze. After releasing a few fire techniques, her chakra reserves couldn't keep up. In summary, they did their best. Chapter 21. Arrival at the front line of the Land of Rivers. Teacher Hai used the mind disruption technique. After a prolonged battle of attrition, the opponent's mental state had declined, making it impossible for them to break free from Hai's control. Jianyue drew out the mist cutter and, using the Chidori flash, instantly approached the enemy's main body, severing them cleanly and efficiently. Now, Jianyue and Teacher Hai's cooperation was increasingly tacit. "Are you two unharmed?" Teacher Hai asked with concern. It was indeed too much to have them deal with a jonin. As for Jianyue, he was a true genius, so he didn't count. "I'm unhurt, sorry," Hyuga Heiji replied succinctly. Although Jianyue hadn't spent much time with Heiji, he understood why Heiji was apologizing. "It's okay. The opponent is a sand ninja puppet master, which is indeed difficult to handle," Jianyue comforted Heiji. Meanwhile, Uchiha Ruri, seemingly affected by something, unusually said in a low voice, "It's nothing." Normally, Uchiha Ruri would raise her tone at the end of her sentences, often giving off a hard-to-get-along-with vibe. Based on Jianyue's guess, she should have said something like, "Even if you don't come, I can handle it." However, this wasn't the time for chatting. The group quickly tidied up the battlefield and adjusted their states before rapidly returning to protect the convoy. After all, for Teacher Hai's team, the mission's goal was to escort supplies, not to kill enemies. If the transport line was cut off, the mission would still be considered a failure. Halfway through their journey, Class High 1 encountered a small squad from the combat team that came to provide support on their way back. The fact that they could spare a squad to assist Class High 1 indicates that the main escort team successfully broke through the ambush by the Sand Shinobi. Upon returning to the escort team, under the observation of Mitsuki, there were no losses in supplies, but several injuries were reported. Notably, the elite jonin from the Sarutobi clan had sustained severe injuries, appearing extremely dehydrated and with a withered body in multiple areas. Mitsuki pondered what kind of ninjutsu could cause such injuries. Ultimately, the team continued forward, and the Sarutobi clan leader was escorted to the front lines of the Land of Rivers. Logically, he should have been sent back to the village for treatment, but due to the severity of his injuries, he was taken to the front lines where the renowned medical expert Tsunade is located. Mitsuki had already guessed the identity of the enemy, the Sand Shinobi War hero Yakura. Only her bloodline limit, Scorch Release, could inflict such injuries that left all moisture evaporated, resembling a dry corpse. To repel such a powerful ninja with a bloodline limit, it seemed the elite jonin from the Sarutobi clan must have fought desperately. The Sarutobi clan has always had a good reputation in the village. Although they lack a bloodline limit, their proficiency in fire-release ninjutsu is well known throughout the ninja world. As one of the founding clans of Konoha, they have always been active on the front lines of battles in Konoha. In the evening, Class High 1 gathered to eat rations and chat with each other. Teacher Hai mentioned Mitsuki's impressive display during the day and could not help but ask him the name of his technique. That blue orb technique is called Spiraling Sphere, and the advanced version is called Wind Release, Spiraling Shuriken. That's amazing. Teacher Hai generously praised him. Very strong. Although Hira spoke little, he never missed an opportunity to chime in. "Hey, Miss Ruri, is there something wrong?" Uchiha Ruri snorted lightly, turned her head, and picked up a branch she found, doodling on the ground. Mitsuki was unsure what he had done to offend her. Ever since they returned to the escort team, she had been occasionally staring at him. Mitsuki was quite sensitive to others' gazes. If someone was watching him from behind, he would feel uncomfortable. "Why didn't you show your true abilities at the Ninja Academy?" Uchiha Ruri suddenly spoke, her tone laced with a peculiar inflection. Mitsuki was momentarily at a loss for words. He couldn't say that adults shouldn't really go all out against children, could he? Forget it, you definitely won't speak the truth anyway." Uchiha Ruri interrupted him, muttering, "I really don't understand what kind of mindset you good-natured people have when trying to get stronger." Mitsuki, upon hearing this, put down the ration in his hand. He didn't think of himself as a good-natured person like Ken. He turned to Uchiha Ruri, ready to refute her, but he saw that Uchiha Ruri had unknowingly dropped the branch, resting her hands on the ground behind her, quietly sitting there. Her originally tied black ponytail was now spread out behind her, and she was gazing up at the night sky, seemingly lost in thought. Teacher Hai seemed to have left for some time and had taken Hira with him. Mitsuki felt he had eaten enough and decided to leave for now. Just as he was about to get up, Uchiha Ruri spoke up. I won't give up. In Mitsuki's eyes, Uchiha Ruri's eyes changed. Her black pupils transforming into rotating double Tomo Sharingan, and a third Tomo appeared. 3 Tomo Sharingan. You're right, but that's the Uchiha clan. While ordinary ninjas just need to train to get stronger, we Uchiha have to consider much more. Achoo! Rin, who was resupplying equipment at the front lines, sneezed. Are you sick, Rin? A squad member, Kakashi, asked. Mitsuki had asked him to help take care of Rin, and he couldn't let his close friend's trust down. It's nothing. Just some sand in my nose. I wonder how Mitsuki is doing. Don't worry. That guy Mitsuki is so strong. If something happens to us, he won't be in trouble. Idiot. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Obito. You should say that even if something happens to you, the 3 of us won't be in trouble. What? Can the Riddler just get out of Konoha? Mitsuki disliked Riddlers the most. Last night, Uchiha Ruri inexplicably said, I won't give up, and then activated her 3 Tomo Sharingan. When Mitsuki asked her what she wouldn't give up on, he was ignored, and she got up and walked away. The latter half of the mission journey went smoothly, with no further attacks. Throughout the journey, Mitsuki gained a true understanding of the so-called tragedy of small nations that Nagato spoke of in the original storyline. In a land of rivers, many villages along the way had been raided by bandits, completely uninhabited, and the fields lay barren. He often saw wandering refugees from the land of rivers. They were barely clothed, their faces gaunt, and their eyes devoid of any light. Like zombies wandering in this hellish land. No major nation would take in these refugees, and for those living in the cracks between great nations, the arrival of death could even be seen as a blessing. Konoha's front lines against Sunagakure. This is Konoha's base camp in the land of rivers against Sunagakure, where the mission hall is, and there is a temporary medical unit. Teacher Hai introduced Ruri and Mitsuki, who were new to the battlefield, to the precautions, and then led them to their assigned tents before leaving alone, as task handover was not something they needed to worry about. Mitsuki habitually used his 6 eyes to perceive the surrounding situation, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Chapter 22. The copyright fee of spiraling sphere. Mitsuki habitually used his 6 eyes to sense the situation around the camp, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Ruri, Hira, I'm going to take a look around. You 2 can head back to the tent to rest. Without waiting for a response, Mitsuki ran off on his own. Okay, be safe. Hira always made sure to respond. Uchiha Ruri didn't reply, just watched Mitsuki run away with a flicker in her eyes. Mitsuki dashed like the wind, reaching just near the task hall of the frontline camp. He suddenly stopped, calmed his breath, and waited for about 2 minutes before walking toward the entrance of the task hall. At that moment, the Minato team had just come out. Oh, you guys are here too, Mitsuki greeted. Hey Mitsuki, you're here too. Rin, who had just exited, bumped into the person she had been thinking about day and night. Every syllable she spoke seemed to reveal her unmasked excitement. Rin's sun-like radiant smile was fully displayed in front of Mitsuki, dispelling the inexplicable irritation he felt from seeing the tragic fates of many refugees along the way. Rin cautiously walked up to Mitsuki and slowly circled around him. Her gaze was like a scanner, meticulously examining every detail of Mitsuki's body, afraid of missing any signs of injury. When she confirmed that Mitsuki had no wounds, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed a bit, and she let out a long sigh. Obito, with his hands behind his head, remarked, Now that Mitsuki is here, it seems like only Kai from our batch isn't in this camp. By the way, Mitsuki, what were you doing? Why did it take you so long to come? Kakashi shot Obito a glare. Idiot, don't casually ask about others' missions. I wasn't trying to pry. Just curious, Obito said. Having spent a few days at the front line, he now understood a bit about discretion and realized he had just misspoken. No way, Obito. No matter how curious you are, you absolutely must not casually inquire about others' missions. Minato took the opportunity to educate his student. Obito lowered his head and said, Understood. Teacher Minato. Kakashi looked around and asked, Are you the only one here, Mitsuki? Where are your teammates? Mitsuki replied, My teammates? They were too tired and have gone to rest. I have more energy, So, I just came out for a stroll, haha. Obito seemed to sense the smell of a lie. Mitsuki, you didn't sense that Rin was here early on and deliberately waited here, did you? The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Mitsuki's smile stiffened. Obito, recently, Rin has unlocked her 3-Tomo Sharingan. The Uchiha clan really knows how to boost their power. Doesn't it? What? You mean that violent girl has already awakened her 3-Tomo Sharingan? Damn it. Mitsuki was a bit speechless. You really are something, Obito. I mentioned it to make you feel ashamed, but you not only didn't reflect on yourself, but also blamed others for improving too quickly. Just as Mitsuki and the others were chatting happily, Minato suddenly spoke up. Sorry to interrupt your reunion, Mitsuki. I have something to say to you. Mitsuki looked at Minato in confusion. Minato glanced around and said, this place isn't very convenient. Let's find another spot. After that, he led the 4 youngsters to where he was staying at the camp. As an elite J-nin of Konoha and a high-level combat force, Minato naturally had some privileges, such as this single tent. Upon entering the tent, Mitsuki observed that it wasn't very big, and the furnishings were quite simple, only having some daily necessities. But Minato kept it very tidy. Truly a charming individual. The yellow flash was perfect in every way. So, Lord Minato, what brings you to me? Mitsuki guessed it might be related to Naruto. After all, he had no connection with the yellow flash. The only possibility was Naruto. Minato and Rin exchanged glances and then looked at Mitsuki. I'm sorry, Mitsuki. I'm sorry. Minato and Rin bowed in apology to Mitsuki. Hey, what's going on? Mitsuki became even more confused. Kakashi spoke up. Actually, earlier but Minato interrupted him. I'll explain. Actually, it's quite simple. Previously, Minato's team accepted a mission to investigate a village because there had been several instances of enemies suddenly disappearing there. So the frontline command suspected that there might be a hidden sand village base. Upon arriving at the village, Minato's team decided to split up for efficiency. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin formed a team to search the west side, while Minato went east to look for clues. As a result, Kakashi and the others found a sand village base in the west, which was similar to a safe house, where sand ninjas might not always be present. However, Minato's team unfortunately encountered 3 sand ninjas who were there for supplies, and a battle ensued. When Minato heard the sounds of battle and rushed over, he happened to see Rin using the Rasengan. Coincidentally, Minato had been struggling with needing a jutsu that could work with the Flying Thunder God technique. He envisioned a technique similar to the Rasengan, but after researching for a long time, he always lacked that final spark of inspiration. However, upon seeing that blue orb, he realized this was the path he, Minato Namikaze, wanted to take. The subsequent developments were straightforward. Minato had already researched non-hand seal techniques for a long time. He just needed that final push of inspiration. After seeing Rin use the Rasengan multiple times in battle, he finally crossed that line and became a ninja capable of performing the Rasengan. However, Minato's inner sense of morality was still very high. Even though he had never asked Rin about the Rasengan, he still apologized to her and hoped to make amends. Then Minato learned that this jutsu was invented by Mitsuki, which meant he had one more person to apologize to. That's right, Minato didn't think he had the wrong person to apologize to. Instead, he felt he had one more person to apologize to. On the other hand, Rin felt a bit complicated when she realized that her teacher, Minato, hadn't started teaching her any jutsu yet, but had learned the Rasengan from Mitsuki instead. It wasn't that she was worried about Mitsuki being angry. Rather, she felt that if Mitsuki were angry with her, it would be easier for her to handle. Rin simply fell down because she had leaked Mitsuki's technique without him knowing. This is the whole story. Chapter 23. Surprise Attack Team. I roughly understand the situation. Mitsuki thought while stroking his chin. He had originally planned to teach the Rasengan to Minato, but didn't expect that he had already learned it. He thought this wasn't bad, so he simply said, Lord Minato, you only saw Rin use the Rasengan and then recreated the technique yourself. In my opinion, this is not something to apologize for, so there is no need to feel guilty. Rin doesn't need to worry either. I forgive you both. Mitsuki, known for his character, shamelessly declared that he forgave the original inventor. In the ninja world, where strength reigns supreme, if A sees B's jutsu and then learns it himself, people around won't see it as stealing, but instead praise A's talent. It was just that Minato couldn't get past his own heart, which is why he apologized to Rin and Mitsuki. After hearing Mitsuki's generous forgiveness, both Rin and Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Minato said to Mitsuki earnestly, "Thank you, Mitsuki, and please don't call me Lord, just call me by my name." "How can that be? You're a senior and their teacher. Then just call me Captain Minato." "Huh? Captain?" Mitsuki was confused about why such a title suddenly appeared. "You'll find out tomorrow," Minato winked, teasingly. "All right, back to the point. The Rasengan has really helped me a lot. Is there anything I can help you with, Mitsuki?" It felt like they were playing some simulation game, and now they had to choose a reward. "Okay, let me think. I'm quite interested in sealing techniques. If possible, please teach me any sealing technique." Mitsuki remembered that Minato had received the sealing technique inheritance from the Uzumaki clan, and he hadn't planned to take advantage of Minato to gain anything from the Rasengan. So when he said any sealing technique, he truly meant it literally. "Sealing technique? I understand. I have a technique that's very suitable for you, but this jutsu isn't one I created, so I need some time to consult with the owner of the technique. But I don't think it will be a problem," Minato said with a serious expression. Mitsuki naturally had no objections. Minato was a good person. It seemed he wasn't planning to casually hand over a sealing technique. The owner he needed to consult should be the last legitimate heir of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina Uzumaki. After everything was clarified, Minato excused himself and left. Minato was actually quite busy, and, as a half-elder here, he guessed that these kids wouldn't feel too comfortable either. So he decided not to disturb Mitsuki, Rin, Kakashi, and Obito, who hadn't seen each other for a long time. After Minato left, Obito immediately spoke up. "Mitsuki, since you're new here, let's go out and explore together. You probably don't know that Asuma and Kurenai are also in this camp." "Oh, okay," Mitsuki replied casually. Rin excitedly shared her recent experiences from the battlefield. "Mitsuki, what you said was true. There really are rivers in the desert, and even lakes. Just like you mentioned about mirages, I haven't seen one yet. It was back when they weren't in school yet, and Jianyue had once shared some wonderful anecdotes about the world with Rin. Unexpectedly, Rin still remembered them. Kakashi began to constantly complain, recounting numerous instances of how Obito had dragged the team down during missions after the formation of Minato's team. I even suspected that this idiot was deliberately stepping into traps. "Hey, arrogant Kakashi, don't get too cocky." The next morning, Jianyue energetically walked out of the tent, stretched lazily, and started moving his shoulders towards the sun. Having spent a whole day with Rin yesterday, he was now feeling completely relaxed, fully recharged with Rin energy. After having breakfast with Ruri and Hyuji, a ninja in a vest jogged over to Jianyue and said, "Qingshui Jianyue, please go to the command center. The commander wants to see you." After delivering the message, the ninja hurriedly left. Although he didn't know why he was specifically called, Jianyue had no power to refuse. Hyuga Hyuji spoke up. "I remember the commander is that Tsunade-sama from the legendary Sannin." Uchiha Ruri frowned. "What could she want with you? Have you interacted with her before?" "No impression. Other than the fact that Ken had once brought Tsunade to treat Chiyo, Jianyue had no other interaction with her. However, he did recall Ken mentioning that the Shimizu family had some connections with the Senju clan, suggesting that if something significant happened while he wasn't in the village, he could try to find Tsunade-sama in the Senju clan. He guessed it was likely because they had worked together on some high-level missions in the past, so they could be considered comrades. "Anyway, I'll go take a look," Jianyue shrugged. On his way to the command center, Jianyue habitually used his 6 eyes to glance inside. Wow, there are quite a few people here, he thought, recognizing Jiraiya, Minato, Tsunade, Narashikaku, and even Teacher Hachi. After the ninja stationed at the tent announced his arrival, Jianyue was allowed to enter the command center. Shimizu Jianyue of Konoha's Genin reporting. Although there were many familiar faces, Jianyue wouldn't act as casually as Obito in a formal setting. "No need for formalities, Shimizu Jianyue. It was mentioned in the escort mission report that you have a large-scale wind release technique, right?" Tsunade, sitting at the main seat with her hands crossed under her chin, said to Jianyue. Although it was a question, it carried an affirmative tone, which could give off an imposing feeling. However, Jianyue didn't feel any special emotions, possibly because he naturally had a good impression of characters he liked, or perhaps because of Tsunade's imposing presence. Of course, I mean her status. As the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Tsunade was recognized as a princess by the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, known as Tsunadeheim. Yes, that technique is called the Spiral Shuriken. Since I haven't trained in other high-level ninjutsu, I'm not sure if the Spiral Shuriken has the power it should have for a high-level technique, Jianyue answered honestly. No need to be modest in front of me. The one with the yellow hair next to you is called Namikaze Minato. You should have heard of him. Tsunade pointed to the side without any politeness. Minato, being pointed at, smiled awkwardly at Jianyue. Jianyue nodded. Of course he recognized him. Tsunade, upon hearing this, slammed the table and said, "Good. Then I won't need to introduce him further. Now the village requires you to form a surprise attack team with Namikaze Minato. Minato will handle mobility with his flying Thunder God technique, while you will use that wind release technique to destroy the important facilities of Sunagakure." No wonder Minato said yesterday that he could call himself the captain. It seems the higher-ups in the village decided how to utilize the Spiral Shuriken after seeing the escort mission report, Jianyue thought to himself. Speaking of which, if I act with Minato, the danger level for RIN will definitely rise sharply. Frankly speaking, he was somewhat reluctant to take on this task. However, during wartime, ninjas had no right to refuse missions from above. Even if the village asked a genin to assassinate the Kage of another ninja village, they couldn't refuse. Just as Jianyue fell into thought, suddenly, a crisp and authoritative voice came from the main seat. "What? You don't want to do it?" Tsunade raised an eyebrow and asked when she saw Jianyue not responding for a while. "Of course I'm willing. But what will happen to my original team and Captain Minato's team?" Jianyue knew Tsunade's personality. If he responded slowly, he might get hit on the head like Naruto. He didn't want to endure that. The original team won't be disbanded. The team you form with Minato is only temporary for now. "I understand, Tsunade-sama." Jianyue knew he couldn't refuse, so he readily agreed. If it's temporary, it means that if the surprise attack team performs well, it might not remain temporary. "And what about you, Minato?" Tsunade, although domineering, still asked for the opinion of her old team as apprentice. "I have no objections, Tsunade-sama, but please let me name the team," Minato said with anticipation on his face. Tsunade, of course, didn't care about such trivial matters. What mattered to her was that the team could be formed smoothly. Thinking of this, Tsunade's gaze happened to fall on Minato, who was wearing a proud expression, seemingly confident about the name he was about to give the team. Seeing this, Tsunade couldn't help but be curious. She wanted to see what kind of eye-catching team name the most promising ninja of the younger generation in Konoha could come up with. So, she casually agreed, "Go ahead and name it." With her affirmation, Minato's face showed excitement. "Thank you, Tsunade-sama. Then the name of my team with Jin, you will be Swift Wind Blade Flashing Spiral Legendary Storm Super Roar Zero Squad." Tsunade and everyone present seemed to have a row of huge question marks appearing above their heads. "Ha ha! I knew it, Minato, ha ha ha!" Jiraiya finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. He knew his apprentice's naming talent well, but when he actually heard the name Minato came up with, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Minato, seeing his teacher's reaction, scratched his head in embarrassment. "I see. Swift Wind refers to my wind release technique. Flashing represents Captain Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, plus the spiral sphere that connects me and Captain Minato together. It's perfect. Captain Minato, you're truly a genius." Jianyue initially thought Minato would come up with some abstract name, but after reflecting on it, he found the name to be quite fitting. "However, Captain Minato, I have a small suggestion." Jianyue raised his hand to propose. Minato was secretly surprised. He never thought someone would be able to understand the deep meaning behind the name he had chosen so thoroughly. After all, even the knowledgeable Jiraiya-sensei couldn't achieve this level. So when he heard that Jianyue seemed to have some valuable suggestions, he was overjoyed and quickly spoke up. "Jianyue, you don't need to be polite. Just say it." Having finally met a like-minded companion, Minato was filled with anticipation. Jianyue didn't keep him in suspense and smiled as he said, "I believe the most important thing in this team is Captain Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, which allows this tactical mechanism to be constructed. So flashing should be placed at the front of the team name, calling it Flashing Spiral Swift Wind Blade Legendary Storm Super Roar Zero Squad." Minato repeatedly shook his head. No, Jianyue. Your Spiral Shuriken is more important. Swift Wind must be placed before flashing." No, Captain Minato, they both completely disregarded the presence of others, passionately discussing a name that was extremely abstract and hard to grasp. The four present, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Narashikaku, and Yamanaka Inoichi, felt a sense of isolation despite being more numerous than the two individuals in front of them. In the end, Jianyue couldn't resist Minato's insistence. "All right, I'll go with your suggestion, Captain Minato," Jianyue said with a face full of regret. Ultimately, the name of the surprise attack team was decided to be the Zero Squad of the Gale Blade Flashing Spiral Legendary Storm Super Howl. Congratulations, congratulations. So what's the difference between the Gale Blade Flashing Spiral Legendary Storm Super Howl Zero Squad and the Flashing Spiral Gale Blade Legendary Storm Super Howl Zero Squad? Everyone shouted in confusion. Returning to the tent assigned to Team Haichi, Jianyue briefly explained that he would temporarily be leaving the team. The surprise attack team. That's amazing, Pingji said with a rare expression of surprise. He knew what it meant to be part of such a team, especially one with the recently famous Yellow Flash. It indicated that Jianyue had already surpassed the limit of what a common ninja could achieve, and, as long as he didn't die young, he would definitely enter the true power hierarchy of Konoha. Congratulations, Jianyue. Hinata Pingji sincerely expressed his happiness for Jianyue, his eyes flashing with envy that others couldn't perceive. As a branch member of the Hyuga clan, his life was predetermined from birth to be a one-way street with no forks, easily seen to the end. Although supported by a major ninja clan like the Hyuga, the survival rate of branch clan ninjas on the battlefield was far higher than that of ordinary civilian ninjas. And even some civilian ninjas envied the branch clan ninjas of the Hyuga. However, the philosophical question of whether freedom or life is more important, and who envies whom, is fundamentally unclear. Thank you, Pingji, but my team with Captain Minato is only temporary. If it doesn't work out, the team will probably be disbanded, Jianyue replied. This is the power of the Flying Thunder God technique. Other teams are likely to suffer casualties when missions fail, and complete annihilation is not uncommon. Yet with Minato, Jianyue wouldn't have to worry about his personal safety, even if they failed to sabotage the Sans base. Spacetime ninjutsu. Even Otsutsuki praised it, Pingji said. With your talent, Jianyue, you'll be fine. Pingji had great confidence in Jianyue. Uchiha Ruri crossed her arms proudly and said, "Stop pretending to be so humble. You're strong. Even among the Uchiha, no one has better talent than you." Thank you too, Ruri. Although Uchiha Ruri's tone wasn't very pleasant, Jianyue, having been classmates for several years, understood her personality somewhat. A classic Sundara study queen, but unfortunately, that Sundara attitude has faded now. Uchiha Ruri bit her finger and said, "I really don't know how you train. Even with my 3-tomo Sharingan activated, I still can't defeat your instincts." Having been overshadowed by Jianyue all her life, it seemed Uchiha Ruri had turned defeating him into an obsession. Chapter 25. The Explosive Operation Country of Rivers. A small country located at the border of the Wind and Fire countries, named for its mountainous terrain. This area was not originally a country. Its origins date back to the end of the Warring States period when ninja clans were prominent. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, noticed the harsh conditions of the sand village in the Land of Wind and allocated this relatively fertile land compared to the desert to the first Kazekage, Redo. However, later on, the daimyo of the Land of Wind worried that the sand village might rebel due to this land and use means to make the country of rivers independent. From a modern perspective, such behavior seems like self-mutilation, but Jianyue, having been in this world for so long, understood that it was a misunderstanding. In the ninja world, the powerful of each country continuously intermarried. These so-called country lords and daimyo were essentially all one family. Therefore, for the Sand Village, the independence of the country of rivers was a pure loss, but for the daimyo of the Land of Wind, it was merely carving out a territory for their relatives. Naturally, the Sand Village was unwilling to suffer this silent loss and worked behind the scenes to prevent the country of rivers from establishing a ninja village, thus preserving a portion of its mission sources. Let us pause the history and geography lesson here. Currently, Jianyue and Minato were traveling along the border of the country of rivers and the country of wind. Their target was a secret transport route of the Sand Village hidden in the sandstorm. The intelligence source was a self-proclaimed leader of a certain senior intelligence organization known as the Dark of Konoha. This was the first mission of the Gale Blade Flashing Spiral Legendary Storm Super Howl Zero Squad, and Minato attached great importance to it. Jianyue, up ahead is a key stronghold for the Sand's transport route. I heard you have sensing abilities. Have you sensed anything? Minato pointed to a sand-filled gully ahead. I can feel a lot of chakra responses. Unbelievable. They're hiding in that sandstorm, Jianyue replied. The sandstorm naturally couldn't obstruct Jianyue's vision, granted by the celestial eyes. Not far ahead, the movements of the sand shinobi were fully revealed to him. In this regard, the certain senior intelligence organization had a lot of say. This was the Sand Village's sand dust concealment technique, which could be used by multiple people in the desert to gather a large amount of sand and form a natural barrier that was hard to detect without excellent sensing abilities. Your sensing talent is as strong as your ninjutsu talent, Jianyue, Minato praised. I still have a lot to learn, and in front of Captain Minato, any genius would pale in comparison. Jianyue shamelessly borrowed Jiraiya's words. After a bit of mutual flattery, the two quietly approached the outer perimeter of the Sand Village's base hidden beneath the sandstorm. The advantages of the sand dust concealment technique were clear. It could be used by multiple people, had low consumption, and could even be maintained continuously by swapping shifts. However, its drawbacks were also evident. It was only suitable for desert regions, and if discovered by the enemy, it would merely serve as a disguise. Indistinguishable from having not released the technique at all. Based on Minato's observation, due to the terrain limitations here, the probability of silent infiltration was low. He also discovered that the ninja stationed at the nearest entrance had a 15-minute shift interval. Thus, he decided to enter through this entrance. This entrance was guarded by two sand shinobi. Minato and Jianyue communicated briefly using Konoha's hand signs. Secret Sword 1 Flash. Jianyue utilized his superb chakra control to reduce the effects of lightning chakra stimulating cells to an almost invisible level, swiftly drawing his blade to eliminate one sand shinobi decisively. With a barely audible sound of rapid movement, Minato also cut the throat of the other sand shinobi with a kunai. One strike, one kill. As the future Ninja World S speedster known as the Yellow Flash, Minato naturally had more than just the Flying Thunder God technique at his disposal. In fact, his body flicker technique was unmatched in the entire ninja world. Without exchanging words, they directly entered the interior of the Sand Village base, optimistically estimating that they had less than 15 minutes from this point. However, unexpected circumstances could arise. Minato and Jianyue split up according to their original plan to investigate the various warehouses in the Sand Village base. Thanks to certain senior intelligence organizations, actually the quality intelligence from Konoha's roots, Minato and Jianyue had a rough idea of the locations of the various warehouses. Now, they just needed to confirm and leave Minato's specially crafted Flying Thunder God kunai as a marker. After all the markings were completed, Minato Namikaze used the Flying Raijin technique to take Mitsuki with him and performed multiple pinpoint explosions using the Rasengan Shuriken in a very short amount of time. In truth, Minato was not being modest. The fact that this tactic could move from conception to reality and be executed was indeed thanks to Mitsuki. It should be noted that the last famous high-level ninjutsu in Konoha dates back to the invention of water release, Hard Vortex Water Blade by the second Hokage. In short, under high-level ninjutsu, no matter how many powerful barrier techniques Suna had laid out in the warehouse, they would be useless. This is the last one. Captain Minato should be almost done as well. Sticking a kunai in a concealed spot, Mitsuki looked at the massive warehouse in front of him, thinking to himself. Some of these warehouses were empty, while others stored various war supplies, and there were even some items that made Mitsuki envious. However, due to the importance of the mission and the urgency of time, Mitsuki wisely chose to restrain himself and did not take any extra actions that could interfere with or affect the progress of the mission. He wanted to complete this task perfectly. After agreeing to join the surprise attack team with Tsunade, Mitsuki realized that he needed to gain enough prestige in this war. Only then could he participate in the village's war command system. This way, he could also be aware of RIN, Kakashi, and Obito's movements on the battlefield. And even if unexpected situations arose, he could respond in time to rescue them. Sigh. I really worry so much for these few friends, but Obito won't even call me dad. Mitsuki thought to himself. Am I late? The space flickered slightly, and Minato Namikaze appeared next to Mitsuki. Shortly after the surprise attack team was formed, Minato gifted Mitsuki a flying Raijin kunai. No, it's just in time. The information was accurate. I have marked 3 locations here. Mitsuki quickly reported his situation to Minato. I have also successfully marked the other 3 locations mentioned in the intel, but I additionally discovered a hidden warehouse, Minato said, sharing his findings. A hidden warehouse? Chapter 26. Natural disasters in a vast, boundless desert area where yellow sand flew everywhere stood uniquely styled and exotic buildings, exuding a distinctive charm. Beneath this group of buildings, a Suna ninja team responsible for daily patrol tasks was gathered, casually chatting. They wore uniform ninja attire, with the predominant color being earth yellow, blending in with the surrounding environment compared to ninjas from other regions. They wore the iconic forehead protector, engraved with the symbol representing the Sand Village. This war looks like it's a sure win for us. That Tsunade from Konoha is weak, said a ninja named Shabin, discussing national affairs with his teammates. In this large stronghold with no entertainment facilities, this was one of the few ways they could pass the time. His teammate, Shajia, seemed to agree with him, nodding repeatedly and saying, Yeah, what about the Sannin? They just hide in the rear. I've never seen her on the battlefield. You too, don't get too complacent. IWA hasn't made a move yet. Who knows if they'll take the opportunity to do something? The leader of this training team couldn't help but join the discussion, offering his insights. With the wisdom of advisor Ebi, he won't be deceived by those rock monkeys from IWA. Shabin, who had almost blind faith in his village, flushed and retorted. In Shabin's mind, the Sand Village was the #1 village in the ninja world, and he was not willing to let anyone speak ill of it in front of him, even if it was the captain of his own village. Damn Konoha! If they hadn't assassinated the 3rd Hokage, we would have won this war long ago. Shabin didn't know how many times he had said this. Like most people in the Sand Village, Shabin believed that the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage was a conspiracy by Konoha. That's right, they must pay the price. Suddenly, a sharp and short alarm echoed throughout the sand stronghold. The sound pierced the tranquil night sky like a sword, instantly alerting everyone. Some ninjas quickly sprang into action, their agile figures racing toward the source of the alarm. Everyone knew that this sudden alarm was anything but ordinary. A hard battle was likely on the way. Enemies have infiltrated through entrance number 8. All units, be alert. Be alert. Boom! Soudainement, atteindre explosion ressounded. It was as if the whole world was shaking. At the same time, a powerful shockwave rapidly spread outwards. The Sand Ninjas looked in horror at the now completely engulfed supply warehouse, which was being devoured by an enormous sphere radiating dazzling blue light. The surrounding air distorted due to the powerful chakra fluctuations, forming visible whirlwinds. The piercing hum was even more startling than the unpleasant alarm. Even from a distance, Shabin, Shajia, and others could feel gusts of wind sweeping past their bodies, bringing a slight stinging sensation. Shajia's already simple mind went blank as he muttered, Is the tailed beast coming out? A few minutes earlier, after swiftly exchanging intel with Mitsuki, Minato Namikaze sensed the locations of the flying Raijin kunai. Good. Several kunai have not been discovered by the Sand Ninjas. Minato said, Mitsuki, our mission this time is to destroy more than half of the sand supply warehouses. Do you have enough chakra reserves? Although it was a question, Minato was confident that with Mitsuki's temperament, if he were unsure, he would have brought it up long ago. No problem. I can destroy all the marked locations. Mitsuki replied confidently. With his chakra control ability, he could maximize the perfect use of chakra, not only in releasing ninjutsu, but also in chakra refinement. Whether elite, jounin, or ordinary genin, they inevitably waste some chakra when operating it. Even during refinement, it was just a matter of more or less waste. But Mitsuki was different. He possessed an extraordinary chakra control ability brought by the 6 eyes. If ordinary elite ninjas extract a chakra amount of 1 from cell, Mitsuki could extract 10 or even more. Don't underestimate this seemingly tenfold difference. Take Minato as an example. His chakra control ability is already among the best in the ninja world. If Minato and Mitsuki were of the same age, then the amount of chakra Mitsuki could extract would already be over 10 times that of Minato. Coupled with no loss when releasing ninjutsu, Mitsuki's endurance as a ninja could be said to be quite terrifying. In summary, it was easy for Mitsuki to destroy all these supply warehouses using the Rasengan Shuriken. Minato was not a sluggish person during missions. After hearing Mitsuki's confident response, he smiled and said, "Then, let us begin the operation." Minato placed his hand on Mitsuki's shoulder. "Ready to go, I'm flying." Mitsuki nodded without saying a word. Previously, he and Minato had trained and adapted several times at the Konoha camp, so he was quite familiar with the space movement of the flying Raijin technique. With a flicker of space, Minato and Mitsuki instantly appeared at a location marked by the flying Raijin Kanai. At this moment, alarms rang out within the Sand Hidden base. Countless sand ninja squads surged out from various passages, quickly and orderly checking potential hiding places of the enemy. It had only been 8 minutes since Naruto, Uzumaki, and Ketsuki infiltrated, while according to Naruto's observations from the perimeter, the time of death for the guarding squad at the entrance should have been around 15 minutes. It seemed that other unexpected circumstances had arisen, possibly due to other techniques that could detect intrusions within the base. After all, it was one of the 5 great hidden villages and had its own depth. However, the Sand Hidden was ultimately one move short, as the Kanai used for the Flying Thunder God technique had already been marked. Ketsuki raised his right hand, rapidly gathering and compressing wind chakra, which then began to spin wildly. The originally smooth chakra sphere instantly extended into blade-like edges resembling shurikens. Naruto had seen this technique before. During their practice at the Konoha camp, Kitsuki had demonstrated it, but back then it was just practice, and Kitsuki hadn't truly unleashed it. Therefore, he only learned about its specific power from Lady Tsunade. To push the nature transformation of wind chakra to such extremes, such a violent technique can still be thrown and released. That's truly terrifying control over chakra, Naruto thought to himself, fully aware of the difficulty of mastering such an extremely unstable technique with such ease. But it wasn't over yet. Since destruction was the goal, Ketsuki decided to go all out against the Sand Hidden. He directly increased the output of his chakra. The size of the spiral shuriken kept growing. Hearing the brief and urgent alarms from the Sand Hidden base, Ketsuki smirked, realizing they caught on quickly. Unfortunately, the seeds of this event had already been sown. Get ready to witness the grandest fireworks of your lives. With that, he forcefully threw the terrifyingly large shuriken. Wind release, big ball spiral, shuriken. Chapter 27. Is the enemy a Jinchuriki? Wind release, big ball spiral, shuriken. Someone once said that war is a child of a mother traveling thousands of miles to kill another mother's child. It sounds truly tragic. However, when caught in such a situation with no choice, prioritizing one's own survival while eliminating the enemy is not wrong. Ketsuki has never believed that war is right. He feels regret for the sand ninjas who might die by his hand today, but he will still show no mercy. In the next life, don't be born into this world, Ketsuki sincerely said. The enormous, dazzling big ball spiral shuriken shot out from Ketsuki's hand like a wild horse, racing forward with astonishing speed. With endless might and power, it slammed into the solid, thick wall of the supply warehouse. The seemingly indestructible wall could not stop the advance of the big ball spiral shuriken at all. With a loud crash, the wall instantly shattered and collapsed, debris flying everywhere, dust swirling. Yet the momentum of the big ball spiral shuriken showed no signs of diminishing. It charged forward like an unmatched sharp sword. The carefully arranged defensive barrier of the Sand Hidden was violently torn apart by the big ball spiral shuriken, the powerful barrier appearing weak and fragile before it. As if made of paper, as the barrier broke, an invisible wave of energy rippled outwards. At that moment, time seemed to freeze. Everyone inside the warehouse stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the giant shuriken that had appeared from nowhere. What? How did this fearsome thing get in? Under Ketsuki's six-eyed observation, the big ball spiral shuriken flew to the center of the supply warehouse in an instant. Ketsuki raised a finger and shouted, "Explode!" the big ball spiral shuriken, with greater power and range than the ordinary spiral shuriken, easily enveloped the entire massive supply warehouse and continued to expand. Naruto sensed the incoming blue light and instantly felt a sense of danger. He quickly placed his hand on Kitsuki's shoulder and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the next mark point. This kunai had been placed by Naruto, who had learned about Kitsuki's ninja techniques from Tsunade. After accurately estimating the power of Kitsuki's jutsu and the position of the warehouse, he chose to place the kunai there. However, he did not expect Kitsuki to create an even larger spiral shuriken. But these were minor issues that would not affect the completion of their mission. On the other side, sand ninjas who rushed to the scene after hearing the commotion were met with shocked, fearful, or angry gazes. The massive blue sphere of light slowly dissipated, leaving behind a giant pit hundreds of meters wide, as if nothing had ever existed there. This was expected. Under the fine cellular level cutting of the big ball spiral shuriken, there would be nothing left, not even smoke. The law of no smoke, no injury, non-existent. The sand ninjas stationed here would likely never forget this day. For them, the nightmare was just beginning. Who is the enemy? Unknown. What is the enemy's method of movement? Unknown. They couldn't even determine the enemy's numbers. Today, the sand-hidden base was filled with an uncomfortable, massive buzzing sound. The enemy moved with a speed that left the station's sand ninjas unable to fathom. Meanwhile, the person in charge of this sand-hidden outpost was furious. After so long, you still don't know who the enemy is? Are you all useless? The one who was angry was a young female sand ninja, dressed in a revealing outfit. Quite sexy. I'm sorry, Lord Yakura, but the enemy seems to have some kind of movement technique that allows them to instantly break through our encirclement. We suspect it might be the yellow flash from Konoha, a sand jonin reported to Yakura, drenched in sweat. According to frontline intelligence, the yellow flash had never used such a powerful jutsu before. Had he just learned it, or had a new strong ninja appeared from Konoha? Yakura quickly analyzed the situation before her. Her presence here was related to the escort mission Kitsuki had executed earlier, where a skilled jonin from the Sarutobi clan had desperately repelled Yakura's squad. At that time, the Inuzuka team was not on the main battlefield, but had annihilated a sand ninja squad attempting a side attack. Thus, it was Yakura's first encounter with the spiral shuriken technique. For Konoha, as long as the most important supplies could be successfully delivered to the front lines, some personnel losses were completely acceptable. But for the Sand Village, the ambush team, led by Yakura, was highly anticipated by the village. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. After failing the mission to ambush the Konoha transport team, some classic opinions blaming Yakura circulated within the Sand Village. This shows that incidents similar to White Fangs are not uncommon in the ninja world. All crows are indeed black. However, Yakura was not a delicate, thin-skinned ninja. She had strength and means. She knew that, during this time, the village must have been frustrated with her. So she hurriedly took an external mission to this outpost to avoid the spotlight, knowing that such mindless public opinion would naturally fade away after some time. Now, back to the main point. Although Yakura suspected the enemy to be Konoha's yellow flash, she had no immediate solutions. Space-time ninjutsu is rarer in the ninja world than bloodline limits. The enemy could come and go as they pleased, holding absolute initiative. They hadn't even laid eyes on the enemy, let alone talk about stopping them. Boom! Another intense explosion echoed. Yitsong took long strides to the window, watching as yet another supply warehouse was engulfed by a rising blue sphere of light. Her brows furrowed tightly, and her expression was quite grim. Damn it, this is the fourth one. How many times does the enemy intend to use this level of ninjutsu? Konoha wouldn't have sent the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to the battlefield, would they? Yitsong understood that it was no longer a matter of whether they could capture the enemy. The opponent had space-time ninjutsu at their disposal, and all they could do now was minimize their losses. Yitsong turned and walked out the door, no longer looking at the dangerous situation caused by the ninjutsu. What is there to see? After the chakra dissipates, it's just a pit. As she walked, she loudly ordered her elite forces to gather and return to defend Warehouse Number 7 and to thoroughly search the areas around Warehouse No. 7 for anything resembling spatial coordinates and destroy it immediately. But Lady Yi Song, what about the third and sixth warehouses that haven't been destroyed yet? The sand-hidden Jonin asked, confused. I said everyone should return to defend warehouse number 7. Don't you understand? Yi Song's voice was cold, as if she would explode in anger at any moment. I understand, Lady Yi Song. The sand-hidden Jonin didn't dare to ask further and hurriedly mobilized the troops to return to defend warehouse number 7. Yi Song also had no intention of staying in the command center. She needed to personally guard the most important warehouse number 7. Hidden, there was the greatest asset that allowed the sand-hidden to dare to wage war against Konoha. Absolutely cannot afford to lose it. This so-called warehouse no. 7 was, in fact, the hidden warehouse discovered by Namikaze Minato and Jianyue in this sand-hidden stronghold. Chapter 28. Mission accomplished. Boom. Boom. Another 2 loud explosions sounded in quick succession. The last 2 supply warehouses in a mission plan were also gradually dissipating under the dazzling blue light, without any resistance, until they turned into nothingness. The warehouses were piled high with goods, precision instruments, and precious resources. These items carried the hopes and future of the sand-hidden village. But now they vanished like bubbles. Jianyue couldn't help but feel pain for the enemy. A wave of spatial fluctuation. In the desert, behind a steep cliff on the outskirts of the sand-hidden stronghold, 2 figures were quietly concealed. It was Jianyue and Namikaze Minato. At this moment, the 2 were remotely observing the sand ninjas bustling around the stronghold through their special means. This information was crucial for them, as it would directly affect their subsequent action strategies. As time passed second by second, suddenly, Namikaze Minato seemed to sense something and said, Jianyue, I can't sense the flying thunder god Kanai left at that hidden warehouse anymore. It must have been discovered and sealed by the sand ninjas. This is a bit tricky. Jianyue supported his chin with one hand, thinking of what other methods he could use to approach that warehouse. Although his spiral shuriken could be released from a distance, under his 6 eyes observation, the enemy had already deployed a carpet-style formation around warehouse number 7. After carefully analyzing the enemy's troop deployment, defensive works, and possible weaknesses, Jianyue realized that silently infiltrating to the most effective casting range for the spiral shuriken was impossible. And if he gave up approaching and threw it from the farthest distance, it was highly likely that the sand-hidden Yi Song would intercept it mid-flight with her scorch release and detonate it early. Knowing the original plot, Jianyue naturally wouldn't underestimate the power of scorch release, or rather, those elemental ninjutsu bloodlines were almost never simple. It's worth mentioning that even if the flying thunder god Kanai hidden by Namikaze Minato had managed to go undetected, it wouldn't change the current situation. Because the initial defense of that hidden warehouse was very tight, Namikaze Minato chose not to approach to avoid alerting the enemy and affecting the original plan. Even the coordinate position he placed here was very conservative, so even if he flew over, it was highly likely that he wouldn't be able to successfully blow up this warehouse. Unlike Minato's sensing abilities, Jianyue's 6 eyes were similar to the Byakugan, using vision to obtain information. Thus, he could see the items inside the warehouse. However, it was of no use, as it was filled with sealing scrolls, and he couldn't see anything. Looking at the sand ninjas layered 3 deep outside, Namikaze Minato contemplated and then decided, our mission objective has been exceeded. Although I'm very curious, we should retreat for now. This was a reasonable judgment. As the war continued, no matter what hidden cards the sand-hidden village had, they would eventually be revealed. Moreover, things that received this level of attention and were deployed with tight defensive measures usually fell into the following 2 categories. One was weapons and equipment with powerful lethality capable of delivering devastating blows to the enemy. The other was a staggering amount of funds needed for war. These were critical factors that could determine the outcome of a war and the survival of a nation, and neither side dared to take them lightly. For the former, if it fell into enemy hands or was destroyed, the side would lose a vital strategic card. For the latter, if problems arose, it would directly affect the Army's supply and combat capability, possibly even reversing the entire situation of the war. Therefore, in either case, it would raise high alert and prompt all parties to take necessary measures to ensure its safety. Jianyue suddenly thought that since he arrived on the battlefield, He hadn't heard anything about the future fourth Kazekage, Raza. It was as if this name had been intentionally hidden. After a flash in space, looking at the Konoha front camp before him, Jianyue couldn't help but envy the convenience of the Flying Thunder God technique again. Damn, I want it so badly. But he could only think about it. The Flying Thunder God technique was created by the second Hokage and recorded in Konoha's sealing book as a high-level space-time ninjutsu. Although most of the techniques in the sealing book were high-level, there was also a strict hierarchy between techniques. For an ordinary ninja like him, if he could achieve great merit on the battlefield, he could generally apply to learn certain techniques from the sealing book. The previously mentioned high-level ninjutsu water release, hard vortex water blade, and techniques like shadow clone technique, spirit transformation technique, water release, water severing wave, etc., were all possible to be approved as rewards. However, techniques like Flying Thunder God technique, Reaper Death Seal, and Edo Tensei, which had dangerous effects, would not be easily released by the third Hokage due to his character, unless the target was a well-meaning ally. If Jianyue were to apprentice under one of the legendary Sannin, the third Hokage would naturally be willing to reward him with the Flying Thunder God technique and might even cultivate him as a future 5th or 6th Hokage. Therefore, to obtain the training method for the Flying Thunder God technique from the third Hokage, Jianyue first had to pass the hurdle of whether he could become a disciple of the Sannin. Of course, as a reincarnator familiar with the original plot, Jianyue indicated that there was a clever plan. He had another way. That was to wait for Namake's Minato to succeed the position of 4th Hokage. In the original plot, Minato, who was already the 4th Hokage, had passed the Flying Thunder God technique to his Umbu team. Members of Namake's Minato's Umbu team included Shiranui Gunma, F-Ton, and Iwa Shiki. The first two were considered Jianyue's classmates, and they were somewhat familiar with each other. However, he had never met Iwa Shiki. The strength of these three wasn't particularly strong, but they had successfully inherited Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, although they could only use it in combination. It was indeed somewhat wasteful of the Flying Thunder God technique's greatest mobility. Moreover, since Minato Namake's usually fights alone and hardly needs any assistance, it would be more appropriate to refer to these three as the Flying Thunder God delivery team, rather than as the guards of the 4th Hokage. Jianyue felt that with his relationship with Minato, he would certainly not refuse his request. Although a bit embarrassed, Jianyue planned to offer his own techniques in exchange. There was no helping it. The Flying Thunder God technique was too appealing, and with the assistance of the Six Eyes, Jianyue was confident that he could learn this notoriously difficult space-time ninjutsu. After entering the camp, Jianyue was about to say goodbye to Minato. But Minato called out to him first, suggesting, "Since this is our team's first mission, let's go report to Lady Tsunade together." Minato flashed a standard sunny smile and extended the invitation. "All right, you are the captain," Jianyue shrugged and replied with a helpless smile. Compared to the tedious reporting task, he was more interested in finding RIN to replenish his RIN energy, teasing Obito with Kakashi, and also checking in on Hinata and Ruri. However, considering that the surprise attack team had completed such an important mission, there would likely be a few days off afterward, so Jianyue didn't feel rushed. Chapter 29. When Adolescence Meets Menopause, Konoha's Command Center at the Sand Village front. This is the first mission report from the Gale Blade Flashing Spiral Legend Storm Super Roar Zero Squad. Minato Namake's reported the mission details to Tsunade, while Jianyue quietly stood aside. He just wanted to quickly finish this tedious mission report so he could get back to his own business. Ignoring the bizarre team name, Tsunade, without caring for her image, crossed her legs, leaned back in her chair, propped her cheek with one hand, and spoke to Jianyue. "Oh, the power you released in the forest was even stronger than before, and you released it 6 times in a row? With this amount of chakra, TSK. As expected of us, cough cough." As she spoke, Tsunade suddenly cleared her throat and stopped mid-sentence. Jianyue, who had been standing idly in the tent, smiled confidently at her abrupt halt, saying, "I have some insights into chakra control." "Oh." Tsunade raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "It seems that Kenji didn't tell you anything after all. Do you know my father well? He's okay, but he's a very stubborn person. I hope you don't inherit just his bloodline, but also his temperament, or else you'll end up dying meaninglessly like him sooner or later." Tsunade's words were quite impolite. And even the good-natured Minato frowned slightly after hearing them. He wanted to say a few words, but the person involved spoke up first. Sorry, Lady Tsunade, but I don't think my father is a stubborn person. Since you don't know him well, it's best not to evaluate others casually. Jianyue responded calmly, neither servile nor overbearing. He was initially pondering why Tsunade would use terms like bloodline inheritance for someone from the Shimizu family, who were commoners. However, after hearing the latter part of her sentence, Jianyue immediately felt displeased. Kenji had died a hero. What did she mean by meaningless? Tsunade during this period was truly hard to describe. TCH, are you angry now? You and your father's temper are really alike, but that's normal. After all, our clan. Tsunade's voice trailed off until it was barely audible. The conversation with Jianyue today had stirred up her buried memories. Suddenly, Tsunade thought of something and became interested. She feigned indifference and asked, Hey, kid, tell me more about yourself. What's your dream? Do you want to be Hokage? Hokage? Jianyue tilted his head in confusion at this sudden question. He could see that Tsunade's relationship with Kenji was clearly not just okay. But since that was a relationship from the previous generation, he didn't want to deliberately flatter this elder who couldn't speak properly. So he simply answered according to his heart. Not interested. My dream is to live the happiest life every day with my most trusted friends. That's enough for me. Hey, kid, do you know what being Hokage represents? They say a woman's thoughts are hard to guess, but Tsunade's thoughts were especially difficult to comprehend. Even Tsunade herself didn't know what she was thinking. Normally, children of Konoha at this age would usually take Hokage as their goal. She had originally planned to wait for Jianyue to say that his dream was to become Hokage, after which she would loudly tell him that the position of Hokage was nothing and that the village was rotten to the core. However, when she heard Jianyue say he didn't want to be Hokage, she felt a bit unwilling. After all, this was the village her grandfather had established. Not wanting to be Hokage, did this kid even know what he was saying? So troublesome. What does this woman want? Now that Jianyue had seen through Tsunade's memory filter, he didn't want to engage with her anymore. So he simply crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and rested in silence. Although she appeared young, Tsunade was nearing menopause in terms of age, and after years of war, there were probably not many mentally healthy people left in this world. In any case, long live understanding. Jianyue understood this, but Tsunade was becoming increasingly annoyed. Although she didn't know what was bothering her, she just felt irritated, especially when she saw Jianyue with his eyes closed, looking indifferent and silent. It turned out that even the legendary 3 couldn't tolerate cold violence. Even if Tsunade truly despised the village and the position of Hokage, and even planned to leave Konoha after this war, she still cared about the treasure for which her grandfather had given his life. Tsunade looked around. Jiraiya, who usually stuck around like a band-aid, was nowhere to be found, leaving her without anyone to vent to. Her gaze inevitably turned to the source of her irritation. Jianyue, who was about to turn 12, had developed well from years of training. His physique was proportionate, not overly muscular, but not giving the impression of being weak either. Kid, do you look unconvinced? Want to go practice outside? Tsunade raised an eyebrow with a slight smirk, provoking Jianyue. Lady Tsunade, Minato wanted to intervene, but didn't know what reason to use to dissuade her. He couldn't just say that Jianyue was still young and that she shouldn't bother with him. In Minato's view, this was Tsunade throwing a personal tantrum, and Jianyue had done nothing wrong. However, Minato was Jiraiya's disciple, and thus Tsunade's junior. So with his character, he didn't dare to speak out against her. On the other hand, upon hearing Tsunade's provocation, Jianyue felt he wasn't the 3rd Hokage and wouldn't indulge her. So he replied directly, as the overall commander. I naturally won't refuse your orders, Lady Tsunade. After saying that, he walked outside ahead of her. Although Jianyue wasn't a competitive person, he wasn't a pushover either. Someone anyone could easily bully. Even the legendary 3 wouldn't work. He had a filter for Tsunade based on the original storyline, but that didn't mean he would endlessly tolerate these characters he once admired. Moreover, Jianyue preferred the 5th Hokage Tsunade, who later faced her inner self and understood what was truly important, rather than the current Tsunade, who felt the whole world owed her something just because she lost her family and loved ones. It sounded tragic, but in this world, who didn't have a tragic past? In any case, Jianyue felt he had to teach this inexplicable woman a lesson today. Even Jesus wouldn't stop him. On the other side, after Tsunade asked, "Want to go practice outside?" she regretted it a bit. How could she be quarreling with a child? This brings us to another recent event on the battlefield. Recently, Chiyo from Sunagakure developed a new poison. This poison is not highly toxic, but it acts very quickly. Although Tsunade quickly prepared the corresponding antidote, many ninjas were still injured due to poisoning before the antidote appeared, putting a lot of pressure on the medical department. This also caused Shizun, who has always accompanied Tsunade, to be busy in the medical department lately, leading to Tsunade often losing her temper and doing some irrational things without Shizun by her side. Just a few days ago, she even sent Jiraiya flying out of the command center over a trivial matter. No wonder I haven't seen Jiraiya around lately. Could he be avoiding me? Thinking about Jiraiya's absence, Tsunade suddenly fixed her gaze on Minato Namikaze. She thought that if she could find a reason to persuade Minato and give him a way out, she could let this matter slide. However, Minato hesitated for a long time without saying anything. These two are indeed master and apprentice, just like his teacher. They become useless at critical moments. And what was Minato thinking at this moment? At this moment, Minato felt an overwhelming sense of regret for stopping Heinkei's to report on this task together. His intention was to take advantage of Heinkei's strength, as he would likely soon be promoted to Chunin or even Jonin to lead missions. So he thought it would be good to bring Heinkei's along to familiarize him with the process. Moreover, bringing Heinkei's along to report could also convey to those around that Heinkei's had made significant contributions in this mission and was valued. But why? When two good things come together, does it turn out like this? Chapter 30. Then Let's Fight. Tsunade looked at Heinkei's, who had already reached the door, and felt a bit stuck. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Tsunade decided to let it go and thought that fighting would be good. It would be a chance to see just how capable this unique kid, whom Minato has been praising, really is. Tsunade strode out of the command center. Minato watched everything unfold and felt a wave of helplessness. In the face of this situation, he could only closely follow, not daring to fall behind. As he walked, he kept thinking about various possible scenarios. If an accident occurred during the fight, he would definitely intervene forcefully. Heinkei's exited the command center without stopping and instantly used body flicker technique to go outside. Since he had made a decision, he needed to find a suitable place to unleash his abilities. A clearing on the outskirts of the camp. This place was neither too far nor too close to the camp, and the terrain resembled a natural pit. Surrounded by undulating terrain, it was like a miniature basin. Tsunade observed the surroundings and thought, "I thought you would find a more complex terrain. This open space isn't suitable for a ninjutsu-type ninja like you. Enough talk. My strengths are not limited to just ninjutsu. Fire up." Although it was her own fault for losing her temper this time, this kid really made her angry. Tsunade decided that after subduing this brat, she would definitely make him regret it. Minato also chased after her, knowing he couldn't persuade her, so he simply stopped trying. "Well then, I'll treat this as a friendly spar between comrades. Is that okay?" Minato said seriously. If either of them rejected his proposal, he would definitely stop them, as he would not allow comrades to harm each other in front of him. "Do as you please," Tsunade casually responded. After hearing Tsunade's agreement, Minato turned his gaze to Heinkei's. "Of course, I won't refuse," Heinkei's replied naturally. With both parties confirming, Minato felt a little relieved. "Then let me be the referee," Minato said, picking up a stone from the ground. "When this stone hits the ground, it will signal the start of the spar." With that, Minato threw the stone into the air. The stone spun a few times before landing on the ground with a crisp sound. Tsunade instantly focused her attention. Although she was thinking about making Heinkei's regret it, she would not underestimate him. That lightning release technique would not end well for her even if she got hit. Of course, that's assuming he could hit her. Seeing Heinkei's not making a move from a short distance away, Tsunade smirked. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to use your ninjutsu? If I strike first, the battle might end in an instant." Hearing Tsunade's words, Heinkei's knew that the opponent would not strike first. Then, with a series of chirping sounds, dazzling arcs of electricity danced in the air like agile silver snakes, rapidly converging to form an impenetrable electric net. This electric net enveloped Heinkei's tightly, Chidori stream, full power, with boundless lightning. Heinkei's instantly covered dozens of meters and appeared to Tsunade's right side. The mist cutter unsheathed in an instant, and the violent lightning chakra spread seamlessly to the blade. Chidori Stream, one flash. Tsunade, with extensive combat experience, stepped firmly on the ground as Henkei's closed in. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath Henkei's, the area within a 10-meter radius, completely collapsed. Losing his foothold, Henkei's had no choice but to abandon this attack and retreat. Tsunade would not give him that opportunity. Even though she didn't know why Henkei's chose to close the distance rather than use that wind release technique. Since he had voluntarily come closer, then she wouldn't hold back against the child. Question: how long does it take from charging to sprinting? The answer is less than a second. In just a fraction of a second, Tsunade completed her charge and sprint. The ground, already littered with rubble from her previous stomp, cracked again under the tremendous force. In an instant, Tsunade burst into Henkei's face with a triumphant smile, throwing a punch at him. Super Strength Fist. Starting off with one of the signature moves of the legendary three ninjas, Tsunade showed no signs of holding back. After all, she could heal any injury sustained. Minato was ready to intervene. When he saw Henkei's initiate a close-range attack, he had already anticipated this outcome. Lady Tsunade's physical skills may not be the best in the ninja world right now, but she is definitely in the top 3. As expected, in just the first round of their confrontation, Henkei's fell into a disadvantage in physical combat. However, the same question that Tsunade was pondering also crossed Minato's mind. Couldn't Henkei's think of it? Of course he could. Staring at the pure, white fist, which looked as delicate as a girl's, Henkei's had no doubt that this punch could break several of his ribs. He swung the mist cutter, the short blade cutting through the air as if making a final struggle. But the reversal came unexpectedly. Full counter, victory, fatal blow, end, all turned to nothing. Tsunade's super strength fist was instantly deflected by an inexplicable force. The chakra that had built up in her fist suddenly exploded uncontrollably as if some kind of rule had been imposed. Then, a familiar force struck Tsunade, the one she recognized as her own extraordinary strength. The carefree smile on Tsunade's face was replaced with shock. What is this? With this question, Tsunade was sent back at even faster speed, crashing into the hard ground, causing rocks to fly and a cloud of dust to rise. Not only Tsunade was astonished, but also the nearby Kakashi, who was acting as the referee, was equally surprised. He even stumbled a bit, almost falling over. Of course, don't get it wrong. Kakashi wasn't shocked by what had just happened in the arena. Rather, he had already planned to use his body flicker technique to take Tsukuyomi away from Tsunade's monstrous strength. At this distance, he was confident he could accomplish this. However, unexpectedly, Tsukuyomi used some kind of special ninjutsu that instantly reversed the situation in battle. This forced Kakashi to abruptly halt his body flicker technique. Although Tsunade had been hit by her own monstrous strength, her body was still reinforced by her abundant yang chakra, making it quite resilient. Blunt force attacks like monstrous strength didn't inflict much damage on her, and while surrounded by smoke, Tsunade figured out that Tsukuyomi had likely used a technique similar to General Step Twin Lion Fist to turn the tables. Looking at Tsunade emerging from the dissipating smoke, it seemed she hadn't sustained any significant injury. Tsukuyomi, holding a knife in one hand, realized that his plan to counterattack and rebound Tsunade's monstrous punch had failed. Since that was the case, the next round would be a battle of ninjutsu. Chapter 31. A genius 100 times better than me at that moment. My monstrous strength was deflected by some unknown technique. Is it similar to the Hyuga clan's Kaiten? No, it's even more unreasonable than Kaiten. Tsunade's mind was racing, analyzing the situation from the recent exchange, as long as that unknown technique was in play. Attempting to break through Tsukuyomi's defense from the front was nothing short of wishful thinking. Tsunade felt a bit flustered. Could she really lose to this kid who was a generation younger than her? She suddenly remembered that when Tsukuyomi initiated that unknown ninjutsu, he had swung his short knife as a starting move. Could that be related? Or should she attack from behind? With various hypotheses flooding her mind, Tsunade could only find ways to verify them one by one given the lack of information. But Tsukuyomi wouldn't give Tsunade a chance to catch her breath. He slightly turned his upper body and suddenly swung his left hand. A massive and violent gust of wind chakra was instantaneously compressed to its limit, forming a shuriken with weakened cutting power that was thrown out. Tsunade used her monstrous strength to stomp the ground, propelling herself to jump aside at high speed. She wouldn't be foolish enough to take such a dangerous technique head-on. Too naive, Tsukuyomi naturally understood that with Tsunade's speed and reflexes, she could easily evade the explosion range of the technique before the spiraling shuriken hit her. After all, Tsukuyomi's technique wasn't a complex ninjutsu that was hard to analyze. It was just powerful and quick to execute. However, even the simplest ninjutsu could be transformed into something extraordinary under Tsukuyomi's precise chakra control brought by his 6 eyes. The spiraling shuriken, originally flying straight towards Tsunade's position, not only didn't explode, but suddenly made a turn, as if guided by navigation, and continued to pursue Tsunade, who had jumped aside. At this moment, Tsunade found herself in midair with nowhere to brace herself, as if she were about to be hit. Although Tsunade was surprised that this ninjutsu could change direction again, her physical reaction was not slow at all. She unleashed a punch filled with monstrous strength into the air. A tremendous force erupted, creating a sonic boom in the air. An unbelievable scene occurred. Tsunade, despite being in midair, used her incredible strength and skills to adjust her body posture by striking the surrounding air, successfully altering the direction of her flight. This technique was simply beyond ordinary imagination. Tsunade, who thought she had evaded the attack, let out a slight sigh of relief. But had she really avoided it? The rotating shuriken made another sharp turn, this time crossing at an acute angle. No way. Tsunade watched as the shuriken, which moved as if it were joking, attempted to change direction again. However, after narrowly evading the attack twice, this brief moment of respite had allowed time to quietly slip away. At this moment, the buzzing shuriken was racing towards Tsunade at an astonishing speed. With endless pressure and might, it ruthlessly bore down on her. Tsunade could even feel a slight stinging on her skin. Tsunade! Kakashi was about to use his body flicker technique to intervene and take Tsunade away from the attack. As the fastest man in the ninja world, he had this confidence. Moreover, seeing him act, he believed Tsukuyomi would also control the speed of the spiraling shuriken. He hadn't expected such a terrifying wind technique to change direction so flexibly in midair. Truly impressive Tsukuyomi. However, this time, Kakashi had to abruptly halt his actions. A large hand slapped Kakashi's shoulder from behind. Turning around, he saw Jiraiya. "You've finally arrived." But with this delay, the spiraling shuriken was already upon them, exploding right in front of Tsunade, the blue light sphere reappearing as if to cut everything within a 10-meter radius to pieces. Watching Tsunade enveloped in blue light, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a bit worried. However, since Jiraiya had stopped him, it meant that Tsunade should be safe. "Teacher," a rustling sound followed. Kakashi RIN and Obito emerged from behind Jiraiya. "What are you doing here?" Kakashi asked. Recently, Kakashi had no time to take them on missions, so he had been allowing them to move freely in the camp during this period. "Ha!" Jiraiya chuckled a few times but didn't say anything further. Kakashi adjusted his mask and explained, "During this time, Lord Jiraiya has been training us. We heard explosions outside the camp just now, so we came out to investigate." "I see. Thank you for taking care of them, Teacher Jiraiya." Kakashi thanked Jiraiya with a fist bump. When RIN saw the two battling, she couldn't help but be surprised. "Hey, why is Tsukuyomi fighting with Lord Tsunade? Did they have a quarrel?" Obito, with an excited expression, said, "I knew it. Tsukuyomi, like me, hates that drunkard commander." Having spent so long at the front lines, Obito naturally had seen Tsunade before, though the experience wasn't very pleasant. After all, he had stepped on a landmine in front of Tsunade, repeatedly mentioning his dream of becoming Hokage and claiming he would bring peace to the war. The result was naturally a round of mockery from Tsunade, which made Obito blush instantly as he attempted to reason with her. But he got knocked out of the command tent with a single hit from Tsunade. Now, seeing his good friend standing up for him, he, as Tsukuyomi's closest ally, couldn't back down. He quickly ran closer, cupped his hands to his mouth, and shouted, "Tsukuyomi, go for it. With our bond, we must win back our dreams." What is this guy talking about? Tsukuyomi had already noticed Jiraiya and the others approaching. However, he didn't quite understand what this fool Obito was saying. Bonds? Dreams? Are those your lines? This guy isn't mistaking Tsunade for something else, is he? Well, in a certain sense, Tsukuyomi wasn't wrong. The joys and sorrows of people do not resonate with one another. Tsunade, in the center of the spiraling shuriken's explosion, only found their noise annoying. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. There can be a significant difference between what one sees with their own eyes and what one hears. Not to mention Tsunade had now personally experienced it, having felt the power brought by the spiraling shuriken up close. Tsunade finally understood the weight of Kakashi's words. A genius 100 times better than me. Let us not dwell on how much personal opinion is mixed in with the words of Minato Namikaze. However, the only person who can impress him so much in Konoha is Kaguya. Although she doesn't want to admit it, she has indeed been pushed to a corner. Kaguya's strength, she acknowledges. Chapter 32. An unexpected conclusion, the blue light gradually dissipated. Under the gaze of everyone, Tsunade stood firmly in the massive crater created by the Raisin Shuriken. At this moment, her clothes were torn and tattered, with numerous small cuts, yet her body bore no injuries. The diamond mark on her forehead had disappeared, indicating that she had completely lifted the IN seal she usually used to store her chakra. Black seals extended from her forehead, spreading throughout her body. Kaguya had anticipated this. Tsunade could not rely solely on the surface layer of Yang chakra to withstand the cutting power of the Raisin Shuriken. Now that the IN seal was fully lifted, the next step was certain. Ninjutsu. Creation rebirth of the 100 heroes. Using this powerful technique, Tsunade directly endured the Raisin Shuriken. Faced with Tsunade in this state, Kaguya could only use a more powerful attack to eliminate her instantly. Otherwise, as long as her IN chakra wasn't exhausted, Tsunade would be immortal. This is a bit troublesome, Kaguya thought to herself. She did have a stronger trump card, but honestly, if she really used that move, she felt Tsunade might be killed. They were not mortal enemies, and there was no need to fight to that extent. However, without using a more powerful technique, Kaguya found it challenging to break through Tsunade's defenses. On the other side, Tsunade was also in a bind. All her output was focused on her brute strength. Currently, she couldn't break through Kaguya's unknown ninjutsu defense. Kaguya held absolute initiative, and Tsunade understood that if she wanted to win this match, there was only one way: to drag it out. Although Kaguya also had the Senju bloodline, her chakra amount would definitely not exceed Tsunade's due to age. Plus, with the enormous chakra in the IN seal, Tsunade was confident that if this continued, she would be the one to win. But this was too embarrassing. Tsunade felt her face wasn't thick enough to rely on exhausting chakra to win against a kid who was a whole generation younger than her. She wasn't Jiraiya. What to do? Should she admit defeat? But if she had known, she wouldn't have lost her temper. Just as Tsunade and Kaguya were contemplating their next moves, suddenly Jiraiya burst into the fray, arms spread wide, palms raised, making gestures to halt both sides. Upon seeing RIN arrive, Kaguya already didn't want to continue fighting. So she slowly sheathed her mist blade and instantly appeared beside everyone. Tsunade also sighed in relief and closed the IN seal again. All right, let us settle this with a reconciliation seal. Minato clapped his hands, feeling this conclusion was a good result. A reconciliation seal? Hearing Minato's words, Tsunade suddenly felt nostalgic. Back in the day, Sarutobi-sensei also said such things, allowing her, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru to spar with each other. Tsunade suddenly felt a bit shy. After all, she was a freshly graduated child, just a match. Minato sighed and said earnestly, "Lady Tsunade, you agreed to let me be the referee." But Tsunade tried to argue. "This is the procedure," Minato directly rebutted. As Jiraiya, Tsunade's longtime teammate, instantly guessed her thoughts. Could it be that Tsunade, you're feeling embarrassed? Tsunade, furious and ashamed, retorted, "Are you looking for a fight?" Looking at Jiraiya, who was being silly in front of her, she suddenly remembered. Since the end of the Second Shinobi World War, aside from Jiraiya, Orochimaru hadn't contacted them in a long time. Not since the war ended, but since Sui's sacrifice. At that time, Sui's death not only caused her pain, but Orochimaru, as Sui's teacher, must have felt guilty too. Yet, she had been so immersed in her sorrow that it seemed she had never communicated with Orochimaru. That guy wouldn't think she was blaming him, right? After all, he had always kept everything bottled up inside since they were kids. A voice pulled her complex thoughts back to reality. Come on, Lady Tsunade. Kagaya directly extended her right hand to form the reconciliation seal, smiling gently at Tsunade. As Tsunade's hereditary old myopia acted up, Kagaya's figure gradually overlapped with the Sui she most wanted to see. If only Sui were standing here, she couldn't help but think. If Sui had talent like Kagaya, he would not have died on the battlefield, and Orochimaru wouldn't have become distant from them. Instead, he would have become Konoha's fourth Hokage with the blessings of her, Jiraiya, and Sarutobi-sensei. Then, as Orochimaru's disciple, Sui would have become the fifth Hokage in the future, allowing the Senju name to resonate throughout the ninja world once again. If the world were like this, how wonderful it would be. Unfortunately, it was all destroyed by that war. Fortunately, now that the Senju clan has integrated into Konoha, a genius ninja like Kagaya has emerged. Tsunade dazedly reached out her hand, and Kagaya thought she was about to form a seal, so she moved closer. However, Tsunade did not form a seal. Instead, she gently caressed Kagaya's cheek. Lady Tsunade. Kagaya looked at Tsunade in confusion, preparing to step back to create distance between them. But Tsunade suddenly drew close and tightly embraced Kagaya. I've always wanted to see you. At this moment, Tsunade seemed to be enveloped by an invisible sadness, and she occasionally let out a sob from her throat. Why is it that you all can leave so easily? It's unfair. Each sound felt like repressed emotions about to burst forth but were forcibly restrained. One could feel that she seemed to have 1,000 words to say. Yet these words were like heavy boulders. Even in this moment of genuine emotion, she could only utter a few sentences. Perhaps it was because those memories were too heavy, or perhaps the pain deep inside made it hard for her to speak. In any case, Tsunade held Kagaya tightly, struggling to control her overwhelming emotions. Feeling Tsunade's slightly trembling body, Kagaya also felt relieved. Considering his age from his past life, he could be regarded as a middle-aged uncle. And there was no need to bicker with Tsunade, who was, a middle-aged woman. Now he retracted his previous thought. Losing the only family and lover was indeed quite pitiful. Although Kagaya was also an orphan, at least she still had RIN. Sooner or later, he would become family with RIN, and at that time, he would not be alone anymore. In contrast, Tsunade truly had nothing left. Just look at how this damned ninja world has forced children into such a state. Forget it. Today, Lord Kagaya will reluctantly lend you his shoulder for a while. Well, how should I put it? Luckily, Tsunade couldn't read minds. Otherwise, it would really be a waste of this seemingly good atmosphere. Chapter 33. RIN application at the front line camp of the Land of Rivers in Konoha. Time passed quickly on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, several months had gone by, and the end of Konoha's 44th year was approaching. The events of that day seemed to be tacitly forgotten by those present, with no one bringing them up again. Well, including Obito as well. In this world, the wars between the ninja villages in the early to middle stages rarely involved large-scale slaughter. Mutual infiltration, sabotage, and assassination were the norms. A large-scale battle involving thousands or even tens of thousands of ninjas will only be initiated when one party feels that they can turn the tables. Of course, there's another situation where continuous failures during frequent probing lead to a point where if they don't act, they won't have the capital to do so later. At that point, it essentially becomes a battle to determine the victor. It seems that the Sand Ninjas are nearing their limit. What? You guys are heading back to Konoha? Early in the morning, Mitsuki saw Ruri and Heiji packing their things. Curious, he asked, only to be told that Team Hachi was heading back to Konoha for a break. Speaking of which, this is a battlefield, right? How can I hear the words break here? Since Team Hachi is on break, why don't I know about it? Mitsuki scratched his head in confusion. Uchiha Ruri glanced at him and said, haven't you recently transferred to Minato's team? Didn't they tell you that teams on the battlefield have rotation breaks? I didn't transfer to Minato's team. I formed a temporary team with Captain Minato. Oh, is that so? Uchiha Ruri looked at Mitsuki with a strange expression. She continued, who is it that spends every day with members of Minato's team? I see someone clearly happy about it. Mitsuki's intuition told him that it was better to stay quiet for now. Mitsuki, why don't you go ask Lord Minato? Hinata Heiji said to the silent Mitsuki. That makes sense, but I guess it's no use. The recent missions I've executed with Captain Minato have gone smoothly, and the village seems to have tacitly accepted that my team with Minato will continue. Uchihori said, ninjas are just tools for the higher-ups. Of course, the village won't waste a useful tool. Ruri's return to Konoha was not just for a rotation break. More importantly, she had fully adapted to the power of her three-tomo Sharingan on the battlefield over the past few months. She planned to return and apply for some training resources from her clan, such as techniques compatible with the three-tomo Sharingan and higher-level fire release. Hinata Heiji excitedly said, That's great, Mitsuki. If this goes on, you'll definitely become a big shot in the village. And who knows, you might even become Hokage in the future. Hinata Heiji was genuinely happy for Mitsuki, as he belonged to a crowd that was born without freedom. Upon seeing the brilliance of others, some would feel jealousy and resentment, while others would only feel envy and offer blessings. Hinata Heiji was the latter. There will always be some people who, even if they are stuck in a quagmire, will still smile at the flowers blooming in the sunlight. Thank you, Heiji, but Hokage is still too early for me. That's true, but I believe you will definitely be fine, Mitsuki. Konoha Village, Hokage Tower. Sarutobi Hiruzen held a smoking pipe in one hand while flipping through a scroll in the other. This was a scroll sent by Minato, containing a recommendation for Kakashi and Mitsuki to become Chunin. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the recommendation and picked up Kakashi's mission record. Hataki Kakashi, Ninja ID 010720, D-rank missions 16 times, C-rank missions 49 times, B-rank missions 30 times, A-rank missions 13 times, S-rank missions 1 time. As a freshly graduated genin. Although most of these were short-duration war missions, this record was undoubtedly qualified, or rather, sufficiently excellent for a Chunin. He had experience in various levels of missions, and the number of high-level missions was not small. There was even one high-risk A-rank mission that Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered vividly. He clearly recalled it was a rescue mission to save all members of Team Shurhei. They were supposed to return to Konoha with very important information after contacting the spy planted in the Sand Village. However, this mission was noticed by the spy from Sunagakure embedded in Konoha. By the time Konoha captured this sand spy, it was already too late. The information had long been leaked. Although Team Shurhei managed to complete their contact with the spy in time and successfully obtain the information, they still had a high probability of being pursued by the enemy. This would lead to a significant risk that the important information might not return to the village smoothly. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen dispatched the most mobile team, Minato's team, to rescue Team Shurhei. However, rather than rescuing personnel, it was more about retrieving the information. It was best to save the people, but if that wasn't possible, they had to bring back the information. Though it was cruel, this was what ninjas had to face. Fortunately, Minato's team arrived in time, saving Team Shurhei, who were being chased by over 10 sand ninjas. This was also thanks to Mitsuki. The mission report submitted by Minato mentioned that when the mission was assigned, Mitsuki had volunteered to join this dangerous, time-sensitive task. It was also due to Mitsuki's superior perception ability, which was even broader than Minato's, that they accurately located Team Shurhei's position. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but smile. He would not only remember this mission, but also use it as teaching material in the ninja school. It was simply the best embodiment of the will of fire. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, seeing the next generation of Konoha grow up robustly was the most beautiful thing. He exhaled a puff of smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen then picked up Mitsuki's mission record. Shimizu Mitsuki, Ninja ID 010884. D-rank missions 0 times, C-rank missions 1 time. B-rank missions 2 times, A-rank missions 76 times, S-rank missions 13 times. It can be said that it's extremely specialized. However, it's not hard to understand. as Mitsuki had just recently stepped onto the battlefield and showcased his powerful ninjutsu abilities. Then he formed a temporary team with Minato, which had a somewhat experimental nature. The performance of this duo on the battlefield was also nothing short of perfect. The mobility of Minato combined with the destructive power of Shimizu Mitsuki produced an effect greater than the sum of its parts. In just a few months, they had blown up all the material transfer points of Sunagakure in the Land of Rivers. They even pushed deep into the Wind Country, forcing Sunagakure to nearly completely withdraw its defenses from the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. They accomplished what thousands of Konoha ninjas had failed to do for years. Sarutobi Hiruzen had recently found himself looking at Danzo more favorably. After all, it was Danzo who suggested that Minato and Shimizu Mitsuki form a two-person team. As for the latter part of his statement about handing over the command of this team to him, Sarutobi Hiruzen automatically ignored it. He focused on taking the essence and discarding the dross. Chapter 34. The winds rise and clouds gather. With a wave of his hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly wrote Kakashi's Chunin appointment letter. When it came to Mitsuki, he paused, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately changed what should have been written as Chunin to Special Jonin. The so-called Special Jonin refers to those whose abilities in certain aspects have reached Jonin level. But overall, they cannot be considered Jonin, existing between Chunin and Jonin. However, this is the official definition of Special Jonin by Konoha. The reason Sarutobi Hiruzen appointed Mitsuki as a Special Jonin was not because he believed Mitsuki's strength only reached that level, but because Konoha's ninjas must pass the Jonin exam to be called Jonin. Even in wartime, the Hokage can only bypass the Special Jonin assessment and directly appoint a ninja. After all, Jonin is the highest level of ninja in name, and they can participate in most of the village's important meetings. Even as Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen belongs to the Jonin ranks in terms of level. Therefore, even though he is the village head of Konoha, he cannot randomly designate someone as a Jonin. The fingertips lightly tapped on the surface of the Hokage's desk. An Umbu wearing a dog mask instantly appeared in the office. "Please," said Sarutobi Hiruzen. "Yes, Hokage-sama." The Umbu took 2 appointment letters from Sarutobi Hiruzen's hands, stepped back a few paces, and vanished in an instant. The matter of Kakashi and Mitsuki's promotion was handled. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up and walked to the window of the Hokage's office, contemplating other matters. In his view, Sunagakure could no longer withstand the pressure. This was not just Sarutobi Hiruzen's personal opinion, but an evident fact. During the Second Shinobi World War, Sunagakure had been defeated by Konoha, suffering immense losses, including the death of advisor Chiyo's son at the hands of Konoha's White Fang, Tsukuyomi Hitaki. However, shortly after that war, Sunagakure tore up the peace treaty signed with Konoha under the pretext of Konoha assassinating the 3rd Kazekage, reigniting the war. At that time, even Konoha, as the victorious nation, had not fully recovered, let alone the resource-poor Sunagakure. Therefore, Sunagakure was merely holding on through sheer morale on the battlefield. The status of the village's leader was still very high in the minds of the ninjas. Riding on this morale of the grieving soldiers, Sunagakure managed to fight evenly against the dispersed forces of Konoha. But that was in the past. Now, under the active leadership of Minato Namikaze and Mitsuki Kiyamizu, the frontline works that Sunagakure had painstakingly set up in the Land of Rivers had completely collapsed. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen could conclude that the war with Sunagakure was about to enter its final battle, and Konoha was likely to be the victorious side. However, unlike the barefooted Sunagakure, Konoha had always firmly occupied the most fertile land in the shinobi world and held the position of the #1 ninja village. Its enemies were never limited to just Sunagakure. Thus, winning the war against Sunagakure was not the issue. How to win against Sunagakure at a sufficiently low cost was what had been troubling Sarutobi Hiruzen lately. The current Sunagakure was like a starving wolf driven to a dead end, baring its fierce fangs, ready to take a bite of the hunter's flesh at the last moment. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke, summoned Danzo and the elders. An Umbu wearing a cat mask instantly appeared in the Hokage's office, responding, "Yes, Hokage-sama." Sunlight streamed through the window, casting mottled shadows in the corridors of the Hokage building. Shimura Danzo, Tsunade Haruno, and Mito Gate of Fire walked side by side. Finally, they arrived in front of the Hokage's office door. Danzo's shadowy gaze swept over the sign on the door, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up, revealing a barely perceptible cold smile. Tsunade appeared more gentle, but her gaze also revealed determination and decisiveness. Mito Gate of Fire wore a serious expression, as if he were contemplating something important. With a creak, they stepped into the room filled with the aura of power. Konoha's council was thus convened. Danzo was the first to sit down at the desk, his arms crossed over his chest, reclining slightly as he scrutinized the other two. Tsunade and Mito Gate of Fire took their seats in turn, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. No one spoke, and the entire room fell into silence, only occasionally broken by the sound of quiet breathing. Mito Gate of Fire looked at the others who remained motionless, feeling that his old teammates were becoming increasingly petty as they aged, making him start the conversation. Ahem, so, Hiruzen, you suddenly gathered the elders today for something important, right? Is it about the situation in the Land of Rivers? Recently, we've received intelligence from Root that Sunagakure is preparing to go all out. Danzo squinted and said, That's right, although I'm not clear on the exact timing. It should be before the end of the year. Sarutobi Hiruzen said, while refilling his tobacco. Tsunade pondered and suddenly said, Should we send reinforcements to the front line? If it's really a decisive battle, the number of ninjas on the Land of Rivers front should not be able to compare to the all-out assault of the Sand Ninjas. Mito Gate of Fire, hearing Tsunade's analysis, said with concern, But the village no longer has enough ninjas. The situation with the Mist and Rock villages is not as smooth as it is with Sunagakure. If we pull a large number of ninjas to the Land of Rivers, it could be problematic. What you said is right. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also worried about this. Konoha was currently engaged in a three-front war, facing Sunagakure, Mist, and Rock. Due to its geographical position high above the sea, as long as it seized the ports in the Land of Water, Konoha could not transport a large number of ninjas there. In contrast, due to the fall of the Land of Whirlpools, Konoha felt like a lion with its eyes pecked out, possessing brute strength but unable to effectively obstruct Mist's infiltration overseas. Thus, the front line had been stretched along the coastline of the Land of Fire, leading to frequent occurrences of high-level forces from a Mist village directly crossing the border defense line and wreaking havoc in the interior of the Land of Fire. It is worth mentioning that this battlefield was primarily defended by the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan. Therefore, although the situation was not smooth, these two major clans of Konoha did not need to worry too much about the manpower issue on the Mist front. The situation with the Rock village was more troublesome. There were many small countries between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth, which had the largest area compared to other small countries bordering major nations. As a war buffer zone, this was an advantage that other fronts did not have. However, because of this, Konoha had always spent the most ninjas in battles against the Rock village. This front was under the responsibility of one of the legendary three, Orochimaru. Orochimaru's innate talent and strength need not be mentioned, but the Tsuchikage of Sunagakure, Inoki, was not a simple character either. During the Second Shinobi World War, he was known as the two-scale Inoki for his outstanding wisdom and tactics. Therefore, although Orochimaru did not suffer continuous defeats in the war against the Rock, he frequently found himself at a disadvantage. With two of the three battlefronts in difficulty, Konoha truly had no spare capacity to send reinforcements to the Land of Rivers. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not know how many times he had refilled his old tobacco pipe today. Chapter 35, I have no opinion, don't hesitate, Hiruzen. In the quiet Hokage office, Danzo's voice suddenly rang out. Immediately pull ninjas from the Rock battlefield. Before Sunagakure, Konoha should take the initiative to launch a decisive battle, taking down Sunagakure as quickly as possible, and then support the Rock battlefield. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen rebutted. That Inoki is definitely waiting for us to draw out the ninjas from there. Once we do that, he will surely launch an attack on Konoha while we engage in a decisive battle against Sunagakure. The consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's rebuttal, Danzo snorted in dissatisfaction and spoke again. Then draw from the Mist battlefield. During wartime, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans would not dare to disobey the village's orders. Mito Gate of Fire carefully thought about Danzo's suggestion and found it still unwise. He spoke, if the Mist Village lacks manpower, the enemy could directly launch a large-scale attack on the interior of the Land of Fire. The daimyo would definitely hold Konoha accountable, and there could be a reduction in funding afterwards. Tsunade nodded repeatedly. The previous small-scale destruction has already caused some people in the Land of Fire to lose confidence in Konoha. If the interior of the Land of Fire is invaded on a large scale by the mist, Konoha's face would be completely lost. After hearing the analysis from Mito Gate of Fire and Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt that it was inappropriate to draw ninjas from the mist battlefield. Danzo, if the people of the Land of Fire lose confidence in Konoha, it would directly impact the amount of missions Konoha could receive after the war ends. For most ninja villages, their income generally comes from two sources. First, the funding comes from the daimyo, the feudal lord. Second, a portion of the income generated by the ninja in the village after completing various missions is allocated as the village's revenue. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, after this war ends, Konoha will undoubtedly suffer significant damage. If the withdrawal of ninjas from the mist battlefield leads to an invasion of the Fire Country's interior, Konoha will surely be blamed by the daimyo, and there is a high possibility that funding will be reduced. Coupled with the loss of public trust, income from missions will also decrease. Without sufficient funds, the village's recovery speed will surely slow down significantly. This is something Sarutobi Hiruzen does not want to see. Danzo looked at his three old teammates with great disappointment, with only 2 words in his heart: foolish. Indeed, in Danzo's view, the decisive battle against Tsunade should be sooner rather than later. Instead of passively waiting for Tsunade to prepare for war, it would be better to assemble a ninja force and initiate an attack directly. As for Wagakure, what does it matter if they give up the lines of small countries? As long as they deal with Tsunade, once Konoha is free to act, dealing with the Wagakure will be easy. Regarding the invasion of Kirigakure, it is even simpler. As long as Konoha can win this ninja world war, what does it matter if those areas suffer some destruction? As long as they firmly hold the position of the first ninja village, even if the number of missions decreases, they will still be the strongest among the 5 great ninja villages. So what if the recovery speed is slow? As long as it's faster than the enemy, that's enough. Danzo knew he couldn't change Hiruzen's mind. Suddenly, his eyes shifted under the shadow, and he thought of a good idea. Since there are no extra troops, then what about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? No, absolutely not. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tsunade, and Mito Kamen almost simultaneously interrupted Danzo before he could finish a sentence. Coughing, Sarutobi Hiruzen realized he had lost his composure and awkwardly cleared his throat. Danzo, Kushina is the last line of defense for the village. If she is sent to the battlefield and something happens, Konoha cannot bear the consequences. Danzo silently raised his head and glanced around. Tsunade and Mito Kamen turned their heads away, not daring to meet his gaze. Finally, Danzo's gaze landed on Sarutobi Hiruzen, who did not avoid his eyes. Hiruzen, you really are getting old. Danzo, I am Hokage. Danzo hated that sentence the most. If only he had kept quiet back then. Danzo did not speak again and turned to leave the Hokage's office, slamming the door behind him. He didn't want to stay in that broken meeting for even a second longer. A few days later, at the battlefield in the Land of Rivers, Konoha's frontline command center. Today, the command center was particularly lively. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Minato Namikaze, Nara Shikaku, and the newly promoted special jounin, Mitsuki, were all present. They were gathered around a large map. According to standard protocol, Mitsuki's qualifications were not enough to attend a meeting of this level. However, exceptions exist, and as one of Konoha's greatest contributors to gaining an advantage in the war against Tsunade, Mitsuki had already made a name for himself in this area as the face of Konoha's new generation. Even enemies from other battlefields had heard of this talented ninja from Konoha. Tsunade crossed her arms and spoke. The village has just sent news today. Everyone shifted their attention from the map to Tsunade. She continued, the village will dispatch 1,000 ninjas here for support. Only 1,000? There's still a gap in combat power, Narashikako pondered, considering how to maximize the use of this reinforcement. Upon hearing there were only 1,000 reinforcements, Jiraiya immediately expressed his disappointment. What's going on? Can't the old man borrow a few more people from Orochimaru? Minato Namikaze, however, spoke objectively. The third Hokage must have his reasons. After all, the situation in the other two battlefields isn't going well. Though Minato was on the Sunagakure battlefield, he already had the mindset of a Hokage, always focusing on Konoha's overall battlefield situation. And indeed, this 1,000 was all Sarutobi Hiruzen could squeeze out. Tsunade turned her gaze to Mitsuki and asked, "Mitsuki, what do you think?" Mitsuki actually had some thoughts, but he didn't want to share them because he believed the best strategy should be as follows. Konoha should take the initiative to strike and directly attack the inland of the Wind Country. When Sunagakure is forced to respond, Minato would use the Flying Thunder God technique to take him directly through the main battlefield into Sunagakure's interior. Once inside, he would unleash a powerful attack to destroy Sunagakure. To be honest, this method is somewhat insidious, targeting the weak civilians and children left behind in Sunagakure. Moreover, Mitsuki was also worried that if both he and Minato were not on the main battlefield, RIN and Kakashi might encounter danger. For him, RIN's safety was much more important than winning the war. Therefore, in response to Tsunade's question, he evaded, "I apologize, Commander, but I don't really understand tactics." Let's listen to Shikaku's opinion. Seeing Mitsuki evade the question, Tsunade reached out and pulled him into her embrace, ruffling his white hair with her other hand. "You little brat. What did you just call me?" "I was wrong, Sister Tsunade. This is a meeting, so we should refer to titles." "Umph." Letting go of Mitsuki, Tsunade returned to her seat. Chapter 36. Soft but fragrant from Tsunade's perspective, Mitsuki was now someone she acknowledged. She saw in him a future that the sacrificed Nawaki could not achieve. Besides, Mitsuki was originally a descendant of the Senju clan, which had integrated into Konoha. Although, according to the rules left by her second grandfather, the Senju clan could no longer be rebuilt. Seeing him active and thriving in the ninja world was enough to make Tsunade feel gratified. From Mitsuki's perspective, ever since Tsunade had cried after he defeated her a few months ago, she had insisted that he call her sister. Naturally, Mitsuki was unwilling. His actual age was not necessarily younger than Tsunade's. Moreover, in that match, it was clear that he had won. So, if anyone should be calling anyone, it should be Tsunade calling him brother. Mitsuki declared that even if he jumped off Hokage Rock, he wouldn't call Tsunade sister. Want to learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Call me sister, and I'll tell you how to practice it. Rationally speaking, Mitsuki should be unmoved by such temptations to achieve great things. However, she was offering too much. Sigh. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. Mitsuki considered himself someone capable of achieving great things. Thus, the previous scene unfolded. In fact, it turned out that Mitsuki was still too young. Tsunade did indeed promise to teach him the Flying Thunder God technique, but only after they returned to Konoha. Because what Tsunade would give him was not the version from the sealing book of Konoha, but the internal version from the Senju clan. There really wasn't much difference. Both were written by Tsunade's second grandfather, Senju Tobarama. However, the sealing book required going to find the third Hokage, and learning it required memorization, which Tsunade found troublesome. At that time, Tsunade's exact words were, "The sealing book? How troublesome. When we return to Konoha, I'll give you the original, Mitsuki. You can read it whenever you want." I have to say, when young, one doesn't know how sweet it is to have a rich benefactor. Having reviewed the previous events, let's return to the main topic. The options available to the people in the camp are not many. Either they take the initiative to force Sunagakure to engage in battle, or they wait for Sunagakure to initiate an attack, with Konoha playing defense and counterattack. The former carries greater risk, while the latter is more stable. After thinking for a long time, Narashikako finally spoke up. "Everyone, please listen to me." The meeting was finally over. Mitsuki walked out of the command center and stretched lazily. He returned to his quarters. Illusion technique, magical restreint technique. As soon as Mitsuki walked into the tent, he felt a familiar chakra trying to interfere with the chakra within him. Freeze. Using the power of the six eyes, Jianyue easily controlled the chakra in her brain, making it unaffected. How naive. Lioli, illusions are useless against me. Jianyue guessed immediately that it was that woman who always wanted to ride on his head. What about Pingzi? Uchiha Lioli snorted and replied that he didn't come. He was reassigned to the mist battlefield by the Hyuga clan this time. He returned to the village. Uchiha Lioli thought she finally gained the advanced Sharingan Jinjutsu of the Uchiha clan and could win against Jianyue in some way this time. The reality proved she was overthinking. Her Jinjutsu was ineffective during the double tomo, and now it remained ineffective with the triple tomo. This was reasonable. In the ninja world, chakra is the foundation for casting illusions. The caster manipulates their chakra, especially mental energy, to influence the flow of the opponent's chakra, aiming to control the opponent's mind. With Jianyue's control over his chakra, at least the infinite Tsukuyomi level of Jinjutsu would be needed to affect him. After answering Jianyue's question, Uchiha Lioli turned neatly, her long black hair drawing a beautiful arc in the air. She walked to the chair and sat down, crossing her long, straight legs. Jianyue sat on the edge of his bed, feeling emotional. Uchiha Lioli was indeed worthy of the Uchiha clan. Not to mention her character, her appearance was truly remarkable. That long black hair really struck him. It's your turn. The long-haired girl spoke up. What? Jianyue looked puzzled. You went to the pre-battle meeting, right? How we act next? Isn't this confidential? Besides, you'll probably know tomorrow. This isn't Jianyue's delay tactic. According to what was said in the meeting, pre-battle mobilization will begin in the camp tomorrow. With our relationship, is it still necessary to keep it a secret? Uchiha Lioli suddenly threw a straightforward question. When I throw out a question mark, it doesn't mean I have a problem, but I think you have one. We're teammates, right? Jianyue didn't know what Uchiha Lioli was trying to imply. Oh, aren't we living together? Uchiha Lioli tilted her head, playing with a strand of long hair. The hair coiled around her fingers and then was loosened. It was a very cute action. However, Jianyue had no time to appreciate it. Miss Lioli? We were just a small team living together, and Pingzi was here before. For frontline ninjas, the tent is really just a place to sleep. They usually sleep in combat gear to prepare for emergencies. But now he isn't here, right? For some reason, Miss Uchiha Lioli was acting very assertive today. All right. I give up. Jianyue raised his hand in surrender. I can't tell you the detailed plan, but I can reveal some general directions. What is it? Uchiha Lioli moved her chair closer to Jianyue. Looking at the approaching Uchiha Lioli, Jianyue paused before continuing. Just like the previous strategy, we will still play defensively and counterattack. We currently have an absolute advantage in the land of rivers, so there's no need to take risks by advancing. Sure enough, this is the village's consistent style. Uchiha Lioli had a knowing expression. Jianyue glanced at Uchiha Lioli's cold face. Your words should get you assigned to the combat team. The strength of the Uchiha clan can generally be guessed from the level of their Sharingan. As an Uchiha who has already awakened the triple Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Lioli's overall strength is not weak among Jonin. Uchiha Lioli is a few months older than Jianyue, and her eye-opening speed is among the top ranks in Uchiha clan history. Isn't that obvious? You two will be on the front lines, right? Uchiha Lioli turned her head, pretending to ask casually. Yeah, but I don't really want to go to the front lines. Why? Uchiha Lioli suddenly turned back and asked curiously. Based on Uchiha Lioli's understanding of Jianyue, he shouldn't be the type of ninja who fears battle. Because RIN, Kakashi, and Obito were assigned to the rear to protect the medical team, I'm a bit worried, Jianyue answered honestly. In fact, he mentioned in the meeting that he wanted to defend the rear medical unit, but was rejected by Nara Shikaku. Your large-scale wind release techniques can exert greater advantages on the front lines. This is Nara Shikaku's original words. However, Tsunade seemed to see something and assured that she would protect Jianyue's companions well. Although it felt a bit unreliable, Jianyue had no reasonable reason to refuse the order. Still not enough status. Jianyue planned to show some real skills in the decisive battle. He prepared to gain more military merit in this decisive battle to strengthen his voice in the village. After all, it was fine to just follow orders on the battlefield in Sunagakure. However, it wouldn't work on the battlefield in Iwagakure to save his companions. Uchiha Madara was a troublesome figure that couldn't be ignored. Chapter 37. The eve of the decisive battle, Uchiha Madara was indeed a significant trouble. However, Jianyue seemed to have an even bigger problem now. Just as Jianyue was pondering, he suddenly felt the air around him grow a bit cold. And when he turned to look, Uchiha Ryori was dangerously playing with a kunai, occasionally pointing it at his thigh. Hey, Miss Ryori, what are you doing? Oh, you wanted to go to the rear, right? I have a way. Let me stab you once. Then you can stay at the rear medical unit for as long as you want. Jianyue suddenly missed Pingzi a lot. Having him and Ryori living together was genuinely a bit dangerous. Of course, in the literal sense of danger. The next morning, just as Jianyue told Ryori last night, the ninjas in the camp were gathered. Tsunade was giving a pre-battle speech. Although on the surface, we seem to be at a disadvantage in numbers, don't forget that at this moment, standing on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, we still have the absolute advantage, which is us, Konoha. Tsunade's voice echoed in everyone's ears, instilling a sense of unparalleled confidence and determination in all present. Undoubtedly, the ultimate victor of this cruel and fierce war will be us. Konoha. At this moment, Tsunade exuded an incomparable aura, evoking a sense of awe. In this moment, everyone firmly believed victory will belong to them. Konoha, although Tsunade was reading from a script written by Narashikaku, it must be said that even though Tsunade was usually a bit disorganized, she still had a commanding presence at such critical moments. As a pre-battle mobilization, there was no doubt it was competent. Jianyue looked around at the reactions of those around him. Everyone was very excited. Ah, that's great. I knew Konoha would definitely win. Yes, we will win. Hearing the discussions among the surrounding ninjas, Jianyue felt a bit uneasy. Discussing going back home to get married before the decisive battle was not a good sign. After this war is over, I will go back to Konoha and get married. That's great. Don't forget to send me an invitation then. Of course, we all need to live well and return to the village. Jianyue felt he should be in the tent, not here listening to this group of fools discussing marriage back home. Uchiha Ryori, beside him, finished listening to Tsunade's speech and disdainfully said, "It sounds nice, but isn't it just a turtle strategy?" Boldly, this is a strategy that Jianyue and teacher Minato discussed together. How dare you say that? A familiar voice rang out from behind. Uchiha Ryori turned around to see. Oh, it was none other than Uchiha's most famous underachiever, Obito. Uchiha Ryori revealed a mocking smile at the corner of her mouth. Naturally, you, the one at the back, think being a turtle is good enough. Especially since you can't even activate your Sharingan. What? You bastard. Obito, who was most sensitive about his inability to open his eyes, felt his anger spike when Uchiha Ryori hit a nerve. Ignoring Obito, it would be abnormal for him not to argue with Ryori when they met. Lin? Aren't you with Teacher Minato? Jianyue habitually walked over to Lin's side. Lin noticed that Jianyue's forehead protector seemed a bit crooked, so she stood on her tiptoes and reached out to help him adjust it. At the same time, she responded that Teacher Minato had gone to find Advisor Jiku, seemingly to reorganize the combat teams. Jianyue lowered his head in tacit understanding, allowing Lin to easily touch his forehead. After fiddling with it for a while, seeming to find the angle satisfactory, Lin clasped her hands together and smiled, saying, "All right, this will do." Uchiha Ryori watched the interaction between the two and then glanced at Obito, who was still chattering away. Suddenly, Uchiha Ryori found it very boring. She didn't want to play anymore. But when Obito saw Uchiha Ryori suddenly fall silent, he thought to himself, this violent girl must be feeling guilty. So he confidently spoke up, "I will activate my eyes soon and surpass you, becoming the future Hokage." Uchiha Ryori felt that talking to Obito lowered her IQ. She replied, "You can drown in the river with your dreams, idiot," and then turned to leave. Such strong aggression. Jianyue couldn't help but feel this way. "Idiot," Kakashi commented. "Sure enough, Kakashi, you also think this violent girl is quite strange, right?" Obito agreed and patted Kakashi's shoulder. "Idiot, I was talking about you." Kakashi explained with his dead fish eyes wide open. Huh. A few days after Tsunade's pre-war mobilization, Jiraiya, along with an intelligence team, discovered the situation. Sunagakure had gathered a large number of ninjas and was aggressively heading towards Konoha's frontline main camp. This was one of the reasons the village always felt they could wait for Sunagakure to take the initiative. Compared to the small skirmishes before the Great Battle, the real war was hard to hide from each other's intelligence agencies. After receiving accurate intelligence, the command center of Konoha's main camp immediately followed the original plan. dispatching all reorganized combat troops to face the enemy, except for a few small teams that remained in the rear. Minato's team was one of the teams left behind. Not only Minato's team, but most of the recently graduated genin classes were not reorganized. Instead, they remained in the rear as combat support. Their task was to protect the medical unit in the rear. It's worth mentioning that Konoha could withstand a 3-front attack despite having fewer ninjas, thanks to the medical system established by Tsunade. Of course, while it was said to protect the medical unit in the rear, in reality, it was more about protecting the young generation of ninjas in Konoha, because in the decisive battle, the medical unit in the rear would basically not be attacked. For Tsunade to launch an attack on the medical unit beyond Konoha's main forces, they first needed to send enough ninjas to hold back Konoha's main force. Secondly, they needed sufficient mobility, meaning they couldn't bring a large number of ninjas, but instead had to choose elite teams for a surprise attack. Additionally, they had to consider that if they couldn't quickly take down the medical unit, they might face a counterattack from Konoha's main forces. One misstep could lead to being surrounded. Moreover, Tsunade's high-level combat power was already limited. If most of them attacked the rear, there would be no strong forces to restrain Konoha's side on the front line. The main battlefield of Tsunade would definitely crumble at the first touch. Not to mention, Tsunade was stationed in the rear. Therefore, it was almost impossible for the medical unit to encounter danger. The young generation of Konoha would be protected in the rear, growing robustly, and later they would protect the new leaves sprouting. This is the will of fire of Konoha. So why can Jianyue and that violent girl go to the front line? Obito protested uselessly upon hearing the command center's arrangement for Minato's team. Chapter 38. I'll return this to you. In the land of rivers, the terrain here is relatively low, and every year, a massive amount of rainwater flows in from the land of rain. This rootless water flows toward the sea, eventually eroding the land of rivers into a unique, rugged karst landform. Jianyue suddenly remembered that he seemed to have learned about this in his previous life. It was called karst topography, or something. He remembered it, but not completely. In any case, today this land that had been ravaged by war for several years was finally about to welcome its final battle. At this moment, Jianyue's 6 eyes could already see the ninjas from Tsunade. Konoha and Tsunade each deployed thousands of ninjas in this location. Konoha's side, counting the recent reinforcement of 1,000 combat ninjas and excluding the ninjas left in the rear, had approximately 3,000 ninjas engaged in this battlefield. Jianyue wasn't sure about Tsunade's numbers, but they would be more than that, not less. There was still a gap in combat power. To maximize Konoha ninjas' balanced strength, Advisor Jiku reorganized the ninja troops into 5 combat formations. Jianyue was assigned to the first assault formation, which was not because he was being treated as cannon fodder, but because they wanted to leverage Jianyue's powerful wide-range ninjutsu to take the initiative and deal a significant blow to Tsunade before the battle began. This was also what Jianyue hoped to see. Once the main forces of both sides collided completely, it would turn into a giant chaotic battlefield. At that point, it would be challenging for Jianyue to use various high-power ninjutsu. Prepare for battle. Ninjas around reminded each other. Jianyue saw that Tsunade had already entered his attack range and didn't hesitate. He directly reached out and formed a large-tailed beast raisin shuriken. The teammates in the first assault formation beside him only felt a gust of wind sweep by, bringing a slight stinging sensation to their skin. Some ninjas who had only recently come from the village looked shocked at the giant chakra shuriken. What is this? Is this it? An old ninja who had fought on the battlefield in the land of rivers for many years enthusiastically explained to several newcomers. That's right, don't blink. You'll see the ninjutsu that helped Konoha establish absolute dominance in the land of rivers. Surrounding gazes were filled with shock, fear, or admiration, all focused on Jianyue's large-tailed beast raisin shuriken. Although they had heard of it, except for some ninjas who had carried out tasks with the Shining Spiral Gale Blade Legendary Storm Zero Squad on the battlefield in the Land of Rivers. Many had only heard of the genius named Qingshui Jianyue from Konoha, who had developed high-level ninjutsu shortly after graduating. In a war against Tsunade, he had gained a tremendous advantage for Konoha. The ninja world, after all, is a place where strength is respected. Even though Jianyue was just a freshly graduated child now, as long as his power was strong enough, the surrounding ninjas would still respect and even admire him. Then, get ready to explode. Jianyue threw the massive blue chakra shuriken with all his might. Wind release, tailed beast raisin shuriken. The violently swirling wind attribute chakra blade, compressed to the extreme, shrieked as it tore apart everything in its path, hurtling toward the Sunagakure forces. It turned out that when you think everything is fine, that's when problems arise. The Sunagakure ninjas at the forefront saw the familiar giant chakra shuriken and were instantly filled with endless fear. It's no wonder. Since Jianyue and Minato Namikaze formed the surprise attack team, they have been visiting various camps in Sunagakure or transportation transfer points almost every few days. As the saying goes, thieves don't leave empty-handed. Although their name, Kaze no Shinkai, did not spread. The signature giant chakra, shuriken, and wind techniques they employed left a significant psychological shadow on many Sunagakure ninjas. At this moment, the sand ninjas charging at the front felt like they were already doomed before the battle even began. Suddenly, 3 white-clothed puppets flew out quickly from the sand army. They stacked together in a triangular formation, like a human tower. Puppet technique. 3 treasures collapse. In front of them, a giant wind zone formed, emanating a massive gravitational pull. The giant shuriken Jianyue threw out was instantly sucked into the wind zone. A series of painful cutting sounds echoed within the wind zone. Seeing that the giant shuriken was under the enemy's control, Jianyue decided to abandon his plan to guide it to the center of the enemy formation for maximum damage. He formed hand seals with one hand, preparing to detonate the shuriken directly. However, the expected explosion did not occur. Using his Byakugan, Jianyue saw faint black, tadpole-like patterns on the outer wall of the wind zone that trapped the giant shuriken. It was a sealing technique. Jianyue sighed internally, realizing that none of the 5 great ninja villages were simple. His technique was purely powerful and did not have any complex external manifestations. Sunagakure had prepared for so long this time. They surely had countermeasures against Jianyue's technique. At this moment, an elderly woman from the Sand Forces boldly charged out of formation. 10 chakra strings extended from her 10 fingers, connecting to 10 puppets, including the 3 puppets currently using puppet technique. 3 treasures collapse. White secret technique. Chikamatsu, 10 puppets. This was a very advanced technique, considered the pinnacle of puppet techniques in the ninja world. Designed by the first user of puppet techniques, Bunzaman. These 10 puppets each had their unique weapons and attack methods. They could even combine to form formations, unleashing powers far beyond that of individual puppets. It was Chiyo, and she blocked that damn ninjutsu. Great! Many sand ninjas, seeing the terrifying ninjutsu that had awakened them countless times at night being blocked, erupted in excitement, raising the morale of sand forces significantly. There was no way around it. Jianyue's technique had left a considerable impact on the sand ninjas. One could say that the sand ninjas had long suffered from the spiral shuriken. Chiyo waved her right hand, continuing to manipulate the puppets, compressing the wind zone created by 3 treasures collapse again, pushing the sealing technique to its limit. The originally massive giant shuriken was dispersed and compressed, transforming into a highly condensed chakra sphere. Konoha brat, here us your shuriken back. As soon as Chiyo's voice fell, the highly condensed chakra sphere shot out like a bullet towards the direction from which it had come. The wheel of fortune turned. The frontline ninjas of Konoha felt something was amiss, although the pressure from the returned chakra sphere was nowhere near that of the original giant chakra shuriken. If it truly exploded, it would still be a significant issue. Let me handle it, Captain Minato. Jianyue stopped the already prepared Minato Namikaze. Before using ninjutsu, he had heard the surrounding ninjas' words of admiration, but the result was that his first move was reflected back by the enemy. If he let Minato clean up after him again, even Jianyue's thick skin might not be able to take it. Fortunately, aside from feeling a bit awkward, Jianyue found it not difficult to respond. He drew out his sword, missed cutter, and waved it casually. All counterattack. Minato had seen Jianyue perform this technique many times. But even now, he could not understand its principle. It seemed to defy the laws of physics. No matter what attack came from any direction, it would be perfectly rebounded by Jianyue's technique. It didn't even require chakra. Just like now. The chakra sphere compressed by Chiyo entered Jianyue as all counterattack area and instantly sped towards the three puppets that had originally performed three treasures collapse. Seeing this, Chiyo wanted to use the same trick again. However, Jianyue would not trip over the same stone twice. He had already seen through it using his Byakugan. The opponent's three treasures collapse could cut the connection between him and the giant shuriken due to some unknown sealing technique. The sealing technique had only succeeded in compressing the giant shuriken under near-limit conditions. Therefore, using a more powerful ninjutsu was the most direct means to break the situation. Jianyue sheathed Mist Cutter and once again gathered wind, a tribute chakra in his left hand. But this time the chakra shuriken that appeared was several sizes smaller than before. This was a standard version of wind release, spiraling shuriken. Meanwhile, Jianyue also formed a more ordinary Rasengan with his right hand, but it would soon become extraordinary. Having always treated Uchiha Madara as a temporary hypothetical enemy, Jianyue naturally kept a few trump cards for himself. The technique he was about to use was one of them. Fiery red chakra surged from the Rasengan in Jianyue's right hand. The originally blue Rasengan was undergoing an incredible transformation. Its clear, transparent glow began to be gradually replaced by a hot and violent red. This red was not an ordinary red, but one like the molten lava surging deep underground. The entire Rasengan was completely enveloped by this crimson color, with every strand of red light resembling a leaping fire dragon, extending its claws and fangs towards all around, exuding a terrifying aura. Fire release, great flame spiral. Outsiders watched the excitement, while insiders understood the principles. Minato could immediately see that the principle of this technique was to change the nature of fire attribute chakra to its extreme and then merge it into the Rasengan. Although he had not witnessed its power, the difficulty alone clearly indicated it was a high-level ninjutsu. And indeed, as Minato guessed, the single target lethality of the Great Flame Rasengan was even higher than that of the spiraling shuriken. However, this ninjutsu's first appearance lasted only a few seconds. Jianyue violently shoved it into the center of his left-hand spiraling shuriken. This rough action made Minato and the surrounding ninjas shudder internally. Is this really safe? Won't it explode? This was a common question in everyone's mind. As it turned out, it not only didn't explode, but they would soon witness the biggest fireworks of their lives in just a few seconds. Fire and wind were indeed the best partners. The Great Flame Rasengan merged into the spiraling shuriken like a returning swallow. Flames ignited on the blade, formed by the wind of the spiraling shuriken. Chakra surged wildly. The crimson chakra completely dyed the blue spiraling shuriken, and together with the flames on the blade, they were all soaked in a dark purple hue filled with a sense of destruction. The central sphere of the spiraling shuriken sprouted two conical spikes, resembling volcanoes. Jianyue had used this technique in his and Lin's secret training ground before, although he had infused very little chakra into it at that time. Almost just 1% of what he was using now. Nevertheless, the power of this technique was still terrifying. Now, this was Jianyue's second time using this technique, and the amount of chakra he infused was incomparable. Let's see if he can block this. Chiyo from Sunagakure. Jianyue threw the spinning ninjutsu in his hand towards Chiyo. Combination ninjutsu. Fire release. Burning wind explosion. The speed of the burning wind explosion was comparable to that of the spiraling shuriken, if not faster. It caught up with the chakra ball that had just been reflected back by Jianyue's full counter. It devoured it, causing its own size to increase significantly. In the ninja world, there is no term for top. To Chiyo and the Sunagakure ninjas behind her, what was rushing towards them did not look like a ninjutsu. It was an imposing force that seemed to dye the entire world a dark purple, as if two volcanoes were colliding with them. Faced with a visually overwhelming burning wind explosion, Chiyo knew that she had to block it in front of the Sand Ninja formation. Although the ninja world was full of deceit, ninjutsu development was quite straightforward. There were never techniques that appeared flashy but were actually weak. When you see a ninjutsu with a lackluster aura, it may not necessarily be weak. It could be one of those techniques that seem ordinary but are extremely powerful. However, when you see a ninjutsu with a grand aura, you can be sure that it won't be weak. Having fought for Sand Village all her life, Chiyo was naturally experienced and made her decision immediately. She waved her hands in unison. All 10 of the puppets from the Nara clan moved, forming a 10-person Arhut formation. Puppet technique, 3 treasures absorption. This was the final form of the 3 treasures absorption, with a powerful suction force that even formed a black vortex like a black hole at the center of the wind area. In this form, the suction and sealing ability of 3 treasures absorption were dozens of times stronger than in the usual 3 puppet forms. At the same time, it also increased the effect of absorbing chakra to supply the user. Even if it couldn't seal the compressed items in the wind area immediately, it could still win the battle by relying on chakra absorption. However, seemingly perfect ninjutsu always has flaws, and the cost of activating the final form of 3 treasures absorption was exceptionally high. This form would cause irreparable wear to the core of the Nara clan's puppets. So what would be the outcome when the pinnacle achievement of puppet techniques in the ninja world faced Jianyue's confident creation? Under everyone's gaze, the black hole that attracted everything collided with the sun that burned everything to ash. Chapter 40. Purple Sun under everyone's gaze. The black hole that attracted everything collided with the sun that burned everything to ash. Chiyo, at any cost, activated the puppetry mechanism of the Nara clan. The powerful suction directly pulled the burning wind explosion into the wind area. Seeing Chiyo use the puppet technique to block that terrifying attack, the ninjas from Sunagakure couldn't help but shout in excitement. Great! Long live Lady Chiyo. We won. However, Chiyo sensed something different. It was too smooth. Although she didn't want to admit it, Konoha truly deserved its title as the cradle of genius. This Qingshui Jianyue was the most talented ninja she had ever seen in the ninja world, even more so than that White Fang. Is such a genius ninja's confident strike really this simple? With this doubt in her heart, Chiyo's hands did not slow down. Her fingers moved up and down with agility, unlike that of an elderly person. The moment Chiyo captured the burning wind explosion in the wind area, she immediately activated the sealing technique embedded in the puppetry mechanism. In Jianyue's 6 eyes, he saw all of Chiyo's defensive actions, but these were all in vain. Fire release. Burning wind explosion was not an ordinary ninjutsu. Unlike the spiraling shuriken, which could form a stable shuriken shape after being compressed, the burning wind explosion was an extremely unstable high-intensity chakra aggregate. The chakra inside was constantly in a state of superposition. Even after Jianyue threw it from his hand, all the chakra inside the burning wind explosion was still under Jianyue's control. In this situation, the forward trajectory of the burning wind explosion was almost impossible to stop. Just like the chakra ball it had devoured earlier, most attacks couldn't influence it to detonate prematurely. It could only be detonated in 2 scenarios. One was if Jianyue actively released his control over the chakra inside the burning wind explosion, and the other was what was happening now. Under Chiyo's control, the sealing technique of the 3 treasures absorption quickly manifested, wrapping around the burning wind explosion like a python. Just as it had severed the connection between the great sphere, spiraling shuriken, and Jianyue, it also cut off the chakra connection between the burning wind explosion and Jianyue. Crack! Unlike the thunderous explosion of the spiraling shuriken, what followed was merely the soft sound of a bolt breaking. The moment the burning wind explosion was enveloped by the sealing technique of the 3 treasures absorption, it released a strong light, illuminating the surrounding area within a radius of 1 kilometer in dark purple. A purple sun rose where the burning wind explosion had been restricted by the wind area. Chiyo felt every cell in her body lighting up like a red alert. I'm going to die. Those 3 words flashed in her mind repeatedly. She waved her hands, controlling the Nara clan's puppets to abandon the continued release of the 3 treasures absorption and quickly retreated. At the same time, she shouted for everyone to scatter and quickly get away from that technique. This world can be dramatically ironic at times. Just a second ago, the Sand Ninjas were celebrating Lady Chiyo's strong appearance, and the next second, they were all frantically fleeing. Each one regretted not having an extra leg. Those who were far away still had time to regret, but those Sand Ninjas near the burning wind explosion had already started cursing. Around the dark purple sphere generated by the burning wind explosion, a suction force more intense than that of the Nara clan's combined three treasures absorption emerged. Trees were uprooted. The earth began to collapse, turning into fragments that were drawn toward the purple sun. Under this omnipresent gravity, the sand ninjas who had been fleeing frantically appeared to be caught by an invisible hand, unable to resist as they were pulled towards the purple sun step by step. Damn it, if that's the case, wind release, wind cutter technique. One sand ninja, controlled by gravity in midair, suppressed his inner fear and bravely launched an attack towards the purple sun. Inspired by him, other sand ninjas who had thought they were going to die here also began to take action, displaying their skills. Try this. Wind release, air/wave. Wind release, great breakthrough. Some sand ninjas without long-range ninjutsu stuck explosive tags on kunai and threw them towards the source of the gravity. However, if the burning wind explosion could be easily countered, Jianyue wouldn't have considered it one of his trump cards. The sand ninjas' counterattacks had no effect. The kunai, or shuriken, thrown didn't even touch the purple sun, melting into molten iron in midair due to the terrifying high temperature, causing no ripples at all. This was already the better outcome. As for the various long-range ninjutsu, not only did they not return, but their chakra was also absorbed by the burning wind explosion, causing the purple sun to visibly swell larger once more. Now, they were truly out of options. In the range illuminated by the dark purple radiance of the scorching wind explosion, everything was absorbed into that purple sun, reduced to ashes by the extreme heat. This is one of the hidden cards developed by Mitsuki. Flame escape, scorching wind explosion. There is no violent explosion, only silent burning. When caught by its gravitational pull, it means that the Grim Reaper's scythe has already been placed on your neck. Chiyo controlled the puppets of the Nara clan, each grabbing a sand shinobi, including herself. And at the moment she abandoned the maintenance of the three treasures, she immediately exerted force to throw Chiyo and the others as far away as possible. After confirming that she had escaped the range of the technique, Chiyo quickly pulled out a scroll and unfolded it on the ground. Summoning technique. A burst of smoke erupted, and 6 half-puppets appeared on the scroll. This is the sealing scroll of the Nara clan, which not only contains various puppet components, but also has the ability to summon puppets back remotely. At this moment, only 6 half-puppets had appeared, and the absence of the others was evident. The few sand shinobi that Chiyo had saved showed expressions of horror, as they witnessed their companions who had not escaped the gravitational range being melted by the high temperature of the dark purple sun. Chiyo-sama, Chiyo did not pay attention to these sand shinobi. Her act of saving them was not out of any special intention, but simply a matter of convenience. This was only the first wave of confrontation, and the sand shinobi had already been given a warning. Fortunately, they still had a backup plan. Now, the most important thing was to stabilize the morale of the troops. Chiyo returned to the rear of the main force of the sand shinobi, and orders flowed from her mouth. Change the direction of advance, bypass the front ninjutsu, accelerate to approach the enemy. The opponent's technique does not distinguish between friend and foe. Chapter 41. Scorching Escape. Leaf Warehouse. Although most of the Konoha ninjas did not know how much mutual testing and countering was hidden within that recent ninjutsu confrontation, it did not prevent them from realizing that Konoha's new generation genius, Mitsuki, had once again used powerful ninjutsu, giving the sand shinobi a warning. If you ask why they could be so certain, it can only be said that Mitsuki's ninjutsu never disappoints in its effects. Even the Konoha forces several kilometers away could see that dark purple light ball rising like a second sun. Around that light ball, a ring of burning remnants floated like a meteor belt. The surrounding dark purple light reflected, and this terrifying ninjutsu that had devoured over 100 sand shinobi surprisingly exhibited a unique beauty. This scene was enough to shock and instill fear. Minato Namikaze's perception ability was exceptional. After watching the entire process from when Mitsuki started releasing the technique to its full explosion, he was almost certain that the technique Mitsuki had just released, in terms of difficulty and power, was comparable to those powerful forbidden techniques he had seen in the sealing book, perhaps even surpassing them. Minato looked at the ongoing technique in the distance and turned to Mitsuki to ask a question many Konoha ninjas were curious about. Mitsuki, does that technique have a name? Minato's heart was eager, ready to suggest a name as soon as Mitsuki said it did not have one. Mitsuki, unaware of Minato's thoughts, directly replied that the technique was called Scorching Wind Explosion, which he had accidentally invented, not expecting such great results. This was a lie. Since acquiring the six eyes, this man had been trying to mix chakra in various proportions, attempting to develop a bloodline limit of the escape technique type. With the chakra control ability brought by the six eyes and the ability to directly observe the flow of chakra, Mitsuki was able to experiment with various chakra ratios almost without risk. It should be noted that if an ordinary person were to do what Mitsuki did, they would have long since become a cripple. It was through a large number of cost-free trial and error that Mitsuki successfully found a ratio that allowed wind and fire attribute chakra to undergo a qualitative transformation within a few years. Now, this powerful scorching escape was developed by Mitsuki by successfully combining wind and fire attribute chakra in this proportion. The dark purple flames were many times hotter than ordinary fire escape techniques. At least Mitsuki had yet to see anything that it could not burn. Moreover, it had the ability to consume wind and fire attribute chakra as fuel. Upon hearing that the technique already had a name, Minato felt a slight disappointment. He then began his usual program in the camp. That's amazing, Mitsuki. You are truly the most outstanding and talented ninja I have ever seen. Minato, being the second person to praise Mitsuki in Konoha, used two superlatives in succession to express his deep admiration. By the way, the first person to praise him like this was Kakashi. Here they come. Prepare for battle. A few kilometers was nothing for a ninja's speed. At this moment, Konoha ninjas and sand shinobi had already clashed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A series of shurikens flew toward Mitsuki and Minato. Mitsuki drew out the mist cutter and easily deflected several shurikens. You from Konoha? That ninjutsu just now is yours, right? Chiyo's strength was well balanced, and she possessed a considerable chakra perception ability. She sensed the familiar chakra from Mitsuki. Seeing Mitsuki with white hair, her eyebrows furrowed as if she recalled some unpleasant memory. Chiyo of the Sand Village, you Sand Shinobi have no chance of winning anymore. Rather than continue to exhaust your village's ninjas here, you might as well surrender now. Minato wanted to see if he could use words to avoid this major confrontation, knowing that the sand side still had the threat of the rock village. After all, a few words would not hurt to try. Chiyo unexpectedly laughed like a neighborly old lady. I didn't expect that Yellow Flash from Konoha would have such a naive idea. It seemed that they would have to fight after all, Minato thought helplessly. This war has reached this stage. Both sides have no way out, right? Chiyo pulled out a scroll and unfolded it. 7 puppets appeared beside her with a puff of smoke. In just a moment, Chiyo had roughly repaired the half of the Nara clan that had been rescued. It could be considered a restoration of some strength, seeing that Chiyo had adopted an attitude of not wanting to talk anymore. Minato also took out his flying thunder god kunai, ready for battle. Chiyo flicked her hands, and the Nara clan, no, it should now be called the Nara 7. Puppets armed with various weapons charged toward Minato. The two began to clash in a melee. Instead, Chiyo had come to find Mitsuki, who was left neglected. There is no saying in the ninja world that winning through numbers is unworthy. Mitsuki prepared to attack Chiyo's main body while Minato was entangled with the puppets. However, another figure appeared before him. You can't go anywhere before I take you down. Mitsuki recognized her by her attire. It was the hero of the sand village, Yakura. Actually, I've always had a question I wanted to ask you. Mitsuki asked in a calm tone. What? Yakura did not remember having any exchanges with this famous Konoha genius. Aren't you afraid of getting sunburned wearing a backless outfit in the land of wind? Scorching escape. Steam kill. 4 orange-red light balls floated from Yakura's hand. This was Yakura's unique bloodline limit, scorching escape. Like Mitsuki's flame escape, it was also formed by the fusion of wind and fire chakra, but the manifestation was different. These seemingly average-sized light balls contained unimaginable power. Even the slightest contact with it is enough to evaporate all the moisture in a strong adult ninja's body in an instant. Now, for blazing light spheres, under the control of Yakura, swiftly attacked Ketsuki, each following a different arc. Ketsuki held a knife in his right hand and formed seals with his left, the lightning attribute chakra of the Chidori style instantly spreading throughout his body, stimulating his cells. Chidori stream. One flash. Electric arcs crawled up the blade, and Ketsuki, enveloped in unmatched lightning, effortlessly dodged the 4 incoming blazing light spheres at an astonishing speed. He swung downwards towards Yakura with a swift slash. As always, while ninjutsu was Ketsuki's strong suit, close combat was never his weakness. Chapter 42. Fire Release. A beautifully silver arc of the blade flashed and vanished in an instant. A massive cut appeared on Yakura's chest after Ketsuki's strike, and he quickly jumped back to create distance. The attack missed. The Yakura that was struck transformed into a puff of smoke and dissipated. The real Yakura, hidden in the shadows, saw Ketsuki being deceived by the clone and immediately controlled the blazing light spheres to launch a counterattack from behind. At the same time, the real body was exposed, thrusting a kunai towards Ketsuki from another direction. At this moment, Ketsuki was caught in a pincer attack, seemingly powerless to turn the tide. "I got you, it's my victory." Yakura smirked coldly, pleased that his plan had succeeded. Ketsuki smiled too, but it was not a smile of success. It was simply his natural inclination to smile. Full counter. An invisible domain unfolded around Ketsuki, as if the rules within began to reorganize. The moment the blazing light spheres formed by Yakura entered the full counter domain, they were all rebounded outward. Yakura didn't know what had happened. She only felt as if she had been punched by some invisible force. Bang! Yakura's body was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. From the very beginning, Ketsuki's 6 eyes had clearly seen that when Yakura threw out the 4 blazing light spheres, what remained on the field was not the real body, but a clone. Ketsuki pretended to be fooled, deliberately slashing at Yakura's clone. The intention was to deal a heavy blow to her when she thought her plan had succeeded and launched a real attack, using full counter. This bait-and-switch tactic was becoming more and more familiar to Ketsuki. Blazing release, steam kill. An orange-red light sphere reappeared around Yakura, slowly floating to protect her. Ketsuki looked at the slowly rising Yakura and sincerely asked, "Do all you sand-hidden ninja love to pop champagne in the middle of a fight?" Yakura didn't understand what the champagne meant, but she knew it wasn't anything good. At that moment, she felt a heaviness in her chest, clearly feeling the discomfort from the earlier hit. Ignoring Ketsuki's question, Yakura was trying to recall what had just happened. The opponent must have unleashed some kind of invisible ninjutsu that can perform all-around defense. Otherwise, I can't explain how both attacks from the front and back were blocked simultaneously. But why? When she was sent flying just now should have been the best time to attack. Why didn't she make a move? With her talent, she definitely wouldn't have been unable to react. Could it be that she hesitated? Yakura was in a frenzy of thought. Ketsuki waited a few seconds and noticed Yakura was ignoring him, so he shrugged, realizing it was about time. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. What? Suddenly, a pair of hands emerged from the ground beneath Yakura, grabbing her ankles and pulling her down into the earth. In that case, Yakura tried to use blazing release to burn everything around her. However, Ketsuki had already appeared in front of her in an instant, crouched right in front of her exposed head. The blade of Mist Cutter was pressed tightly against Yakura's neck. The cold chill transmitted through the blade to her body. And to make matters worse, electric arcs danced on the blade, paralyzing Yakura completely. Lady Yakura, hurry and save Lady Yakura. The surrounding sand ninja saw Yakura hanging by a thread and, even at the cost of injury, abandoned their own battles to attack Ketsuki in an attempt to rescue her. Whoosh! A series of whistling sounds echoed. Several kunai sped towards Ketsuki. Seeing this, Ketsuki hatched a plan. He withdrew Mist Cutter and jumped back to evade the series of kunai flying at him. Meanwhile, a dozen sand ninja, forcibly breaking away from their battles, rushed to the spot where Yakura was trapped by the heart decapitation technique. Lady Yakura, are you okay? You idiot. Does this look like I'm okay? I can use earth release. I'll get you out right away. These sand ninja, just to approach this battlefield, already bore many wounds on their bodies. But for them, rescuing Yakura was worth it. Thank you. You've been a great help. Yakura knew they were more concerned about preserving the strength of the sand-hidden village, not letting her die here. Otherwise, without a powerful bloodline ninja, even if they defeated Konoha, they would still have to deal with the mist-hidden and stone-hidden. And the future of the sand-hidden village would need her. Regardless, Yakura was still very grateful to these village companions who were willing to support her in danger. With the help of a ninja who could use Earth Release, Yakura was about to emerge from the ground. Suddenly, she felt a scorching heat emanating from beneath. Not good. Quickly, beneath the surface, Kitsuki's shadow clone that had used the Earth Release heart decapitation technique had not yet disappeared. Fire Release. Great Fire Spiral. Previously, the Great Fire Spiral appeared for only a brief moment. This time, it wasn't in the form of advanced fusion material, but as an enhanced version of Fire Release. Kitsuki's shadow clone forcefully threw this dark purple sphere, containing terrifying high temperatures, upwards. The seemingly thick earth couldn't stop the Great Fire Spiral at all. The moment Yakura issued a warning, the Great Fire Spiral had already burst through the ground, directly piercing through Yakura's chest. But that wasn't all. The dark purple sphere in the air began to emit a dazzling light from within, as if it was about to explode. Blazing Release. Steam Kill. Yakura knew she was undoubtedly doomed, but in the final moments of her life, she wanted to save her companions who had risked their lives to rescue her. The 4 orange-red light spheres formed by the Blazing Release spun and merged into one. Although the number decreased, the volume increased more than fourfold. The swirling light sphere wobbled towards the Great Fire Spiral, attempting to engulf it. However, Kitsuki could control even the throne's spiral shuriken at will, let alone the smaller Great Fire Spiral. It was as if the Great Fire Spiral was a nimble dog in the mountains, skillfully dodging the now massive orange-red sphere. Yakura exerted all her strength, waving her arm to control the Blazing Release, trying to intercept again. Cough, cough, cough. Blood gushed from Yakura's mouth and nose, causing her to cough uncontrollably. She was gravely injured. Her entire upper body was burned through, with a large hole in her chest. But no blood flowed out because the wound had already charred as soon as it appeared. The massive blood loss had left Yakura unable to maintain consciousness. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect the future of the sand-hidden village. The orange-red light sphere of the Blazing Release slowly extinguished in the air, just like its owner's life. The explosion of the Great Fire Spiral arrived as expected, and the terrifying high temperature instantly turned more than a dozen sand ninja within a few meters in a char Yakura, who had dodged the Kanai's surprise attack from distance, slowly lowered his left hand after just finishing the hand seals to dispel the shadow clone technique. His shadow clone was also within the burning range of the Great Fireball. After being attacked, the shadow clone technique would transfer all memories and feelings back to the main body upon dissolution. Jianyue did not want to experience the feeling of being burned to death by his own Great Fireball. When Jianyue saw over a dozen sand ninjas risking their lives to save Yitsong, he thought of using Yitsong as bait to catch all those sand ninjas coming to rescue him, to ensure a one-hit kill. He also used Fire Release Chakra to power the Great Fireball. Since the trump card of the Blazing Wind explosion had already been exposed, there was no point in hiding the Fire Release bloodline limit any longer. Chapter 43. Killing Intent Emerges. Damn it, Konoha brat, I'll fight you. A sand ninja, seeing Lord Yitsong and his companions killed, glared with blood-red eyes and swung his ninja knife fiercely at Jianyue. Jianyue, holding the mist cutter, easily blocked the attack. Clearly, the anger did not provide this sand ninja with any strength. Using one hand to form seals, Jianyue channeled the electrical current of the Chidori flow through the blade of the mist cutter directly into the opponent's body. After paralyzing the opponent, Jianyue exerted force to deflect the sand ninja's knife and then decapitated him with a single strike. Don't make it seem like I'm some kind of big villain, okay? Jianyue swung his knife, shaking off the blood that had splattered on the mist cutter's blade. The battle here had already come to an end. The duel between the Fire Release Yitsong and Konoha's new generation genius, Jianyue, concluded with Jianyue's victory. This result was confirmed by countless eyes on the battlefield. Even now, many sand ninjas still couldn't believe that a 12-year-old child from Konoha could kill their elite jonin in just a few exchanges. This was Yitsong of the Fire Release. After all, After the disappearance of the third Kazekage, there had even been discussions in the village about electing Yitsong as the fourth Kazekage. Are Konoha's geniuses this unreasonable now? In fact, Konoha was equally shocked. All this time, the name Jianyue had been associated with Minato Namikaze. Everyone's understanding was that he was Konoha's #1 genius, strong in ninjutsu, and had developed a powerful wind release technique, making him a promising future candidate. Now it seemed that he was not just promising. He could easily kill elite jonin with bloodline limits at such a young age and come out unscathed. If he grew a few more years, wouldn't Konoha produce another god of ninjas? Without mentioning how shocked the ordinary ninjas were. In another battle, Minato Namikaze was very excited to see that Jianyue had killed Yitsong. If this continued, Konoha should be able to take down the sand without suffering too many losses. Chiyo, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Minato, also saw Yitsong's defeat. When Yitsong was pulled underground by Jianyue using Earth Release, she wanted to rush over to rescue him. However, Minato quickly discerned her intentions and used the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Thousands of shurikens flew toward Chiyo and the puppets she controlled, leaving her no choice but to use 3 treasures absorption for defense. This technique required her main body to maintain continuous control, which made it impossible for her to support Yitsong. Although Chiyo felt regret over Yitsong's death, now was not the time for mourning. Her brother, Ezo, was doing his best to hold off Jiraiya, while she was firmly restrained by Minato. That Konoha's Jianyue not only had formidable strength, but also high combat intelligence, having resolved Yitsong without taking any damage. Moreover, in Chiyo's perception, Jianyue's chakra response had not changed at all, indicating that his chakra reserves were still abundant. This was outrageous. Being so young and powerful could be called a prodigy, but did he really have such a large amount of chakra? The intelligence had indeed speculated that this kid might have a considerable chakra amount, but this was just too much. That dark purple fireball was still floating in the air. Was it possible that the Senju or Uzumaki clans had mistakenly swapped children? Currently, there was no one in the Sand Ninja troops who could contend with him. Now we can only see if Raza and the others can succeed, Chiyo thought to herself. After dealing with Yitsong, Jianyue was preparing to support Minato. In Jianyue's view, as long as they killed or captured Chiyo, the Sand Ninjas would naturally lose their will to fight. Even if the Sand Ninjas maintained a strong mentality and chose to fight to the death. With himself and Captain Minato free, they could almost dominate this battlefield. The failure of the Sand Village was only a matter of time. However, he felt that something was amiss. Raising his hand, Jianyue used the mist cutter to deflect several shurikens that had attempted to ambush him. With his left hand, shaped like a gun, he aimed at the Sand Ninja who had just tried to ambush him. The Sand Ninja, unsure of Jianyue's gesture, saw the kid who had killed Lord Yitsong standing still for a few seconds without any movement and thought that Jianyue might be low on chakra. Seeing that the ambush had failed, he hurriedly tried to escape. There was no way. Although he wanted to avenge Lord Yitsong, his own abilities were limited, and throwing a few shurikens was all he could do. In a real fight, it was uncertain if he could even withstand a single strike. In battle, Jianyue had never been a merciful person. Since he dared to attack him, he must have been prepared to be killed. A spiral ball the size of a coin condensed at the tip of Jianyue's finger, which was shaped like a gun. Gun spiral ball. Swish! The gun spiral ball quickly flew out, piercing the heart of the Sand Ninja, who had already run a distance away. The Sand Ninja died instantly, and due to inertia, continued to charge forward until he crashed into a tree and came to a stop. Seeing the tragic fate of this Sand Ninja, those Sand Ninjas who had thought Jianyue would exhaust a lot of chakra after killing Yitsong finally quieted down. The area around Jianyue fell silent, but his heart could not calm down. This strange feeling persisted. Jianyue used his 6 eyes to scan the battlefield. Chiyo was still entangled with Captain Minato, while Jiraiya was being held back by Ezo. Yitsong had just been dealt with by him. At this time, Raza was the only one left in the Sand Village who could take charge. If calculating combat power, they could also add the one-tailed Jinchuriki Fubuki to the mix. Jianyue had not seen these two in the Sand Ninja army from the beginning, but he had not thought much of it, as the enemies of the Sand Village were never just Konoha. The Sand Village must have someone to oversee things back in the village, and that person could only be Raza. There was no way the Sand Village would mobilize all its forces, leaving Raza and the Jinchuriki to attack Konoha's rear. They couldn't be that foolish, right? Besides, the rear of Konoha's camp had Tsunade stationed. Even if Raza and the one-tail Jinchuriki went to attack the rear, it would not be difficult for Tsunade to hold on until Jianyue and the others returned to defend. Jianyue decided to temporarily suppress his doubts and first help Captain Minato take down Shio. That way, even if something happened in the rear, they could rely on Captain Minato's Flying Thunder God to return quickly. Just as Jianyue was about to take action, he suddenly seemed to hear something and immediately jumped to the top of a nearby large tree, looking towards the direction of Konoha's frontline camp. He saw a gigantic mushroom cloud floating in the distance, and the sound he had vaguely heard earlier turned out to be an explosion. This place was at least over 100 kilometers away from Konoha's frontline camp. With such a distance, the sound of the explosion could still be heard. So the power of the explosion was naturally unimaginable. Jianyue lowered his gaze, sheathed the mist cutter, and his breath slowly sank into his abdomen, a cold, killing intent emanating from his body. Sand Village, Chapter 44. Kakashi's mental state time rewinds to a few minutes earlier. In the medical department of the Konoha rear camp, Tsunade was commanding the medical ninjas to treat the injured at the front line. Her current condition was not suitable for her to take action personally. However, with Tsunade's medical ninjutsu expertise, most injuries could be healed using slugs. Sama, go check how much mountain camellia and purple river sky we have in the warehouse. Yes, Lady Tsunade. A medical ninja in a Konoha vest immediately sprang into action upon hearing Tsunade's command. The frontline troops were engaged in fierce combat, and the rear was equally busy. Wherever one looked, the Konoha camp was bustling. Aside from the injured ninjas resting and receiving treatment in the tents, nearly everyone else was occupied with various tasks. The entire Konoha camp was full of life and vitality, with almost everyone working hard for victory. Why almost? Because it was reasonable for Mitsuki to go to the front line, but why could that violent woman go as well? Isn't it just that she opened her eyes a bit faster? Obito's frustration could not be alleviated, and he shouted his grievances, his voice filled with anger, frustration, and unwillingness. Tsunade had promised Mitsuki that she would take good care of his friends, so she simply brought Kakashi, RIN, and Obito along with her. At this moment, Tsunade went out to inspect the work, leaving the three of them in Tsunade's large office in the medical department. Kakashi stared at Obito with his dead, fish-like eyes and mercilessly said, "Didn't Team Mitsuki say that Uchiha Ruri has already activated the 3-Tomo Sharingan? You haven't even activated 1 Tomo, and I really don't know how you can say such things." Idiot. Obito had his own theory and retorted with his neck stretched, "That violent woman couldn't even beat Mitsuki after activating her eyes, and I'm not Mitsuki's match either. So isn't that violent woman just about the same as me? Why can she go and I can't?" Kakashi didn't want to talk to Obito anymore. He felt like talking to him was a waste of time. But while Kakashi was silent, Obito hadn't finished complaining yet. "You definitely want to follow the main force to the front line too, Kakashi." Kakashi didn't respond to him. Obito suddenly seemed to remember something and continued, "Oh right. The night before last, I saw you talking to your short knife, saying something like 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west." Kakashi felt something was off when Obito mentioned the night before last. Sure enough, he was right. Kakashi quickly covered Obito's mouth to prevent him from saying anything he shouldn't. Damn it, he thought there was no one around that night. So he picked up the short knife passed down to him by his father after his retirement as a ninja and said a few encouraging words to himself. How did Obito end up hearing that? It was just a moment of middle school syndrome being witnessed. In this world, Tsukuyomi Hatake did not commit suicide, and Kakashi's mental state was much better than in the original plot, where he had turned into a task machine. However, the problem was that it was a bit too good. Kakashi had recently become obsessed with reading ninja novels. Of course, what Kakashi read was not the kind of ninja novels like Lustful Paradise, but rather a popular grassroots ninja, uprising novel in the ninja world. The lines Kakashi said to his short knife the night before last were actually the protagonist's lines from a book he had been reading recently. Kakashi had not yet reached the point of being thick-skinned enough to remain unperturbed when his students pointed out that he was reading smut. At this moment, being broadcast live by Obito, He couldn't help but turn red, but fortunately, he was wearing a black mask, so others couldn't tell. "Help, Rin! I'm going to die." Rin, who had been thinking about Mitsuki, suddenly heard Obito's cry for help. She snapped back to reality and quickly moved forward to stop Kakashi, urging him to quit, as if something had already detached from Obito's body. However, Kakashi seemed to be unaware, his gaze vacant. Yet his hand covering Obito's mouth and nose remained unwavering. After finishing her work, Tsunade returned to her office with Shizune. As soon as she entered, she saw the scene before her. Obito was lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back. Rin was using medical ninjutsu to rescue him, and Kakashi, with a vacant expression, was holding his short knife, mumbling something. "You guys?" Sometimes Tsunade found this world truly strange. She had only stepped out for a short while, and one of these kids was already down, and another was going crazy. No wonder Mitsuki was worried about them. Who wouldn't be concerned in this situation? Truly my little brother. Even though his friends are a constant worry, he still thinks about them so much. Under the joint efforts of Rin and Shizune, Obito's soul finally returned to his body, and he slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Tsunade standing right in front of him. Obito, still dazed, muttered, "This is hell. Have I come to hell?" Tsunade's face darkened as she punched Obito on the head. "Idiot, what are you talking about?" Obito immediately became alert, recalling what had just happened and quickly searching for Kakashi. As soon as he saw Kakashi, he immediately accused, "Damn Kakashi, were you trying to kill me? I almost saw the Sage of Six Paths." Kakashi had regained his senses after Tsunade returned and was about to say something when suddenly the ground shook. Tsunade's brows furrowed as she quickly exited the tent, followed closely by Kakashi and the others. Looking up, countless sands of gold rose around the Konoha frontline camp, resembling a cascading waterfall surrounding the camp. The sudden incident caused many ninjas in the camp to stop their work. A patrolling ninja stationed at the camp ran over to report to Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, these sands of gold suddenly erupted from the ground. Is anyone injured?" "Not yet." Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, her mind racing. This sand of gold should be the result of Susanoo-S bloodline limit, magnet release. Given this situation, are they about to cast some barrier technique? Tsunade decisively ordered, "Have a combat squad of ninjas break through these sand walls and contact the outside patrol ninjas to investigate the number of incoming enemies." "Lady Tsunade, look outside." Tsunade raised her head again to look at the camp's perimeter. She saw the sand waterfall suddenly shift, revealing something that every ninja was extremely familiar with. Those were exploding tags. Countless exploding tags, covering almost all of the sand waterfall. And most critically, these exploding tags had already started to ignite. Tsunade took everything in with her eyes, but it was too late. Oh no, there was no time to react. And a violent explosion echoed throughout the entire Konoha frontline camp. Boom, boom, boom. Red flames surged, thick black smoke rose high, transforming into a massive black mushroom cloud. Chapter 45, I Will Go Alone. Meanwhile, Mitsuki silently watched the mushroom cloud rising in the distance, which lingered for a long time and could not dissipate. He lowered his gaze, sheathing his fog blade, and slowly breathed into his abdomen, a cold, killing intent emanating from him. Mitsuki did not hesitate and immediately jumped down from the treetop, preparing to act. Minato Namikaze was fighting against Chiyo, and it was impossible to ask him to use the Flying Thunder God technique to quickly return to the camp. If the object being transported by the Flying Thunder God technique is too large or too far away, the chakra consumed would be very high. The current Minato was not like the previous Dirty Water, after having fought with Chiyo for a long time. Even if he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the camp, he would probably be unable to participate in the subsequent battles. The current situation is that it's useless for Minato to fly back alone. If he transfers Kage to the rear, there will be a gap in high-level combat power on the main battlefield, thus giving Tsunade a significant advantage. Kage doesn't care about the main battlefield. He just wants to return to the rear at the Konoha camp as soon as possible. However, Minato places more importance on the outcome of the front line than the rear. This directly affects Konoha's final result in this war. This is exactly contrary to Kage's thoughts. Therefore, even if he goes to find Minato at this moment, it would be of no use. Minato might even advise him to first deal with the sand ninjas on the main battlefield before returning to the camp for support. At this point, Kage can only return for assistance alone. He must learn the space-time ninjutsu after this war ends. Kage has made up his mind. As long as Rin and the others are okay this time, once he learns the Flying Thunder God technique from Tsunade in the future, he must leave a mark on each of them. After all, there's no need for exams in the ninja world. As Kage prepares to stimulate his leg cells and enter sprint mode, he suddenly sees Minato appear next to him. It's the Flying Thunder God technique. Kage has the kunai that Minato once gave him. Kage, you heard that, right? Minato asks as he arrives, but although it's a question, his tone is assertive. It's the sound of explosions coming from the rear camp. Minato nods, as expected of you, Kage. Your hearing is very sharp. Kage doesn't want to waste time chatting here. He just wants to hurry back to assist. Moreover, Captain Minato is coming over to say this. Does he want him to prioritize the bigger picture? Thinking of this, Kage is about to say something, but Minato's next words catch him off guard. Kage, get ready. I'm going to use the Flying Thunder God technique to send you directly back to the frontline camp. As soon as Minato finishes speaking, he prepares to put his hand on Kage's shoulder. But, Captain Minato, your chakra. Kage starts to say, but Minato interrupts him directly. It's fine. Although it might be a bit forced, I can use my speed advantage to bring the Chidori to Jiraiya-sensei. Minato smiles gently at Kage, his expression apologetic as he continues. Sorry, Kage, for letting you go to support the rear alone. It's all my lack of ability. Looking at Minato's guilty expression, Kage feels as if he has been making a mistake all along. He always tends to impose the stereotypes from his previous life regarding these anime characters onto the real people now. What joke? How can a mere 700 episodes encompass the entirety of these flesh and blood individuals? Kage extends his fist toward Minato, revealing a confident smile. Captain Minato, you're wrong about one thing. Even though I'm going back alone, it doesn't mean I'm the only support. Minato is momentarily taken aback by Kage's words. He understands what Kage means and replies with a smile. Yes, carrying our share, we will definitely win this war. With that, Minato reaches out and bumps fists with Kage. The Flying Thunder God technique is fully activated. Minato's chakra is rapidly consumed. Kage's figure instantly disappears. Minato turns to look towards the Konoha frontline camp. Kakashi, Rin, Obito. You must not get into trouble. He is also very worried about his students, but he must stabilize the situation on the main battlefield first. I'm counting on you. Kage. At the Konoha frontline camp, a large number of explosive tags hidden in the sand gold are detonated simultaneously, crashing down along with massive amounts of sand gold. Now, the Konoha rear camp has completely vanished, replaced by a huge deep pit. Raza stops his magnetic release technique, thinking to himself, the plan is going smoothly. It seems we won't need the one-tail Jinchuriki anymore. Indeed, Raza is the mastermind behind all this. Long ago, Susanoo plotted this surprise attack. They used Raza's special magnetic release to continuously search for mineral veins in the desert to earn money, then crazily bought explosive tags. Fortunately, the ones buying gold were nobles with too much money to burn. Otherwise, such a large influx of gold into the market would have been noticed by observant individuals. In the previous destructive mission that Kage and Minato executed, Yakumo even sacrificed the protection of other warehouses to ensure that the seventh warehouse, which Minato discovered, was heavily guarded. That warehouse contained a large number of purchased explosive tags, but unfortunately, they were all stored in sealing scrolls, and Kage's Byakugan couldn't see inside. Susanoo planned to keep this trump card hidden if the situation in the Land of Rivers was favorable, and once they defeated Konoha, they would blow up Iwagakure. However, they didn't expect a variable like Shimizu Kage to appear on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, resulting in Susanoo's situation rapidly declining. Thus, this trump card was played prematurely. They had no choice but to act, or Konoha would start issuing victory statements. But now it seems the effect is quite good. Raza walks into the Konoha camp's ruins, nodding in satisfaction at the destruction. But the next second, large fat slug-like creatures emerge from the rubble. It's the slug. In the seconds before the attack, Tsunade used the summoning technique to summon a giant slug. The giant slug then instantly split into countless smaller slugs that scattered throughout the camp. These slugs wrapped around each Konoha ninja. Of course, even a fat slug cannot withstand such explosions. Therefore, Tsunade directly released the RIN sealing technique, continuously supplying medical chakra to the split slugs. Under Tsunade's reckless use of chakra, most of Konoha's ninjas miraculously survived. At this time, the slugs that emerged one by one began to spit out the Konoha ninjas they had wrapped. There was no choice. Tsunade had run out of chakra to maintain the summoning technique. Although these Konoha ninjas had saved their lives, they only saved their lives. If not spat out, they would be buried alive under the ruins. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the slugs transformed into smoke and returned to the wet bone forest. Raza looked around and saw Tsunade leaning against a large rock. At this moment, Tsunade had almost exhausted all her chakra and had released the 100 healings technique. She couldn't even maintain the diamond seal mark. She didn't even have the strength to stand up. Logically speaking, rather than protecting everyone in the explosion, it would have been better to focus on protecting a few important individuals. At least it wouldn't have resulted in the current situation where not a single combat-capable person remained. However, Raza can understand Tsunade's actions. If the same situation occurred in Sunagakure, he would likely do the same. Tsunade of Konoha, you are a ninja worthy of respect, Raza sincerely said. But respect aside, Raza wouldn't hold back. He raised his right hand. A strand of sand gold floated up, condensing into a golden spike aimed at Tsunade. It's over, Tsunade of Konoha. Chapter 46. It's done. It's over, Tsunade of Konoha. Raza waved his hand, and the floating sand gold spike whistled through the air, piercing towards the immobile Tsunade. At this critical moment, a chakra sphere the size of a coin shot in from another direction, directly scattering the sand gold spike. Raza turned to look at the direction from which the attack came. To his surprise, the one blocking him was a girl around 12 years old. You're the one who destroyed the Konoha camp, aren't you? Seeing the usually imposing Tsunade, now lying there weak and powerless, Rin felt a surge of anger burning in her chest. Lady Tsunade, are you okay? Shizune hurriedly ran to Tsunade's side, her voice tinged with a hint of crying. Her hands moved swiftly and without hesitation, meticulously checking Tsunade's body. Shizune? Rin? How did you come back? Tsunade, although nearly exhausted of chakra and in a terrible state, was fortunately unharmed thanks to the assistance of the mitotic regeneration technique. Seeing Shizune and Rin, she couldn't help but feel anxious. They absolutely couldn't defeat the enemy. You shouldn't have come back. Tsunade struggled to get up, but after a few attempts, she still couldn't succeed. Lady Tsunade, your body can't fight anymore, Shizune said as she quickly supported Tsunade to prevent her from falling. Lady Tsunade, we are ninjas of Konoha, and we will never abandon our comrades to escape on our own. If I choose to run away now, Tsukuyo will definitely be disappointed in me. Rin didn't look back at Tsunade, but kept her gaze fixed on Raza, wary of any movements he might make. Before the explosion, Tsunade had used the summoning technique to have the slug wrap Rin, Shizune, Kakashi, and Obito together. At the same time, she had given these slugs extra medical chakra, allowing them to move during the explosion and secretly take the four of them to a hidden tree hole outside the camp, using the smoke as cover. She had promised Tsukuyo to take care of his friends. As an older sister, she couldn't go back on her word. Her original intention was to at least let Rin and Shizune escape with their lives. However, she never expected that they had no thoughts of escaping and instead had come back to save her. This is troublesome. Tsunade sighed helplessly in her heart. Raza, seeing his attack blocked, didn't care. They were just a bunch of kids. Under his control, a large amount of sand and gold began to gather again. Just as he was about to launch an attack, fire style, fireball jutsu, Obito appeared behind Raza, hands forming seals, his chest swelling, and then he exhaled a fireball. Raza quickly responded, controlling the sand and gold to form a wall behind him. The fireball collided with it, unable to shake it at all. A screech of thunder echoed. Lightning style, Chidori. Kakashi came from another direction, holding dazzling lightning, and with the acceleration of Chidori, he suddenly lunged at Raza. However, Raza's sand and gold were faster. He realized that Kakashi's technique was moving in a straight line. So he raised another wall of sand and gold in Kakashi's path. Just as Kakashi was about to crash into the wall, he swiftly spun and dodged, managing to bypass Raza's defense. Kakashi's mouth curled into a smile. The jutsu developed by Tsukuyomi was not so easily countered. The Chidori, modified by Tsukuyomi, consisted of 4 seals, with an additional seal to enhance the optic nerves. The seals were merely guidance. The important part was that Tsukuyomi helped Kakashi practice repeatedly until he memorized the chakra flow route. With the support of enhanced optic nerves, Kakashi could easily maneuver while in the sprinting state of Chidori. During previous missions, many enemies had been killed by his evasive sprint. However, Raza was not on the same level as the enemies Kakashi had faced before. In the brief moment of Kakashi spinning to avoid the wall of sand and gold, Raza reacted. He controlled the wall, causing several spikes to suddenly emerge, piercing through Kakashi, who should have brushed past the wall. Bang! Kakashi, now resembling a hedgehog, suddenly turned into a puff of smoke. It was a shadow clone. Raza instinctively searched for the real body, but another wave of attack rushed at him. Under the cover of Obito and Kakashi's shadow clones, RIN had completed her technique. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. RIN formed hand seals, exhaling flames, and threw shurikens that passed through them. She quickly formed seals again. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The flaming shuriken instantly multiplied into dozens of clones. A barrage of red flames surged toward Raza, but it was still futile. The magnetic release bloodline limit was incredibly powerful, both offensively and defensively. Raza merely controlled the sand and gold to swirl around him, blocking all the shurikens. After a few seconds, as the shuriken rain ceased, Raza was about to disperse the sand and gold defense when the shurikens that should have vanished in smoke suddenly glimmered with red light. A series of small explosions continuously triggered on Raza's sand and gold. Kakashi, are you done yet? Obito shouted at Kakashi. Done. Kakashi was preparing a technique with his shadow clone, and it was finally complete. Kakashi's right hand and his shadow clone's left hand were connected by a strong blue-white electric current. Try this, lightning style, lightning transmission. This technique was developed by Kakashi based on the characteristics of Chidori, performed simultaneously by the body and the shadow clone. Then, the two Chidori generated a current connection, forming an incredibly sharp lightning blade. Although powerful, it required a long preparation time, which was why Obito had asked earlier. Their plan was to have Obito and RIN by time, just like now. Kakashi and his shadow clone, with the razor-sharp lightning blade, swept past Raza's sides. The blade of lightning transmission successfully cut through the sand and gold defense surrounding Raza, splitting him in half along with Raza. Obito, seeing this, excitedly pumped his fist. We did it. Susanoo, on the side, was so shocked she couldn't speak. Their plan had actually succeeded. Bang! Kakashi's shadow clone dissipated into smoke, and the Chidori in his hand also vanished. He was still too young, and after using Chidori so many times, his chakra was running low. Tsunade sensed something was off and quickly warned, Kakashi, be careful. Kakashi, who initially thought he had successfully defeated the enemy, was about to take a deep breath when he heard Tsunade's warning and quickly became alert. However, it was already too late. The Raza that had been cut by the lightning transmission transformed into sand and gold, scattering. The real Raza had appeared behind Kakashi at some point, holding a kunai aimed at Kakashi's back. Say an instant body. Kakashi, Obito shouted in shock, his eyes turning a frightening red, with 2 black dots faintly appearing. Chapter 47. 3 rounds to victory. Just as the kunai in Raza's hand, glistening with a cold light, was about to pierce Kakashi's heart, a figure suddenly appeared between them. Tsukuyomi wrapped his right arm around Kakashi's waist, spinning his body to pull Kakashi out of Raza's attack range. With his other hand, he transformed into a knife hand, accurately blocking Raza's wrist. As he knocked the kunai out of Raza's hand, he smoothly turned his palm into a grip and executed a shoulder throw, sending Raza flying. The thrown Raza rolled several times on the ground before finally crashing into a piece of rubble protruding from the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Tsukuyomi with Kakashi, whose chakra was nearly depleted, used the instant body technique to arrive beside Tsunade. Tsukuyomi, RIN exclaimed, relieved to see Tsukuyomi appear just in time to save Kakashi from danger. Good brother, you came just in time. Obito, unaware that he had almost activated his Sharingan in anger, felt the crisis ease, and the blood-red hue in his eyes quickly faded. "Thanks for coming, Tsukuyo." After saying this, Kakashi reached into his ninja tool pouch and quickly consumed 2 soldier pills. He needs to recover his state as soon as possible. That enemy is too strong, and Jianyue might need him later. Jianyue, with the support of Silent. Tsunade barely stood up. Looking at the weak Tsunade, Jianyue didn't know how he felt at that moment. Gratitude, guilt, regret, but mostly relief. Jianyue's dream has always been simple: to become family with RIN, to live happily every day with Kakashi, Obito, and a few friends. However, this ordinary dream is very difficult to achieve in this cruel ninja world. If it weren't for Tsunade, who had almost exhausted her chakra to save him, and if it weren't for Minato's timely flying Raijin teleportation, Jianyue would have undoubtedly lost the future life he most looked forward to in his dreams, and he might have even fallen into despair. "Thank you, Sister Tsunade." Unlike the usual joking tone, this time Jianyue sincerely called her sister. Tsunade knew Jianyue's strength and confidently said, "Jianyue, just hold on for a while. Let me recover some chakra." "No need, Sister Tsunade. You should rest well." Seeing that RIN and everyone were fine, the huge stone that had been hanging in Jianyue's heart finally landed. But this didn't mean Jianyue's anger had disappeared. On the contrary, he was now in a red-hot state. The blasted Rasha had already recalled the scattered sand and gold, re-establishing his stance. Although he had been thrown away just now in a very embarrassing manner, he hadn't actually suffered any serious injuries. This is because his body was always covered by a thin layer of sand and gold for defense. "RIN, you all protect Sister Tsunade." After reminding them, Jianyue didn't use the Shunshin technique, instead walking step by step towards Rasha. He clapped his hands and used a technique he hadn't used before. Rasengan. Streams of blue chakra emerged, forming 9 fist-sized spheres of blue light around Jianyue. These blue spheres spun around Jianyue and then hovered behind him. Rasha knew the information about Kiyomizu Jianyue, although this information might be somewhat outdated now. Before the decisive battle at Sunagakure, Jianyue had only revealed 1 Rasengan. Rasha didn't know what the hovering chakra spheres were for. He controlled the sand and gold, testingly launching an attack. Sand Gold Rain. Ninjutsu is so magical that gold can fall from the sky. Countless sand and gold gathered into thousands of needles, covering Jianyue like a torrential rain. Jianyue focused his mind, and one of the Rasengan spheres behind him instantly turned dark purple from the inside out. It then rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant shield that protected Jianyue. The giant shield was formed by fire-style chakra, filled with extremely high temperatures, causing the surrounding air to distort. Before the countless sand and gold needles could pierce the dark purple giant shield, they had already melted into molten gold due to the high temperature on it. Rasha was about to control the sand and gold to launch an attack from behind Jianyue, when suddenly, 2 Rasengan flew out from beneath the dark purple giant shield. Buzzing. One of the Rasengan rapidly enlarged and spun wildly, with 4 blades extending from the sphere, just like the Rasen Shuriken that sand ninjas were most familiar with. The Rasen Shuriken charged towards Rasha with an unstoppable momentum. The other Rasengan transformed into a mass of irregular electricity, crashing onto the ground and then quickly racing along the ground to surpass the Rasen Shuriken. So fast. In a situation where Rasha couldn't react at all, it directly reached his feet and quickly climbed up, paralyzing Rasha in place with lightning-style chakra. At the same time, the Rasen Shuriken also arrived in an instant, magnifying infinitely in Rasha's pupils. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, and a massive blue sphere appeared, filled with a raging storm that howled and formed countless tiny sharp blades, cutting everything indiscriminately. The outer sand and gold rain abruptly stopped, and Jianyue controlled the dark purple giant shield to slowly shrink and dissipate. On the other side, as the storm created by the explosion of the Rasen Shuriken dissipated, Kakashi and the others nervously observed the battle situation. They saw Rasha lying on the ground, covered in blood, struggling to hold himself up with his hands, but failing each time. Just now, he had used sand and gold to form a sphere around himself, trying to defend against the terrifying wind-style attack, but the sand and gold he used for defense couldn't withstand the extremely transformed wind blades. Unfortunately, the wind blades of the Raisin Shuriken were merely cutting and not disintegrating like dust release. Once Rasha realized this, he exerted all his strength to continuously gather the sand and gold that had been cut apart, using magnetism chakra to reassemble it, thereby maintaining the sand and gold shield despite consuming a large amount of chakra. However, he barely managed to keep his life. His body was covered in tiny cuts, with hardly a piece of intact skin left. The massive blood loss had started to cause his limbs to go into shock, and he had failed several times to stand up. It was clear that the outcome had been decided. So strong, Silent had an expression of disbelief on her face, covering her mouth and murmuring to herself. She knew that Jianyue was a genius. However, the previous battle with Kakashi had made her realize that this enemy was very powerful, possibly even stronger than Lady Tsunade. Yet, Jianyue had defeated the enemy in just a few exchanges after appearing and saving Kakashi. Even the ninjutsu Jianyue used, summoning 9 chakra spheres, only consumed 3 before the battle ended. This gave Silent an unreal dreamlike feeling. RIN, who was next to her, heard Silent's murmurs and proudly raised her little head, confidently saying, "Of course, you can always believe in Jianyue." Chapter 48. One-tailed Jinchuriki RIN knew how strong Jianyue was. No matter who the opponent was, she believed that as long as Jianyue was there, everything would be fine. On the other hand, Obito this time changed his usual habit and dared not speak, as he realized he seemed to have a bit of a jinx. Every time he said, "It's done," something unexpected would happen. Damn it, what is the intelligence department doing? What is up with this kid? Why is he so strong? Rasha cursed the Sunagakure intelligence department fiercely in his heart. He was in a terrible state now. Moreover, he couldn't understand the ninjutsu of Kayamizu Jianyue at all. That chakra sphere seemed to be able to instantly transform into various elemental ninjutsu. What kind of ridiculous ninjutsu is this? It really is ridiculous. Unlike the ninjutsu realized through coincidence like blazing wind explosion, Rasengan was a technique that Jianyue had spent a lot of effort developing. Although the name is similar to the Rasengan, the differences are significant. The inside of the Rasengan consists of various chaotic chakra currents, while the inside of the Rasengan is completely made up of chakra rotating slowly in a clockwise direction. Jianyue had previously demonstrated many powerful destructive ninjutsu, but the Rasengan was different. It was a more functional technique. Each Rasengan contains pure chakra with no attributes, allowing Jianyue to use it as a core for his techniques. Instantly reproducing various ninjutsu, he could release using the Rasengan as a medium. It might seem that the effect is just so since they're all ninjutsu. What is the difference between the body and the Rasengan? In fact, it is quite different. The more he developed various big moves, the more Jianyue understood the limitations of the human body. He only had 2 hands, and at most, he could only release 2 types of ninjutsu simultaneously. If it were a combination ninjutsu like blazing wind explosion, it would be even more of a waste of time. It's like a luxurious big bank with only 2 service windows, with the precise chakra control brought to him by the 6 eyes. It was indeed a case of great talents being underutilized. So, Jianyue specifically developed the spiral ball, and the recent battle demonstrated its advantages. When Luosha attacked Jianyue with sand gold using rain, Jianyue not only deployed the fire release flame giant shield for defense, but also released 3 ninjutsu: lightning release, earth walk, and wind release, spiral shuriken. The smooth combination of techniques quickly defeated Luosha. This showcases the advantage of the spiral ball in combat. Back to the battlefield with a thought. Another spiral ball flew out from behind. Amid the cries of 1,000 thunderbirds, it transformed into a lightning spear that swiftly pierced towards the already helpless Luosha. Luosha attempted to control the sand gold to create a wall in front of him, but his physical condition was too poor. A few strands of sand gold floated up and immediately fell weakly to the ground. Dead sand gold move. The scene resembled when Luosha controlled the sand gold spikes to shoot at Tsunade. At this moment, the roles of attack and defense were reversed. Just as Luosha was about to cross the Sanzu River to meet Yakura, the ground beneath him suddenly cracked open, and a red figure emerged from the earth. pushing him aside at the last moment to save him from the lightning spear's strike. The Chidori lightning spear embedded itself in the ground, and Luosha felt as if he had narrowly escaped death. He was mere fractions of a second away from being pierced through the head by the spear. The red chakra, cloak, and a tail clearly indicated that this was Shikaku, the one-tail Jinchuriki from Sunagakure. This did not surprise Jianyue. The moment he was transported back by Minato using the Flying Thunder God technique, he used his 6 eyes to scan the area, including dozens of kilometers around the camp. Naturally, he did not overlook this one-tailed Jinchuriki, which is why he chose to approach Luosha slowly instead of using the body flicker technique for close combat. He was worried that Shikaku would take the opportunity to ambush Rin and Tsunade while he dealt with Luosha. If Shikaku had chosen to attack Tsunade and the others from behind, at this distance, he was confident he could intercept him the moment he made a move. Although in the original plot, Shikaku was a peace-loving monk, Jianyue would not let the so-called characterization from the original story cloud his judgment. That information could only serve as a reference. He would use his own eyes to assess the situation. In the end, Shikaku did not choose to ambush, but instead opted to save Luosha. What to do next? Shikaku, wrapped in the red-tailed beast cloak, asked Luosha. Find a way to eliminate him. As long as we kill him, the others here are not a concern. Luosha understood that Sunagakure was all in at this point. If they could not eliminate the Konoha ninjas here, especially Tsunade, they would face nothing but failure. For the sake of Sunagakure, even if he died here today, he had to complete this attack mission. With Shikaku's intervention, Jianyue, now free of worries, instantly teleported to the edge of the pit created by the spiral shuriken. Looking down at the disheveled Luosha, he said, "For this ambush, your Sunagakure truly invested heavily, even sending the Jinchuriki." Luosha did not respond. In fact, he had strongly opposed allowing the Jinchuriki to participate in the battle during the previous Sunagakure War meeting. In his view, with a large number of explosive tags in hand, one person was enough to execute this mission. However, it now seemed he had underestimated the situation. The explosive tags had indeed been effective, nearly wiping out everyone in the Konoha frontline camp. But now his side was in trouble. It was embarrassing to think that he had been defeated in a single encounter by the recently prominent Jianyue. What had the Konoha kids been eating to grow up? Upon hearing Luosha's command, Shikaku began to gather chakra in his mouth. Tail Beast Bomb. He couldn't let it be released. There were still many unconscious Konoha ninjas here, and Jianyue hadn't even used his more powerful ninjutsu yet. Suddenly, the lightning spear embedded in the ground twisted and transformed into a massive, irregular lightning net, covering both Luosha and Shikaku. The violent current interrupted the tailed beast bomb that Shikaku was gathering in his mouth. Since Jianyue had already discovered Shikaku, how could he not be prepared in advance? 2 spiral balls shot out from Jianyue's back, one tinged with dark purple flames. Great Flame Spiral Sphere. The other split into countless coin-sized chakra spheres. Needle Gun Spiral Sphere Rain. Shikaku's chakra cloak quickly expanded, and a large amount of red chakra wrapped around the lightning net created by the spear. A series of tadpole-like runes crawled over it, sealing away the originally violent lightning chakra. Chapter 49. Sand Waterfall Flow Dragon Freed. Shikaku grabbed Luosha and quickly dodged to the right, narrowly avoiding the storm of needle gun spiral spheres. Boom, boom, boom. The area where Luosha and Shikaku had been trapped was now bombarded, sending up a massive cloud of smoke. Before Luosha and Shikaku could catch their breath, a dark purple fireball shot out from the smoke, speeding toward them once again. What? Shikaku realized that there was no way to dodge this technique and could only brace for impact. A large amount of sand surged from the ground, enveloping both Shikaku and Luosha and growing in size. Did they think to use the sand as cover to prevent the Great Flame Spiral Sphere from hitting them? Useless. Jianyue, using his 6 eyes, could clearly see the positions of Shikaku and Luosha inside the sand. The Great Flame Spiral Sphere directly hit the massive sandball, and the terrifying high temperature instantly melted the sand, easily penetrating inside. However, to Jianyue's surprise, after the Great Flame Spiral Sphere fully entered the sandball, the surrounding sand began to squirm, filling the cavity created by the melted sphere once again. At the same time, Shikaku and Luosha emerged from the sandball. And under Shikaku's control, sealing techniques quickly appeared on the surface of the sandball. Jianyue immediately felt the chakra connection between him and the great flame spiral sphere severed. Sealing technique? Truly useful. Jianyue thought to himself. This was not the first time he had seen a sealing technique absorb an attack. One-tail Jinchuriki of Sunagakure. If you surrender now, I can consider only killing the person next to you. Jianyue did not want to fight the one-tail here. There were too many injured and unconscious Konoha ninjas around, which limited his performance. Moreover, capturing the tailed beast would mean that Sunagakure would lose its last potential for war, effectively withdrawing from the Third Great Ninja War. They would hardly be able to make any waves. Shikaku heard Jianyue's offer to surrender, but remained silent, not responding. After all, he was from the Land of Wind. If he simply handed over the one-tail to Konoha, Sunagakure would directly lose a weapon that could deter other great hidden villages. The Land of Wind might even fall from the throne of the 5 great nations, ultimately causing suffering for the common people of the Land of Wind. This was something he did not want to see. Naturally, Luosha would not be swayed by the opponent's words, especially since it seemed from Jianyue's tone that he was doomed either way. What was there to talk about? Furthermore, there was one more thing. His techniques are about to run out. Luosha thought to himself as he looked at the remaining spiral balls behind Jianyue. At this moment, out of the originally 9 spiral balls, only 3 remained after continuous use. Moreover, Luosha noticed that although the opponent's techniques were varied, it seemed that multiple spheres could not release the same attribute ninjutsu simultaneously. Whether it was the lightning release and wind release at the start of the battle, or just now, if they had been pursued by 2 fireballs, the one-tailed Jinchuriki might have found it much more challenging to cope. Feeling as though he had seen through Jianyue's techniques, Luosha also gained confidence, believing that as long as they could withstand the remaining 3 chakra balls, the final victory would still belong to their Sunagakure. Jianyue was unaware of the inner thoughts of his opponent, but he could guess a few things from Luosha's expression. It was nothing more than wanting to pop champagne at halftime, an old tradition of the Sand Ninjas. Sigh. Jianyue felt truly helpless. He was not an old-fashioned person. If the situation became dire, he would make the decision to sacrifice some leaf ninjas. But the problem was that although he wanted to capture the one-tail alive, he didn't know any sealing techniques. He hoped that the one-tail's Jinchuriki wouldn't die in the upcoming battle. Jianyue slowly drew out the mist cutter and said helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared. The next moment, accompanied by the sound of chirping 1,000 birds, Jianyue slashed at Luosha with the mist cutter. Chidori Stream 1/. Damn it, Kaimizu Jianyue. After talking for so long with the one-tailed Jinchuriki, the target turned out to be me? Taking advantage of Bunfuku's defense against Kaimizu Jianyue, Luosha swallowed several soldier pills and blood-boosting pills. He could now mobilize a little magnetic chakra, but just a bit. A few strands of sand gold didn't even touch Jianyue's body and were directly scattered by the violent electric arcs of the Chidori, falling back to the ground. Bunfuku reacted quickly and controlled the sand to form a giant hand that came down fiercely from behind Jianyue. However, under Jianyue's 6-eyed, all-seeing view, Bunfuku's attack was completely seen through. With a thought, a chakra light ball shot out, infused with dark purple flames, instantly transforming into an equally large flame giant shield. The terrifying high temperature melted the sand giant hand directly. But while Bunfuku released the giant hand of sand, he was also multitasking, controlling the sand to wrap around Luosha's feet, using force to pull Luosha away from Jianyue's blade. Puff! That was the sound of blood spraying. Jianyue's slashing speed was too fast. Even though Bunfuku tried his best to save him, he was still a step too late. Luosha's left arm was severed at the root by the mist cutter. You're really hard to kill. Can't you just die obediently now that you're at death's door? Jianyue couldn't help but complain. Haha, maybe I'm just lucky, Luosha surprisingly laughed. He controlled the sand gold to block the wound on his left arm. Although he claimed to be lucky, Luosha knew very well that he was likely to die here. But it didn't matter if he died here. As long as he could complete the mission and secure victory for Sunagakure, he would rather sacrifice himself. With a heart determined to die, Luo Sha forcibly squeezed out a significant amount of chakra from within his body. This is also a characteristic of chakra energy, unlike humans in Jin Yu's previous life. Ninjas can indeed produce something when extremely angry. Luo Sha manipulated the sand gold, and this time it was not just a few strands. Sand Waterfall Dragon. A massive amount of sand gold was controlled by Luo Sha, rising into the sky like a waterfall flowing backward. Under Luo Sha's reckless urging, the magnetic chakra attracted the flowing sand gold waterfall with even stronger magnetic force, solidifying it into a golden giant dragon. The giant dragon let out a long howl, carrying unmatched momentum, and lunged at Jianyue. This was his final attack. He did not expect to kill Qingshui Jianyue in one blow. But as long as it consumed the remaining chakra ball techniques, Bunfuku would have a chance in the ensuing battle. Although it was pessimistic after fighting for so long, he understood clearly that the opponent was a monster. Bunfuku, you must complete the mission, otherwise, Susanoo truly has no future, please. Luo Sha poured all the sand gold he had used to block the large wound on his left arm into the sand waterfall dragon, causing a large amount of blood to spray out again, staining the ground red. He bet everything on this strike. Even if he died and went to the Pure Land, he could still hold his head high in front of the ancestors of Susanoo. Unfortunately, he wouldn't be able to see the birth of his first child with Karura. He remembered Karura's worried look before he set off. He knew he was a failing husband. Thus, he held on to the thought, I must become a victor in this ninja world war so that my child with Karura can have a happy environment to grow up in. He worked tirelessly in the desert, using magnetic techniques to mine gold for the village, hardly leaving himself any time to rest. He had already failed as a husband and could not afford to become a failing father. But now it seemed, I'm sorry, Karura, if the child is a girl. Then, as you said, let's name her Tamari. It's truly a beautiful name. Chapter 50. Thank you, One Tail. Bunfuku also clearly felt Luo Sha's determination. Before the mission, Luo Sha had always referred to himself as the One Tail Jinchuriki. Indeed, in Susanoo, people had almost forgotten Bunfuku's name, and some even referred to him directly as One Tail. However, at the last moment of his life, this man chose to respect himself and asked him to complete the mission using his true name. At this moment, both Bunfuku and Luo Sha shared the same wish, to protect the Land of Wind. Understanding this, Bunfuku wrapped the sand around the sand gold giant dragon created by Luo Sha, as if donning it in sand armor. At the same time, he released sealing techniques, and those tadpole-like seals rapidly covered the body of the sand gold giant dragon. This way, he won't be able to use that flame defense, Bunfuku thought to himself. Sand Waterfall Dragon is not a simple technique. Its internal high-density magnetic chakra allows it to recoalesce even if it is scattered, like an unkillable cockroach, until it crushes the enemy to death. The sand gold giant dragon, shining with a metallic luster under the sunlight, roared and charged fiercely at Jianyue. Although Jianyue's size was far smaller than that of the sand gold giant dragon, for some reason, the latter exuded a sense of tragic heroism, as if it were a brave warrior challenging a demon king. This was their passionate combination technique. I didn't expect magnetic release to have such ninjutsu. This aesthetic feels even higher than my wind flame explosion, although I don't know how powerful it is. Jianyue looked at the metallic giant dragon rushing towards him in the sky, and instead of feeling the slightest panic, he even took the time to appreciate it and critique it. If you ask why, as mentioned before, defense has never been a concern for Jianyue. Jianyue held the mist cutter and swung it to clean off the blood of Luo Sha that had splattered on it. At this moment, the sand waterfall dragon was less than 5 meters away from Jianyue. Luo Sha didn't know why his opponent wasn't making any moves, but he didn't have the capacity to think anymore. The only thing driving his body now was the obsession to complete the sand waterfall dragon technique and defeat Qingshui Jianyue. On the other side, Bunfuku frowned, feeling that things shouldn't be so simple. He saw Jianyue position the mist cutter horizontally across his chest and lightly swing the blade at the colossal creature before him. Full counter. In an instant, it was as if an invisible domain rapidly spread from Jianyue. The once majestic sand gold giant dragon, in the blink of an eye, seemed to suffer a heavy blow rolling inward from its head. Crack, 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 like a broken toy. The sand gold giant dragon disintegrated with a metallic wail. Not only that, but the sand gold that had been scattered by the full counter did not recoalesce under the influence of the magnetic chakra, and instead shot back toward its original direction like bullets. Puff, puff, puff. That was the sound of bullets piercing flesh. Luo Sha was bathed in the rain of sand formed by the flying sand. In his last moments, he was still thinking about his wife and unborn child deep down. As for Sunagakure, let the living worry about it, in the realm of yin and yang. I wish them success. Rasha suddenly felt that he wasn't as carefree as he had imagined. Kayamizu, how wonderful it would be if you were born in Sunagakure. Just like that, the future 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure died in the 3rd Shinobi World War. This seemed to be a decent end for Rasha. Better than dying from Orochimaru's sneak attack in the future. The sand rain was still pouring down, and Bunfuku was continuously controlling the sand for defense. Seizing this opportunity, Kayamizu launched the last 2 Raisengans. It would be foolish not to take advantage of the chance. Under Kayamizu's 6 eyes observation, the sand rain hitting the ground did not obscure his vision at all. The 2 Raisengans, as if equipped with satellite positioning, flew straight towards Bunfuku. During their flight, they each changed attributes. One instantly split into countless small Raisengans, while the other emitted the sound of 1,000 chirping birds. This was the Spear Raisengan Rain and Chidori Thunder Spear. War is no child's play, and the same goes for Jinchuriki. Kayamizu's attack was a killing move. Dead Jinchuriki would still cause Sunagakure to lose its ability to continue waging war. The effect was just not as good as capturing them alive. Living Jinchuriki could still hit Sunagakure hard. On the other side, under the heavy defenses of sand, Bunfuku was not harmed much. However, suddenly, a swift lightning strike broke through the sand shield in the blink of an eye. It pierced directly through Bunfuku's abdomen, pinning him in place. The tailed beast chakra cloak could not withstand the sharpness of a lightning spear. Bunfuku hurriedly tried to use the sealing technique to seal the lightning attribute chakra to help himself escape, but it was already too late. The spear Rasengan arrived just a moment after the lightning spear, and he had no time to use the sealing technique to break free from the paralysis of the lightning spear. Bunfuku could only watch helplessly as the more powerful area attack than the sand rain directly struck him. But that wasn't the end. While Kayamizu used the last 2 Raisengans, his main body was also not idle, directly forming a Great Fire Raisengan to throw out as well. The first 2 attacks were just the prelude. The real main event was the Fire Release, Great Fire Raisengan. This time, without the interference of sealing techniques. The Great Fire Raisengan finally showcased the power it should have as a single target attack ninjutsu. As the Great Fire Raisengan hit Bunfuku's body, the tailed beast chakra cloak was burned away. Seeing that the Great Fire Raisengan had hit, Kayamizu formed hand seals with one hand and shouted boom. Dark purple flames surged forth with the explosion of the Great Fire Raisengan, completely enveloping Bunfuku's body. The terrifying high temperature seemed to ignite even human thoughts. Bunfuku didn't even have the energy to release the sealing technique. He felt as if his body no longer existed. He couldn't even sense his fingers, let alone use the sealing technique. He was going to die. Tick-tock. It was as if in a dark cave. A drop of water gently fell onto the tranquil surface of the water, and Bunfuku sat cross-legged above it, just like how he used to be in the prison of Sunagakure, watching over the Jinchuriki. Obviously, this was the sealing space deep within Bunfuku's heart. Stinky monk. Do you know you're going to die? A huge monster with a tail appeared behind Bunfuku from the darkness. Yes, I am going to die. Bunfuku responded very calmly to the fact that he was going to die. I've said it before, those humans just want you to die. Konoha is a village established by that person. Shikaku said coldly. Thank you for your concern. Bunfuku didn't know who that person was in Shikaku's words, but he could feel the goodwill in Shikaku's heart. Chapter 51, Reliable Tsunade. Stinky monk, is it worth it to do this? Just for those humans who locked you up for a lifetime? Bunfuku did not answer Shikaku. He slowly raised his 2 hands, which bore the characters for receive and heart. Then, trembling yet firmly, he brought his hands together. At that moment, receive, and heart together formed love. Perhaps this was Bunfuku's answer to Shikaku. Shikaku also fell silent, its tail behind swaying slightly as if making a final farewell. Not all. Although Shikaku thought Bunfuku was quite a decent monk. Even his character was very close to that of the Sage of Six Paths. This was a different matter. It didn't dislike Bunfuku, but it was not prepared to die with him. After all, if the Jinchuriki died, the tailed beast would also dissipate, although the chakra would not disappear. Who knows if Shikaku would still be the same after it revived years later. The tail behind Shikaku was not bidding farewell to Bunfuku, but rather gathering chakra. Its two plump cat paws were currently forming seals. As one of the few academic achievers among the tailed beasts, at this moment, when Bunfuku's body was on the verge of collapse, it could use its own power to break the sealing technique and come out from Bunfuku's body. Meanwhile, under Kiyomizu's 6 eyes observation, after Bunfuku was enveloped by the flames of the fire release explosion from the Great Fire Rasengan, complex sealing techniques appeared all over his body. And then, like chains shattered by brute force, they broke apart. Streams of ominous chakra surged out from Bunfuku's body. Finally, outside, a giant raccoon cat with purple patterns all over its body formed. The one-tailed Shikaku made its grand entrance. As soon as Shikaku broke free, it let out a howl like a wild beast, but there was no joy in its voice, only a sad atmosphere. It seemed to be bidding farewell to someone. And indeed, although it did not show it, during the decades it had spent with Bunfuku, it had learned a lot from this kind-hearted human. At this moment, Shikaku emerging from Bunfuku's body also indicated that Bunfuku had completely died. After all, Bunfuku was just an ordinary person, not like Kushina, who belonged to the Uzumaki clan with immense vitality. The moment Shikaku broke the sealing technique, Bunfuku's soul had already returned to the netherworld. Kiyomizu saw this and felt helpless. He hadn't held back, and normally, any Jinchuriki would have been doomed in this scenario. Only Shikaku, who was proficient in sealing techniques, was different. This is troublesome. Kiyomizu frowned slightly. The one-tailed beast was not an insurmountable problem. Perhaps for ordinary ninjas, the tailed beast was synonymous with natural disasters, but for true powerhouses, it would take at least the 8 tails to be considered troublesome. Kiyomizu was worried that with so many injured and unconscious Konoha ninjas around, even if he restrained himself from using high-powered ninjutsu, Shikaku wouldn't cooperate with him either. As Kiyomizu was contemplating how to deal with Shikaku in the shortest time possible, he suddenly saw Tsunade move behind him. At this moment, Tsunade had regained some chakra. She bit her finger, formed hand seals, and slapped the ground. Sumonin technique. A giant slug appeared once again. Seeing this, Tsunade immediately spoke. Slug, split immediately and take all the unconscious Konoha ninjas away from Shikaku. Understood, Lady Tsunade. The slug replied in a soft voice. It then immediately began to split, with small slugs swiftly wrapping around the unconscious Konoha ninjas and escaping from the battlefield between Kiyomizu and Shikaku. Tsunade. A smile appeared on Kiyomizu's face. Sister Tsunade is indeed reliable. Now he could finally let loose. On the other side, Shikaku, inside Bunfuku, could see the situation outside. It knew that the human confronting it was the enemy of Sunagakure. If it were any other tailed beast, it would have already gone on a rampage, seeking revenge on humans, regardless of the conflicts between them. However, Shoha, as a top-tier tailed beast, decided to temporarily avoid conflict with the human in front of him. After all, this human was different from others. Just from his stance, one could tell that he was not afraid of him. Moreover, during the time spent with Fubuki, Shoha gradually understood that there were indeed kind-hearted individuals among humans. Perhaps this was what the old man sage of 6 paths wanted to convey to them. Furthermore, after decades of being trapped, Shoha felt it was better to act low-key this time. So when the slug moved around the humans, he did not intervene. At that moment, Shoha stared at the human with his coin-pattern eyes and said to Jianyue, "Human, you, that." Oh no. Shoha thought to himself that this was not good. He had only spoken to Fubuki over the past decades, and suddenly being asked to communicate with a stranger left him unsure of how to express himself. Jianyue noticed that Shoha seemed a bit off. After howling from a seal, he had been standing still. Just now, As the slug crawled around, he didn't make any moves. Now he was stammering, unsure of what to say. However, as a reincarnator, Jianyue held no prejudice against tailed beasts, so he spoke up. Although I don't know what you want to say, you don't intend to fight, right, Shoha? Still pondering how to phrase his response. Shoha heard Jianyue's words and thought for a moment. It indeed was his intention, so he nodded. That's right, but wait, how do you know my name? Shoha abruptly realized that he had never told any other human his name. How did this one know? Once Jianyue understood that Shoha had no intention of fighting, he decided not to bother with him any further. According to his memories from his past life, Shoha at this stage should be under the influence of Fubuki. In the future, when Fubuki was about to die, Tsukuyomi planned to replace Shoha's Jinchuriki. However, due to the Jinchuriki's qualifications, Shoha often broke free from his seal, leading to a series of battles and resealing until he was sealed within Gaara. During this time, Shoha's heart, which had been pried open by Fubuki's kindness over the decades, closed up again. Of course, memories are just memories. Now that Jianyue had received Shoha's response, he also confirmed Shoha's safety. After all, although tailed beasts were called natural disasters, their thoughts were still quite simple. At least they wouldn't lie. It's good that you have no intention of fighting. I'm not someone who likes to fight either. So you can go about your business. I have other things to do. Oh, right. As for your name. Jianyue propped his chin with his right hand, thought for a few seconds, and then looked up, speaking casually. I can't explain it clearly right now, but let's say my name is Shimizu Jianyue. Now you know my name too, so we're even, right, Shoha? After saying that, Jianyue prepared to return to Tsunade to discuss the next actions. Seeing that Jianyue was about to leave, Shoha quickly called out, "Why aren't you afraid of me? Instead, you would talk to me, Shimizu Jianyue." Shoha clearly understood the disdain and fear humans had for tailed beasts, but he felt no malice from this human who called himself Shimizu Jianyue. He was a bit curious. Since he became conscious, this was the third person willing to communicate with him calmly. What kind of perspective did he have? Jianyue raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly. Afraid of you? Why should I be afraid of you? You're not some irrational beast. Is it strange to talk to you? Has no one ever wanted to speak with you before? Hearing Jianyue's response, Shoha was taken aback. Yeah, I'm not an irrational beast. Although I often self-deprecate by calling myself a beast, that doesn't mean I like being called that. So now he wanted to know something else. He continued to ask, Shimizu Jianyue, if it were you, having been imprisoned for decades, what would you do now? After hearing Shoha's question, Jianyue thought for a moment and replied, I don't know what you're thinking, but if it were me, after being imprisoned for so long, I'd definitely seek revenge on those who imprisoned me first, and then live the life I wanted but never had. After Jianyue finished speaking, he ignored Shoha and turned to leave without hesitation. He also took away Rash's corpse. As for why he only took Rash's, because Fubuki's body had been completely burned to nothing by the flames of the Rasen shuriken. At the scene, only Shoha remained, staring with his small yellow eyes, unsure of what he was thinking. After bidding farewell to Shoha, Jianyue quickly headed towards Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade and RIN had already moved the injured from Konoha to a flatter area outside the camp. Jianyue appeared beside Tsunade and casually threw Rash's corpse on the ground. Jianyue, how are you? Are you hurt? RIN rushed over to check Jianyue's body as soon as she saw him. Although she had absolute confidence in Jianyue, believing was one thing, and worrying was another. All right, RIN, Jianyue is not only fine, but he also easily defeated 2 opponents. Truly worthy of being my brother, Tsunade said. Her sensing ability was not bad. She knew that Jianyue's chakra response had remained steady throughout. It seemed that the recent battle was as easy for him as a nightly jog. Then Tsunade hesitated and asked, what about the one tail? Are we just going to leave it like that? Well, it has no intention of fighting, and with Tsukuyomi's current situation, they don't have the capability to capture the one tail. Jianyue said. He was willing to let the one tail go for a reason. Now, Tsukuyomi's high-level combat power was only Chiyo left. Others, like Chiyo's assistant, were actually weaker compared to the level of a Kage. However, Chiyo's strength was mainly in her puppets. While she could handle some ninjas, dealing with a tailed beast like Shoha would be difficult for her. At this time, many Konoha ninjas had already woken up in the camp. I actually didn't die. It's Tsunade-sama's summoning beast. Tsunade-sama saved us. Someone shouted excitedly upon discovering the slugs surrounding them. Tsunade didn't think she had done anything remarkable if Jianyue hadn't returned to assist. Everyone in the camp, including herself, would have ultimately met a grim fate. After the battle here ended, she would completely embellish Jianyue's contributions when reporting to the third Hokage, ensuring that he wouldn't suffer any losses. On the side, Obito approached Rasha's corpse and observed it for a while, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ha, what is this? I thought this sand ninja was so powerful. In the end, he wasn't even a match for Jianyue." Kakashi rolled his eyes at Obito and retorted, "Weren't you just shouting that Jianyue was in danger?" Obito's laughter abruptly stopped, and he muttered in a defensive tone, "Who told that sand gold dragon to be so?" He wanted to say terrifying, but felt that saying so would be boosting other spirits while diminishing his own. After all, that metal dragon had been effortlessly dealt with by Jianyue shortly after appearing. Don't give me that smirk. With your abilities, even if you can't beat the enemy, you should be able to hold your own in a 3-on-1. How did it end up like this when I returned?" Jianyue crossed his arms, frowning. He was most aware of Kakashi, Obito, and RIN's capabilities, having trained them since childhood. That's why he was sternly lecturing them now. "It's a good thing Captain Minato brought me back. Otherwise, you'd all be in trouble." Feeling he hadn't lectured enough, Jianyue added Kakashi, Obito, and RIN didn't dare to retort at this moment and quickly bowed their heads in apology. "I'm sorry." Seeing the situation, Jiyu had nothing more to say. "Taking care of the kids is truly hard work. I still have to return to the front lines. You all stay here honestly. Before that, you should reflect on what you didn't do well in the recent battle." Upon hearing that Jiyu was about to return to the front lines again, Obito really wanted Jiyu to take him along, but after just being taught a lesson, he didn't dare to voice any opinions, worrying that Jiyu would get even angrier. "Sigh, I wish I could open my eyes too," Obito sighed inwardly. He was still very concerned about the speed at which Uchiha Ruri could open her eyes, but he didn't show it. Kakashi and RIN didn't have many thoughts on the matter. They knew their shortcomings, and going to the front lines would only distract Jiyu. After Jiyu exchanged a few words with Tsunade, he didn't linger any longer and turned ahead towards the front lines. Among the thick branches of trees, a blue flash was swiftly darting through. It was Jiyu in transit. At this moment, arcs of electricity were occasionally flashing across his legs, as lightning chakra was stimulating his leg cells to a lower degree. This was the chakra output that could best conserve Jiyu's stamina. Halfway through his journey, Jiyu suddenly stopped on a branch. "Why are you following me, Shoha?" As soon as Jiyu's words fell, the ground beneath the large tree he was standing on began to bulge, with streams of sand surging out. This was the ninja technique, sand submarine technique for rapid movement. Soon, a large raccoon cat with a tail appeared before Jiyu. It was Shoha. "You're going to kill the people of Sunagakure, right?" "I'm going to," Shoha answered without hesitation. Before this, Shoha had asked Jiyu a question. After seriously listening to Jiyu's answer, it thought for a long time and still didn't know what kind of life it wanted to live now. However, it was quite interested in causing trouble for Sunagakure. After being sealed in a small space for so long, it wasn't going to let it go just like that. Hearing that Shoha wanted to join in dealing with the Sand Shinobi, Jiyu naturally wouldn't refuse. But he felt that there were some things he needed to clarify with Shoha. "Since your purpose is the same as mine, we can travel together. However, the battlefield over there is full of Konoha and Sunagakure ninjas in a melee. Your range of abilities is too large. What if you accidentally injure my side?" Shoha didn't expect this to be a concern. Its plump cat paw scratched its head. "So what do you think I should do?" Shoha threw the question back to Jiyu, the human who filled it with curiosity. "Will he advise me to leave?" Shoha thought to itself. Chapter 53, Pill. Upon hearing Shoha ask for his opinion, Jiyu lowered his head and began to think seriously. After a few seconds, he spoke. "How about this? You can follow me closely and listen to my commands." As soon as Shoha heard that Jiyu wasn't sending it away, it immediately agreed. All right. So what is our relationship now?" Taken aback by Shoha's strange question, Jiyu casually replied, "I guess we're partners." Partners? Shoha was extremely satisfied with this answer. Before the Sage of Six Paths left, he had told the nine-tailed beast to help humans and coexist harmoniously. The key point was that one day, A human would appear who could guide the tailed beasts to understand what true power is. Shoha felt it was simply the model elite among the tailed beasts, the exemplary pioneer. It now seemed that its fellow tailed beasts were a bunch of fools. Only it, the great raccoon cat Shoha, had successfully established a real connection with humans. Moreover, this human, named Mizuki Jianyue, had shown no prejudice against its identity as a tailed beast from the first meeting, truly treating it as an equal. Shoha thought he was the person the Sage of Six Paths had mentioned, capable of correctly guiding the tailed beasts. TSK. Indeed, it knew that the number of tails didn't mean anything, that Stinky Fox was probably still inside some Jinchuriki. Only it had truly fulfilled the sage's dying wish. Thinking of this, Shoha opened its chubby hands and excitedly said to Jianyue, "Let me lead you forward, Mizuki Jianyue." With a lift, Jianyue naturally wouldn't refuse. He jumped onto Shoha's hand, pointed out the direction, and shouted, "Let's go." Kia. Shoha also let out a strange cry and then carefully closed its palm. It burrowed back underground and used the sand submarine technique to speedily rush in the direction indicated by Jianyue. On the front lines, Minato Namikaze nimbly dodged a series of shuriken launched by Chiyo, controlling the 10-puppet technique, while loudly shouting, "Jiraiya-sensei!" Understood. Earth release, Yellow Spring Marsh. Jiraiya quickly hand-sealed and slapped the ground. Instantly, a marsh appeared under Chiyo's feet. Jiraiya's attack didn't end there. Upon seeing that the Yellow Spring Marsh successfully contained Chiyo, he formed seals again and unleashed a powerful burst of flames from his mouth. Fire release, Toad Oil Fireball. This was a high-level fire technique developed by Jiraiya, utilizing the unique oil of Mount Mayaboku to greatly enhance the temperature and adhesion of the fireball. Chiyo's feet sank into the marsh, and, after trying, she found she couldn't jump out. She decisively made a decision, waving her hands as her fingers flew skillfully. With her left hand, she controlled 3 10-puppet technique puppets to return to her side for defense. Puppet technique, 3 treasures absorption. A powerful suction emerged again, this time pulling Jiraiya's fire technique into the wind zone. Meanwhile, her right hand controlled the remaining 3 puppets to continue attacking Minato. During the previous intense battle with Minato, one of her puppets had been marked with the Flying Thunder God technique. She had no choice but to discard that puppet, so now she could only control 3 10-puppet technique puppets with each hand. Wind release, Hurricane Tornado. Seeing that his sister had already controlled the puppets for defense, Heisei quickly used a high-level wind technique to attack Jiraiya, who was unleashing fire. Jiraiya could only stop releasing the Toad Oil Fireball to dodge Heisei's wind technique. However, as he stopped the fire output, Chiyo could also stop the absorption ability of the 3 treasures absorption and instead disperse and compress the flames already within the wind zone. A chakra energy ball was fired from the wind zone, controlled by Chiyo. Its target was straight at Jiraiya. Watching the attacks coming at him from 2 directions, Jiraiya helplessly raised his hands. "Oh dear, Minato, you really don't understand how to be considerate to your teacher." He then bit his finger, formed seals again, and slapped the ground. Sumanin technique. Boom! A huge amount of smoke dispersed, and a giant toad appeared on the spot. It pulled out a shield resembling a giant bull from its back and raised it in front of itself for defense. The Hurricane Tornado and Chakra Energy Ball struck the shield, creating a massive shockwave that radiated outward. The summoning smoke brought by the giant toad was heavily blown away by the shockwave, pushing the giant toad back several dozen meters. However, despite this, that seemingly old and comical giant bull shield still firmly blocked the 2 aggressive attacks. Jiraiya crouched on top of the giant toad, striking a cool pose with his hands in front and behind. Now, making its appearance is the sage of Mount Mayaboku, Jiraiya, as expected of Jiraiya-sensei. Minato, while dodging Chiyo's puppet attacks, didn't forget to support Jiraiya. "Toadkin, go help Minato." Jiraiya commanded the toad beneath him, then jumped down from its head. "Although I'm not very useful, I'll do my best." The toad sage jumped up and moved closer to Minato Namikaze. Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport Kiyoshi Tsukikage over a long distance, consuming a large amount of chakra. In his current state, it was indeed a bit challenging for him to handle Chiyo alone, so he decisively brought Chiyo to Jiraiya-sensei's side. Now it seemed that the effect was quite good. However, he was unsure about the situation on Tsukuyomi's side. In Minato's view, considering Suna's emphasis on this war, it was highly likely that they would send a Jinchuriki to attack the rear. Although this move was extremely risky, if successful, Konoha would suffer heavy losses. Given the situation on other fronts, Konoha's best outcome will be to find a way to pay a heavy price to negotiate peace with Suna. Tsukuyomi, I'm counting on you. Logically, the best solution at that time was not for Minato to expend a lot of chakra to send Kiyoshi Tsukuyomi back to the camp for support. Rather, it would be more efficient to let Kiyoshi Tsukuyomi act freely on the front lines, efficiently killing Suna ninjas. Even if the rear fell, Konoha would still have a chance if Suna suffered heavy losses at the front. But for some reason, Minato still wanted to believe in Tsukuyomi, believing he could definitely deal with the enemies appearing in the rear, because he is a genius 100 times more outstanding than I am. Of course, no matter how confident Minato was in Tsukuyomi, he could never have imagined the way Tsukuyomi would return to the battlefield. Chiyo was anxious now, as she hadn't received the signal that Rasha's plan had succeeded. The time had already far exceeded the planned duration, and Chiyo couldn't help but make the worst assumptions. That is, Rasha and the one-tailed Jinchuriki had already been defeated. She didn't dare to think further, but the reality kept reminding her that Suna might be finished. Chapter 54. Ramen flavor. Earlier, Minato suddenly disappeared from Chiyo's sight and then reappeared, with his chakra response significantly diminished. Coupled with the long absence of Kiyoshi Tsukuyomi's chakra response, it was obvious that Minato had used a space-time ninjutsu to teleport Kiyoshi Tsukuyomi back to Konoha's rear camp. Kiyoshi Tsukuyomi, Chiyo murmured softly. She considered herself someone who had seen great storms, but she had never encountered a ninja like Kiyoshi Tsukuyomi. Other geniuses had grown and risen slowly on the battlefield, like Minato in front of her, always traceable. However, Kiyoshi Tsukuyomi had displayed incredibly powerful strength as soon as he arrived on the battlefield. The key was that he was a ninjutsu-type powerhouse. In the widely accepted view of the ninja world, ninjutsu-type powerhouses are the hardest to cultivate and the most difficult to deal with as they grow. This type of ninja is inherently the uncrowned king of the battlefield. At this point, overthinking was pointless. She could only take advantage of Minato's current poor state and see if she could kill him. In fact, she did just that. 3 puppets wielding various weapons such as a great sword, a katana, and twin blades launched a joint attack on Minato, forming a surrounding situation. Boom! Toad Sage swung his harpoon, striking at the 3 puppets surrounding Minato, but Chiyo's fingers moved swiftly, causing one puppet to escape through its legs. As a result, Toad Sage's strike hit the ground, kicking up a cloud of smoke. Minato made a nimble leap, using Toad Sage's massive harpoon for leverage to reach above Toad Sage. With his chakra running low, it was best to stay in a safer place for a while. He pulled out 2 premium food pills from the Akimichi clan's latest products, said to be ramen-flavored. This was something Kushina had bought for him. He had previously swallowed food pills whole, but this time he tried chewing a few bites. The taste was surprisingly good. Looking at the huge, ugly toad in front of her, Chiyo frowned. A giant summoning beast, Jiraiya's 3 ninjas, you really are something. Chiyo specialized in dealing with human attacks, making her less suited to handle large summoning beasts. With the protection of this giant toad, Chiyo's plan to kill Minato in a short time seemed to have failed. But you have your strategies, and I have my means. Chiyo began controlling the remaining 6 puppets to traverse the battlefield, harvesting the lives of ordinary Konoha ninjas. Aside from few exceptions, most ninjas in the ninja world primarily engaged in taijutsu, which is where the strength of the puppet technique lies. Because the body acts as a mechanical structure for the puppets, they can perform many actions that normal people cannot in taijutsu battles. Imagine that you are fighting against an opponent's puppet, and after finally launching an attack from their blind spot, the puppet's head rotates 180 degrees, and it attacks you with a hail of shurikens. Thus, it can be seen how difficult it was for Minato to hold off Chiyo and successfully move the battlefield to Jiraiya's side, all while having insufficient chakra. Plus, Chiyo had also poisoned the weapons of the puppets. Essentially, any Konoha ninja touched by her controlled puppets would experience poisoning reactions within seconds. Even if they didn't sustain severe injuries, and would be killed by other Susanoo ninjas before they could use an antidote. So Minato, how will you choose now? Clearly, this was the dilemma Chiyo posed to Minato. Since Minato was on top of the giant toad, and Chiyo couldn't reach him, it also meant that Minato couldn't continue to interfere with Chiyo's actions. This was also the situation Minato feared the most. On the battlefield beneath Toad Sage's feet, a puppet wielding a great sword attacked from behind a Konoha nin who had just dealt with a Susanoo ninja, aiming a slash at his neck. "Sure, Jin, behind you." A teammate of Sarutobi, Sure Jin, shouted from a distance, trying to warn him. But someone was faster than him. A trident shuriken flew past Sarutobi Sure Jin's back in an instant. Rasengan. Minato struck the great sword puppet with his Rasengan. Just as the Rasengan was about to make contact with the great sword puppet, Chiyo's mouth curled into a smile from a distance. Finally, he fell for it. She quickly tapped her fingers in the air, seemingly controlling an invisible, precise instrument. The great sword puppet instantly disassembled, its parts scattering in the air. Minato's strike missed, but with his speed, he immediately sensed the deception. He tried to use the flying thunder god to escape, but his chakra was already in dire straits. The recent space movement and Rasengan had exhausted the little chakra he barely managed to gather. This is bad, Minato thought ominously. Under Chiyo's control, the previously scattered parts of the great sword puppet lit up with blue chakra, launching countless blades arranged on them. At the same time, chakra threads shot out from the parts, connecting with each other. These parts, already covered in poison blades, all lunged toward Minato, who was surrounded by the puppet parts, with a series of clicking sounds from the mechanisms. In a critical moment, Sarutobi Shurjin unexpectedly grabbed Minato's arm, pulling him out of the center, surrounded by the spiky puppet parts. Click, click, click. The parts collided together, retracting their blades and reassembling into the great sword puppet again. Damn Minato! Chiyo seemed unwilling to let this good opportunity slip away, controlling several other puppets to attack Minato again. However, Toad Sage's attack arrived, skillfully wielding the massive harpoon, its dense offensive forcing several puppets back. "Thank you, Toad Sage. Although I'm not very useful, I will do my best to protect you." Sarutobi Shurjin also let out a sigh of relief. If Lord Minato sacrificed himself to save him, he would never be able to atone for it, no matter how many times he died. However, accidents always come unexpectedly. A circular mechanism suddenly burst out from the ground, instantly transforming into a lion's head about 1 meter high. With its bared fangs, it struck the fourth Hokage, pinning him to a large tree. Sealing technique. Lion's roar. The sealing technique appeared on the tree trunk, sealing away the already limited chakra within the fourth Hokage. Damn it! Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed to the fourth Hokage's side, wanting to rescue him, but faced with Chiyo's sealing technique, he couldn't even comprehend it. The essence of a poor student was fully revealed. In the distance, Chiyo's expression softened a bit. Finally, there was some good news. The puppets in front had disassembled, and their frantic actions were merely a distraction. The real killing move was the lion's roar hidden underground. Chiyo's original plan was to have the fourth Hokage use space-time ninjutsu to dodge the puppet's disassembly attack, and then launch a surprise attack with the lion's roar. As long as the sealing technique hit successfully, no matter how miraculous space-time ninjutsu was, it would be powerless to change the outcome. Who would have thought that the fourth Hokage would dare to come down and continue fighting after recovering only a little chakra? But it didn't matter anymore. As long as the result was the same, it was fine. Puppet technique. Mechanized light spear attack. Chiyo manipulated the puppet, showing no intention of giving the fourth Hokage any breathing room. The fourth Hokage's chakra was tightly sealed and under Kushina's guidance. He himself was also an expert in sealing techniques. However, as the saying goes, a doctor cannot treat himself. It was fine for him to help others with unsealing techniques. But in his current sealed state, even if Kushina herself came, there might still be no chance. "Get out of here, quickly!" The fourth Hokage shouted urgently to Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen was trying to use kunai to scratch away the sealing technique covering the tree trunk. Although the idea was creative, under the circumstances where the sealing technique had already been activated, even destroying the entire tree would not be able to it. "Goodbye, Konoha's yellow flash. Chiyo's eyes were cold. The chance to catch such a speed-type powerhouse was truly rare. Puppet technique. Mechanized light spear attack. In an instant, the blue light spear was about to pierce through the fourth Hokage's body. A somewhat immature, yet confident boy's voice rang out. Shikaku, understand. Countless grains of sand surged up from the feet of the fourth Hokage and Sarutobi Hiruzen, completely enveloping the two. The blue chakra light spear struck the sand sphere, producing violent vibrations. Waves of air surged from the point of contact between the spear and the shield. The light spear was actually slowly piercing into the interior of the sand sphere. But that was all. The puppet technique, mechanized light spear attack, was not a continuous ninjutsu. After a few seconds of stalemate, the blue light spear flickered weakly a few times before dissipating. In the confrontation between spear and shield, it was ultimately Shikaku's sand shield, created by Shikaku itself, that triumphed. Could it be? Chiyo's pupils constricted. She understood all too well what this sand shield represented. The great Tanuki is back. You bastard from Sunagakure. Shikaku released the sand submarine technique, its massive body suddenly bursting from the ground, loudly announcing its arrival to those around. Jinjetsu jumped from Shikaku's palm to its head. First, that sealing technique and rescue Captain Minato. Shikaku heard Jinjetsu's command and quickly dispersed the sand shield, revealing the fourth Hokage, who was sealed and unable to move. Shikaku formed hand seals with its hands. The sand on the ground quickly spread over the lion's roar that trapped the fourth Hokage. The black sealing technique appeared, completely covering and destroying Chiyo's original sealing technique. Just as the lion's roar was about to be, Chiyo had no time to think about why the one-tailed beast appeared here, especially standing on Konoha's side. She waved her hands, controlling the 6 puppets of the Chikamatsu Ten to launch attacks at the fourth Hokage. Some shot countless shurikens, while others unleashed flames and wind blades from their mouths. Chiyo didn't care whether these attacks would be effective. This was the only chance to kill the fourth Hokage. At this moment, her expression was extremely grim. Damn you. Kiryu Jinjetsu. Unlike before, this time she was genuinely furious. Seeing such outrageous attacks, Jinjetsu didn't even need to speak. Shikaku flicked its tail, blocking all attacks. It's no wonder the tailed beasts are the ultimate power of ninja villages. Those ninjutsu struck Shikaku's tail without even making a sound. Not to mention that series of poisoned shurikens. For a ninja, the dangerous poison was merely amusing when hitting a tailed beast. Enough. As expected of the top student among tailed beasts, in just a few seconds, Shikaku had already the sealing technique that trapped the fourth Hokage. With the sealing technique, the mechanism of the lion's roar became completely ineffective. Sarutobi Hiruzen exerted his strength with both hands, directly pulling the lion's head from the tree. Jinjetsu. The first thing the fourth Hokage shouted after successfully escaping was Jinjetsu's name. Jinjetsu naturally understood what he meant and replied loudly, "Don't worry. The enemies over at the camp have already been dealt with, and Tsunade and RIN are also fine." Jinjetsu intentionally shouted loudly, not only for the fourth Hokage to hear, but also to let the surrounding ninjas on both sides hear. This was to boost the morale of Konoha while suppressing the momentum of Sunagakure. Sure enough, under Jinjetsu's observation with his 6 eyes, Chiyo's face turned pale from afar. Feeling secretly delighted, Jinjetsu stood atop Shikaku's head, looking down on the entire battlefield. Clear the field, sand ninjas. The intense, buzzing sound, which felt physically uncomfortable just to hear, echoed once again. The violent wind-type chakra was extremely compressed under Jinjetsu's finely tuned chakra control, forming a massive chakra shuriken in each of his hands. Wind release, spiraling shuriken. Jinjetsu forcefully swung his hands, throwing out the 2 spiraling shurikens one after the other. The familiar formula, the familiar sound. The sand ninjas were about to collectively develop a phobia of the spiraling shuriken technique. At this moment, the battlefield, under Jinjetsu's observation with his 6 eyes, looked like a sandbox in a game with full map visibility. The 2 spiraling shurikens, under Jinjetsu's control, raced across the battlefield like blue racing cars, eliminating all units marked as enemies in Jinjetsu's sight. On the battlefield died damn Konoha ninja. A sand ninja was about to stab a Konoha ninja with a kunai. The Konoha ninja had just finished off a sand ninja and didn't expect to be ambushed from behind. Just as his pupils shook and his mind was in disarray, a blue flash passed by, followed by a buzzing sound filling his ears. The sand ninja, who had just been brandishing a kunai, threatening to end his life, was now cut in half, lying on the ground convulsing. The same scene continued to occur on this battlefield between Konoha and Sunagakure, although Genjutsu only released 2 spiraling shurikens. In terms of efficiency in reaping the lives of ordinary ninjas, Chiyo couldn't match even 6 puppets, let alone the entire Chikamatsu 10. If any sand ninja were to survive this war and return to the village, he would probably never forget the spiraling shuriken technique. On the other side, EIZ, aren't you going to surrender? If this continues, all the men in your Sunagakure will die. Don't blame Jiraiya later, hee. Jiraiya was clashing with EIZ in taijutsu while also not forgetting to throw some trash talk to distract his opponent. Hiraku had lived a meticulous life for most of his life. He considered himself to have a stable temperament, but today he was still severely rattled by the presence of Jiraiya. Additionally, seeing that Shikaku seemed to be controlled by that Kiryu Mitsuki indicated that Raza and the others' ambush had definitely failed. Continuous losses had already left him feeling flustered. At this moment, hearing Jiraiya's trash talk nearly took his breath away. There was a flaw. Ninja art. Raging Lion's mane. Seeing that his trash talk had finally worked, Jiraiya exclaimed and instantly used his ninjutsu, controlling his hair to attack Hiraku. It was Hiraku's first time encountering something so. Well, he couldn't find the right words to describe it. He dodged Jiraiya's attacks repeatedly, and it was a perilous situation. In fact, despite Jiraiya's current bravado, he had almost been scared to death by the situation on Minato's side just moments ago. Fortunately, the little ghost Mitsuki appeared just in time to save Minato. Otherwise, he couldn't even imagine how badly Kushina would beat him up if Minato were seriously injured here. Speaking of which, that Mitsuki kid was truly impressive. In such a short time, he had already taken down so many sand shinobi. It was hard to imagine how much his bounty would be when he hit the black market. Moreover, even the tailed beasts were willing to listen to him. For a moment, Jiraiya started to doubt whether the child of prophecy he had been searching for was actually Nagato. Chapter 56. Chiyo's dislike. Chiyo was on the verge of a headache. She absolutely couldn't let this Kiryu Mitsuki continue. If he kept killing, how many sand shinobi would be left for him to slay? Chiyo hurriedly divided her focus, using her left and right hands to control 3 puppets each to chase after the 2 spiraling shuriken that were turning the battlefield upside down. Puppet technique, 3 treasures absorption. The 2 groups of puppets stacked up like a tower once again, trying to absorb both spiraling shuriken into the wind zone they had created. However, Mitsuki had already anticipated that Chiyo would do this. Shikaku, fill it with sand. Understood, partner. Following Mitsuki's command, Shikaku immediately controlled the sand to fill the wind zone created by 3 treasures absorption as if it were being poured in. At the same time, several black sealing techniques emerged from the sand, clashing with the sealing technique of 3 treasures absorption itself. This made it impossible for Chiyo, who was originally planning to use sealing techniques to deal with the pile of sand in time. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Mitsuki always adhered to the principle that missing an opportunity was foolishness. He quickly controlled the 2 spiraling shuriken to maneuver around the wind zone of 3 treasures absorption, which had previously caused him trouble. They directly struck several puppets that were unable to move due to their internal mechanisms being activated. 2 beams of blue light erupted. A fierce wind howled, and blades formed a tornado that tore apart the remaining 6 of the Chikamatsu 10. Under the high-density wind chakra blades, Chiyo's chakra threads snapped completely. Thus, the white secret technique, Chikamatsu 10, which had instilled fear in countless ninjas since the era of the first puppet master, came to an end. The ninja world is sometimes so wondrous. An individual's strength can influence the outcome of a large-scale war. Clearly, after Mitsuki re-entered the battlefield with Shikaku like a divine soldier, the situation for Konoha against Sunagakure had become overwhelmingly one-sided. Boom! Lord Hiraku, Misfortunes never come singly. Chiyo turned to see her brother Hiraku being flung away by Jiraiya's hair attack, crashing through 3 large trees before hitting the ground hard. Hiraku was not originally a match for Jiraiya, and he had been cunningly affected by Jiraiya's verbal assault, making a mistake that left him vulnerable to Jiraiya's attack. If he hadn't reacted in time to block with a kunai, he wouldn't have just been flung away. He would have been directly impaled by Jiraiya's raging lion's mane. This was the last straw for Chiyo. She tightly pressed her lips together, her face filled with unwillingness. Why should Konoha have all the good fortune? First, there was Kakashi Hitaki, then Minato Namikaze, and now this Kiryu Mitsuki. Not far away, Kiryu Mitsuki was already gathering chakra in his hands again atop Shikaku's head. Chiyo could no longer use 3 treasures absorption to block Kiryu Mitsuki's technique. Although she didn't understand why Shikaku was under his control, the fact remained that under Shikaku's protection, all ninjutsu and hidden weapons aimed at Kiryu Mitsuki were ruthlessly intercepted by Shikaku's sand. The sand shinobi couldn't even get close to Kiryu Mitsuki. In contrast, every time Shikaku swung its massive claws or whipped its tail, it took the lives of several sand shinobi. After forming the spiraling shuriken, Mitsuki did not rush to throw it. The spiraling shuriken, emitting a tremendous noise, put immense pressure on the sand shinobi. Chiyo scanned her surroundings. The surviving sand shinobi had expressions of hatred or were numb. But without exception, they all feared one person, or rather, one technique. No one wanted to be suddenly bisected by a chakra shuriken that appeared out of nowhere while fighting their opponent. Mitsuki's slaughter-like efficiency in harvesting had already buried a deep psychological shadow in the surviving sand shinobi on the battlefield. Chiyo closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, her expression was resolute. Inform everyone in Sunagakure to retreat. Saying retreat was just a more pleasant way to put it. Both sides, including the lower-ranked ninjas, understood that this meant surrender. Mitsuki noticed the sudden fierceness in the old lady's eyes and worried that she might insist on a life-and-death fight. Fortunately, that wasn't the case. For Konoha, compared to the completely dead sand shinobi, the disabled ones were better. This way, they could help alleviate some of the pressure from Wagakure. The order was conveyed quickly, and before long, the ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure ended their battles and retreated to their respective sides of the battlefield. At this time, aside from the scattered pieces of shattered ninja fragments in the center of the battlefield, only the spokespersons from both sides remained. It was hard to imagine that just moments ago, they had been fighting fiercely, and now they were starting to communicate face to face. Hiraku stood beside Chiyo with the support of a sand jonin, and as both sides retreated, Chiyo had already given Hiraku a simple treatment, allowing him to move somewhat. There was no choice. Currently, among the sand shinobi, they were the only 2 who could stand up and hold the scene together. The 2 sand jonin assigned as guard beside them looked unfamiliar to Mitsuki, and their chakra responses were not particularly strong. On the Konoha side, however, it was much more luxurious, with Nara Shikaku, Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and Mitsuki also present. As the greatest contributor to this war, Mitsuki couldn't avoid being in the spotlight, even if he wanted to. Just earlier on the way here, many Konoha ninjas had already started calling him Lord Kiryu Mitsuki. In the ninja world, strength is respected. Although Mitsuki was young, his achievements were all solid. Chiyo looked at Kiryu Mitsuki with a complex expression. This was the little brat she had never heard of before, yet he had managed to turn around Konoha's not-so-good situation. Moreover, the most critical point was that he was a white-haired boy. Chiyo had 2 people she disliked the most in her life. One was Konoha's white fang, Kakashi Hitaki, and the other was the old man from the land of rain with a breathing tube. Now, there was another one, Kiryu Mitsuki. Kiryu Mitsuki, is Raza still alive? Chiyo cut straight to the chase, asking the question that concerned her the most. This was not because she had a good relationship with Raza, but because Sunagakure desperately needed powerful ninjas right now. As for the Jinchuriki who accompanied Raza, Shikaku had already come out. What outcome could the Jinchuriki possibly have? Perhaps later they could see if they could redeem the body from Konoha. After all, the Jinchuriki had Sunagakure's sealing techniques on them, and it wouldn't be good for Konoha to obtain them. Jiraiya and Nara Shikaku turned their gazes towards Mitsuki upon hearing Chiyo's question. They have heard that Jianyue was transported back to the camp for support by the Flying Thunder God technique used by Minato Namikaze. However, they did not know the specifics of the battle situation. Under everyone's gaze, Jianyue spoke up. But for Sunagakure, this small mouth opening meant bad news. Dead. Chapter 57, Partners. Dead. Nara Shikaku gasped, contributing to the warming of the ninja world. Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze remained calm, as the previous scenes of Jianyue forcefully killing Yakumo were still fresh in their minds. They were all bloodline limit users, even if magnet release was stronger than scorch release. It had its limits. Chiyo took a deep breath, and the wrinkles on her face seemed to multiply. Is that so? Regarding the redemption of the body of the one-tailed Jinchuriki, can you make the decision? Let's discuss this during the formal negotiations later, Shikaku said, delaying the conversation, which was a common tactic used by various ninja villages when they captured an opponent's bloodline ninja. First, they would research enough before selling it back. After that, it was time for Shikaku to negotiate with Sunagakure. It was better to let professionals handle this aspect. Jiraiya, Minato, and Jianyue just stood there, applying enough pressure. Moreover, this was just preliminary negotiation. Later, the Kages of both villages would need to formally negotiate. However, Sunagakure might need to select their fourth Kazekage first. After listening for a while, Jianyue felt a bit bored. But Chiyo's next sentence perked him up. So, you from Konoha? Are you going to return the one-tail to us from Sunagakure? At this moment, the one-tail was lying on the ground, dozing off. Upon hearing those annoying people from Sunagakure mention it, it opened its yellow, coin-shaped eyes. If it were the old days, it would have already exploded in anger and slapped them down, daring to discuss it as if it were an object. But times have changed. It wanted to be a tail beast with aspirations and could not act like its foolish kind. Moreover, it was no longer alone. Shikaku is now my partner, and our collaboration has been quite good. Unless it itself wants to return to Sunagakure. Otherwise, Jianyue's words were filled with a threatening tone. This left Chiyo at a loss. In her view, the one-tail was controlled by Jianyue using some technique, and he even had a name for it. Now, when he said he wanted to hear the one-tail's opinion, wasn't that equivalent to telling her that Jianyue wasn't planning to return it? This was also the common consensus among all the ninjas from Konoha and Sunagakure after witnessing the unusual actions of the one-tail on the battlefield. For these locals, tail beasts and humans were irreconcilable enemies. Moreover, was the so-called successful collaboration referring to killing nearly half of the sand ninjas on the battlefield together? This was a threat. It must be a threat, regardless of whether it was a threat or not. Given Sunagakure's current situation, if Jianyue was unwilling to return the one-tail, they really had no way to deal with him. However, Chiyo still wanted to make one last effort, as the tail beast was too important for Sunagakure, which lacked high-level combat power. She organized her words. The ransom is not a problem, and if you from Konoha have two tail beasts, it will not only attract the coveting of other hidden villages, but it also seems to go against the will of the first Hokage. Right? This statement was reasonable and even brought up the issue of how Senju Hashirama distributed the tail beasts back in the day. Chiyo's words made Shikaku, who had been indifferent to her, recall some unpleasant memories. Thus, it broke character in a second. You bastard from Sunagakure. If you keep babbling, this Lord Tanuki will kill you all. At this moment, Shikaku's previously carefree demeanor was nowhere to be seen. Jianyue did not want to argue with Chiyo at this point. He straightforwardly said, "Stop dreaming, Granny Chiyo. You'd be better off using that energy to investigate who went missing together with your third Kazekage. You might find a surprise." Chiyo did not understand what Jianyue meant by that. He couldn't possibly be bringing up the third Kazekage just because she mentioned the first Hokage. Unable to comprehend, she looked at the other Konoha members, hoping that one of them would be willing to discuss the one-tail in detail. As a result, Minato remained silent, naturally choosing to believe Jianyue. Jiraiya, on the other hand, didn't care at all. In his view, having too many lice was not a problem, as Konoha had always been besieged during every ninja world war. Instead, Narashikaku also felt that the one-tail was a hot potato for Konoha. But the smart thing was that he wouldn't voice his opinion at this time. Even if a decision had to be made, it would be the Hokage's job. He wouldn't show any signs of internal disagreement during negotiations with the enemy. Chiyo could only reluctantly give up on the idea of retrieving the One Tail for now. This decisive battle had almost cost Sunagakure everything. They could not create unnecessary trouble over the One Tail. Thinking of this, Chiyo couldn't help but curse the third Kazekage. Not only did he make a fool of himself, but he also got her son and daughter-in-law killed by Hatake Kakashi and then went missing for no reason, leaving Sunagakure in a mess. Sigh. Not long after, the preliminary negotiations between the high-ranking officials of Konoha and Sunagakure were completed. The remaining formal negotiations were indefinitely postponed. After all, Konoha had other battlefronts to attend to, and Sunagakure was not only being watched by Wagakure, but also hadn't selected their Kazekage yet. It was a difficult situation for every village. The negotiations concluded. The ninja forces from both sides re-entered, not for battle, but to collect the bodies on the battlefield. A lot of information would remain on the bodies of the ninjas, which was also the reason Chiyo insisted on redeeming the bodies of Rasha and the one-tailed Jinchuriki. However, Jianyue had already told her that the body of the one-tailed Jinchuriki had been burned to ashes by him. Whether Chiyo believed it or not was her concern. Thus, the war between Konoha and Sunagakure came to an end. Konoha camp. Although on the way back, Minato and the others had already learned in detail from Jianyue about what had happened in the rear. Seeing it with their own eyes made them realize how urgent the situation had been. First, there was the gigantic sinkhole that could almost redraw the map. To be able to blow this place up like this, Sunagakure really had money. More critically, despite the devastation, Tsunade managed to save nearly all of Konoha's ninja lives. Truly worthy of being the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Then there were the various large craters on the battlefield, caused by unknown ninjutsu. It was hard to imagine how intense the fighting had been here. In fact, if the main army from the front lines had returned earlier, they would have seen patches of sand gold on the ground. After Jianyue left, Tsunade, on Shizen's suggestion, sent people to collect all of it. By now, the sun had long set, and only a trace of twilight was reluctantly cast on the ground. Jianyue arrived outside the camp alone. Shikaku, come out. Chapter 58, Sealing of the Sand. Shikaku, come out. The ground cracked open, and a large amount of sand erupted, revealing Shikaku's massive body as it released the sand submarine technique. What do you want to talk to me about? Shikaku asked in confusion. You are free now. Go wherever you want, Jianyue said with a smile. To be honest, Jianyue actually quite liked this big tanuki. It was quiet, could help him in battle, and their previous interactions had been quite pleasant without the need for feeding. However, as an adult deeply influenced by modern egalitarian concepts in his past life, he knew how important freedom was for a being with its own thoughts. However, what Jianyue did not expect was that Shikaku stared at him wide-eyed and said, "Are you kicking me out?" Jianyue didn't quite understand Shoha's thought process. After some consideration, he asked, "What do you mean?" Shoha sat down on the ground and naturally replied, "Of course, I want to live with you. Didn't you say we're already partners?" Hearing Shoha's response, Jianyue scratched his head and said, I'm in a cooperative partner. But never mind. Although it started as a cooperative relationship, they had fought together on the battlefield later on, so it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them comrades. Thus, Jianyue agreed to Shoha's request. Since you want to follow me, then I naturally welcome you. That was close. Hearing Jianyue's affirmative words, Shoha internally wiped a cold sweat. Just now, when it heard Jianyue say it could go wherever it wanted, it was startled. It was counting on Jianyue to follow the prophecy of the Sage of Six Paths, to provide it with the correct guidance and help it understand what true power is. Then, with that answer, it would find a way to boast to the other-tailed beasts, especially that stinky fox. Ever since following Jianyue, Shoha often couldn't help but imagine that when it saw this stinky fox in the future, it would lie on the ground and shout, "Lord Shoha, please tell me what true power is." Just thinking about it was exhilarating. Shoha? Noticed Shoha grinning widely, its eyes squinted into slits, and its tail wagging restlessly behind it. He tried calling it a few times, but there was no response. So he jumped onto Shoha's head and punched its cat head hard. Shoha, snap out of it. What? Shoha, lost in its fantasies, was physically rebooted by Jianyue's loving iron fist and came back to its senses. You can follow me, but your size is too big. I can't fit you in my house. Jianyue remembered that the size of tailed beasts wasn't fixed in his past life memories. The nine tails had shrunk significantly after being split in half by Minato Namikaze's dead demon consuming seal. That's easy. I can give you most of my chakra. Shoha was convinced that Jianyue was the person the Sage of Six Paths spoke of, so as long as it could follow Jianyue, it would listen to any request he made. How will you give it to me? Jianyue asked curiously as he jumped down from Shoha's head. Shoha didn't speak but smiled proudly, then formed a hand seal. Suddenly, Shoha's body emitted a blue glow, and in the twilight, a massive stream of chakra surged upwards. Then, like the Milky Way pouring back, it cascaded onto Jianyue's body. This scene was indeed a bit dreamlike. Then a black, tadpole-like sealing technique crawled up, slowly compressing the surging chakra flow. Finally, it formed a unique sealing symbol on Jianyue's belly. Why was it unique? Because this pattern was different from the four-symbol seal of the Uzumaki clan. It belonged to Shoha and was a sand seal. Its patterns and colors resembled the purple markings on Shoha's body, looking like a blooming violet flower. Oh no, Jianyue couldn't take the public exam anymore. At the same time, there was a loud bang. Shoha's originally huge body instantly shrank down to countless times smaller in a cloud of smoke, now looking almost the same size as an ordinary cat bus. Done, Shoha shouted, but unlike its deep voice when it was huge, its voice had become somewhat high-pitched. To Jianyue's ears, it sounded like a duck. I've given you 90 of my chakra. You can use it as you wish, Shoha said grandly. In fact, Shoha was indeed generous. After all, tailed beast chakra was not infinite. After excessive use, tailed beasts also needed time to refine chakra to replenish themselves. However, situations where tailed beasts ran out of chakra were quite rare, which is why there was a saying in the ninja world that tailed beast chakra was endless. Feeling the seal and chakra within him, Jianyue opened his attribute panel to check in for the day. System panel, host, Qingshui Jianyue, skills, chakra refinement technique, shadow clone technique. Transcription seal, heavenly constant one time, magnet release, not developed, Rasengan, Rasen Shuriken, secret sword flash, fire release. Phoenix fire technique, fire release. Fireball, fire release. Great fireball Rasengan. Lightning release. Body flicker, lightning release. Chidori, lightning release. Chidori stream, lightning release. Chidori lance, lightning release. Thousand birds shadow clone technique, wind release. Great breakthrough, wind release. Wind shuriken, wind release. Wind shuriken shadow clone technique, earth release. Earth style return, earth release. Earthquake core, fire release. Great fireball Rasengan, fire release. Burning wind explosion. Naruto release, wish reward. Eye of the sky, 6 eyes, full counter. No new emails, unlike human-tailed beasts, although both sealed chakra. Shoha had given its chakra to Jianyue. This meant that Jianyue had a higher control authority over this chakra than Shoha itself. However, correspondingly, Jianyue could not use the tailed beast powers directly like other Jinchuriki, such as tailed beast bombs or tailed beast chakra cloaks. The only exception was the magnet release displayed on the panel, which was a characteristic property of Shoha's chakra. Although Jianyue did not share the same mind and body bond with Shoha as other Jinchuriki did with their tailed beasts, the benefit was that Jianyue and Shoha maintained enough privacy from each other. Moreover, this seal had no restrictions and could be undone at any time, avoiding any situation where one dies and the other pays the price. Impressive, my Shoha. Where did you learn your sealing techniques? Jianyue asked with genuine curiosity. He initially thought this was Shoha's innate ability, but it seemed otherwise now. Hearing Jianyue's praise, Shoha crossed its paws over its chest and looked quite proud. Oomph. You see my strengths now, huh? Well, as my partner, it's fine to tell you. Jianyue looked at the sky. It was getting a bit late. He squatted down and extended his right hand toward Shoha. Tell me slowly on the way back, Shoha. Of course. Shoha squeaked in its brand new limited duck voice, climbing from Jianyue's outstretched hand to his shoulder. The two of them walked back to the camp, stepping on the last rays of the sunset. The wind carried Shoha's excited voice. Let me tell you, this is something that happened a long time ago at that time. Chapter 59, Triumph Today. Konoha village was particularly lively. The villagers spontaneously formed a long line at the village entrance. with many people arriving on the street early in the morning just to secure a good spot. Because today was the day the heroes who had achieved victory on the battlefield in the Sand Village would return to the village. Despite the approaching end of the year and the increasingly cold weather, the enthusiasm of the Konoha villagers showed no signs of diminishing. Konoha desperately needed a significant victory. If one had to find a word to describe the Third Great Ninja War, torment would be the most suitable term. Since the Third Great Ninja War began, Konoha had generally gained some advantage periodically, only to fall back into disadvantage after a while, continuously cycling like this. Not just Konoha, but other villages were the same. This kind of unseen tug-of-war, with no clear future in sight, was the most demoralizing for people. Many even believed this ninja world would self-destruct in this endless war. As the saying goes, the greater the pressure, the greater the explosion. When the news of Sarutobi Hiruzen's great victory at the battlefield in the land of River spread, the entire Konoha erupted quite literally. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already discussed with Tsunade and Mito Gateflame that once Tsunade and the others returned, they would definitely hold a grand welcome ceremony. As for why he didn't discuss it with Danzo, it's actually because they had some minor disagreements about the situation in the land of River recently, which caused a bit of a rift between Danzo and them. Now, Danzo has been holed up in the roots for several days without coming out. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen is not worried. From his understanding of Danzo, he knows Danzo won't hold a grudge for long, and things will be fine in a few days. In any case, what's important now is the welcoming ceremony, which must be grand. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants the entire ninja world to understand who the #1 ninja village is. As a result, when the orders were given, it turned out that there was no need for mobilization. The villagers were already acting as if they were celebrating the new year in advance, with every household hanging up new talismans. The enthusiasm almost made Sarutobi Hiruzen think everyone had collectively fallen under a genjutsu, under the attention of the masses. The main forces from a land of River slowly walked into the gates of Konoha. Tsunade was leading the way at the front, casually pulling Ino along to walk beside her. Shikaku quietly rested on Ino's shoulder, usually very quiet when others were around, especially in such a crowded scene. Shikaku even closed its eyes and fell asleep. The speed and quality of this sleep would make many modern people from Ino's past life envious. By the way, after discussing the matter of Shikaku with Tsunade that day, Tsunade said she would talk to the third Hokage about it. For now, they would publicly claim that one tail had run away. After all, with Shikaku's current state, no one could possibly think of it as a tailed beast. Meanwhile, a war hero, Jiraiya, was itching to make his move. He had heard the villagers cheering at the entrance of Konoha from afar and hurriedly painted a handsome face on himself with face paint, ready to make a grand entrance to redeem his reputation that had been tarnished by peeping at a women's bathhouse. Minato was standing with his 3 disciples. On the main street of Konoha, the cheering of the villagers was so loud it could almost break the clouds in the sky. Long live Tsunade! I love you, Tsunade! Minato is so handsome. Jiraiya is okay too. Jiraiya, infuriated, felt the veins popping on his forehead. He glared around, trying to see which brat had the audacity to mock the Toad Sage. Sensei, don't do that. Seeing his teacher almost about to charge out of the crowd, Minato quickly pulled him back. As the procession moved forward, the villagers' chants also became synchronized. Gale of Konoha, Ino. Konoha Gale, standing at the front with Tsunade. Ino couldn't help but blush, and Tsunade naturally noticed this. Oh, why are you blushing? The title Gale of Konoha had only recently spread within Konoha, initially called out by the Sand Village. At that time, although the Sand Ninja had suffered several surprise attacks by Ino, they could still afford to lose, and they even gave Ino the title of Konoha Gale. However, as time passed, the Sand Ninja realized that this Konoha Gale only did one thing day after day, teaming up with Minato to drop wind release bombs on various strongholds in the Sand Village. And then they would run away, lacking the demeanor of a true expert. Gradually, the Sand Village stopped mentioning the title Konoha Gale and began calling Ino the annoying explosion-crazed brat. Later, as he killed the most Sand Ninja during the war, he was even referred to as the damned Kiyoshi Ino. If there were a ranking of Konoha ninjas that the Sand Village most wanted to kill themselves, White Fang would probably fall to second place. But as the saying goes, the enemy's poison is my nectar. In recent days, the title Konoha Gale, Kiyoshi Ino suddenly started spreading again among Konoha ninjas. Now, when they chatted privately, they referred to him as Gale of Ino or Konoha Gale. But how do the villagers know about this? I better not find out who leaked the information. Ino wondered, while not forgetting to wave and greet the enthusiastic villagers. On the rooftop of the Hokage building in the distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen observed the reactions of the villagers and the victorious ninjas, nodding with satisfaction. It was worth it for him to have sent people to write several reports on the activities of the ninjas at the battlefield in the Land of River, especially Ino's performance. He ordered them to post all of it on several notice boards in Konoha. This also made everyone in Konoha aware that the boy standing beside Tsunade was the greatest contributor to this victory in the war. Oh, Ino, look, the villagers are welcoming us. Obito was so excited that he could hardly contain himself. He had only seen such a scene in his dreams. Kakashi immediately shot him down. Idiot, don't you hear the villagers are calling for Ino? Obito didn't care about Kakashi's words. So naive, Kakashi. Kakashi was confused. Obito looked up at the sky with a knowing gaze, then deliberately spoke in a low voice. I see it. In the not-so-distant future, Minato-sensei will become the 4th Hokage. And then Ino will become the 5th, and by that time, it will be me, Obito, who becomes the 6th Hokage. Haha. Kakashi retorted, even if I become the 6th Hokage, you could never be. Obito was taken aback. He hadn't realized that Kakashi also wanted to be Hokage. What a joke. Did he understand the will of fire? Obito imagined Kakashi with his dead fish eyes wearing the Hokage hat and couldn't help but laugh out loud. You think you can become the 6th Hokage? Then I could become the 2nd sage of 6 paths. Thus, the victory ceremony went smoothly, and it ultimately concluded with Sarutobi Hiruzen giving a speech on the rooftop of the Hokage building. The next day, Ino had a rare chance to sleep in. Originally, after returning home and tidying up a bit, he planned to go to sleep, but the celebration in Konoha lasted until midnight yesterday. Shikaku had slept enough during the day, and seeing so many interesting stalls outside at night, it kept insisting on going out to play. In the end, Ino had no choice but to take Shikaku out to the various stalls until the villagers dispersed, before returning home to sleep again. In recent days, as the year-end approached, the wars in Iwagakure and Kirigakure had also eased somewhat. Ino and the others who had just returned from the battlefield in the Land of River should be able to enjoy a short holiday. After making a simple breakfast for himself, Ino left home with Shikaku. Today, Minato had invited Ino to his home for a meal, saying he wanted to fulfill his promise of giving him a sealing technique. Although Ino felt that there was no need for such formality between them, he did not refuse. It was still early. He first went to the grave of Kiyoshi Kinrin, placing a bouquet of white chrysanthemums he had just bought from a flower shop on the way. This world does have a pure land, and although Ino knew that the words spoken at the grave wouldn't be heard by the person, he still slowly began to share what he had seen and heard during the war. The Land of River is actually a very beautiful country. It's just that the war has made the people there. Ino talked a lot, mostly trivial matters. Shikaku, quietly listening to Ino's narrative, lowered its voice to sound more solemn and asked, "Is this your family? Partners?" Ino nodded gently. "Yes, his name is Kiyoshi Kinrin. He is my father in this life." Shikaku tilted its head curiously and asked, "What does it feel like to have a family?" Ino's previously solemn expression faltered. Shikaku's question would probably stump many people in the ninja world, but fortunately, he was not one of them. Family? It should be like the relationship between you tailed beasts and the sage of 6 paths. Ino pondered before answering Shikaku's question. Showa thought about living with the old man of the 6 paths. Family seems to be something very precious, but it is also something that will eventually be lost. On the other side, at the Namikaze household, Kushina, have you made a bit too much? Namikaze looked at Kushina as she brought out various dishes from the kitchen, unable to resist asking. However, with just a glance from Kushina, Namikaze immediately closed his mouth obediently and dared not speak. I already know. That child Mitsuki's mother passed away when he was very young, and his father also sacrificed himself in the war. Kushina said, giving a fierce glare at Minato, then continued, but he still managed to become a hero in the war against Sunagakure through his own efforts. How could I not make more food for such a good child? Minato suddenly felt his conscience pierced by Kushina's words, and he was completely petrified on the sofa. But he quickly reacted and asked Kushina, "How do you know about these things?" Kushina looked at him strangely, then suddenly clapped her hands and said, "Oh, you just got back and don't know yet. Lord Third Hokage has been mentioning Mitsuki's heroic deeds as a classic case of the will of fire during his speeches lately." After saying that, Kushina ignored Minato and went back into the kitchen. After commemorating Kinrin, Mitsuki felt it was about time. Following the little map that Captain Minato had given him, he successfully found the Namikaze household. He knocked on the door. Click. It was opened by Captain Minato. "Minato, is that little Mitsuki? Let him in." Kushina's voice came from inside the house. After changing into the guest's slippers, Mitsuki entered the Namikaze household, saying sorry for the interruption. The Namikaze household was very warm and cozy, with furniture seemingly planned out, all in warm tones, making one feel that a happy family surely lived here. By this time, Kushina was almost done with her tasks. She didn't even take off her apron from cooking and immediately pulled Mitsuki into her arms, stroking his white hair. Yoshi, indeed a lovely child. Minato said you want to learn sealing techniques. Just come and tell me directly. You can learn any of them, except for the dangerous ones. Minato smiled helplessly on the side. Mitsuki was quite curious about what Kushina was like in reality. Now, she seemed quite similar to Tsunade. "That smell, it's that stinky fox." Shoha quietly reminded Mitsuki. Kushina also noticed the little raccoon. "What is this? Quite cute. Is this little Mitsuki's pet? It can even talk. Is it a summoning beast?" "This great raccoon is not a summoning beast," Shoha shouted loudly. Mitsuki never hides anything from his own people, so he directly told Kushina that this was Shikaku. Kushina exclaimed in disbelief. A tailed beast shouldn't all be those fierce giant creatures, right? Or is it just the nine tails that looks like this? At this moment, the nine tails in the ceiling space couldn't stay still. "That smell, is it that stupid raccoon?" The nine tails opened its huge eyes, trying to send out a bit of chakra to sense the situation outside the seal. Kushina immediately felt the nine tails movement and was about to activate the sealing technique to suppress it when the nine tails hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, Uzumaki Kushina, is there a stupid raccoon outside?" Upon hearing the nine tails words, Kushina replied in her heart, "Yes, but that has nothing to do with you." The corner of a nine tails mouth curled up. "Uzumaki Kushina, there's a Jinchuriki fighting outside, right? I can give you my chakra, so that raccoon won't be your opponent at all. How about it?" Having lived for so long, the nine tails, based on its experience, figured that a fight must be happening outside. As long as Kushina accepted its chakra, it would have a glimmer of hope to break free from the seal. However, Kushina completely ignored it and threw out a line. "Don't dream, Nine Tails. There isn't any Jinchuriki outside, and you want me to fight such a cute little raccoon? You really are an evil existence." After saying that, she unhesitatingly activated the sealing technique, tightening the chains of the adamantine ceiling and firmly trapping the bit of chakra that the Nine Tails had released back. Unlike the luxurious prison inside Naruto, the Nine Tails inside Kushina's body had always been bound by the adamantine ceiling, making it hard to even move its tail. However, the Nine Tails didn't care about that now. It was filled with thoughts about what Kushina had just said. A raccoon? Cute? That stupid raccoon? What is happening in the outside world? Am I the only one sealed here? Ignoring the self-doubt of the Nine Tails, Kushina quietly reinforced the seal and then warmly welcomed Mitsuki. "This is the scroll that records the four-symbol sealing." Mitsuki took the scroll handed to him by Minato. Minato then reminded him, the four-symbol sealing is an A-rank sealing technique, and the difficulty of learning it is very high. However, for you, Mitsuki, you will definitely learn it quickly. Kushina also spoke up. "If you have any questions, feel free to ask me anytime. If you want to learn any other sealing techniques, you can come find me too." After politely thanking them, Mitsuki bid farewell to the Namikaze family. Chapter 61. Jonin. On a sunny morning, Mitsuki woke up on the tatami mat in a quaint room. After spending a long time on the battlefield, returning to Konoha village always made Mitsuki feel that time passed so quickly. Several days had already passed since he visited Kushina's house. After getting up and washing up, He walked through the long, open wooden corridor to the backyard. Goo goo goo. He took a few eggs from the chicken coop and turned back to walk into the kitchen. Fire style, low flame technique. Under Mitsuki's control with his 6 eyes, the flames generated by chakra allowed him to perfectly control the heat. It's still more comfortable at home. I really never want to see those torn tents on the battlefield again. Tsunade stretched her back and walked down the stairs from the 2nd floor. Seeing Mitsuki spreading sauce on the bread, she greeted him. Good morning, Mitsuki. Morning, Tsunade-san. Tsunade's eyes lit up when she saw the sandwiches on the dining table. Oh, they look great. Indeed, this was Tsunade's home, an extravagant large mansion. Ever since returning to Konoha, Mitsuki couldn't wait to ask Tsunade about the Flying Thunder God technique. Tsunade's exact words were, "Just come to my house, it's quite big." Mitsuki had long recognized Tsunade in his heart, so he naturally didn't feel embarrassed. Therefore, after finishing some of his own matters, he directly came to find Tsunade for the convenience of learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Mitsuki had been staying at the Senju mansion for the past few days. Moreover, not only the Flying Thunder God technique, but Tsunade even opened up the study of Senju Tobarama to Mitsuki. Recently, besides learning the Flying Thunder God technique, Mitsuki also delved into various theoretical notes by Senju Tobarama. To be honest, he had gained a lot. Senju Tobarama was a true genius. After looking at some of his experimental records and conjectures, Mitsuki felt that his previous research on chakra was still too superficial. Take the 2 books Mitsuki had been reading recently, for example. Conjectures on the nature and morphological changes of yang attribute chakra and on the malicious effects of high-purity yin attribute chakra on the human mind. These had given Mitsuki a deeper understanding of these 2 special attributes of chakra. In addition to studying, Mitsuki also took the opportunity to take an exam. Since stepping out of the exam hall yesterday afternoon, he had officially become a Konoha Jonin. In terms of ninja ranking, he had already reached the top. He had also taken the exam with Uchiha Ruri. During the decisive battle with Sunagakure, Uchiha Ruri had performed very actively. She had already awakened the 3-tomo Sharingan, making her stronger than an ordinary Genin, and on top of that, she had also learned the accompanying Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. This allowed her to kill quite a number of ninja from Sunagakure on the battlefield, including several Genin. Like Mitsuki, her strength and achievements were enough to qualify her as a Genin. In Konoha, there is a tradition where comrades give gifts to each other when they become Genin. If it were someone else, Mitsuki might not know their preferences, but Uchiha Ruri was very easy to understand. Mitsuki directly hand-wrote a ninjutsu scroll for lightning release, Chidori, and gifted it to her. Although she received the gift with a cold expression, the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her feelings. Uchiha Ruri prepared a leather scabbard for him. Mitsuki didn't know what animal skin it was made from, but it had a pearl-like pattern and felt really nice to touch, fitting perfectly with his sword, Mist Cutter. This reminded Mitsuki of Qingshui, who would never expect that he and Ruri had already advanced to Genin ahead of him. At that moment, he should still be on the battlefield in the land of water. Mitsuki walked outside, sitting on the wooden corridor, admiring the clusters of white hydrangeas in the yard, a color rare in the land of fire. According to Tsunade, these white hydrangeas were brought from the land of whirlpools by her grandmother, Uzumaki Mido. Glancing at Tsunade, who was still eating, Mitsuki unconsciously touched the necklace around his neck, a gift from Tsunade to congratulate him on officially becoming a Genin. Although Tsunade didn't elaborate on the necklace, Mitsuki was well aware of its origin. When Tsunade gave it to him, she hesitated, seemingly unsure if it was right to give him the necklace. After all, the 2 previous owners of the necklace, Mitsuki could tell what Tsunade was worried about. So he directly took the necklace and put it around his neck on the spot. Mitsuki didn't particularly desire the necklace. He just felt that if he wore this seemingly cursed necklace and safely ended the Third Shinobi World War, it might resolve Tsunade's inner conflict. As he walked towards the Hokage building, he received a notification from the Umbu that Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to be looking for him. After passing the Umbu announcement at the entrance, Mitsuki entered the Hokage's office. It looked like Sarutobi Hiruzen was the only one working inside, but in Mitsuki's view, there were 4 Umbu hidden in the shadows of the office. Such a small room could hide quite a few people. Upon seeing Mitsuki enter, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately smiled and spoke. You finally came, Mitsuki. I was eager to see you. You did very well in the Land of Rivers. You're too kind, Mitsuki replied. He already knew that the title Konoha's Gale was the doing of the old man in front of him. However, facing this old man who had dedicated his life to Konoha, he couldn't really be angry. Well, Konoha's Gale does sound pretty good. The more Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Mitsuki, the more satisfied he felt. From the task report given to him by Nara Shikaku, he already knew Mitsuki's general situation. Strong strength, humble and polite, and values his comrades. Sarutobi Hiruzen's smile grew even brighter. The village has decided to give you a chance to choose a ninjutsu from the Book of Seals as a reward. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out the Book of Seals that he had prepared long ago. He formed hand seals, and complex sealing techniques emerged on the book, rearranging and then hiding again. Sarutobi Hiruzen unfolded the scroll and indicated for Mitsuki to come forward and choose. Mitsuki was also very curious about what mysterious techniques were contained in the legendary Book of Seals, passed down from the first Hokage. While Mitsuki was selecting a ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also observing the peculiar creature perched on Mitsuki's shoulder. According to Tsunade, this small, raccoon-like creature was a tailed beast. Despite Tsunade's repeated assurances, Sarutobi Hiruzen still found it hard to believe. Can a human really coexist harmoniously with a tailed beast to this extent? However, he didn't plan to interfere with the tailed beast's handling. On one hand, Mitsuki's strength was sufficient to manage the tailed beast, and on the other hand, compared to the 9 tails, the one tail posed a controllable threat to Konoha. It was a matter of adjusting the servings based on the beast. Shikaka noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze and rolled its eyes at him, feeling inexplicably displeased with the old man's stare. I made my choice. Chapter 62, Spirit Transformation Technique, I've made my choice. Mitsuki's clear voice rang out. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked in the direction Mitsuki was pointing, his expression complex. It turned out to be that technique. This wasn't because he didn't want to give this technique, but because the previous user of this technique was named Cat Dan. That's right. The ninjutsu Mitsuki ultimately chose was called Spirit Transformation Technique. This ninjutsu was undoubtedly powerful. It was a soul-type ninjutsu. Soul-type ninjutsu was as rare as space-time ninjutsu in the ninja world. It had the ability to make the soul leave the body, transform into a spirit, ignore distance to travel and kill enemies, as well as control others' bodies and enter their mental worlds, among various other capabilities. Since Cat Dan sacrificed himself on the battlefield, no one had successfully learned this powerful ninjutsu again. Are you sure you want to choose Spirit Transformation Technique? The difficulty of training this technique is among the highest in ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. However, he actually hoped Mitsuki could successfully learn the Spirit Transformation Technique because its role in war was incredibly significant. The ultra-long-distance mental control, whether used for gathering intelligence or relaying information, provided an absolute advantage that no other ninjutsu could match. Since Mitsuki had made his decision, he wouldn't change it. Yes, I'm sure, Lord Hokage. Well, if you find it difficult to learn later, you can come back to Grandpa for a different one. Haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled at Mitsuki like a true neighborly grandfather. His words seemed to be discussing something ordinary rather than a high-level ninjutsu. In fact, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought the same way. Although Mitsuki had high talent, the Spirit Transformation Technique was not a ninjutsu that could be learned simply due to high talent. Unlike techniques like Flying Thunder God Technique, which only required high learning demands, the Spirit Transformation Technique had very mysterious requirements for the user. No one knew why a talented ninja might not be able to learn it, while a mediocre one could meet the requirements. Even the last user, Cat Dan, couldn't explain what made him different from others, leading to others being unable to learn it while he could use it. After bidding farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mitsuki left the Hokage building with the scroll recording the Spirit Transformation Technique and some notes that Sarutobi Hiruzen had temporarily dug out from a pile of old scrolls. These notes were left by previous ninjas who could use the Spirit Transformation Technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen said they might be useful, so he stuffed them all to Mitsuki. Returning to the Senju family residence, Lin, Shizen, Since returning to the village recently, Lin, Kakashi, and Obito had mostly been training with Minato at the 6th training ground. Mitsuki would occasionally join them to have some fun and play a friendly match. By the way, after Kakashi learned that Mitsuki had become 8J Nin, he finally showed some enthusiasm, even reducing his usual novel reading time. This had made Obito complain recently. He had thought Kakashi was slacking off and that he finally had a chance to surpass him. Yet now, it felt like Kakashi was visibly improving after each sparring session. At this rate, he might really take the position of the 6th Hokage. Such a situation is a real medicine. Jianyue has been taking care of Tsunade's daily needs these past few days, so she happily decided to take a break and return home. When Jianyue went out to buy flowers that day, she ran into RIN and Yugao, shopping together. What are these two here for today? Tsunade noticed Jianyue's confusion and explained with a chuckle. RIN is my new disciple, and as her senior, Jianyue naturally wants to meet her. RIN then added, I asked Lady Tsunade yesterday to become her disciple. RIN's chakra level isn't very high, and even if she could learn many of Jianyue's powerful ninjutsu techniques, they wouldn't be practical in real combat. Therefore, she thought of learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. Tsunade naturally wouldn't refuse, whether it was because of her relationship with Jianyue or her own views. If it weren't for RIN blocking Rasha's attack before, she might have already died in the land of rivers. At this moment, Tsunade pulled RIN into her strong embrace, rubbing RIN's little head. What did you just call me? Tsunade-sensei. Hearing the satisfactory answer, Tsunade finally let go. Congratulations, RIN. Tsunade will definitely be a very good teacher. Jianyue sincerely felt happy for RIN. In fact, he had been thinking about her future development direction recently. Unlike him, RIN doesn't have the 6 eyes, which almost allows for equal chakra refinement and consumption, providing lasting endurance. Now that she has Tsunade as her teacher, he feels much more at ease, as Tsunade's teaching ability goes without saying. The Yin sealing can solve RIN's weakness of insufficient chakra, and medical ninjutsu aligns well with the excellent chakra control ability RIN has developed under Jianyue's guidance. Most importantly, now that Tsunade has ended her time on the battlefield in the land of rivers, she will basically be stationed at the Konoha hospital. With RIN staying in the village and learning from Tsunade, his worries about her safety are alleviated, and he can go out and have some fun. Just in time, he still has some scores to settle with the Mist Village. Tsunade looked at RIN and Jianyue, suddenly feeling playful. Oh my, is that all the congratulations? Yesterday, when you weren't here, Jianyue, RIN loudly said she wanted to learn medical ninjutsu to protect you. After saying this, Tsunade quickly looked at Jianyue and RIN, hoping to see the shy expressions of young love on their faces. But she could only feel disappointed. After hearing Tsunade's words, Jianyue immediately said, given my relationship with RIN, isn't that obvious? Right, RIN? RIN smiled helplessly. Most of the time, she viewed Jianyue as a reliable family member like an older brother. However, sometimes she felt Jianyue was like a childish younger brother who needed her care. So, she playfully said, Hi, I'll take good care of Jianyue. Tsunade suddenly felt foolish, teasing this old couple. In the evening, after Jianyue finished practicing the Flying Thunder God technique, he prepared to go out and buy some groceries to cook, as the ingredients at home were running low. Just as he was about to leave, Tsunade called out to him. Buy a bit more starting today. RIN and Jianyue will also be living here. Tsunade didn't know where she found a lounge chair and was leisurely rocking on it. Okay, Jianyue replied and went out with Shikaku. When Jianyue returned with a bunch of groceries, RIN and Jianyue's training had also come to a pause. I'll help you, Jianyue. Seeing Jianyue carrying a pile of groceries, RIN quickly jogged over to help him carry some. Hey, Jianyue, when did you start liking fish? Oh, that asked for Shikaku. RIN nodded, noting in her heart that Shikaku loves fish, and then they both entered the kitchen. I'll help too. Jianyue had given Shireen a break these past few days, allowing her to relax properly, thanks to Jianyue. Sounds good. RIN responded to Shireen's words. Hearing this, Shireen started to walk into the kitchen. Tsunade quickly pulled her back and said loudly, Shireen, come help me massage my shoulders. The kitchen can be left to Jianyue and RIN. Weren't you just, come on. Chapter 63. Kaleidoscope Sharingan Uchiha Clanland. Uchiha Ruri was carefully studying the Chidori scroll Jianyue had given her. having seen him use this lightning release technique many times. Not only is it powerful, but it also has high potential for development. Hehehe. Uchiha Ruri couldn't help but chuckle softly in her room. After laughing a few times, she seemed to feel a bit silly. She quickly stopped laughing, patted her cheeks, and returned to her usual indifferent expression. After tidying up her notes on the desk, she prepared to go out for her daily training. As she opened the door and walked out of her room, Uchiha unexpectedly called out to her from the living room. "Wait, Ruri." Uchiha was sitting on the sofa in the living room, with several empty bottles beside him. "What is it?" Uchiha Ruri replied coldly. "Hee." Uchiha awkwardly chuckled, pointing to the sofa, signaling Uchiha Ruri to sit down. Seeing her father's serious expression, Uchiha Ruri sensed he had a lot to say. So she turned around and opened the main door, leaving without looking back. She still needed to practice the ninjutsu Jianyue had given her, and didn't have time to chat with her drunk father. But after Uchiha Ruri stepped out the door, she noticed the surroundings had changed. She was back in her own living room, and when she looked back, the door she had just opened had turned into her bedroom door. Uchiha Ruri's eyes narrowed, and she instantly understood what had happened. She formed hand seals. Jinjutsu, release. However, the surrounding environment didn't change at all, and only Uchiha's voice rang out again. "Now, how can we talk, Ruri?" Knowing one's daughter well, Uchiha understood her very well. He had long guessed that Uchiha Ruri wouldn't pay him any mind, so when she asked, "What is it?" he had already caught her in the Jinjutsu he had set up beforehand. He looked at Uchiha Ruri with satisfaction. Uchiha Ruri frowned and walked to the farthest corner of the sofa, sitting down. The moment she sat down, the Jinjutsu was actively released by the caster. The surroundings shattered with a cracking sound, and the living room door had never been opened. It was as if Uchiha Ruri had walked straight over and sat down on the sofa since leaving her room. Uchiha Ruri looked coldly at her father. Now she had no choice but to listen to what he had to say. He couldn't be wanting to rekindle their father-daughter relationship after a long time. Could he? "Ruri, you have awakened the three-tomo Sharingan, right?" "Yes, so what?" Upon hearing Uchiha Ruri's affirmative answer, Uchiha continued. "Do you desire power?" Uchiha Ruri tilted her head in confusion. What a stupid question. Who wouldn't want power? Uchiha didn't let her wonder for long. "Have you heard of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan?" "Of course I have. It was awakened by Uchiha Madara, and it's said to rival the power of the first Hokages would release." Once this topic came up, Uchiha Ruri became more talkative. Rivaling the first Hokage, it's just a useless thing that can't even protect the people you care about. Uchiha seemed to have a different opinion. He continued, "The Kaleidoscope Sharingan is not a power of the Uchiha clan, but a curse. When a member of the Uchiha clan receives love and then loses it, this curse is activated." "Why are you telling me this?" "Do you?" Uchiha Ruri's words were interrupted by Uchiha. "That's right. I once had a very important partner, and then he died, and that's when I awakened these eyes." After saying this, the atmosphere in the room inexplicably became cold. Under the astonished gaze of Uchiha Ruri, Uchiha's pupils changed. In his blood-red eyes, 3 droplet-shaped patterns connected at both ends, looking completely different from the normal 3-tomo Sharingan. This was the Manjiki Sharingan, the cursed eye of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha's voice seemed to turn cold. Uchiha Ruri couldn't quite understand Uchiha's words. But after a calm analysis, she said, "Why do you say that? The Manjiki Sharingan is just a tool. Even if, as you said, you gained this power after losing someone important, the reason for all this is simply because your ability wasn't sufficient." Uchiha sighed. There was a reason for his words. So he continued to explain to Uchiha Ruri. The Sharingan is also known as the eye that reflects the mind. The reason the Manjiki Sharingan is called Manjiki is that the person who unlocks it gains unique abilities based on their different mental states. My eye technique is called Tenno Ritsu, which allows me to see and control the time within a certain area. Uchiha Ruri didn't understand why her father was bringing this up, but she didn't show it. "Are you showing off to me?" Uchiha unclosed the Manjiki and didn't answer Uchiha Ruri, instead continuing on his own. "When I opened the Manjiki, I felt an evil chakra trying to invade my mind. And it was only after using Tenno Ritsu that I could revert my body's condition back to normal. However, the Manjiki Sharingan will gradually lose its light with each use of its power, That evil chakra will eventually invade my brain, and by that time, I might do something I don't even know. In the basement of the Uchiha clan's Nange shrine, there's a stone tablet passed down through generations that records information about the Mangeki Sharingan. Only by transplanting a relative's Mangeki Sharingan can one achieve eternal light and infinite ocular power, allowing them to forever use Ten no Ritsu to maintain their self. Ruri, if you truly desire power, then kill me to unlock the Mangeki Sharingan, and then transplant my eyes to achieve eternal Mangeki. Uchiha's calm demeanor made it seem as if he was not discussing his own life. Uchiha Ruri's pupils contracted. The fact that her useless, drunken father had unlocked the Mangeki Sharingan was shocking enough. Now he was asking her to kill him? Although Uchiha Ruri didn't particularly like this alcoholic father, he was still her family. She indeed longed for power, but she wasn't insane. How could she choose to kill her own family to obtain the Mangeki Sharingan? She refused without hesitation. I refuse. Even without those eyes, I can still become a true, strong person. Uchiha Ruri paused for a moment and continued, besides, what that stone tablet said may not be true. You meant to say that, right? Uchiha picked up on Uchiha Ruri's words. Uchiha Ruri stared directly at Uchiha, wanting to hear how he would rebut. What you said is correct. Uchiha surprisingly changed his tone, abandoning the previous dangerous idea. What do you mean? The stone tablet states that the higher the ocular power, the more information one can see. When I opened the Mangeki Sharingan to look at it, I could feel that evil chakra trying to control my mind, making me subconsciously believe the words on that stone tablet. After I used Ten no Ritsu to revert my body again, I could rationally view the content on the tablet. Therefore, Ruri, I have an idea. Let's hear it. Uchiha Ruri said coldly, if you still want me to be killed or something, you don't need to say it. If you want to die, go die on the battlefield in the mist, and I will avenge you. Uchiha knew his daughter's character. He had known from the beginning that Ruri would not choose to kill him for the Mangeki Sharingan. After all, she had always been a gentle child. Rather, if Ruri was willing to accept his first proposal, it would make things easier for him. Listen to me. Unbelievable. Can that really work? After hearing Uchiha's second proposal, Uchiha Ruri frowned and questioned. Uchiha took a swig from a half-empty bottle of alcohol beside him and burped, saying, I don't know, but it's worth a try, right? After all, rather than waiting for my ocular power to deplete and being influenced by that evil chakra, it's better to let it have a greater effect. Uchiha Ruri's gaze fell on the empty bottles scattered around the sofa. So, does that mean you've been drinking all this time just to use alcohol to delay being influenced by that evil chakra? Not really. The alcohol is indeed good. Chapter 64. The involvement of the cloud-hidden village spring of the 45th year of Konoha. More than 3 months had passed since Konoha's victory over Sunagakure. The Ninja World War, which had become somewhat calmer due to the new year, was heating up again. It was a seasonal war, after all. The first to bear the brunt was the war between Kumogakure and Iwagakure. The third Raikage Sun and the perfect Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, shone brightly in this war. The combined technique they unleashed, Absolute Bull Thunder Plow Heatblade, was a nightmare for IWNE. This caused Iwagakure, which was already engaged in a two-front war, to retreat repeatedly. However, something absurd happened afterward. The third Tsukuyomi, Inoki, known as the Two Scales, found an opportunity to surround the troops led by the third Raikage with a large army while Iwagakure was at a disadvantage. The third Raikage was a true warrior. To protect his subordinates, he fought against tens of thousands of IWNE alone and ultimately died from exhaustion. However, he successfully held off the IWNE army, allowing his subordinates to return safely to Kumogakure. Thus, the war between Kumogakure and Iwagakure came to an end, with Iwagakure emerging victorious. But the story doesn't end here. After the defeat on Kumogakure's side, due to the rising anger among the populace, in order to divert internal conflicts, Kumogakure declared war on Konoha. This is what is currently happening. To resist the challenge from Kumogakure, Sarutobi Hizashi initiated a meeting of the village's jonin. Although it was a jonin meeting, not all jonin were qualified to participate. Only a small portion could attend discussions in the Hokage's office. The remaining jonin only had voting rights on various decisions passed during the meeting. Of course, These jonin generally voted at random, as those who could not directly participate in the meeting were mostly subordinates of those who could attend. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A spotted bird with a red tail leisurely groomed its feathers on a branch, occasionally calling out. However, this bird was unaware that it had already been targeted by a beast. Shikaku, you're moving a bit too much. Shut up, partner. I'm about to catch it. Indeed, the one targeting it was Shikaku, who was also perched on a branch, slowly approaching the spotted bird. When it was less than half a meter away from the spotted bird, a falling leaf dropped. Now's the time. Go, Shikaku, Mitsuki shouted. Woo! Shikaku instantly jumped from the branch, pouncing toward the spotted bird. However, the spotted bird didn't move at all. Instead, Shikaku jumped up but barely made it 10 centimeters before falling straight down from the tree. What are you all doing, you fools? Tsunade, who had been watching the whole time with a frown, finally couldn't help but cover half her face and ask soulfully. The origin of the incident was that, with spring arriving, this spotted bird had been coming to the Senju family's courtyard, chirping incessantly. Jianyue was disturbed by the noisy bird, and then Shohei volunteered to shoot the stupid bird down with sand pellets. However, Jianyue felt that since Shohei was a raccoon cat, it was too embarrassing for a raccoon cat to use ninjutsu just to catch a bird. When Shohei heard his partner underestimate him, he decided to show his true skills. Otherwise, everyone would really think he was made of sand. So, that led to the earlier scene. Looking at the speckled bird still chirping on the branch, Jingyin couldn't help but agree with Tsunade's words. Lin, seeing Shohei's initial hunting failure, hurried over to pick him up from the ground and comfort him. It's okay, Shohei, you did great. You almost got it just now. Ugh, my proof of battle, Shohei wailed, covering his face with his paws. Lin looked at Jianyue with a pleading gaze. There was no other way. Jianyue had to go over and comfort Shohei along with Lin. If they had known, they might as well have just let Shohei shoot that smelly bird down directly. Just as everyone was having a good time, an Umbu arrived and handed Jianyue a scroll. Lord Jianyue, this is a message from Lord Hokage for you and Lord Tsunade. Okay, I understand. After sending off the Umbu, Jianyue returned to the courtyard with the scroll. After reading the contents of the scroll with Tsunade, both of them sighed in unison. Sigh. Another war. Huh? The content of the scroll was simple. It instructed Jianyue and Tsunade to attend a meeting at the Hokage building at 8 o'clock the next morning. The next morning, as 8 o'clock approached, Jianyue and Tsunade arrived punctually at the conference room of the Hokage building, casually finding 2 chairs to sit down. Many people had already gathered here, mostly clan leaders or their representatives from various ninja clans within the village. Jianyue was familiar with some, including the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hizashi, the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, and the old acquaintance Danzo, who had finally come out from the roots. As for the others, Jianyue couldn't recognize them just by looks, except for the Akimichi clan. He observed others, and naturally, they were also interested in this young Jainin. As a rapidly rising commoner powerhouse, he was quite popular. Just a moment ago, the representatives of the Inuzuka, and Akimichi clans had come over to chat with Jianyue. Ahem. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that it was almost time and that everyone had arrived. So he started the meeting. Unlike during speeches, Hiruzen was not verbose during meetings. To summarize, first, they needed to select a skilled leader to confront the Hidden Cloud Village. Second, they needed to send reinforcements to the increasingly intense battlefield at the Hidden Mist, preferably also skilled ninjas. Third, there was no third point. The Hidden Stone had been relatively quiet lately, and basically, they could rely on Orochimaru to maintain stability. So the question arose, who among the Leaf Village was skilled enough? Chapter 65, The Strong Have Arrived. The Hidden Cloud had sent their new generation of the A and B combo. Who should we send? The speaker was A.J. Neen with face paint. The A and B combo was a significant pairing from the Hidden Cloud Village, consisting of 2 ninjas who had been trained together since childhood, developing a deep tacit understanding. They refer to each other as brothers. This generation of the A and B combo was very powerful. They had already shown their ferocity in the war between the Hidden Cloud and the Hidden Stone. Both were strong in taijutsu, especially A, whose speed was his greatest advantage. A veteran Earth Release user from the Hidden Stone, Ishido, had died at his hands using Lightning Release Chakra Mode. He was known as the perfect Jinchuriki, able to use the power of the eight tails at will. Therefore, among the candidates sent by the Leaf Village to confront them, there must be ninjas who were fast enough in speed and strong enough in power. Preferably those who could somewhat restrain the tailed beasts to effectively counter them. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already discussed this with the elders before the J-Nin meeting, so he directly designated the candidates. Minato, can you take charge of confronting the hidden cloud? Of course, Namake's Minato would not refuse, and he smiled brightly as he agreed. Yes, Lord Third. However, just Minato alone was not enough, so Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned several skilled ninjas from various clans to assist Minato. Finally, after discussions among those present, it was decided that Minato would be the commander, with Akimichi CHG, Yamanaka Inoichi, Nara Shikaku, and Inazuka Kiba as his deputies, leading 3,000 Leaf ninjas to the battlefield against the hidden cloud. It was at this moment that Jianyue learned that the man with face paint who had spoken earlier was named Inazuka Kiba. Hiruzen's arrangement was indeed very reasonable. Minato possessed the Flying Thunder God technique, and his speed could compete with that of the Hidden Cloud's A. Akimichi CHG was the strongest J-Nin of the current Akimichi clan, and his expansion technique, combined with Yamanaka Inoichi's mind technique, should be able to limit the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Actually, Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to send Jianyue and Jiraiya to the battlefield against the Hidden Cloud, but Jiraiya had told him in advance that he wanted to help Orochimaru at the Hidden Stone battlefield, believing that Minato would be sufficient. Hiruzen couldn't argue with Jiraiya, and letting him go to the Hidden Stone to keep an eye on that cunning old man Inoki wasn't a bad choice either. As for Jianyue, Hiruzen had other plans for him. With this matter settled, the next important issue of today's J-Nin meeting was the selection of personnel to support the Hidden Mist battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen first inquired about the opinions of Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi, as these two clans were the main fighting force against the Hidden Mist. Fugaku, is the situation at the Hidden Mist still under control? The situation is still manageable. The Uchiha clan can continue to hold off the Hidden Mist, Uchiha Fugaku replied calmly. However, Hyuga Hizashi beside him found his words a bit nonsensical. No, Buddhi? How badly have our two clans been beaten in the Hidden Mist battlefield? Don't you have any idea? Or is it that not enough of your Uchiha clan members have died? My Hyuga clan has already lost an eye, and you still call this under control? Huh. Danzo, who had been sitting beside Sarutobi Hiruzen without speaking, suddenly sneered. Uchiha Fugaku frowned slightly, but didn't dare to say anything. For a moment, the atmosphere in the conference room became a bit awkward, as most people present actually felt that Uchiha Fugaku was just bragging. They might not know the specific situation on the Hidden Mist battlefield, but could they not tell which side had the advantage and which side was at a disadvantage? The coastline of the Land of Fire was almost turning into the Hidden Mist village's backyard, right? Previously, at least it was just the 7 ninja swordsmen coming and going. But now the Hidden Mist was invading the Land of Fire in small squads to cause destruction. Sarutobi Hiruzen was the most aware of this, and the daimyo of the Land of Fire had recently been very angry about it. To ease the atmosphere, Hyuga Hizashi took the initiative to speak. Lord Hokage, our Hyuga clan has fought bravely on the Hidden Mist battlefield, but unfortunately, the numerical advantage of the Hidden Mist village is simply too great. Even our Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Sai, I truly apologize for disappointing all of you, my Leaf comrades. His words were sincere, and after speaking, he bowed to everyone present. The other attendees expressed their understanding. The Hyuga clan had indeed sacrificed a lot for the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen also showed a look of shame. Hizashi, this is not your fault. I, as Hokage, also bear some responsibility. No, Lord Hokage, it is I who did not lead my clan well. On the other side, Uchiha Fugaku, who felt out of place in the entire conference room, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly, suddenly feeling that Hizashi was really pretentious. He couldn't even protect his own bloodline limit, and yet he still had the nerve to say it in public. You, the Hyuga clan, are just like the Uchiha clan, both part of the noble families of Konoha. What a disgrace. Mitsuki felt it was time for him to speak up. Lord Third Hokage, Konoha Jonin Mitsuki requests to engage in the battle at the Hidden Mist battlefield. As soon as he finished speaking, Hinata Hizashi's eyes instantly lit up. Great, there's a master. The name of Konoha's Gale, Mitsuki, had recently spread throughout the entire ninja world. He had made Sand Village suffer greatly multiple times right after debuting, and then quickly rose to prominence, single-handedly killing the Sand Village's hero, the hero of the lava release, Yakura. Furthermore, he had also forcefully killed the owner of the magnet release bloodline limit, Rasha, and the tailed beast Jinchuriki in a one-on-two situation. And it didn't stop there. After continuously defeating multiple strong enemies, he single-handedly made the Sand Village surrender to Konoha. Such a fierce man was exactly the type of ninja they were lacking at the Hidden Mist battlefield. Hinata Hizashi quickly spoke up. If Jonin Mitsuki joins the Mist front line, that would be wonderful. After saying that, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with an expectant gaze. There was no choice. The Hyuga clan simply couldn't afford to lose anymore, and they'd already sent out clan members gritting their teeth. After hearing Mitsuki's request to fight, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately agreed. All right, I consent. In fact, he had originally planned to send Mitsuki to participate in the battle at Hidden Mist, because not long ago, he learned that Mitsuki had already mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. With Mitsuki's enormous chakra reserves, he could use the Flying Thunder God technique to quickly support along the coastline of the Land of Fire, delivering a devastating blow to the Mist ninjas who had sneaked in. Finally, after further discussions, Sarutobi Hiruzen decisively issued an order. Then, as we just discussed, let Mitsuki lead 1,000 Konoha ninjas to reinforce the Hidden Mist battlefield. At the same time, I, as Hokage, appoint Konoha Jonin Mitsuki as a senior advisor for the Hidden Mist battlefield. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen had sent out Mitsuki as a trump card, he naturally wouldn't let him take orders from others on the front lines, so he directly arranged for him to have a senior advisor position. Upon hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's final decision, everyone voted in agreement. Agreed. Agreed. Chapter 66. Poor communication with the Uchiha clan meetings are a bad habit, but Sarutobi Hiruzen seems unable to quit. With this thought in mind, Mitsuki and Tsunade walked out of the Hokage's office. After confirming the two most important agenda items, Mitsuki thought there wouldn't be much else to discuss. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a pile of other miscellaneous proposals to vote on one by one. Thus, for the latter half of the meeting, Mitsuki transformed into a heartless voting machine. Expansion of Konoha Hospital? Agreed. Adding classes to the ninja school? Agreed. Setting barrier techniques around the Konoha bathhouse? This one needs to wait a moment. Under Sarutobi Hiruzen's intense gaze, Mitsuki finally raised his hand. Disagreed. It wasn't until the afternoon that Mitsuki and Tsunade finished the meeting and returned to the Senju clan residence. A few days later, on a clear morning at the entrance of Konoha, Minato Namikaze and his team were ready to set off. Mitsuki's departure day was still later, so today he brought RIN to send off Minato and the others. Just as Mitsuki expected, after becoming Tsunade's apprentice, RIN had too much to learn and had officially entered the medical ninja ranks, so she didn't join Minato's team to go to the front lines of the Hidden Cloud. Kakashi, Obito, I have something for you. After saying that, Mitsuki took out two specially made kunai from his ninja tool pouch, threading two fingers through the iron rings at the tails of the kunai, showcasing them to Kakashi and Obito. These are special kunai with my Flying Thunder God coordinates stamped on them. Take them. Mitsuki had gained a basic understanding of the Flying Thunder God technique. Although he wasn't as proficient as Captain Minato, with the help of Shikaku's chakra, he could teleport larger and farther distances than Minato. The two reached out to take the kunai Mitsuki handed them. Kakashi observed it carefully under the sun. It appeared to be the same style as Minato's Flying Thunder God kunai, with only the Flying Thunder God mark stamped on them differing. So different people use different marks for the Flying Thunder God technique, Kakashi said thoughtfully. Obito weighed the kunai in his hand and then looked at the techniques inscribed on them. He couldn't help but complain, the kunai is great, but Mitsuki, your mark is a bit. What's wrong with my mark? Mitsuki asked. Nothing. Seeing Mitsuki's dangerous gaze, Obito swallowed hard and quickly stopped himself from saying more. Minato, standing beside them, couldn't help but react to his apprentice's complaint. This mark was something Mitsuki and I came up with together, Obito. Just take some time to think about it. and you'll surely understand the special meaning behind it. Minato pulled out 2 kunai, one of which was Mitsuki's Flying Thunder God kunai, which he had received when Mitsuki came to him for guidance on the technique. Each kunai had its own inscriptions, sword of patience, justice from the heavens. Hearing Minato's words, Obito looked at the kunai again. He tried to understand but ultimately failed. Wouldn't it be better to draw a normal pattern? After sending off Minato and the others, soon, the next day, the reinforcements Mitsuki was leading to the hidden mist had gathered. Notably, the leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, was among them. In fact, he had also been on the front lines at the hidden mist last year, but for some unknown reason, he returned for a while. With Tsunade and RIN seeing them off, Mitsuki set off toward the hidden mist village, which he had always wanted to visit. On a small path winding through the giant tree forest characteristic of the Land of Fire, Uchiha Fugaku suddenly approached Mitsuki and struck up a conversation. "Jonin Mitsuki, I heard that there was a member of the Uchiha clan in your previous team." Mitsuki didn't know what Uchiha Fugaku was getting at, but he didn't care and casually replied, "Yeah." Uchiha Fugaku waited a few seconds, realizing Mitsuki wasn't going to elaborate, so he had to speak again. "What impression does Jonin Mitsuki have of the Uchiha clan?" Seeing this guy latch onto him, Mitsuki thought there was no choice but to chat, since there was nothing else to do on the way. "I only know 2 Uchiha people, and their personalities are completely opposite. So if you ask me about my impression of the Uchiha clan, I can't really say." Uchiha Fugaku nodded. He had a purpose for approaching this recently popular hero of Konoha. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, he pondered daily about the future path for the Uchiha clan. In the end, he concluded that they needed to ally with strong figures. Uchiha Fugaku had a smart and agile mind. He deduced that Sarutobi Hiruzen was highly likely to choose Minato Namikaze as the 4th Hokage. Thus, as long as the Uchiha clan could gain Minato's trust, at least during the decades of his leadership, the Uchiha clan would have a period of safety. During this time, he could slowly think of ways to change the clan members, allowing the Uchiha clan to truly integrate into Konoha. To this end, he specifically sought out the 3rd Hokage, hoping to have a member of the Uchiha clan assigned to Minato's team. Sarutobi Hiruzen, wishing for the Uchiha clan to genuinely integrate into Konoha, readily agreed. Originally, Uchiha Fugaku's preferred choice was Uchiha Ruri, but unexpectedly, the 3rd Hokage chose Uchiha Obito in the end. However, it seemed that fate was helping the Uchiha clan. Although Uchiha Ruri did not join Minato's team, she became teammates with Mitsuki. In Uchiha Fugaku's view, Mizuki Tsukikage, who was able to reside in the Senju clan's territory, clearly gained Tsunade's recognition and has been marked with the label of the Hokage lineage. Moreover, considering that the 3rd Hokage always references Mizuki Tsukikage's deeds in his speeches to illustrate the will of fire, it is evident that the 3rd Hokage also values Mizuki Tsukikage highly. Coupled with his strong talent, it is likely that he will be the 5th Hokage in the future. Additionally, from Mizuki Tsukikage's responses to his earlier questions, it seems he does not harbor the innate prejudices against the Uchiha clan that most Konoha villagers do. Although Uchiha Fugaku does not quite understand why, as a civilian ninja, one would normally not hold a favorable view of clan ninjas, especially the Uchiha clan. However, as clever as Uchiha Fugaku is, he immediately suspects that this must be the influence of Uchiha Ruri, who changed Mizuki Tsukikage's perspective. Thinking of this, Uchiha Fugaku feels a sense of relief and can't help but smile slightly. No matter how much Danzo schemes, as long as he holds the trump cards of Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Ruri, he can connect with the future 4th and 5th Hokages. Given enough time, he is confident that he can gradually change the minds of his clansmen. With this, he has no idea how the Uchiha clan could lose. Tsukikage has already been drawn into a conversation by Uchiha Fugaku, but now he has fallen silent. Feeling bored during the journey, Tsukikage brings up the topic again. It seems that Fugaku cares a lot about how others perceive the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku pauses for a moment, thinking to himself, those outsiders' opinions are not worth my concern. I only care about you and Minato. Okay. But he can't say that out loud. Haha, am I being too obvious? After all, our Uchiha clan is not good at communication and often gets misunderstood. Chapter 67. Arrival at the front line of the mist. Speaking of poor communication, Tsukikage can't help but nod. His old teammate, Uchiha Ruri, is a typical example of an Uchiha who is not good with words. Fugaku-sama. You mentioned earlier that my teammate is a member of the Uchiha clan. Do you know her? It's Ruri, right? I'm quite familiar with her father. And I've met this child several times. She is very polite. This is a lie. Uchiha Fugaku does know Uchiha Ruri, but only in terms of her ninja talent. He knows her father is an elite jonin who awakened the three-tomo Sharingan. He vaguely remembers his name is Uchiha In, as he hasn't seen him on missions for many years, having heard that he was injured and has been recuperating at home. However, he wants to build a good relationship with Mizuki Tsukikage, so he naturally cannot say, "Oh, I'm not familiar with Uchiha Ruri's family at all." Well, as soon as Tsukikage hears this, he knows Uchiha Fugaku is lying, but he doesn't mind because his next question is the key. Do you know what Ruri has been doing lately? As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku does know this. Ruri applied to go to the battlefield in the Land of Water last month. At that time, the situation wasn't as tense as it is now, but she seemed eager to go to the front lines, so I agreed. After hearing Uchiha Fugaku's answer, Tsukikage realizes why he hasn't seen Uchiha Ruri lately. She must have run off to the battlefield because she couldn't sit still. After chatting more with Uchiha Fugaku, Tsukikage finds him quite pleasant. He doesn't have the usual arrogance of the Uchiha clan and is, in fact, very humble in conversation. No wonder the third Hokage believes he can lead the Uchiha clan to integrate into the village. During the remaining journey, Tsukikage has a good conversational partner, which is nice. The battlefield between Konoha and the Mist is within the borders of the Land of Fire. Therefore, Tsukikage's group reached the main camp of Konoha facing the Mist battlefield in less than a day. The conditions here are much better compared to those in the Land of Rivers. This place was built shortly after Konoha was established to guard against the Mist village. And even in peacetime, ninjas are sent here to take turns on duty. Its size is almost like a small village, with various multi-story wooden buildings that clearly show some age. After Tsukikage and Uchiha Fugaku arranged the ninja troops they brought, they headed together to the command center of this camp. Along the way, Uchiha Fugaku enthusiastically introduced various facilities around them. Tsukikage, who used to be an ordinary genin, could ignore these things, but now, as a senior advisor to the Mist battlefield, he naturally needs to understand what is available in the territory he manages. They pushed open the door and walked into the command center. Inside, several ninjas were busy organizing various documents, and upon closer inspection, most of them were Uchiha and Hyuga ninjas. Just as Tsukikage was observing the environment in the office, a Hyuga clan ninja jogged over and whispered, "Fugaku-sama, Tsukikage-sama, Hinata Hizashi-sama is already waiting for you inside." Since Konoha's main forces against the Mist have always been the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, this command center has only had two commanders previously, Uchiha Fugaku and Hinata Hizashi, as the head of the main family. Even if Hinata Hayashi wants to go to the battlefield, the elders of his family would not agree, so his brother, Hinata Hizashi, is the most suitable candidate. Hinata Hizashi is not a difficult person to get along with. When Tsukikage and Uchiha Fugaku enter the office of the command center, he takes the initiative to greet them. "So, you're the Konoha Gale who entered the sand battlefield? I've heard much about you." Tsukikage's expression is complex. Indeed, he is just like Hinata Hayashi's brother. Both of them speak in such a formal manner. "You're too kind. It's all thanks to Captain Minato and the others. I just did what I could." Seeing that the two are getting along well, Uchiha Fugaku directly gets to the point. Let's dive into the main topic. Recently, the number of Mist ninjas invading the coastline of the Land of Fire has been increasing. How should we respond? Tsukikage thinks for a moment and asks, "What were your previous actions?" Uchiha Fugaku and Hinata Hizashi exchange glances, and Hizashi responds, "Previously, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan generally acted separately." Tsukikage finds this a bit strange. Since they have become somewhat familiar, he directly asks, "Why act this way? Shouldn't the Hyuga and Uchiha members be paired up to maximize their strengths?" Uchiha Fugaku sighs. "At first, we did do that, but the results weren't very ideal. The ninjas from the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, well, their coordination isn't very good." "Oh, I understand." Tsukikage realizes that perhaps it was the warm atmosphere between Uchiha Fugaku and Hinata Hizashi that made him forget that the Uchiha and Hyuga clans do not have a friendly relationship. Ever since the Senju clan abandoned their surname and chose to fully integrate into Konoha, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans have become the only two prominent clans in Konoha. The saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, not to mention that both clans are families with ocular jutsu bloodlines. And to prove who is the so-called number one clan in Konoha, the ninjas from both clans have been secretly competing. It is indeed a bit difficult to expect them to team up and cooperate well. Before Tsukuyomi's arrival, Uchiha Fugaku and Hinata Hisashi had experimented with teams composed of two Uchiha and two Hyuga clan members. However, such teams ended up completing almost half as many tasks as teams consisting entirely of Uchiha or entirely of Hyuga. The two high-ranking officials on the Mist Front then experimented multiple times and even specifically talked to the Uchiha and Hyuga ninjas they had teamed up, hoping they could think of the village, but the results were still mediocre. If we could select a few people with compatible personalities to form a team, that would be fine. However, this patchwork approach simply cannot form several small teams, and the numbers are just too few, making almost no impact on the overall situation. After that, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hisashi stopped putting effort into this aspect. In the subsequent discussions, Jianyue didn't participate much. After all, most of the ninja forces here are members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, so he didn't need to intervene too much. Chapter 68. The Kagaya clan, seeing that Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hisashi's discussion seemed to take quite a while, Jianyue quickly found an opportunity to speak up. Gentlemen, you understand the situation here far better than I do. Although I am an advisor, I am very confident in leaving the command here to you. Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hisashi looked at him, and Hisashi spoke up. What Shimizu Jonin means is that the camp is handed over to you, and I will go out to act freely. After Jianyue finished speaking, he stood up and prepared to leave. He had long since been unable to contain himself since arriving at the mist-hidden battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku saw that he was about to set off and quickly dissuaded him. It's too dangerous to go alone. At least let me pick a few strong Uchiha to be your guards. Uchiha Fugaku was counting on Shimizu Jianyue to become the 5th Hokage in the future. So how could he let him go out alone to fight mist-hidden ninjas? Hyuga Hisashi, who was beside them, seemed a bit confused. He had previously found it strange that Uchiha Fugaku seemed to be overly concerned about Shimizu Jianyue. Even if he was a high-ranking advisor sent by the 3rd Hokage, it shouldn't be to this extent. Jianyue turned to Uchiha Fugaku with a confident smile. Don't worry, I've already learned the Flying Thunder God technique. As long as I want to leave, no one can stop me. For me, acting alone is actually more efficient. After saying that, Jianyue demonstrated on spot. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the office. Before entering the camp, he had already left a Flying Thunder God mark outside. There was no need to go to the mission hall, as Jianyue planned to use his 6 eyes to conduct a carpet search. Soon, he had a discovery. There was a 4-man ninja team 48 kilometers away, wearing mist-hidden village headbands. Without hesitation, Jianyue threw a Flying Thunder God kunai and then used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the kunai's location. The continuous flickering allowed him to quickly approach that team of mist-hidden ninjas. Being able to play like this was largely thanks to the abundant chakra given to him by Shikaku. Otherwise, if he were to squander his chakra at such high speeds, even with the help of the 6 eyes, he wouldn't be able to last long and would need to take a break to recover his chakra. Partner, do you want me to take action? Shikaku cracked his knuckles, looking ready to show off his skills. Jianyue felt it was unnecessary. No need. The enemy's chakra response isn't very strong. The battle should end quickly. Hearing this, Shikaku no longer insisted. Since his partner said so, he would just obediently stay on Jianyue's shoulder and help him refine chakra. In the dense woods, a team of mist-hidden ninjas was advancing rapidly. Their mission was to enter the Land of Fire Shibuya area to carry out war destruction. War destruction, simply put, meant killing and arson. They committed all sorts of heinous acts. As ninjas trained under the high-pressure policies of the mist-hidden village, they felt no psychological burden in doing such things. They only felt the thrill of destruction. Just as they were on their way to their mission target, a kunai rushed toward them at high speed, embedding itself in their path. Then, a figure instantly appeared at the kunai's location. Sorry, gentlemen, this road is closed. Jianyue had no intention of wasting words with these mist ninjas and directly drew his blade. Miss Slayer, from behind. The Chidori flow activated instantly. Arcs of electricity filled Jianyue's body, stimulating his cells, and he slashed at the mist ninja standing at the very front. Chidori 1 slash. A beautiful arc of the blade cut through the air, but the leading mist ninja surprisingly dodged this strike. Oh, you have a quick reaction. What's your name? Jianyue didn't rush to pursue, but looked at the mist ninja with interest. Hee, coming out for a simple task. And I unexpectedly run into the renowned Konoha Gale. Looks like I'm quite lucky. My name is Kagaya Nobisuke. Remember this name, because it belongs to the person who is going to kill you. As Kagaya Nobisuke spoke, his eyes locked onto Jianyue, a manic smile appearing on his lips. He indeed had the capital for such confidence, as he considered himself the strongest among the current generation of the Kagaya clan. Upon hearing that his opponent was a ninja from the Kagaya clan, Jianyue understood why he could dodge that strike. The Kagaya clan had been known for their powerful taijutsu since the Warring States period. It was not surprising that he could evade that slash. If it had been a ninja from Sunagakure, they would likely have been killed just now. I've heard that Kagaya clan ninjas are typically arrogant and combative. What's wrong? Aren't you going to attack? Jianyue continued to speak calmly, his relaxed demeanor forming a stark contrast with the tense mist ninjas. Another scruffy-looking mist ninja seemed unable to bear the invisible pressure in the air and tentatively asked Kagaya Nobisuke, "Captain, what should we do? Should we retreat?" Before he could finish, a sharp bird's cry rang out. Jianyue instantly struck, decapitating the mist ninja who had not yet finished speaking. Kagaya Nobisuke reacted quickly. The moment Jianyue attacked, he flattened his hands and shot out bullet-like bone spikes from the tips of his 10 fingers. Corpse bone pulse. 10 finger-piercing bullets. The bone bullets tore through the air, aiming for Jianyue's vital points. Shikaku formed hand seals, and sand instantly transformed into a shield, blocking the 10 bone spikes. This is magnetic release? But it doesn't quite look like it. Although Kagaya Nobisuke was combative, his mind was surprisingly agile. Jianyue had no habit of explaining things to his opponents. After dealing with one mist ninja, he threw several flying Thunder God kunai. Kagaya Nobisuke drew a bone knife from his shoulder and deflected all the kunai aimed at him, while the remaining 2 mist ninjas also dodged the attacks. Kagaya Nobisuke, wielding the bone knife, swiftly approached Jianyue using an unusual footwork. Jianyue casually used Mist Slayer to block the bone knife. Arcs of electricity flickered, and the Chidori flow's current climbed up, trying to conduct through the bone knife to Kagaya Nobisuke. However, the conduction speed of bone was still far inferior to that of metal. As long as Kagaya Nobisuke quickly withdrew the bone knife before the current reached him, he could avoid being directly hit by the lightning release. Corpse bone pulse, dance of the Tang song. Several bone spikes shot out from Kagaya Nobisuke's body, and he moved like a dancer, using his entire body as a weapon. After blocking Jianyue's slash with the bones from his arms, he interlocked the bones to trap Mist Slayer. Then, with a spin for momentum, he kicked toward Jianyue's head, with a sharp bone spike growing from his toe. Kagaya Nobisuke's lips curled into a mad smile, as if he could already see the outcome of his victory. But just as Kagaya Nobisuke's attack was about to land, Jianyue instantly vanished, causing this rapid attack to miss. At the same time, Jianyue appeared at the location of one of the previously thrown flying Thunder God kunai. "Alright, warm-up time is over. I have a question for you. Where are the 7 ninja swordsmen? If you tell me, I can give you a chance to escape." Kagaya Nobisuke and the other 2 mist ninjas quickly turn around, locking their gazes firmly on the person who had suddenly disappeared from in front of them and reappeared behind them. What is this? After waiting for a few seconds, Jianyue did not hear the answer he wanted. "Do you want to protect your companions?" Jianyue extended his left hand, forming it into a gun shape, aiming at the few people across from him. It seems that the so-called cold-blooded ninja of the mist didn't hold true, but whatever, since we're all on this battlefield. We'll meet sooner or later, so let's send you on your way first. Chapter 69, Bone Pulse. As soon as he finished speaking, Jianyue's left hand slightly bent. Taking on the shape of a pistol, his gaze locked tightly onto the few mist ninjas. He watched as the tips of his fingers began to flicker with deep blue light, which gradually gathered together to form a spiraling sphere the size of a fist. This spiraling sphere emitted a powerful chakra fluctuation, causing the surrounding air to seem distorted by this force, producing a low, buzzing sound. Under Jianyue's control, the spiraling sphere shot out instantaneously like a cannonball. It then quickly split into countless small chakra energy bullets along its path, bringing Kagaya, Shinnosuke, and the other two mist ninjas into the attack range. Piercing gun spiraling sphere rain. One of the mist ninjas quickly form hand seals. Water style, water barrier. The piercing gun spiraling sphere rained down densely on the water barrier like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, the tremendous impact instantly shattering the water barrier. Seeing this, Kagaya Shinnosuke's expression shifted. He realized that his teammate's defense was utterly useless. Without hesitation, he activated the Bone Pulse Kekii Genkai, causing chakra to flow rapidly within him, forming an incredibly hard bone membrane on his body surface, akin to a sturdy armor, protecting him from harm. However, the remaining two mist ninjas had no such means and were swiftly turned into sieves by the rain of piercing gun spiraling sphere, regrettably bidding farewell to this world. One must say, the gap between ninjas with Kekii Genkai and ordinary ninjas is indeed larger than that between a person and a dog. Jianyue's imposing piercing gun spiraling sphere rain had almost plowed the entire forest floor, with pits of all sizes scattered around. Surprisingly, Kagaya Shinnosuke, wrapped in the bone membrane, was completely unharmed. Jianyue began to doubt whether even the spiraling shuriken could break through this guy's turtle shell, but he was too lazy to try. This member of the Kagaya clan was quite strong, but only to this extent. Jianyue sheathed his mist cutter. He was not planning to continue engaging in close combat with this Kagaya clan member, as he couldn't cut through a pile of hard bones. Kagaya Shinnosuke saw the opponent retract his weapon, but showed no signs of relief. The other party clearly intended to stop using taijutsu. All his strength was focused on close combat, and he had to find a way to approach the opponent to have a chance of winning. With this in mind, Kagaya Shinnosuke reached behind him with his right hand and directly pulled out his own spine, causing Jianyue to feel phantom limb pain. He then swung the entire spine like a whip towards Jianyue. Under the powerful force of the bone pulse, the length of this bone whip became astonishing, even exceeding the distance between Jianyue and Kagaya Shinnosuke. The bone whip arced through the air, creating a whistling sound as though it would tear through the air. The bone blade atop the whip gleamed with a chilling light, sending shivers down one's spine. Bone Pulse Iron Wire Flower Dance, Vine Style. This was a technique developed by the Kagaya clan specifically to deal with enemies outside the range of taijutsu. In the past, whenever Kagaya Shinnosuke used this technique, a radius of over 10 meters around him would be attacked by his bone whips, without any special defense. It was basically death upon contact or injury upon grazing. Jianyue's gaze sharpened, and his hands quickly clapped together, releasing a surge of dark purple flames from his mouth, forming a towering circular firewall several meters high directly in front of him. Fire style, Great Firewall. This firewall emitted a scorching aura and powerful energy fluctuations, with extreme high temperatures distorting the surrounding air. When the bone whip from the Iron Wire Flower Dance, Vine Style, struck this terrifyingly hot shield, it was directly melted. Kagaya Shinnosuke's heart sank. He knew this flame was far from ordinary. Its power exceeded that of typical fire-style techniques. The bones of the bone pulse had extremely high hardness and toughness, and ordinary fire-style techniques could not affect them in the slightest, let alone melt them. However, this flame before him achieved this with ease, making Kagaya Shinnosuke realize, is it also a Kekii Genkai? Analyzing the enemy's ninjutsu in his heart, Kagaya Shinnosuke made no pause in his actions. The moment the Iron Wire Flower Dance, Vine Style, was blocked, he used the second style of Iron Wire Flower Dance, transforming his entire left arm into a large bone spear. This move was the most penetrating technique of the bone pulse, placing a significant burden on the user. But for him, as long as he could break through the dark purple flame giant shield before him, it would be enough. With a mad smile on his lips, Kagaya Shinnosuke wielded the massive spear formed by the flower style, fearlessly thrusting it directly towards the flame giant shield. As the bone spear pierced the great firewall, Kagaya Shinnosuke fully activated the power of the bone pulse, continuously increasing the calcium concentration of the bone spear, causing its hardness to rise dramatically. actually piercing through the great firewall and approaching Jianyue. The cost was extensive burns all over his body, although the bone membrane protected him from life-threatening injuries. He looked extremely miserable. However, this level of injury was merely routine for the combative Kagaya Shinnosuke, and the bone pulse also had the ability to rapidly heal wounds. At this moment, white smoke was rising from his wounds. Looking at the bone spear shimmering with cold light before him, Jianyue directly used the Flying Thunder God technique. Instantly teleporting to the location where he had first thrown the Flying Thunder God kunai, Jianyue suddenly discovered that the Kagaya clan's bone pulse actually countered his full counterattack unexpectedly. In the past, whenever he encountered powerful attacks, he could easily rebound them with a casual swing of the Mist Cutter, even against strong physical techniques like brute strength. However, techniques like the bone pulse, which involved directly stabbing with bones, truly fell outside the range of full counterattack rebounds. Because the bone pulse indirectly controlled the bone-forming and bone-breaking cells of its own body. These bones were indeed pure bones without any additives. Unfortunately, the Kagaya clan could only grow their own bones. Otherwise, this ability would have caused countless factories selling fake bones to go bankrupt in Jianyue's previous life. On the other side, Kagaya Shinnosuke, seeing his decisive strike miss, had a distorted expression on his face. He quickly turned to locate the position of the Konoha whirlwind, but what greeted him was a dark purple fireball radiating intense heat. Chapter 70, 15 Red Sands. Damn it. Kagaya Shinnosuke cursed inwardly. He didn't know what technique the opponent used, but it was too fast. And it seemed he could only use that move. Just as the great fire spiraling sphere was about to hit Kagaya Shinnosuke, he suddenly began to spin rapidly in place. As he moved, sharp bone spears erupted from the ground, quickly forming a high-density forest of bone spears around him, dense and sharp, glinting with a cold light. At the same time, his body melded into the nearest bone spear, evading the first wave of the great fire spiraling sphere attack. And this was not the end. The number of bone spears continued to increase rapidly, spreading to Jianyue's feet in the blink of an eye. Bone Pulse Early Fern Dance. This was the final technique of the Bone Pulse Kekiai Genkai, the ultimate dance, capable of transforming the area within hundreds of meters around the user into a death zone. A forest of white bones. Historically, all members of the Kagaya clan who used this technique ended up dying early due to excessive consumption of life force. Shikaku. Take me up. Understood, partner. Shoha finally waited for the opportunity to strike. He quickly controlled the sand to gather under Jianyue's feet, and then directly took Jianyue into the air. Now, Kagaya Shinjike truly had no way to deal with this. The Kagaya clan had no effective means to fight in the air. At this height, he could only shoot a few 10-finger-puncturing bullets. But such attacks were completely ineffective against this Konoha whirlwind. Jianyue, suspended in midair, controlled the great flame spiral sphere to fly back to his side, then extended both hands, continuing to inject a large amount of chakra into the great flame spiral sphere. The size of the great flame spiral sphere rapidly grew, almost as large as a small house. Jianyue waved his hands as if performing Tai Chi, pushing the great flame spiral sphere out and controlling it to rotate around himself, melting all the bone spikes on the ground. With all the bone spikes destroyed, Kagaya Shinjike was forced to exit the state of merging with the early fern dance created white bone forest. At the very moment Kagaya Shinjike appeared, Jianyue formed a hand seal with one hand, guiding the massive great flame spiral sphere to undergo a transformation, extending both ends and ultimately forming a gigantic flame arrow, quietly hovering beside Jianyue. With a thought, the arrow was shot forth as if released by an invisible bowstring, directly attacking Kagaya Shinjike. Fire release. Great flame extinguishing arrow. This move was a technique developed by Jianyue after studying Senju Tobarama's research notes on chakra properties, possessing greater penetration power than the great flame spiral sphere. Faced with such a powerful blow, Kagaya Shinjike could only fully activate the bone pulse, frantically thickening the bone membrane on his surface. However, this defense was indeed inadequate against the great flame extinguishing arrow infused with a large amount of fire-style chakra. The massive dark purple flame arrow, like a burning meteor, carried endless heat and destructive power, mercilessly melting away the astonishingly thick bone membrane. With an unstoppable force, it directly pierced through Kagaya Shinjai's chest. The power of this arrow was so great that Kagaya Shinjai's body was instantly penetrated, and no blood flowed from the wound because the surrounding tissue had already been carbonized upon the injury's appearance. He widened his eyes, his face filled with shock and pain, as if he couldn't believe he had suffered such a severe injury. The dark purple flames continued to wreak havoc inside him, ruthlessly burning his internal organs and muscles. Kagaya Shinjai let out a piercing scream, his body trembling violently as he controlled the bones to grow within him, attempting to resist this terrifying force. But it was futile. In just a few seconds, his life force rapidly vanished, and he ultimately collapsed to the ground, no longer moving. The burnt smell and smoke surrounded his corpse. Witnessing the cruel conclusion of this intense battle, seeing that the fight was over, Shoha controlled the sand cloud to descend to the ground. Jianyue walked to the corpse of the Kagaya ninja, took out a sealing scroll, formed hand seals with both hands, and sealed Kagaya Shinjai's body into the scroll. Jianyue did not detonate the great flame-extinguishing arrow to preserve Kagaya Shinjai's body as much as possible. It wasn't that he respected this opponent. As a wielder of a bloodline limit, his corpse held significant research value, and Jianyue planned to take him back to Konoha. That was all. To be honest, this opponent's strength was actually quite good. Jianyue initially thought he was just a slightly stronger Mistumbu. The Bone Pulse was indeed a very comprehensive and powerful bloodline limit. Although there were some factors that countered him, if Jianyue were to compare Kagaya Shinjai with other opponents he had encountered along the way, well, he might be about 1.5 times as strong as Rasha. Chapter 71. Ramen Shop. Since the previous battle did not take too much time, both sides engaged in about 7 or 8 exchanges. Therefore, after tidying up the battlefield a bit and retrieving the flying thunder god Kanai, Jianyue continued with his sweeping plan. He did not forget his original intention. In the evening, Jianyue returned to the main camp feeling refreshed. A ninja from the Uchiha clan saw him return safely and immediately left to report to Uchiha Fugaku. Jianyue had not been idle during this half-day. He had swept a large area of the Fire Country coastline, killing no less than 10 missed Umbu squads and rescuing a few Konoha operational teams along the way. Unfortunately, he still did not obtain any information regarding the whereabouts of the 7 ninja swordsmen. However, Jianyue did receive several interesting pieces of news. Currently, on the mist battlefield, 2 Konoha ninjas had made a name for themselves due to their formidable strength. One was, as he expected, Shunshin Shizum, and the other was also an old acquaintance of his, known as Chidori Ruri. Indeed, it was Uchiha Ruri. Jianyue truly did not expect that in just a few months. Uchiha Ruri's strength had grown to this extent. Previously, on the battlefield of the Land of Rivers, she could only fight against Jonin-level opponents. Was the Chidori technique truly that suitable for the Uchiha clan? As Jianyue pondered this, he visited the mission hall before returning to his assigned quarters. The next day, Jianyue got up early, preparing to continue completing his sweeping achievements on the Fire Country coastline. He had already planned it out. As the saying goes, clean the house before inviting guests. After clearing the Fire Country, if he still did not find the 7 ninja swordsmen, Jianyue would head directly to the Mist Village in the Land of Water. He was determined that he would definitely kill the 7 ninja swordsmen, and even the Sage of 6 Paths could not stop him. After another day of sweeping, Jianyue still did not obtain the desired information. Instead, he killed quite a few other mist squads. The news of Konoha's whirlwind wreaking havoc on this battlefield had spread throughout the underground black market. If it weren't for the fact that there were also Konoha spies among these underground black markets, Jianyue would have considered dealing with them as well. Returning to the main camp, Jianyue headed straight for a ramen shop here. Although this camp was almost the size of a small village, the variety of food was not abundant. Lifting the curtain, Jianyue waved towards the back kitchen of the ramen shop. Uncle Kenta, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen and 1 bowl of seafood ramen. Shoha, what about you? I want codfish dumplings. Uncle Kenta from the back kitchen looked up and immediately responded warmly. Oh, it's Jianyue and Shoha? Feel free to sit. Your ramen will be ready soon. Choosing a seat further inside, it was still quite early, and there weren't many people in the shop. Jianyue had arranged to meet someone today, It should be about time. Huff. Hyuga Heiji finished today's task, stretched his shoulders, and bid farewell to his teammates as he walked towards a ramen shop in the camp. Yesterday, he received a message from Jianyue in the mission hall. Tomorrow at 5 p.m., Uncle Kenna's ramen shop. I'll treat you. Don't be late. Ever since he took the initiative to request a transfer to the mist battlefield, he hadn't seen Jianyue for several months. Arriving at the ramen shop, Hyuga Heiji shook his head, trying to shake off his recent bad mood, and maintained his usual expression as he lifted the curtain and walked into the ramen shop. Long time no see, Jianyue. As soon as he entered, Hyuga Heiji took the lead in greeting. Oh, Heiji, you finally made it. I've already ordered seafood ramen for you. Hurry and come sit. Jianyue had already seen Hyuga Heiji at the door. He just didn't know why he was dawdling. Seriously, if he had been a few seconds later, Jianyue was ready to go outside and escort him back. Shoha, this is my good friend Hyuga Heiji, Jianyue introduced to Shoha. Shoha jumped from Jianyue's shoulder to the table, glanced at Hyuga Heiji, and with an air of pride said, Since you're Jianyue's friend, I'll allow you to call me Lord Yoli. Jianyue raised 2 fingers and tapped them on the head of Shohei, the cat, while educating him, speak properly. Ouch. Shohei quickly covered his head with both paws and hurriedly replied, I understand. My name is Shohei. My name is Hinata Heiji. Nice to meet you. This was Hinata Heiji's first time seeing this breed of ninja beast. It was quite cute, but it seemed a bit lacking in intelligence. After helping the person and the beast introduce themselves, Jianyue seized the opportunity to complain to Hinata Heiji before Uchiha Ruri arrived. I heard from Ruri that you were transferred to the battlefield of Mist Hidden. You don't know, but when Ruri and I lived together later, What happened? A cold voice came from outside the door, and Uchiha Ruri walked in and directly sat next to Jianyue. Jianyue thought to himself, oh no, he had been so busy complaining to Hinata Heiji that he hadn't noticed Uchiha Ruri at all. Just as he was racking his brain on how to handle the situation, Uncle Kenta brought in ramen and fried dumplings. Here, your noodles. Since the ramen had already been served, Uchiha Ruri no longer insisted on the previous topic and clasped her hands together, saying, I'm starting. Jianyue breathed a sigh of relief, picked up his chopsticks, and also said, I'm starting before digging in. By the way, I heard that both of you have been promoted to Jonin. I haven't prepared gifts for you yet. I'm really sorry. Hinata Heiji showed an apologetic expression. Jianyue didn't care about such things. He waved his hand and said, no need to worry about it. Heiji, after we resolve the issues in Mist Hidden Village, you can just bring me supplies when we return to the village. Uchiha Ruri glanced at the sword sheath at Jianyue's waist and then satisfactorily looked away. Just as he said, there was no need to worry about such trivial matters. Chapter 72. I can't stand it when someone bullies a nice guy. Jianyue looked at Hinata Heiji in front of him and felt that he seemed quite tired. Remembering Heiji's actions at the ramen shop door just now, he asked, speaking of which, Heiji, have you been having any difficulties lately? You seem to be in poor spirits. Jianyue had been showcasing his strength in the land of rivers to earn military achievements, to enhance his voice in the village and better protect his companions. If Heiji was struggling on the mist-hidden battlefield, he could ask Hinata Nakaira for a favor to give Heiji a little break to return to the village and rest properly. Seeing Heiji hesitating to speak, Jianyue continued to encourage, if there's anything, just tell me. It's definitely better to think of a solution together than to handle it alone, right, Ruri? By the way, how many bowls have you had now? While Jianyue and Hinata Heiji were chatting, several bowls had already piled up next to Uchiha Ruri. Uchiha Ruri had been on missions frequently lately, which had led to her increasing appetite. At that moment, she was still focused on devouring the ramen in her bowl when she suddenly looked up at the 2 talkative men, revealing an expression of dissatisfaction. What shallow men? Don't you know it's impolite to disturb a lady while she is eating? Go ahead and say it. Hinata Heiji pursed his lips and seemed to have made some sort of decision. I'm sorry, but I can't tell you about this. If you don't speak, I'll personally go find Hinata Nakaira and ask. Oh, I forgot to tell you, I'm now the highest level advisor on the Mist Hidden front. Jianyue could tell from Hinata Heiji's bitter expression that this reserved person definitely wouldn't easily disclose anything. If it were someone he wasn't familiar with, Jianyue wouldn't have asked a second time, but Heiji was different, because he was a nice guy. As a branch family member of the Hinata clan, He had never held resentment against anyone and always wished for the happiness of others. His optimistic attitude even influenced Jianyue's impression of other Hinata branch families. Recently, after seeing more on the mist-hidden battlefield, Jianyue noticed that most of the Hinata branch ninjas, including Hinata Nakaira, always had a hint of resentment in their eyes. Perhaps it was resentment towards the main family, or perhaps resentment towards fate. Of course, this had nothing to do with Jianyue. To put it bluntly, he just couldn't stand seeing nice guys being bullied, especially when that person was his friend. Hinata Heiji, seeing Jianyue's firm attitude, found it hard to voice his refusal. After a few seconds of silence, he finally spoke. Actually, I volunteered to come to the mist-hidden battlefield. Hinata Heiji's gaze seemed to drift off as if he was lost in memories. Jianyue and Ruri exchanged glances, but didn't interrupt Heiji. You should have heard that not long ago, Mist-Hidden Village seized a Byakugan from the Hinata clan. That Byakugan belonged to my brother, Hinata Yuji. Upon hearing Hinata Heiji's account, Jianyue pondered inwardly. Is he trying to retrieve that Byakugan for his brother? However, unfortunately, Hinata Heiji's next words negated this assumption. Brother Yuji is 3 years older than me. As the eldest son of our branch, he was raised as part of the main family, and we hardly ever communicated. After he sacrificed himself, the main family members of our generation became vacant, and according to the rules, my younger sister, Hinata Yui, can replace Brother Yuji as a member of the main family. Yui was born later and hasn't been branded with the cage bird seal yet. But this reasonable request was rejected by some elders of the main family, who believe our branch failed to protect the Byakugan and should lose our qualification to be part of the main family. So, I requested to come here. I want to retrieve the Byakugan that was stolen so that Yui can become part of the main family and gain her freedom. But I'm so useless. I've been here for so long and have no hope of retrieving that Byakugan. As Hinata Heiji spoke, a look of pain and anger appeared on his face. He slowly lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly, with his nails digging deeply into his flesh. What was I thinking? Jianyue's clear voice rang in Hinata Heiji's ears. Hinata Heiji suddenly looked up and saw Jianyue's confident smile. Don't worry, leave it to me. I have some scores to settle with Mist-Hidden Village as well. As long as it can make Mist-Hidden Village uncomfortable, I'm more than willing to do it. Hinata Heiji's eyes glistened with tears ever since he arrived here. He often thought of his younger sister Yui's lovely face, that beautiful forehead. How could he let her be branded with that ugly seal? But the cruel reality made him acutely aware of his own weakness. A small branch of the Hinata clan, with a pair of damaged Byakugan, wanted to retrieve a Byakugan from one of the 5 great ninja villages, Mist-Hidden, without even guaranteeing that they could get it back. It sounded ridiculous, didn't it? But the person in front of him was different. He didn't have any intention of mocking his fanciful dreams, but was willing to help him. To help such a weak, yet greedy person. I remember the Mist Ninja who got the Byakugan seems to be called Aoi, right, Ruri? Jianyue pondered for a moment and turned to ask Uchiha Ruri. Uchiha Ruri's preparation was evidently more thorough than Jianyue's. She quickly recalled Aoi's information after thinking for a few seconds. Mist Jonin Aoi, during the last large-scale invasion incident in Mist-Hidden, ambushed the sensory unit on the front line of Konoha Mist-Hidden, and when the main family member Hinata Yuji committed suicide to destroy his eyes, he successfully seized a Byakugan, earning the title of Byakugan Killer. Chapter 73. Helper. After explaining to Jianyue, Ruri began to think about how to act if they were really targeting the Byakugan Killer. The opponent possessed Byakugan, making it difficult for them to use ambush tactics. Considering the target's high tactical position in Mist-Hidden, they had to be prepared to face multiple Jonin-level enemies simultaneously. Uchiha Ruri frowned cutely, resting one hand on her chin as she slightly lowered her head, contemplating their action plan. Suddenly, she seemed to think of something and asked aloud, "Didn't you just say you were the senior advisor here now?" "Yeah, Seeing that Tsukuyomi finished his ramen, but still felt a bit hungry, he grabbed a few fried dumplings for Showa. "Then you must have quite a few subordinates. Let them hold off the target's guards," Uchiha Ruri suggested. Hearing Uchiha Ruri's plan, Tsukuyomi felt a bit embarrassed because as a senior advisor, he had already handed over all the command tasks to Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hyde from the very beginning. "What's wrong?" Uchiha Ruri found Tsukuyomi's reaction a bit strange. Tsukuyomi hurriedly waved his hand. "It's nothing. You need manpower, right? Leave it to me." Tsukuyomi planned to ask Uchiha Fugaku for a helper the next day, thinking he probably wouldn't refuse. At this moment, Hyuga Peiji didn't know what to say. All the words of gratitude he could think of seemed too pale and powerless. He had never thought that someone as humble as him, who was destined to be trapped in a cage since birth, could be so lucky to make two friends like this. It was really great to meet Tsukuyomi in his otherwise mundane life and become friends. Early the next morning, Tsukuyomi found Uchiha Fugaku in the command center and expressed his intentions. Unlike the recent quiet and mysterious seven ninja swordsmen, the Byakugan killer Ao from the mist was very active on the battlefield. Uchiha Fugaku closed his eyes and pondered for a moment before speaking. "I understand. I happen to have a very suitable candidate." With Uchiha Fugaku's support, Tsukuyomi felt much more at ease. After all, for him, killing Ao wasn't a difficult task. But retrieving the Byakugan intact was a bit tricky. This required a ninja with strong control abilities. Ruri's Jinjutsu was originally the best choice. But she said her eyes had been feeling uncomfortable lately, and the precision of her Jinjutsu had decreased, which was not something one would expect from someone as proud as her. Thinking of this, Tsukuyomi reminded Uchiha Fugaku, "Is this person you mentioned skilled in Jinjutsu? If we can't control Ao with Jinjutsu, the Byakugan might get destroyed." Uchiha Fugaku replied confidently, "Don't worry, if his Jinjutsu isn't up to par, then Konoha probably doesn't have any ninja that meet your criteria." Looking at the confident Uchiha Fugaku, Tsukuyomi felt he could guess who he was talking about. Uchiha Fugaku clapped his hands and called over an Uchiha ninja, giving him some instructions before the ninja promptly left. After a while, there was a knock at the office door. "Come in," Uchiha Fugaku called out. "Sorry to interrupt." A figure pushed the door open. As expected, Tsukuyomi was right. The person who entered had short black hair, wore a black ninja combat uniform, and had a very square face, a typical Uchiha handsome guy. "This is Uchiha Qingshui, our clan's current strongest ninja," Uchiha Fugaku introduced to Tsukuyomi. Then he introduced Tsukuyomi to Uchiha Qingshui. "This is the newly appointed advisor of the Mist, Shimizu Tsukuyomi." Thus, Tsukuyomi and Uchiha Qingshui made a preliminary acquaintance. "May I ask why you call me here? Is there a task for me to complete?" Uchiha Qingshui asked first, as he had been suddenly summoned by Uchiha Fugaku and was still unclear about what was happening. "Let me explain this matter," Tsukuyomi volunteered. After hearing the task requirements, Uchiha Qingshui nodded seriously. "I understand, clan leader, advisor. I will do my best to complete this task." Tsukuyomi left his seat and walked over to pat Uchiha Qingshui on the shoulder casually. "No need to be so serious. Just call me Tsukuyomi." Uchiha Qingshui quickly waved his hand. "How can that be? You are the advisor personally appointed by the Hokage. I can't. It's okay, come on. Let me take you to meet our teammates for this mission." Tsukuyomi grabbed Uchiha Qingshui's hand and headed outside. Uchiha Fugaku watched this with a smile. Everything was going according to his plan. As a high-level combat force, Uchiha Qingshui could not possibly be idling in the camp. As the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku had learned about Hyuga Peiji's situation through his channels long ago. So he postponed all of Uchiha Qingshui's recent tasks to do Tsukuyomi a favor. And now it seemed that not only did he manage to help, but Uchiha Qingshui also seemed to get along well with Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Fugaku walked to the window and looked at the sky. It was a nice day. He felt that his luck had been good lately, and wondered if he should go home and see if Mikoto could have another child for Itachi. Chapter 74. The hunt begins after Tsukuyomi brought Uchiha Qingshui to meet Hyuga Peiji and Uchiha Ruri. They first went to the intelligence department and obtained information about suspected locations where Ao from the mist might appear, then set off without delay from the camp. This was thanks to Tsukuyomi's title as senior advisor. Otherwise, such high-level intelligence would not be easily disclosed. They searched for about half a month, during which Tsukuyomi also looked for traces of the seven ninja swordsmen, but unfortunately, there were still no leads. From the information Tsukuyomi gathered, the seven of them should not have stayed in the mist, but despite the time passing, he couldn't find them, which was strange. Finally, at the end of this month, Tsukuyomi and the others finally got concrete information about Ao. Without any delay, they quickly organized their gear and assembled to move out. As they left the camp, Tsukuyomi led the way ahead. The intelligence was relayed back by a high-level spy from the route in the mist, making it highly reliable. However, according to the intelligence, AO had multiple tasks during this infiltration into the Land of Fire, and the specific details were unclear. But this spy speculated based on the internal trends in the mist and provided a map that recorded several possible locations where AO might appear. What Tsukuyomi needed to do now was to eliminate these locations one by one in the shortest time possible. Behind him, Uchiha Ruri and Uchiha Shursui seemed like strangers, not exchanging a single word along the way. When they first met, Uchiha Shursui had warmly greeted Hyuga Peiji and Uchiha Ruri. Hyuga Peiji naturally responded politely, while Uchiha Ruri merely glanced at Uchiha Shursui and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Tsukuyomi had heard about these two individuals' titles from the Konoha team he was rescued from and thought they knew each other. It seemed he had overestimated the situation. No. Tsukuyomi fully activated his Byakugan, confirming several suspected target locations from an extremely long distance. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he made a sharp turn. Found it. Uchiha Shursui was taken aback. You found it this quickly? Hyuga Peiji and Uchiha Ruri did not hesitate and immediately followed Tsukuyomi to make a sharp turn in another direction. Seeing this, Uchiha Shursui quickly followed as well. He guessed that Tsukuyomi might have some powerful sensing technique. Truly, he was worthy of being Konoha's greatest genius. In a dense forest within the Land of Fire, a team of 6 ninjas moved through it, all wearing the forehead protectors of the mist. The leader wore an eye patch over his right eye and was indeed AO from the mist, whom Tsukuyomi and the others had been searching for. They had infiltrated the Land of Fire on an important mission, and to protect the intelligence of this mission from being leaked by certain deep-cover spies. The Mist had even officially allocated several fake tasks to AO's team to throw people off the scent. Unfortunately, they encountered the freak known as Jianyue, who quickly identified them using the simplest method of elimination. The 6-member team, led by Qing, was running swiftly between the giant trees when suddenly, 2 members in the middle of the formation fell to the ground, clutching their heads and letting out wails. Caught off guard, Qing immediately stopped. Seeing his subordinates on the ground, mumbling incoherently, as if they had seen something terrifying, he quickly called out to try and wake them. Calm down, is this an illusion? When did it happen? Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and turned to look deep into the dark forest, forming a hand seal with one hand to channel chakra into his right eye. Byakugan. With the Byakugan activated, Qing's vision cleared, and he saw a Konoha ninja standing on a distant tree. In an instant, he understood it was Konoha's body flicker technique, which meant that the mission information had likely been leaked. Damn it, has the village's intelligence system turned into a sieve? In any case, this mission couldn't continue anymore. To prevent the Byakugan from being taken back by Konoha, Qing decided to retreat immediately. Just as he turned to announce his decision to his team, a uniquely shaped kunai came flying towards them at high speed. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Jianyue, standing on a nearby tree, formed a hand seal with one hand, and with the flow of chakra, the flying kunai instantly multiplied into thousands. The kunai rained down like floating artillery, shattering the dense forest, trees crashing down, and the ground exploding into various deep and shallow craters. The entire scene resembled a fierce bombardment, leaving devastation in its wake. The 6 mist ninjas, who had just been on the move, suffered casualties in this wave of attacks, with the 2 earlier incapacitated by the illusion dying on the spot. The remaining 4 barely managed to escape the range of the Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique using body flicker. Qing's expression darkened as he stared in the direction from which the kunai came. Chapter 75. The wind was too strong that day. The earlier illusion was just to draw my attention. The real attack came from an enemy hiding in the blind spot of the Byakugan, right? Just as Qing guessed. Jianyue indeed followed Hyuga Heiji's suggestion and launched the attack from the blind spot. If it were a normal branch family member with both eyes, they would naturally be able to detect it, but with just one eye, the operational space increased significantly. A chorus of bird calls sounded, and Uchiha Ruri, wielding the lightning of Chidori, instantly pierced into the back of a mist ninja who had bandages wrapped around his head. The mist ninja reacted quickly, Realizing he couldn't turn around in time to counter, he blindly thrust his kunai backward, attempting to trade injury for injury. Uchiha Ruri's body suddenly twisted, evidently. Even in high-speed movement, she maintained remarkable agility. With a flick of her left hand, several lightning chakra-infused kunai shot out rapidly, piercing the bandaged mist ninja. The violent current instantly paralyzed him in place, and facing such an immobile enemy, Uchiha Ruri had no chance of missing. A swift blue lightning bolt flashed through the air, and Uchiha Ruri cleanly dealt with one enemy. On the other side, Hyuga Heiji also faced off against a mist ninja, but he wasn't as quick as Uchiha Ruri. He used Gentle Fist to hold the opponent back. Buzz! A giant blue chakra shuriken spun and flew into the battlefield, approaching the mist ninja battling Hyuga Heiji at an incredible speed. Qing and the last mist ninja, with a row of shark-like teeth, noticed their companion's peril and were about to rush to the rescue. However, Uchiha Shursui had already appeared beside them in an instant, and suddenly, over a dozen Uchiha Shursui surrounded Qing and the shark-toothed mist ninja. These were not mere shadow clones, but his signature technique, Shursui's version of the body flicker technique. Unlike other Jounin's body flicker techniques, Uchiha Shursui could leave behind an illusion similar to a clone technique at the spot he vanished from. This illusion had no offensive power, but when enemies truly ignored it, Uchiha Shursui would use his ghostly speed to overlap with the illusion, replacing its position and delivering a fatal blow to the enemy. Just like now, the dozens of non-offensive clones surrounded Qing and the shark-toothed mist ninja, but neither dared to underestimate them. Those who looked down on these clone illusions had already become the white bones beneath the tidal body flicker Shursui. Without teammate support, the spiral shuriken controlled by Jianyue easily bisected the mist ninja fighting Hyuga Heiji. Subsequently, the blue shuriken, once a terrifying force on the battlefield in the land of rivers that broke through countless sand ninja defenses, flew back to Jianyue's side like a homing swallow. Obediently hovering there, Shikaku couldn't take it anymore and shouted at Jianyue, "Why not use that technique from yesterday? This one is too noisy." In fact, Jianyue also wasn't very fond of this technique because he felt that the spiral shuriken was indeed too loud. It was unavoidable when fighting against the sand-hidden village. But now that he had learned the Great Flame Extinguishing technique, it was different. Initially, he intended to use the Great Flame Extinguishing technique, but he suddenly remembered that his title was Leaf Gale. Since both Ruri and Shursui had used their signature techniques, how could he not join the fun? To show off, for the sake of reputation, Jianyue could only pretend not to hear Shikaku's complaints. "Huh? What did you say? The wind is too strong. I can't hear you." Shikaku ignored Jianyue and covered its ears with its paws, burrowing into his chest. It had decided to stay there until the battle ended. Jianyue shrugged and used Body Flicker to appear next to one of Shursui's clone illusions surrounding Qing and the shark-toothed mist ninja. Uchiha Shursui's body suddenly tensed because the place where Jianyue appeared was right next to the illusion of his real body. "Hey, little mice. It really took some effort to catch you." Jianyue immediately switched to taunting mode, speaking with a contemptuous tone, as if mocking the Mist Village ninjas for being cowardly and afraid to enter the land of fire openly. Such words made Qing extremely angry, but he did not erupt immediately. He just coldly stared at Jianyue, a flicker of anger in his eyes. He knew that for Konoha, they were indeed outright invaders. And if a similar situation occurred in the land of water, he wouldn't treat the intruders kindly either. Moreover, he estimated that today would be his end. The opposing lineup was too luxurious. Body Flicker Shursui, Chidori Ruri, and the Leaf Gale, who single-handedly ended the war between Konoha and the Sand. Among these, he would usually choose to retreat upon seeing just one of them from afar, and today he encountered three at once. Qing remained silent, but that didn't mean others did not. The shark-toothed mist ninja immediately retorted angrily, "Survival of the fittest. That's the rule of the ninja world, you little brat. Only you Konoha would engage in such false bonds." His tone was filled with mockery and disdain, as if he scoffed at the so-called bonds, his eyes revealing a kind of cruelty and indifference. At this point, Uchiha Ruri and Hyuga Heiji walked over, and upon hearing the Mist Ninja's words, both frowned. Uchiha Ruri looked at the Mist Ninja before her, a hint of disdain and disgust flashing in her eyes. She narrowed her eyes slightly, a cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth as she softly said, "This ugly appearance of yours is exactly what you call weak trash, isn't it?" Her voice was cold and sharp, like a dagger piercing heart. A pair of scarlet Sharingan eyes stared like daggers at the Mist Ninja, as if trying to see right through him. The tone was filled with mockery and disdain, sending a chill down one's spine. What? The shark-toothed Mist Ninja was instantly flushed with anger from Uchiha Ruri's words. Even the veins on his forehead bulged as he felt unprecedented humiliation. His eyes locked onto Uchiha Ruri, filled with murderous intent, ignoring the surrounding phantoms of Uchiha Shisui, and his hands quickly began to form seals. Seeing this, Uchiha Shisui used less than a tenth of a second to appear behind one of the shark-toothed Mist Ninja shadow clones and swung his blade down. However, to his surprise, his ninja blade felt like it cut through water rather than flesh. In fact, it did cut through water, as this shark-toothed Mist Ninja was a member of the Hozuki clan, mastering the secret technique of hydration. At this moment, the shark-toothed Mist Ninja completed his hand seals. Water style, Great Exploding Water Colliding Wave. Chapter 76. Success Water Style, Great Exploding Water Colliding Wave. The shark-toothed Mist Ninja's chest swelled, and he spat out a massive amount of water, drowning the surrounding shadow clones of Shisui. Seeing this, Jianyue's mind raced, and he controlled the spiral shuriken that had been acting as a noise generator next to him to fly toward the shark-toothed Mist Ninja, exploding as it neared him. A massive blue blade storm completely engulfed the shark-toothed Mist Ninja. However, the shark-toothed Mist Ninja maintained his hydration state, and the small water area created by the Great Exploding Water Colliding Wave allowed him to escape the explosion range of the spiral shuriken. Ao also wanted to take the opportunity to break free from Uchiha Shisui's shadow clones. Shisui's shadow clones were completely washed away by his teammates' water style, while he used body flicker technique to timely avoid the indiscriminate water style attack from his teammate. Then, in order to protect him, his teammates exerted all their strength to hold back everyone from Konoha. With tears of gratitude flowing, he ran back to the hidden mist village, where he received a stern reward from the third Mizukage and the elder mentor. Wait, why was he rewarded despite failing the mission? Forget it, he thought. Isn't it good this way? He Ao had fought for the hidden mist village his whole life. Shouldn't he enjoy it? In reality, Jianyue and the others stood on the water surface, watching Ao, who had fallen into a ninjutsu and started laughing foolishly. Jianyue couldn't help but curiously ask, "Shisui, what ninjutsu did you cast on him?" He looked so happy. Uchiha Shisui wasn't quite sure either, and upon hearing Jianyue's question, he could only reply honestly, "I'm not sure. The ninjutsu I used on him is called Drunken Dream, which makes the victim fall into an endless, beautiful dream from which they cannot awaken. This technique is a family ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan with a very high training difficulty. It is said to have been developed by an Uchiha ancestor who awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, based on the special powers he obtained." After hearing Uchiha Shisui's explanation, Jianyue understood. He estimated that Ao must be the type of person who usually doesn't smile and is actually a bit reserved inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to laugh out loud in a beautiful dream. For Uchiha Shisui, he was more concerned about the Hozuki clan ninja who had disappeared into the water than about the captured Ao. So he reminded Jianyue that Hozuki clan ninja seems to be trying to escape. Indeed, as he said, the shark-toothed Mist Ninja, after releasing the Great Exploding Water Colliding Wave and merging into the water, began swimming away from Jianyue and the others. No way. He was just talking big. Letting him fight those three monsters alone was no different from seeking death. Now he just hoped that the three monsters on the other side were in a hurry, so that after they capture Captain Ao, they might let him go. After all, finding the Hozuki clan ninja, who could turn into water, in the vast expanse of water was no easy task. The analysis was quite good, but unfortunately, today he encountered Jianyue. At this moment, upon hearing Uchiha Shisui's reminder, Jianyue calmly raised a finger. "Don't worry, he won't get away." Uchiha Shisui didn't quite understand, but since their leader Jianyue said so, he felt reassured and obeyed. Jianyue gathered a spindle-shaped ball of lightning chakra at his fingertip, which was the lightning release nature transformation enhanced Rasengan. The Hozuki clan's hydration technique could immunize against most physical attacks, just like the earlier spiral shuriken. However, even a most perfect ninjutsu has its drawbacks. Lightning release techniques, which can generate electric currents, perfectly counter the hydration technique. Even the weakest lightning release technique, if it hit a Hozuki clan member in hydration state, would cause their body to become limp. Jianyue squinted one eye slightly aimed and fired, the action flowing seamlessly. The shark-tooth mist ninja, hidden underwater and moving with the water, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. And then his entire body fell into a paralyzed state, uncontrollably breaking free from the hydration state. How did he find me? The entire water area was created by his chakra, and after he merged into it, even the Byakugan shouldn't be able to find him so quickly, right? The shark-tooth mist ninja's analysis was not without reason, but unfortunately, some people are just unreasonable. He thought he was hidden well in the area of the great exploding water colliding wave, unaware that under Jianyue's six-eyed vision, he was no different from being completely exposed. After easily dealing with the shark-tooth mist ninja with another Rasengan, the group quickly tidied up the battlefield. To prevent any prolonged delays, Jianyue signaled Uchiha Qingshui to hand Ao over to him. Without a hint of hesitation, Jianyue directly gouged out Ao's Byakugan and placed it into a pre-prepared container filled with nutrient solution. It's hard to say whether Ao was a tough guy or if Uchiha Qingshui's Jinjutsu was indeed powerful, as he was still reluctant to wake up from the beautiful dream, only his muscles involuntarily trembling from the pain. Aren't we going to kill him? Uchiha Ruri tilted her head in confusion and asked. Jianyue looked at her with a puzzled expression. You're a bit too extreme, Ruri. Uchiha Ruri rolled her eyes at Jianyue. When it comes to the number of people killed, which of this year's ninja school graduates can compare to you? And now you're calling me extreme? Uchiha Qingshui explained. This Ao has a significant status in the Hidden Mist Village. It would be useful to interrogate him using Jinjutsu when we get back. Jianyue sealed the container and casually tossed it to Hinata Hyuji. Hinata Hyuji hurriedly caught it with both hands, looking at the precious Byakugan in his hands. He couldn't help but ask, is this really just given to me? Jianyue answered naturally. Of course, isn't this Byakugan your brother's? Moreover, with this Byakugan, you'll be able to negotiate with the main family, allowing your sister to inherit your branch family's position, right? But the mission, no buts. Jianyue waved his hand. This mission was issued by me, and I only requested to capture Ao alive. The rest is not within the mission's scope. And speaking of which, as the mission issuer, shouldn't I also give you some rewards? Hinata Hyuji quickly refused. He had already received so much help from Jianyue and the others. Asking for mission rewards would indeed be a bit ungrateful. However, Uchiha Ruri became interested instead, raising her eyebrows and asking, oh, then what reward does the advisor have in mind for us? Let me think carefully. Jianyue squatted down to wash his fingers that had gouged out the eye in the still present water area, and surprisingly began to seriously contemplate the reward content. Seeing this, Uchiha Qingshui immediately spoke up to give Jianyue some insights. On the front lines, the war missions delivered by the upper echelon are generally only recorded and entered into the ninja files, with rewards distributed uniformly after the war ends. It is rare for rewards to be given immediately upon task completion. Upon hearing this, Mitsuki nodded. In light of the difficulty and strategic significance of reclaiming the Byakugan, how about I mark a high-level mission for each of you when I return? Uchiha Ruri was indifferent. She was only interested in improving her own strength. After all, for the Uchiha clan, no matter how great a contribution one made, they would never receive the reward of selecting high-level ninjutsu from the Book of Seals. However, Uchiha Qingshui was different from Uchiha Ruri. In his opinion, if the Uchiha clan could achieve significant merit on the battlefield of Kirigakure, then the villagers would surely have a change of heart towards the Uchiha and even begin to trust them. Seeing that everyone accepted this outcome, Mitsuki waved his hand. I hereby announce that the high-level mission reclaim the Byakugan is complete. Hunting team, begin your return. Have you heard? What? That Byakugan killer from Kirigakure was captured alive by a team led by Konoha's Gale. Is that true? Absolutely. This news has spread throughout the entire village. Oh, I know some insider information. I heard that Shunshin Shursui and Chidori Ruri were both involved. Yeah, with these two around, it's no wonder they managed to capture the Byakugan killer alive. However, I think the one who is even more impressive is Konoha's Gale. After all, he is the captain. That's right. If he hadn't commanded properly, it would have been hard to succeed. Yeah, I feel that as long as these three are involved, there isn't a single ninja in Kirigakure who could match them. Naturally, they are all the elite among Konoha's elite. Haha, now Kirigakure is in for a tough time. We Konoha have definitely won. Not long after Mitsuki and Shursui captured Ao alive, similar conversations frequently occurred on the front lines of Kirigakure. For Konoha, the news of Ao's capture was no longer a secret. Such intelligence about capturing important members of enemy villages on the battlefield would generally be publicized to boost morale. Just like before, when Kirigakure captured the Byakugan, they began to build up Ao's reputation, dubbing him the Byakugan killer. When the news of the Byakugan's loss first returned to the village, the entire Hyuga clan's elders held an emergency meeting overnight, nearly tearing the roof off with their arguing. Some elders believed this was the greatest shame in the history of the Hyuga clan and insisted that they should immediately seek the third Hokage to demand the return of the Byakugan from Kirigakure. Others felt they could wait until the war ended and see if they could buy back the Byakugan from Kirigakure. However, everyone tacitly avoided the idea of taking it back by themselves. After all, it was well known throughout the ninja world that the Hyuga clan rarely produced experts, and trying to reclaim the Byakugan on their own was akin to a dream. As the clan meeting progressed, some elders became emotional and began to use the historical records to angrily criticize the elder who had decided to send members of the main family out. What was meant to be a problem-solving meeting quickly turned into a blame game. A bunch of older gentlemen nearing their end argued incessantly, and a few who couldn't catch their breath were sent to Konoha Hospital overnight. In short, the final outcome was that the clan leader had to find a way to get the Byakugan back. Otherwise, this incident would be written into the clan's history, and he could expect to be cursed by future generations. Whether or not he would be cursed by future generations, Hyuga Hizashi did not know. He only knew he was close to being overwhelmed with worry. Last time, during the Jonin meeting, he hinted to Lord Third Hokage several times, only to be ignored. Unexpectedly, the tides turned, and this Byakugan was actually reclaimed by Shimizu Mitsuki, which made the entire Hyuga clan ecstatic. They immediately sent a ninja to inform Hyuga Hayashi to properly thank Shimizu Mitsuki and prepared some small gifts. In the command office of the Kirigakure battlefield, Uchiha Fugaku, Hyuga Hayashi, and Mitsuki were discussing how to deal with Kirigakure's Ao. Hyuga Hayashi suggested that after obtaining all the information from Ao, they should kill him directly and then spread the information to intimidate Kirigakure and other ninja villages. However, Uchiha Fugaku disagreed with his view. He believed that after using Jinjutsu to interrogate Ao, they could use him to negotiate benefits with Kirigakure, extracting all of Ao's value. To be fair, Uchiha Fugaku's plan was more in line with Konoha's current situation, and it was also unclear how much of Hyuga Hayashi's demand to kill Ao was mixed with the desires of the Hyuga main family. However, Hyuga Hayashi also had his difficulties. After Mitsuki led the team to capture Ao and return to the camp, it was decided that this Byakugan would be treated as loot and handed over to Hyuga Paichi for safekeeping. While he didn't actually care about the ownership of the Byakugan, there were people in the family who did. The elders of the main family would naturally not want a branch family member to possess a main family's Byakugan. After all, the purpose of marking the branch family members was to prevent them from accidentally dying outside during missions, causing the Byakugan to leak out. Now that Hyuga Paichi was wandering around with the main family's Byakugan, it was quite a problem. However, after Hyuga Hayashi clearly conveyed that handing the Byakugan to Hyuga Paichi was Shimizu's intention, the elders of the clan had no choice but to give up their idea of taking the Byakugan from Hyuga Paichi. There was no way around it. After all, he was the benefactor who helped the Hyuga family wash away their shame. At worst, they would just give Hyuga Paichi the treatment of a main family member in the future, not allowing him to go out on missions to prevent the Byakugan from leaking again. However, killing the Byakugan killer was a requirement that the clan had to fulfill no matter what. The two held their ground and could not reach a consensus, ultimately turning their gazes toward Mitsuki. Shimizu-san, what do you think is best? Mitsuki actually leaned towards killing Ao. After all, he was the least willing to let the tiger return to the mountain. It was definitely not because the Hyuga clan had gifted him a house in the heart of Konoha. I think it would be better for us to handle Ao ourselves, rather than for those small benefits. It is better to consider the feelings of our fellow Hyuga clan members first. Mitsuki's words were well-reasoned, and Hyuga Hayashi immediately cast a grateful glance at him. There are still many good people in the world. Uchiha Fugaku wanted to argue a bit more, but Mitsuki quickly added, Kirigakure is known for being cold and ruthless. They probably won't offer many valuable things in exchange for that lost Byakugan. Moreover, we could also use the corpse for a trade. Seeing this, Uchiha Fugaku no longer insisted. After all, this wasn't a big deal. However, as the leader of the Uchiha clan, he could not simply follow Hyuga Hayashi's lead on everything. At this moment, Mitsuki's appearance played a mediating role, and he smoothly accepted this proposal. After all, due to the members involved in the mission to reclaim the Byakugan, the current relationship between the Uchiha and Hyuga clans had become delicate and complex, and any decision needed to be considered carefully. Mitsuki's intervention provided a new opportunity for both sides to resolve the issue in a relatively balanced manner. Chapter 78. You are the blazing sun, and I am the bird trapped in a cage. Some families rejoice, while others are troubled. When the news of Ao being captured alive by Konoha's gale reached Kirigakure, the village erupted in an uproar. The air was filled with criticisms directed at Ao. If Qingxin were to be brought back to the Mist Village through some form of benefit exchange, he might not end up committing suicide like Kakashi's father in the original storyline. However, it is very likely that he would be assassinated by the angry youth within the Mist Village. This kind of thing might seem unbelievable in other villages, but it is quite normal in the Mist Village. In the office of the Mizukage building, the third Mizukage, Hakuya, sat in his chair. After listening to a report from one of his subordinate ninjas, he waved his hand to dismiss him and narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. After a long time, he let out a gentle sigh and murmured to himself, maybe it's better to retreat. He then leaned back in his chair, basking in the warm sunlight, while internally complaining, war is such a hassle. That bunch of beasts from the Kagaya clan is always stirring up trouble, clamoring for war, and now that it has actually started, they haven't achieved much, especially that Kagaya Shino, who is the loudest, claiming to be the strongest in the history of the Kagaya clan. Yet, he was taken down by that Konoha-esque Kakashi shortly after entering the battlefield. He knew it. None of these bloodline limit clans were useful. If it weren't for him leading the Mist Village to develop quietly while the other ninja villages participated in the Second Shinobi World War, they wouldn't have accumulated enough resources to support these madmen. Hakuya rubbed his temples. Now that the Byakugan was gone, he regretted having previously hired someone from the black market to create hype for Qing, hoping to suppress the arrogance of these bloodline limit clans through Qing's title of Byakugan Killer. Unexpectedly, Qing was so useless that he was easily defeated by Konoha and lost the Byakugan. Kakashi Shimizu. This person is too dangerous for the Mist Village. Ever since he was sent over from Konoha, the situation has inexplicably spiraled out of control. The Mist Village had initially achieved some good results, but now it had completely changed, turning into a game of cat and mouse, with Shimizu being the cat. Due to Shimizu's irregular sweeps along the coastline of the Land of Fire, the ninjas of the Mist Village found themselves in an extremely passive situation. Originally efficient infiltration plans became difficult to implement. Every operation felt like groping in the dark, filled with uncertainty and risk. Hakuya felt that this couldn't go on. Otherwise, the Mist Village would inevitably follow in the footsteps of the Sand Village. He had to think of a way to eliminate Shimizu. But who should be sent? The Mist Village still had a considerable amount of high-level combat power, but in Hakuya's view, there was not a single one capable of taking down Shimizu securely. Should he call back the 7 ninja swordsmen to assassinate Shimizu? At the Konoha Mist frontline camp, Shimizu was currently at the camp entrance bidding farewell to Hinata Heiji. This time, Hinata Heiji was returning to participate in his sister's inheritance ceremony, accompanied by several members of the Hinata clan. They were sent by Hinata Hayashi to escort Hinata Heiji, or rather, to ensure the safety of the Byakugan he held back to the village, considering that this Byakugan would be kept by Hinata Heiji in the future. And unless special circumstances arose, he would most likely never leave the village again to carry out missions, enjoying the treatment of the main family as a branch family member. Hinata Heiji looked at Shimizu with intense eyes, the fiery glow hard to ignore. He had never been good at expressing his feelings with words. Taking a deep breath to suppress his excitement, Hinata Heiji slowly spoke. "Thank you, Shimizu." Those simple words were a heartfelt expression of his true feelings. "Stay sharp. Don't embarrass yourself." Shimizu patted Hinata Heiji on the shoulder to encourage him. Hinata Heiji smiled in surprise. In his impression, Shimizu always had a way of saying something unique. After bidding farewell to Hinata Heiji, Shimizu walked back into the camp. After taking a few steps, he suddenly spoke to the air. "Since you're here, why didn't you come out to say goodbye?" Uchiha Ruri walked out from the shadow of a wooden building. Her tone indifferent as she slowly said, "We want to be seeing each other again, so I'm not used to saying goodbye." Shimizu understood her meaning. It was likely. "I know I came to see you off, but whether you know it or not doesn't matter." He knew Uchiha Ruri's awkward personality too well. If she could express her thoughts candidly, that would indeed be strange. Suddenly, Shimizu seemed to notice something and walked closer to Uchiha Ruri, circling around her while observing her closely. Uchiha Ruri was confused by his inexplicable actions. Shimizu then said meaningfully, "I noticed before, Ruri, you seem a bit different from the new year." Uchiha Ruri was taken aback. Has his perception gotten stronger? Is it really that outrageous that he could notice? However, Uchiha Ruri didn't care that her secret was known to Shimizu. This secret was not yet complete. She had originally planned to hide it until it was finished and then challenge Shimizu with it, catching him off guard and gaining an advantage. But since she had already been discovered, she might as well admit it. She wasn't the type to pretend when her secret had been exposed. "Since you already know," then Ruri was interrupted by Shimizu, who suddenly interjected, "You've definitely gained weight." Uchiha Ruri's words had not fully landed when Shimizu cut her off. At that moment, Shimizu wore a smug expression on his face, his eyes revealing a mix of confidence and provocation. He remembered clearly that day when he said he would treat her, only for Uchiha Ruri to unceremoniously eat 12 bowls of noodles at his expense. Uchiha Ruri gently shook her head, a hint of confusion in her eyes. She couldn't help but ponder whether she truly counted as a genius of the Uchiha clan, especially since she had never been able to defeat this childish and foolish idiot in front of her since childhood. "Hey, why are you silent? What were you about to say?" Shimizu had heard Uchiha Ruri talking just now, but she hadn't finished. Uchiha Ruri leaned closer to Shimizu, her eyes mischievous, and said slowly, "I was just saying, you haven't grown as fast as I have recently." "What?" Shimizu had initially just wanted to tease Uchiha Ruri, but unexpectedly, he was hit hard. He then started rambling about how girls develop faster than boys, mentioning that they were only 12 and hadn't reached their developmental stage yet, and how Obito and Kakashi were the same, and other confusing things. Instantly, the atmosphere at the camp entrance was filled with a lively energy. Chapter 79. Lighting up achievements after the successful capture of Qing. Several months passed. During this time, Shimizu finally achieved the accomplishment of sweeping the entire coastline of the Land of Fire, which was commendable. In the process, the Mist Village lost a significant number of elite ninjas, because any squad detected by Shimizu's 6 eyes would, without exception, have their leader and members ruthlessly eliminated by Shimizu with no chance of escape. The third Mizukage even issued an order stating, "Any Mist ninja who encounters Konoha's Kakashi while on a mission may voluntarily abandon the task, without it counting as a failure." The fact that a village leader was forced to issue such a humiliating order illustrates the brutality of Shimizu. Currently, he had become popular in the Mist Village to the extent that he could be the protagonist of children's night stories, albeit as the villain. Correspondingly, the situation on the Konoha Mist frontline had been under pressure and defensive for a long time, and now that such an extraordinary powerhouse had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, the morale boost was evident. The current battle situation between Konoha and the Mist Village seemed to be evolving towards the confrontation last year between Konoha and the Sand Village in the Land of Rivers. If action was not taken soon, the Land of Water would inevitably become the third defeated nation in the Third Shinobi World War. At a small harbor along the coastline of the Land of Fire, 7 ninjas, each carrying different weapons and wearing the Mist Village forehead protector, stepped onto foreign soil. They were the renowned 7 ninja swordsmen of Mist. Bijou Shizai looked around and said expressionlessly, "This mission's target is a little brat named Kayamiza Mitsuki." Haikuzai Reiga coldly replied, "He's not just any brat. If you underestimate him, you might end up dead." Wuri Shinpachi, whose personality matched the name of his sword explosive blade splash, clicked his tongue and smirked, "Enough chatter. Let us hurry up and kill him, so we can report back." Kuriyuki S. Maru, the holder of the long blade needle, had been partners with Wuri Shinpachi for a long time and understood his temperament well. Although he didn't particularly like his partner, he still advised him, "Don't be careless. Underneath that fame, there's no falsehood. That Konoha Gale is a genius who developed his own bloodline limit according to the intel." If Wuri Shinpachi could barely take Kuriyuki S. Maru's words to heart, the next person, the holder of dull blade T-Giri, Satsukino T-Ri, reignited his anger. "Huh! That Konoha Gale is an enemy that even Lord Mizuki wouldn't dare to underestimate. He has even received orders to abandon the mission upon encountering him. Can you, Wuri Shinpachi? Can you make the third Hokage issue such an order?" "Huh? What did you say? Bastard!" Wuri Shinpachi shouted in fury. If it weren't for Bijou Shizai advising him from the side, he might have drawn explosive blade splash to blow Satsukino T-Ri up right then and there. Enough! The tall figure of Suka Sanboku, resembling a massive watermelon, bellowed. "If you keep arguing, we'll end up fighting each other before we even kill Kayamiza Mitsuki." The intel indicated that Kayamiza Mitsuki usually acted alone. "As long as we find his location, it won't be a problem for the 7 of us to take him down together. This mission is highly valued by Lord Mizuki. If we fail due to someone's impulsive actions and disappoint him, you all know the consequences." After saying this, Suka Sanboku looked down at the others with his towering figure, his gaze sharp and full of pressure. Although he claimed to address everyone, Wuri Shinpachi felt as if he was being singled out, but he didn't dare to speak up again. In the 7 ninja swordsmen, there was no official leader. Yet there was still a hierarchy among them. Suka Sanboku had the most experience and was the head of the intelligence department in the Mist Village, making him the invisible elder brother of the group. Bijou Shizai had similar seniority and was quite astute. His suggestions were usually taken seriously by others. The remaining members, Wuri Shinpachi, Kuriyuki S. Maru, Satsukino T-Ri, and Haikuzai Reiga, were all discovered by the 3rd Mizuki around the same time to become part of the 7 ninja swordsmen. This was also why Wuri Shinpachi and Satsukino T-Ri often quarreled. At the heart of it, they just wanted to one-up each other. The last member, the holder of dual blades Hiramiki, Akatsuki Chihiro, joined the group last, but was still among the stronger half. This was not due to his compatibility with dual blades Hiramiki, but rather because he was inherently powerful, mastering several high-level secret techniques of the Akatsuki clan. At this moment, Akatsuki Chihiro did not participate in the earlier discussion, but if one were to gauge who among them wanted to kill Kayamiza Mitsuki the most, he likely had the strongest murderous intent. This was because not long ago, his younger brother, Akatsuki Ri, was killed by Kayamiza Mitsuki and his team. Yes, his brother was the shark-toothed mist ninja serving as Konoha's guard. As is well known in the ninja world, the relationship between brothers can sometimes be more important than that between parents. The vengeance for a slain brother cannot be overlooked, especially within the Mist Village. Akatsuki Ri, as Konoha's guard, failed to protect the Byakugan and had been hung on the shame pillar, facing scorn from villagers for several days. Akatsuki Chihiro was extremely protective of his younger brother. Originally, after returning from a mission in the Land of Earth, he had even bought some souvenirs for him, only to return to hear the news of his brother's death and the villagers' insults. By the way, the 7 ninja swordsmen had recently been sent by the 3rd Mizuki to the Land of Earth to investigate the situation in Iwagakure. The 3rd Mizuki wanted to know what price Iwagakure paid after defeating Kumobikure, and whether Mist could launch a surprise attack. This was also why Kayamiza Mitsuki had been unable to find the 7 ninja swordsmen for so long. In fact, the 3rd Mizuki had considered whether to attack Sunagakure. which had been crippled by Konoha, but after careful thought, he decided against it. He had no desire to attack that broken place. Currently, Susanoo was in a very awkward, yet safe situation. The major hidden villages that could defeat it found no profit to gain from it, and if they did attack, they might end up expending more than they gained. Smaller hidden villages wanted to attack, but couldn't, and the only one that might have a chance, Imminent, was completely silent for some unknown reason. It was nothing like Hanzo the Salamander's declaration during the Second Shinobi World War to make Imminent the sixth hidden village. However, this was good news for Susanoo. Chapter 80. The Crows of Qingshui at the front camp on the Konoha Mist battle line. Kiyomisa Mitsuki was completely unaware that the 7 ninja swordsmen he longed to confront were on their way to meet him. He was currently enjoying breakfast at Uncle Jinna's ramen shop. Although eating ramen for breakfast wasn't very healthy, he couldn't help it. Uncle Jinna's skills were too good. He was willing to sacrifice a bit of health for immense satisfaction and taste. And anyway, with his wish system, he would eventually become the perfect ultimate being. As for Shikaku, who was beside him devouring food, he had no such concerns. After filling up, Mitsuki planned to leave the camp to see if any mist ninjas had snuck into the land of fire to cause havoc again. This had almost become his daily routine, considering that there had been no news from the 7 ninja swordsmen. A few days ago, he had even gone to a large port and left a flying thunder god seal on a merchant ship heading to the land of water. That's right, he wanted to be a stowaway. Since he couldn't find anyone in the land of fire, he would go directly to the mist village. Walking within the camp, Mitsuki heard the cawing of crows. Raising his arm, a crow quickly flew over and landed on it, then dropped a small scroll from its beak. Mitsuki took the scroll and let the crow fly away. This was a crow raised by Qingshui, usually used to cast illusions or deliver messages. Without hesitation, Mitsuki opened the small scroll, and upon seeing its contents, his eyes instantly lit up. The message was simple. The 7 ninja swordsmen had appeared. Previously, Mitsuki had become good friends with Qingshui during the mission to retrieve the Byakugan, and they had subsequently executed several high-difficulty missions together. Therefore, Qingshui naturally knew that Mitsuki had been searching for the traces of the 7 ninja swordsmen on the battlefield alone. So he made a point to keep an eye out for related intel while he acted. As a result, today he indeed found something. While on a mission at a small port, he discovered information about suspected appearances of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He immediately summoned his trained crow to relay the information to Mitsuki, and that led to the scene in the camp just now. At this moment, Mitsuki didn't know how he felt, but one thing he could confirm was that he was very excited. Since coming to this battlefield, killing the 7 ninja swordsmen has been his top priority, and he has finally received confirmed news. Although Qingshui advised Mitsuki in the scroll to wait for him to finish his mission before they pursue the 7 ninja swordsmen together, Mitsuki didn't want to wait. What if they disappeared again during the delay? The Fishwater Port? This was the place where Ken sacrificed himself, and now the 7 ninja swordsmen reappeared near this location. Is this fate? The Flying Thunder God technique activated, and Mitsuki instantly vanished from spot. During these months of sweeping the coastline of the Land of Fire, he had also left Flying Thunder God marks at intervals. As long as he was on the battlefield of the Mist, he could support anywhere on the map. Why are the 7 ninja swordsmen here? At this moment, Guy felt like the world was playing a big joke on him. He had just received a high-level mission from the village and arrived at the Mist battlefield. But why had no one told him that this mission would involve the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen? Not just Guy, but his 2 teammates also deeply regretted why they had chosen this mission among many others. In the woods of the Land of Fire, 3 young leaf ninjas stood stiffly in place, their eyes filled with fear as they looked ahead. Not far from them, 7 mist ninjas, wielding various oddly shaped weapons, sat relaxed on several large rocks. Ha! Karai, look at that little guy in the middle who looks like a kappa. What kind of outfit is that? Wari Shinpachi pointed at Guy as if he had seen something extremely ridiculous. Kurasame Shiranui also sneered and cruelly said, "Look at the scared expressions on their faces. I want to cut off their faces and sew them together. It must be wonderful." I have to say, these 2 truly deserve the title of Heartless Duo. Don't do anything unnecessary. Quickly eliminate them. Sujetsu, Zuki scolded Qingshui Jianyue. They had an important mission to complete. In order to prevent the information from leaking, they had deliberately avoided Mitsuki, and along the way, every leaf ninja they encountered had been killed by them. What do we do? One of Guy's teammates was so scared that he began to stutter. Another was similarly affected, mumbling, "We're gonna die." Sigh. Guy looked at his teammates' useless performance and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He knew they couldn't run away. They could only try to see if they could die with some dignity. For some reason, he suddenly thought of his father. If only my father were here. This thought inexplicably appeared in Guy's mind, but he quickly shook his head to dispel it. His father, Might Due, was a perennial low-ranking ninja. Even if he came, he would just be another victim. It's better if he doesn't come. I'm sorry, father. I might really not be suitable to be a ninja. I am Sore Mitsuki. Thank you for your support back then, but unfortunately, I couldn't see you on the mist battlefield. Might Guy mentally prepared himself and took a fighting stance, ready to fight the enemy before him. But at that moment, a green figure descended from the sky and appeared in front of Guy's squad. "Father!" Guy exclaimed, stretching out his hands to rub his eyes vigorously. When he focused again, it truly was his father, Might Due. At this moment, Might Due radiated green chakra flames, clearly having opened the 6th gate of the 8 gates. Might Due looked nervously at the temporarily motionless 7 ninja swordsmen and let out a sigh of relief. "I made it just in time." "Father, why are you here?" Guy asked anxiously and confused. Guy couldn't understand why his father was here. In his impression, his father, Might Due, was just a low-ranking ninja who could only take on basic missions and was often despised by various teams. To him, his father coming here was like courting death. Even with the 8 gates to enhance his strength, the opponents were the 7 ninja swordsmen. Feared ninjas known for being able to destroy a small country in a day with their combined effort. Who knew that Might Due just turned back and smiled nonchalantly at him. "Guy, I'll hold them off. You all escape quickly." "But father, how will you?" "It's okay. I will activate the 8 gates." Might Due gave a thumbs up to Guy, turning his back to him. Self-restraint. Now is the time to unlock it. Chapter 81. Execution begins. Guy certainly knew what activating the 8 gates meant. It would be the end of his life, the collapse of his body. But at this moment, facing such a powerful enemy, they seemed to have no other choice. He gritted his teeth, trying to make his voice sound firm and calm. "Father, don't." However, his words became choked, as if an invisible force was blocking his throat. He looked at his father, tears shimmering in his eyes, filled with conflict and pain. He wanted his father not to care about them, but the words wouldn't come out, because this is a ninja's way. Self-restraint was not just about controlling oneself from abusing the power of the 8 gates. More importantly, it was about ensuring that one faces any challenge and adversity with a positive attitude and resilient will. How boring. You'll all die here today anyway. Whatever you have to say, save it for the underworld. With bandages on his head, an eye patch, and a mask covering his face, Wuri Shinpachi slowly walked closer, carrying the exploding blade. The other members of the 7 ninja swordsmen did not move. To them, the leaf ninjas before them were not Wuri Shinpachi's opponents at all. Whoosh! With a sound of slicing through the air, a uniquely shaped 3-pronged kunai shot towards Wuri Shinpachi at high speed. Wuri Shinpachi keenly sensed the attack, merely twisting his body slightly to let the kunai fly past him. A boring trick, faced with such a childish sneak attack. Wuri Shinpachi even had time to leisurely comment in his mind. However, just as he thought the kunai would pass by him, a figure suddenly appeared at the kunai's location. Mitsuki grabbed the kunai's handle with his left hand, while his right hand held a preformed Rasengan. In the extreme speed of the space-time ninjutsu, Wuri Shinpachi didn't even have time to react to what happened before he was hit by Mitsuki's Rasengan, and his entire body was violently slammed into the ground. Under the powerful force of the Rasengan, the ground shook violently, and countless fragments of stone flew everywhere, instantly forming a small pit with a diameter of about 1 meter. At this moment, Wuri Shinpachi was lying on his back in the pit, a huge and terrifying vortex-shaped wound appearing on his chest, as if torn apart by an invisible force. A large amount of blood gushed from the wound, staining the surrounding land red, and he painfully opened his mouth, continuously spitting out bright red blood. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. For a moment, the entire area fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were focused on Wuri Shinpachi, filled with shock and confusion, including Might Guy and his teammates. Not a single person would have expected that the situation just moments ago would change to this in the blink of an eye. What? Qingshui Jianyue exclaimed upon seeing his partner, who had just been imposing, now lying on the ground, seemingly lifeless. Although he didn't care about Wuri Shinpachi's fate, the speed displayed by the enemy was enough to astonish him. The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost said in a deep voice, "First, confirm if there are any Konoha ninjas around." After seeing Tsukuyomi's strong entrance, he did not continue to launch an attack. He stood firmly in place, his gaze cold and merciless. One foot mercilessly stepped on the forehead of the bleeding Wuri Shinpachi, turning his back to Might Guy and the others. Tsukuyomi's voice slowly rang out. "It's fine, Uncle Dai. The situation isn't dangerous enough to require you to release your self-restraint." Hearing Tsukuyomi's words, Might Guy reacted first and shouted excitedly, "Tsukuyomi!" But his excitement quickly faded, as he believed that even a genius like Tsukuyomi could not possibly be a match for the 7 ninja swordsmen. Although Tsukuyomi had just eliminated one opponent with a sneak attack, in a direct confrontation, he would be outnumbered 12-1, and the advantage would still be on the opposite side. Might Guy thought the same. He knew Tsukuyomi was strong. The village said he was Konoha's #1 genius and the hero who ended the battlefield of the Land of Rivers. However, no matter how talented he was, it couldn't change the fact that he was still a child the same age as Guy. Might Guy said seriously, "Tsukuyomi, I'm not joking. The opponent is not something you can handle right now. You should leave here with Guy and the others. I will do my best to hold them off." Hearing the advice from this father-son duo, Tsukuyomi sighed slightly. "I'm not joking either." Bang! Just as he spoke, Tsukuyomi exerted force under his foot, forcefully pressing Wuri Shinpachi's head in the ground, cutting off his last bit of vitality. He continued to speak, "Moreover, Uncle Dai, you misrepresented one thing. Facing a few little mice, there's no need for anyone to run." "Oomph. Arrogant." Hearing Tsukuyomi's brazen words, the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost snorted coldly and then revealed a cruel smile at Tsukuyomi. "None of you can escape, especially you. The little brat with a fat raccoon ninja beast on your shoulder. You must be the Konoha Gale Shimizu Tsukuyomi. You are the first on our kill list of the 7 ninja swordsmen." The Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost didn't expect that just after arriving at the battlefield of the Land of Fire, they would encounter this mission target. How lucky! When Showa heard that the other side called him a fat raccoon, his face turned red. "Damn mist ninjas. How dare you frame Lord Showa?" Tsukuyomi then mocked, "Oh, I've noticed that the ninjas from your mist village are quite ugly, yet they always think of beautiful things." Actually, Tsukuyomi didn't consider himself someone who liked to mock others. But since coming to the mist battlefield, he found himself developing this habit. This habit wasn't good, as it made him seem unsophisticated. However, at this moment, he didn't mind chatting with the 7 ninja swordsmen. He had already prepared backup plans around him before making his appearance. Today, no one would return alive to the mist village. "Shimizu, Tsukuyomi." A roar attracted Tsukuyomi's attention. The one who made the sound was the least experienced among the 7 ninja swordsmen, Qingshui Jianyue, whose eyes were blood red, seemingly seeing an enemy and gritting his teeth in anger. In fact, Tsukuyomi was indeed his enemy, and he was also Tsukuyomi's enemy. Chapter 82. Backup plan activated, however. Compared to Qingshui Jianyue, whose face was distorted with anger, Tsukuyomi appeared exceptionally calm. Perhaps in Tsukuyomi's eyes, the 7 ninja swordsmen were already 7 corpses. So Tsukuyomi spoke lightly. "By the look on your face, did someone important die in my hands? If so, that's truly unfortunate, because I generally don't have a habit of torturing the weak. I might have made it too easy for him to die." Upon hearing this, Qingshui Jianyue felt the string of reason within him was about to snap. "You bastard! You killed my brother. He was with AO at the time, and you caused him to be shamed by the Mist Village. He can't even become a hero now." As he mentioned this, Tsukuyomi recalled that this guy indeed resembled the Mist Ninja with shark teeth he had killed while capturing AO. Thus, Tsukuyomi chuckled lightly and said, "Don't worry, your brother died quite pathetically." Pipa Shirzong felt something was amiss and immediately tried to persuade Qingshui Jianyue not to act impulsively. "Wait, Sunbon." However, it was all too late. Chidori Sunbon could no longer contain the raging anger within him. He tightly gripped his twin blades, and as he moved, the blades rapidly expanded, becoming enormous in an instant. Chidori Sunbon did not hesitate to release the combat form of the ninja sword. He then swung a blade fiercely at Tsukuyomi, unleashing a powerful ball of gaseous chakra energy that shot out like a cannonball, filled with endless might and power, heading straight for Tsukuyomi. This strike contained Chidori Senbon's anger and determination, vowing to kill Tsukuyomi in one blow. Damn Shimizu Tsukuyomi. Facing this hate-filled attack, Tsukuyomi calmly drew out mist and waved it casually. All counterattack. Activate. An invisible domain spread out from Tsukuyomi's body. When the energy ball released by Chidori Sunbon touched the edge of the domain, it was as if a mechanism had been triggered, and all the chakra within it instantly reversed direction, rapidly returning along the same path. Chidori Sunbon never expected his attack would be reflected back. He hurriedly jumped to the right to dodge. He knew all too well how strong the attack power of the blades was. It could convert the chakra of the wielder into powerful chakra energy balls with almost no waste due to the unique structure of the blades. The chakra energy ball struck the original location of the 7 ninja swordsmen, shattering several large rocks. However, this did not affect the remaining ninja swordsmen, as Pipa, Shirzong, and others had already scattered as soon as Chidori Sunbon launched his attack, approaching Tsukuyomi from different directions. Tsukuyomi flipped his hands, holding several flying thunder god kunai between his fingers, and threw them out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several flying thunder god kunai were thrown by Tsukuyomi using a special technique, embedding themselves in various places on the battlefield. Facing the encirclement of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Tsukuyomi directly used the flying thunder god technique, instantly teleporting to the location of one kunai. Pipa Shirzong quickly reacted and reminded his teammates, "It's the space-time ninjutsu mentioned in the intel. Pay attention to his kunai positions." Having stayed in the mist battlefield for so long, the information about Shimizu Tsukuyomi mastering space-time ninjutsu had long been known to the mist. In that case, I will. Kurasame Shiranui revealed a cruel smile, suddenly changing direction and rushing towards Guy and the others, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness. The Konoha Gale frequently traversed the mist battlefield to assist various Konoha teams, which was no secret, although Kurasame Shiranui found such actions quite boring and inefficient. He believed that as long as he attacked these weak Konoha genin, Shimizu Tsukuyomi would surely come to him. Might I tightened up? If it were just one person, he could attempt to open the 7th gate. However, Tsukuyomi would not give him that opportunity. He had to kill each of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Ninjutsu. 4 crimson yang formation. 4 dazzling red pillars of light shot into the sky, and then connected with each other, forming a huge red square barrier. This was the backup plan Tsukuyomi had set up around him before making his appearance. He borrowed Showa's chakra to create 4 shadow clones with shadow-level chakra, sending them to 4 corners to prepare to release the barrier technique. Kurumi Maru looked at the sudden red barrier that appeared in front of him and cautiously tried to stab with his sewing needle, only to be knocked back by the powerful chakra flowing from the barrier. This technique, 4 Crimson Sun Formation, is a high-level barrier secret art of the Senju clan, requiring 4 strong individuals with Hokage-level chakra to stand in different positions and perform hand seals simultaneously. Due to its extremely strict release conditions and powerful isolation effect, it is recorded in the sealing book, and normally, only the Hokage is qualified to learn this ninjutsu. But who cares when Jianyue has a good sister? At this moment, Jianyue was using the 4 Crimson Sun Formation not only to prevent the 7 ninja swordsmen from escaping, but also to stop someone from taking her head. Yes, I'm talking about that restless Might Guy outside, who is eager to open the 8 gates. At this moment, Might Guy still didn't understand what was happening. He only saw 4 beams of red light appear, and then Jianyue and the 7 ninja swordsmen were all trapped inside. However, he could confirm that this barrier technique was performed by Jianyue, as her shadow clone was sitting on the ground making hand seals right under the light beam. Inside the 4 Crimson Sun Formation barrier, the knockback Kurumi Maru felt a bit dizzy and shook his head vigorously. Just then, Pipa Shirzong suddenly appeared, wielding a beheading sword slashing toward his back. The sound of metal clashing rang out. Jianyue, holding the mist cutter wrapped in the electric arc of the Chidori, collided with the beheading sword, both of them exerting force against each other. Jianyue habitually channeled the current of Chidori through the blade of the beheading sword toward Paipa Shirzong. However, the other side was not fighting alone. Once Kurumi's Maru reacted, he stabbed toward Jianyue's abdomen with his sewing needle. Yet, Jianyue completely ignored Kurumi's Maru's attack, continuing to channel lightning chakra into Paipa Shirzong's body, paralyzing him in place. At the same time, Shoha was on Jianyue's shoulder, forming hand seals, and a cloud of sand floated up from the ground, forming a sand shield in front of Jianyue to block Kurumi's Maru's stab. In an instant, Jianyue condensed a spiral shuriken in her left hand. Instead of throwing it, she held it like a ninja tool and swung it toward the immobile Paipa Shirzong. Chapter 83. The battle begins. In a critical moment, Qingshui Jianyue and Kuratsuchi Raiga each used their ninja swords to launch a ranged attack against Jianyue. Lightning release, thunder strike, flounder release. The lightning sword Raiga and the twin blades flounder both allowed the wielding ninja to unleash non-hand seal attack ninjutsu. If it were a regular ninja facing this sudden assault, they would undoubtedly be flustered and unable to counterattack. But Jianyue is not an ordinary ninja. Non-hand seal ninjutsu? That's just child's play to her. Instead of using full counter-defense, she used the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly disappearing and reappearing at a kunai positioned a bit farther away. Just as the teleportation completed, Jianyue raised her sword finger with one hand. Boom! That's right, Jianyue only teleported herself, leaving the spiral shuriken behind. The massive blue chakra shuriken rapidly expanded with a buzzing sound, its interior filled with countless sharp blades glimmering coldly, sending chills down their spines. Paipa Shirzong and Kurumi's Maru looked at this scene, fear welling up inside them, their scalps tingling. Kurumi's Maru exerted all his strength to fling his long knife, the sewing needle, nailing it to a nearby tree, then pulled on the thread, tried to escape the range of that terrifying blue energy ball. Seeing this, Jianyue immediately formed hand seals with one hand and slapped the ground. Blue electricity formed a lightning dog on the ground, racing toward Kurumi's Maru. Lightning release, pursuit dog. In the blink of an eye, the lightning dog bit down on Kurumi's Maru's right leg, extinguishing his last hope of escape. The blue blade storm mercilessly engulfed him, and this heartless duo, who had partnered with Mori Shinpachi for so long, finally met their end at someone else's ruthless attack. However, unfortunately, the spiral shuriken only left Kurumi's Maru behind, failing to achieve a double kill. Paipa Shirzong, as an experienced mist ninja, quickly recovered from the paralysis caused by the lightning chakra after Jianyue teleported away. He then positioned the beheading sword horizontally in front of him and used the chakra energy bullet fired by Qingshui Jianyue to propel himself away. This method of evading attacks was quite novel, but the cost was that 1/3 of the blade of the beheading sword broke off. Moreover, Paipa Shirzong seemed to have sustained considerable internal damage, and at this moment, he was leaning on the beheading sword, breathing heavily. Since Jianyue appeared on the battlefield and quickly eliminated Mori Shinpachi, within less than 3 exchanges, 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen had already been taken down. And this efficiency genuinely surprised the remaining members, Suigetsu, and others. This Konoha whirlwind truly has some skills. Aside from a current 5 ninja swordsmen, the Might Guy father and son outside the 4 Crimson Sun formation, along with 2 ordinary genin, were also left speechless in shock. They had indeed heard of Konoha's #1 genius, Shimizu Jianyue's impressive achievements, such as the well-known conclusion of a Land of Rivers battlefield, eliminating magnetic release ninjas, scorching release ninjas, and Jinchuriki. However, seeing it with their own eyes was something else entirely. Wow, how impressive. It's clearly 1 against 7. But it feels like Master Jianyue has the upper hand. Hearing his teammates' admiration for Jianyue's strength, Might Guy felt a sense of pride, because the highly talented Jianyue once told him personally that he, Might Guy, would become an excellent ninja in the future, and he had always been working towards that goal. Might Guy wanted to prove that his persistence and efforts would not be in vain. and that Jianyue's judgment would never be wrong. In contrast to these children's naive views, my guy did not let down his guard due to the advantageous situation on the battlefield, not to mention the onlookers inside the Four Crimson Sun formation. Suigetsu looked at Zuki Jinpachi with a knowing glance, and Zuki Jinpachi immediately understood, forming hand seals. Jianyue saw Zuki Jinpachi's hand seals and instantly understood his intent. Considering the Zuki clan's water transformation secret technique, Jianyue did not use the wind release, spiral shuriken, but instead, like she did against Zuki Jinpachi's brother, condensed a lightning attribute chakra-infused spear in her fingertips. Without any hesitation, Jianyue made a gun gesture with one hand and aimed the spindle-shaped lightning release spear spiral at Zuki Jinpachi, firing it. However, the other enemies present would not just watch as Jianyue unleashed her attack to interrupt Zuki Jinpachi's ninjutsu. Kuratsuchi Raiga continued to utilize the power of the lightning blade, converting his chakra into non-hand seal lightning release to intercept the lightning spear shot by Jianyue in another direction. This delay allowed Zuki Jinpachi to complete his hand seals. Suddenly, Zuki Jinpachi's chest bulged, and a large amount of water flowed out from his mouth, filling the entire Four Crimson Sun formation barrier with mist. Water release. Great exploding water collision wave. This was the tactic that the 7 ninja swordsmen had planned from the beginning. Using Zuki Jinpachi to unleash the great exploding water collision wave to create a vast water area, submerging Jianyue's special kunai underwater. Unfortunately for them, they did not expect that they would lose 2 members right at the start of the battle. However, thankfully, Zuki Jinpachi was not among the first to be taken down, and the tactic could still be effective, thanks to the presence of the Four Crimson Sun formation around. Zuki Jinpachi did not need to expend too much chakra to create more water. He only needed to cover the battlefield, stopping just after a meter past the trees. Suigetsu looked sharply at Jianyue, who was standing on the water's surface not far away, a slight smile on his lips as he confidently said, "Now, you won't be able to use that space-time ninjutsu." At this moment, Paipa Shirtsong has also recovered, and the 5 of them surrounded Jianyue in a siege. Feeling that the advantage was in their hands, a Tong Chao Yi RIN with a bun hairstyle excitedly spoke up. "Although I'm glad you took down that annoying guy, I really didn't like the tone you just used, so unfortunately, I still have to take your life." Shiguashan He Tungue didn't want to waste words and decisively said, "Let's go together, don't give him a chance to use ninjutsu." He then bent his legs and took off, approaching Jianyue at a speed that was extremely uncharacteristic for his large size, with every spike on the giant knife. Jiao Ji, glinting coldly in the sunlight. The remaining 7 members of the Shinobi Blade also brandished their ninja swords and attacked Jianyue, except for Hei Chueleya. Unlike the halberd that could be used for both ranged and close combat, his Lei Dao, you could only maximize its power at mid-range. So he usually stood further back during missions. Faced with such a pincer attack, Jianyue remained calm and clapped his hands together. Blue chakra appeared and coalesced into 9 fist-sized spheres of blue light surrounding him. These blue spheres spun around Jianyue before hovering behind him. It was Jianyue's super ninjutsu, Rasengan. Chapter 84. The Dao Jiao Ji. As soon as the 9 Rasengan appeared, Jianyue directly used 4 of them. One of the Rasengan quickly expanded, transforming into a violent purple electric current in the blink of an eye. Under Jianyue's finely controlled chakra, the violent current rapidly contracted and condensed, ultimately becoming a long spear shimmering with lightning. This spear flickered with lightning, and its tip emitted a heart-stopping glow, as if it could pierce through all obstacles. As Jianyue changed his hand gesture, the thunder long spear shot towards the back, targeting Gue Dangqianren. The other 2 transformed into a Rasengan Shuriken and a Great Flame Rasengan, attacking Tong Chao Yi RIN and Paipa Shirtsong on either side. The last one was enhanced by Jianyue, who infused more fire-release chakra into it, turning it into a massive dark purple flame arrow. The shaft of the giant arrow sparkled with destructive light, with countless tiny flames dancing on it. Upon closer inspection, these flames were not ordinary flames, but rather formed from condensed fire-release chakra. The thick fire-release chakra flowed like liquid, creating a layer of moving flames that enveloped the entire arrow shaft. This seemingly explosive Great Flame Destruction arrow was controlled by Jianyue and shot rapidly toward Shiguashan Hitangue. The exchange of offense and defense among ninjas can be this swift. Tong Chaoyi Air Run had long seen the power of the Rasengan Shuriken and knew he couldn't withstand it, so he immediately abandoned the attack and jumped back. Pai Pa Shirt Song was even more cautious. As soon as Jianyue clasped his hands together to summon the Rasengan, he had already retreated. The Rasengan Shuriken Jian you had just left almost took him out, and now faced with a ninjutsu he had never heard of, Pai Pa Shirt Song felt it was better to let his teammates test the waters first. Jianyue didn't pay much attention to these two. Unlike Chiyo, who could split her focus, he concentrated mainly on Shiguashan Hitangue and Gue Deng Qianren, merely needing to force Tong Chaoyi Air RIN and Pai Pa Shirt Song back. Gi Deng Qianren, unable to use the water transformation technique to defend against a rushing Thunder Long Spear, didn't want to waste this opportunity. He directly used another secret technique of the Gue Deng clan. Water Release, Shield Ubat. This was the strongest defensive secret technique of the Gue Deng clan, allowing the user to manipulate a large amount of water to envelop themselves, forming a solid defense. At the same time, the water could transform into a giant monster to attack the enemy. The water created by the explosive water waves began to surge frantically as if drawn by something. A massive amount of water quickly gathered, forming a gigantic water ball that continuously transformed and twisted, ultimately turning into a water monster comparable in size to a tailed beast. Although Ubat would also be countered by lightning release, it was much less vulnerable than the water transformation technique. In the arena, the lightning release, Thousand Birds Thunder Spears simulated by the Rasengan directly pierced the water monster created by the Shield Ubat, with violent currents and sharp bird cries spreading throughout the monstrous body. Feeling the sense of security provided by the water release, Shield Ubat, Gue Deng Qianren was filled with confidence. You think just using lightning release means I can't do anything? Damn Konoha's gale. Let you see the true power of the Gue Deng clan. The giant water monster endured the electric current, and a headbutt charged towards Jianyue. Jianyue was still controlling the Great Flame Destruction arrow to track Shiguashan Hitangue, but now faced with the water monster's attack. He could only choose to block with miscut in front of him and wave it outward. Full counter. An invisible domain unfolded again. In the moment its edge touched the water monster created by the water release, Shield Ubat, Gue Deng Qianren felt his ninjutsu becoming uncontrollable. The once ferocious water monster began to shatter from its head, reverting to liquid and dripping into the water below. Since Gue Deng Qianren was in a water-formed state when he released the water release, Shield Ubat, he did not suffer any backlash damage. On the other side, Shiguashan Hitangue was under immense pressure. He saw that Pai Pa Shirt Song and Tong Chaoyi Air RIN easily dodged Jianyue's ninjutsu attack, so he prepared to retreat and avoid this clearly powerful ninjutsu. However, he didn't expect that the detestable Jianyue could actually control the trajectory of the flame arrow. With Gue Deng Qianren's attack having no effect, he had to take this hit himself. The dark purple flame giant arrow, flowing with high concentration fire release chakra, rushed towards Shiguashan Hitangue, leaving a deep trace on the water surface. A large amount of water vapor spewed from the arrow's tail, lingering and not dissipating, acting like a booster, leaving a white line between Jianyue and Shiguashan Hitangue. Shiguashan Hitangue tightly gripped the hilt of Jiao Ji, his veins bulging as he lifted the weapon high above his head, then swung it with all his might towards the Great Flame Destruction arrow. The terrifying force of the blade was like a fierce beast, carrying endless might as it cleaved the Great Flame Destruction arrow in two. The water surface below erupted in high sprays, which surged up like a fountain, forming a spectacular curtain of water. Sunlight refracted off this water curtain, casting a rainbow of colors. Shiguashan Hitangue managed to use the absorption properties of Jiao Ji to barely block the terrifying bloodline limit ninjutsu. However, just as Shiguashan Hitangue was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a massive buzzing sound echoed from afar, growing closer and resonating in his ears. Shiguashan Hitangue quickly looked around. but his view was obstructed by the water vapor created before by the absorption of the Great Flame Destruction Arrow. This is bad, he thought. Sensing danger through years of combat training and realizing the attack was coming from directly ahead, he desperately twisted his massive body and swung Jiao Ji with all his strength again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A blue chakra shuriken spun through the water vapor, crashing directly into Shiguashan Hitan Gue, but like the Great Flame Destruction Arrow before it, it was swallowed whole by Jiao Ji. It seemed Shiguashan Hitan Gue had indeed predicted it. The attack was truly coming from right in front of him. The spiral shuriken was created by Jianyue using the spiral jade to simulate it, aimed at blocking the movements of the Tsukuyomi. After forcing Tsukuyomi back, Jianyue controlled it to hide within the steam created by the blazing arrows passing through the water. Although the steam might obstruct the vision of ordinary ninjas, it was nothing to Jianyue. He could see clearly. It was no surprise that the information chief of the Mist Village, with years of battle experience, could save his life. But how would he dodge the third attack? Chapter 85. Pay attention to above your head, watch out above. Pai Pa Shirzong loudly reminded Suikazan Hebe, who was enveloped in steam and unable to see clearly. At that moment, a dark purple fireball emitting terrifying heat suddenly appeared in midair. The fireball was like a burning meteor, crashing down towards Suikazan Hebe's head with unparalleled power and speed, distorting the surrounding air with its intense flames. In fact, there was no need for Pai Pa Shirzong's warning. Suikazan Hebe had already felt a surge of heat above him when he had just used the Samugai to absorb the spiral shuriken. He wanted to swing the Samugai again for defense, but there was no time. He could only use his secret technique to make his hair grow rapidly upward, forming several spikes to intercept the blazing spiral ball. However, the blazing spiral ball was a bloodline limit ninjutsu, and Suikazan Hebe's hair technique had no effect at all. Those chakra-enhanced hair spikes could pierce even hard rock, but the moment they came into contact with the blazing spiral ball, they were burned to ashes like ordinary weeds. Suikazan Hebe twisted his massive body with all his might, every muscle straining, every vein throbbing, trying to avoid the critical strike. In this life-and-death moment, his enormous size was utilized as a means of survival. His will to live was at its peak. However, Jianyue would not give him this opportunity. Under his remote control, the blazing spiral ball exploded in the despairing gaze of Suikazan Hebe, enveloping him in dark purple flames. The internal flame, chakra, mercilessly raised the temperature within a radius of several meters to an unimaginable level. Suikazan Hebe's skin and muscles began to melt under the extreme heat that exceeded human limits, and the intense pain made him scream out. Yet even so, he did not give up his desire to survive. He exerted his strength in his right hand, pressing the Samugai against his chest while anxiously shouting, "Samugai, hurry!" However, the Samugai in his hand did not cooperate. Instead, it turned and bit off half of Suikazan Hebe's right arm before plunging into the water and escaping. Samugai, you? Clearly, Suikazan Hebe did not expect that the great blade Samugai, which had accompanied him for so many years and fought countless battles, would betray him when he was closest to death. Without the help of the Samugai, Suikazan Hebe was inevitably burned to death by the flame. To be honest, this scene was quite dramatic. Jianyue was originally prepared to launch the spiral jade for a finishing blow, but was taken aback by the fact that Suikazan Hebe was bitten by his own Samugai. Ha! Jianyue laughed out loud. You Mist Village can even have your ninja blade betray its master. What is real anymore? It's a joke that such a village full of falsehoods can still exist today. Now, 3 out of the 7 ninja swordsmen had fallen, and the remaining 4 showed ugly expressions upon hearing Jianyue's taunts. Even the previously furious Kagaya Chiharu appeared a bit flustered. Before coming here, they had thoroughly researched all the intelligence on Konoha's Gale, among which the most troublesome were the space-time ninjutsu, the fire-based bloodline limits. And that Win ninjutsu, that was the source of his title. According to the original tactical arrangement of the ninja swordsman, Kagaya Chiharu was supposed to create a water domain to first block Jianyue's space-time ninjutsu. Then, Suikazan Hebe would serve as the front line to withstand the opponent's ninjutsu attacks, while the others would launch a pincer attack from different directions. In terms of tactical execution, they had done thoroughly. Even with 1 less member before the battle, They had still completed all actions in the tactical plan. But why is it like this now? This question filled the minds of the remaining members of the ninja swordsmen. It was not entirely their fault, as Jianyue's information leak on the missed battlefield was minimal. In fact, forcing Jianyue to use the Spiral Jade already put the ninja swordsman ahead of all other missed teams on the battlefield. The weaknesses of the Spiral Jade ninjutsu were easy to identify, the first being the number. Paipa Shirzong closely monitored the blue glowing chakra sphere hovering behind Jianyue. Nervously swallowing saliva secreted from his tension, and then calmly analyzed, that sphere of his will disappear after one use of ninjutsu. There are only 5 left. Actually, it wasn't necessary for Paipa Shirzong to remind them. Kuro Shovel Reiga, Tsukasa Ye, and Kagaya Chiharu had also noticed. Logically, they should have launched another simultaneous attack, trying to consume the spheres created by the mysterious ninjutsu one by one. However, the recent fate of Suikazan Hibi made them hesitant. No one knew if they would become the next target of concentrated fire. If even a frontline tank like Suikazan Hibi couldn't withstand 3 spheres concentrated fire, how could they? Being fragile? Reiga, why didn't you go just now? Kagaya Chiharu suddenly pointed at Kuro Shovel Reiga, blaming him. Kuro Shovel Reiga didn't expect that even at this moment, Kagaya Chiharu would start to turn on him. He spat in anger and retorted, I was never meant to be a close combat fighter in the plan. With that strange rebounding ninjutsu of theirs, using a powerful lightning strike would only harm you all. So you just watch from the sidelines? What? You 4 went up, and in an instant one of you was killed. What could I do? Paipa Shirzong widened his eyes, looking incredulously at the scene before him, his expression turning dark. Did these people have any brains? Even at this point, they were still infighting. Meanwhile, Tsukasa Ye frowned and retreated behind the others. He had already lost the will to fight. He just wanted Kagaya, Chiharu, and the others to charge forward to attract Jianyue's attention so he could find an opportunity to break the barrier and escape. The dull blade dogo was a set consisting of an axe and a hammer, although its power and agility were not as good as other ninja blades. Its ability to break defenses was the strongest among all ninja blades. He had not seen this red barrier and did not know its specific strength, but he was confident he could break it with a dogo. The only difficulty lay in how to escape under the gaze of that monster. Chapter 86. Water Dragon Bite Explosion. Unfortunately, Jianyue could not read minds. Otherwise, if he knew Tsukasa Ye's plan, he would not know what expression to wear. Just as Tsukasa Ye was unsure of the strength of the barrier created by the 4 Crimson Sun formation, Jianyue also did not know how strong the so-called breaking ability of the dull blade dogo truly was. However, it could be confirmed that no matter how strong the dogo's ability was, it could not break the 4 Crimson Sun formation. Without a moment's mourning for Suikazan Hibi's death, the remaining 4 members of the ninja swordsmen were about to face the second wave of attacks from Konoha's Gale, Jianyue. As the thought stirred, the spiral gem behind Jianyue seemed to be endowed with life, rapidly shooting out and leaving a blue trail in the air. Then, this spiral gem suddenly struck the water surface, splashing water while transforming into a strong blue electric current. This blue current did not dissipate. Instead, it split apart at an astonishing speed, forming 4 giant lightning hunting dogs with arcs of electricity dancing in their fur, racing across the water's surface towards the enemy. Meanwhile, Jianyue's body was once again entwined and enhanced by the electric arcs of the Thousand Birds flow, accelerating towards Guizhong, Qianren. Haiki Lei collided the double blades of the Thunderblade with the lightning dogs, releasing a massive electric current that intercepted the 4 lightning dogs a few meters away. Guizhong Qianren saw Qingshui Jianyue charging towards him and understood that the release attack of the flatfish would have no effect on him and would instead harm himself. Therefore, he used the secret technique of the Guizhong clan, Great Water Arm Technique, controlling the water flow to form muscles around his arms. He then tightened his grip on the flatfish's hilt and swung it towards Jianyue with a powerful strike. At the same time, Paipa Shirzong also swung his decapitation big knife towards Jianyue's back. Since Haiki Lei intercepted the lightning dogs, the 3, who had just been blaming each other, surprisingly coordinated very well. Without hesitation, Jianyue instantly controlled 2 spiral gems to fly out. One of the spiral gems was ignited by dark purple flames, and quickly transformed into a massive circular flame shield, firmly blocking Jianyue's back. At this moment, the decapitation big knife in Pai Pa Shi Zhang's hand struck fiercely against this flame shield, but surprisingly, the incredibly hard blade melted upon contact with the shield. Under Jianyue's control, the other spiral gem shot towards the water surface at an astonishing speed, instantly merging with it upon contact. At the same time, a massive whirlpool suddenly formed beneath Guizhong Qianren's feet, as if it wanted to swallow him. Guizhong Qianren looked at the suddenly appeared whirlpool in surprise. But he had no time to think too much, because at that moment, high-pressure water columns shot out from the whirlpool, striking him like cannonballs. And these water columns were so powerful that they directly sent Guizhong Qianren flying into the air. However, the attack was not over. Next, a gigantic water dragon surged from the water, opening its mouth wide and ruthlessly biting down on Guizhong Qianren, its massive strength preventing him from breaking free. Spiral Gem Water Escape Water Dragon Bite Explosion. Feeling a tremendous chill enveloping his entire body, Guizhong Qianren hurriedly used the water transformation secret technique, channeling chakra to turn his body into liquid. Unbeknownst to him, Jianyue was waiting for this moment. When the water dragon leaped out of the water with Guizhong Qianren in its mouth, Jianyue had already inserted the mist cutter into the water dragon's body, where it connected to the water below. Thousand Birds Flow Full Power Discharge. A large amount of chakra was instantaneously transformed, turning into a violent blue electric current, using the water flow as a natural conductor. Within a fraction of a second, arcs of electricity spread throughout the water dragon's body. Just as Guizhong Qianren had just entered the water transformation state, and hadn't he even had a moment to breathe, he suddenly felt a wave of paralysis. He immediately realized that he had fallen into Qingshui Jianyue's trap, struck by the most lethal lightning technique in water transformation state. Damn Qingshui Jianyue. Before he could finish his curse, Jianyue had already formed a hand seal with one hand, controlling the huge water dragon to bite down heavily. This was an attack-type water escape technique from the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, said to possess a biting force of tens of thousands of tons, capable of shredding any defense. Although there might be elements of exaggeration, biting a paralyzed Guizhong Qianren to death was still quite simple. A large amount of blood dripped from the corner of the massive water dragon's mouth, and within seconds, the ninjutsu was completed, transforming the gigantic water dragon into a small, rootless waterfall that fell from the sky. Falling alongside it were two segments of Guizhong Qianren's body. On the other side, Pai Pa Shi Zhang looked grimly at the decapitation knife in his hand, which had only 1/3 of its blade remaining. He was feeling a bit despondent. The full name of the decapitation big knife was Broken Blade Decapitation, and it was indeed aptly named, although it could absorb the iron elements in blood to repair itself. The premise was that it had to strike the enemy. By now, more than half of the 7 ninja swordsmen had died, and they hadn't even touched Qingshui Jianyue once. To be honest, Pai Pa Shi Zhang was already feeling a bit desperate. The opponent had come with the intention of wiping out the 7 ninja swordsmen and had even set up a barrier from the beginning to prevent them from having a chance to escape. Is he truly the hunter, and we the prey? Pai Pa Shi Zhang couldn't help but think to himself. Suddenly, a scream came from the edge of the barrier, as a figure was sent flying dozens of meters away by the high-intensity chakra flowing through the barrier. This figure was none other than Tong Chao Yi RIN. Just now, he had taken advantage of his teammates fighting Qingshui Jianyue to sneak to the edge of the barrier and smash Do's axe hard against it. To increase the force, he even used a hammer to strike the back of the axe. The result was just as described. The barrier was unscathed, but he was knocked back by the powerful chakra. Jianyue had long noticed that this chatterbox among the 7 ninja swordsmen was trying to slip away, but he was not worried at all that the opponent would have a chance to escape under the encirclement of the 4 red yang formation, so he simply ignored him. At this moment, he had just finished off Guizhong Qianren and had a free hand, and then this Tong Chao Yi RIN came right to his doorstep. Seizing the opportunity, Jianyue directly controlled a spiral gem to shoot towards the Tong Chao Yi RIN, who had nowhere to borrow strength in midair. The spiral gem rapidly expanded as it flew, with dark purple flames flowing within, precisely the great flame extinguishing arrow. The fiery giant arrow flew across the water surface, leaving behind a line of high-temperature steam, ultimately piercing through Tong Chao Yi Ren's chest. The extreme heat instantly melted all of Tong Chao Yi Ren's internal organs, and he didn't even have time to scream before his body fell into the water. Chapter 87. Sealing due to the caster Guizong Qianren's death. The water area created by the great explosive water wave began to slowly disappear, but at this speed, it would still take a few minutes. This meant that Jianyu's previously placed flying thunder god Kanai would soon be reactivated. However, this was of no concern to Jianyu, as only a few minutes had passed since the battle began, and only 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen remained alive. Pai Pa Shizong and Heike Leiyu exchanged glances, and each saw a hint of determination in the other's eyes. Without any unnecessary words, Pai Pa Shizong charged towards Qingshui Jianyue with his decapitation big knife, which had only 1/3 of its blade left. He could have used his teammates' corpses to help repair the decapitation big knife, but he would not choose to do so. Although born in the blood mist of Kirigakure and raised under the ninja education that justified any means to achieve one's goals, even utilizing teammates, deep down, he was still someone who cared for his companions. Heike Leiyu also gave up on continuing to use lightning techniques and instead coordinated with Pai Pa Shizong to attack Jianyu from another direction. From the very beginning of this battle, all his abilities had been completely restrained by Qingshui Jianyue, which made him feel like he was on the edge throughout the fight. However, in the previous battles, apart from using large-scale lightning techniques to resist the opponent's control, he had secretly released low-power lightning currents underwater. Heike Leiyu hoped to see if he could paralyze the enemy from below, as even just a second of control would be enough. The tiny currents couldn't even get close to Jianyu. And under Jianyu's full visual field with his 6 eyes, the seemingly concealed attacks of Heike Leiyu were no different from charging in openly. At this moment, the 2 charging at Jianyu looked like lone heroes, filled with a sense of tragic grandeur. However, unfortunately for Jianyu, the trouble these 2 posed together was still less than that of a single watermelon mountain pufferfish demon. At least he needed to avoid the shark skin to prevent having his chakra absorbed. Within a few minutes, Jianyu easily dealt with both Biwa Juzu and Heike Leiyu. Heike Leiyu, whose lightning release was restrained, was immediately taken down by Jianyu's concentrated fire, while Biwa Juzu, whose weapon was broken, was firmly restrained in place by Shoha's sand. After eliminating Heike Leiyu, Jianyu freed up his hands and, in less than 2 rounds, beheaded the last remaining member of the Sword of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, Biwa Juzu. Thus, the Sword of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, formed by the 3rd Mizukage and once notorious in the ninja world, was confirmed dead. At this time, the water domain created by the great explosion of the water wave had also disappeared. Jianyu stood in place, looking up at the sky in a daze. Not knowing what he was thinking, coming back to his senses, he formed a hand seal with one hand, controlling his shadow clone to the 4 Scarlet Sun formation. Boom! Outside the barrier, Might Guy saw Jianyu's shadow clone disappear and immediately rushed into the battlefield. The battle scene between Jianyu and the Sword of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen was still quite intense, at least visually, especially Jianyu, who seemed to be throwing out high-level ninjutsu as if he had no chakra to spare. Might Guy's 8 Gates technique closed shortly after the 4 Scarlet Sun formation was established, and at this moment, he and his companions rushed into the woods. What met their eyes was a forest that had been battered beyond recognition by massive torrents of water. Since the recent battle mostly took place above the water, there were not many other battle traces. Next to several small puddles that had not yet dried up lay various scatter corpses, belonging to the Sword of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, who had just been boasting about sewing up Guy and his companions. Guy looked around and quickly spotted Jianyu, who was collecting the swords of the ninja. Jianyu, great! Guy exclaimed excitedly, jumping up. He had been so worried outside that he almost pressed his face against the barrier of the 4 Scarlet Sun formation to watch the battle. Hearing Guy's excited voice, Jianyu turned to him and gave a thumbs up with a confident smile. Hee. On the other side, Might Guy skillfully ran over to the other corpses, gathering them along with the ninja swords in his hands, showcasing his unique technique honed from decades of performing river cleanup missions. With someone helping to save in the trouble, Jianyu took the opportunity to observe the shark skin in his hand, which looked more like a living creature than a weapon. After the battle ended, Jianyue originally planned to search for this traitorous sword that had abandoned its master and run away, but to his surprise, Sharkskin jumped over and kept trying to rub against Jianyue. Shoha was immediately furious. How dare such a broken sword be so arrogant? With both hands forming seals, he controlled a mass of sand to envelop Sharkskin, sealing it temporarily. Jianyue suspected that this Sharkskin might be a malevolent spirit similar to the Earth Grudge Fear. Before the Otsutsuki sowed the seeds of the divine tree, there were many native spirits in the ninja world, and most of the powerful malevolent entities were sealed by the Sage of Six Paths, leaving only some that posed little harm. Walking over to the gathered corpses of the sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen alongside Might Dai, Jianyue casually said, "You've worked hard." Then he took out an ordinary storage scroll from his ninja tool pouch and sealed the bodies of the sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen inside. These corpses had great value. As the first team of the Mist Village, especially the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon, their brains must contain a lot of valuable information. On the front lines of the Mist Village, there were also several ninjas from the Yamanaka clan, and Jianyue planned to return and hand over these corpses to them, letting them work overtime to extract the information. Then Jianyue took out a blank scroll and a brush, beginning to draw the sealing formula on it. Guy, watching Jianyue write and draw, quietly asked Might Dai, "Father, do you know what this is?" This. Might Dai would be surprised if he knew, but he seemed to have seen something like it before, but couldn't recall at the moment. Jianyue chuckled lightly and helped Might Dai out of his predicament, saying, "This is a summoning technique for ninja tools. I need to replace the summoning technique on these swords that belong to the Mist Village. Otherwise, when the news of a sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen's deaths reaches the Mist Village, these swords might be summoned back by the Mist Village. In the Mist Village, there is a scroll inscribed with the summoning techniques of the 7 ninja swords. If the swords become ownerless, the Mist Village can use the techniques on the scroll to summon the scattered swords back to the Mist Village. What Jianyue needs to do now is inscribe a new summoning technique on the swords and seal the original summoning technique belonging to the Mist Village, making it a classic Russian nesting doll situation in the ninja world. However, while this sounds simple, when it comes to practical operation, there are no more than a handful of ninjas in the current ninja world capable of doing this. Jianyue is one of them. Chapter 88, Yamanaka. Jianyue's explanation was very easy to understand, and even Might Guy instantly grasped it, exclaiming, "So that's how it's resolved. Amazing. No wonder it's Lord Jianyue." In this post-battle victory speech segment, there was never a lack of someone to support the main act. Might Guy's 2 teammates, upon seeing the sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen, originally thought they were doomed. Although they had heard that Lord Jianyue often traversed the battlefield alone, saving lives in the Mist battlefield, they didn't expect their small team to be so lucky to actually encounter him. At this point, Jianyue had completed the drawing of the summoning technique. He placed several ninja swords, including shark skin, onto the open scroll and began forming hand seals rapidly. Monkey, pig, ox, rat, tiger. As Jianyue completed the hand seals, the tadpole-like characters on the scroll began to glow. Sealing. The 7 ninja swords were sealed one by one onto the scroll, leaving behind 7 sword patterns within specially drawn diamond-shaped blocks. With the technique completed, Jianyue put away all his tools. He turned around to examine Might Guy and his companions. Although Guy and he were not in the same class at the ninja school, his memory was quite good. After closing his eyes and recalling, he said, "I remember you guys are from Class D, right?" Might Guy replied, "Yeah, but Teacher Akimichi said the situation on the Cloud Village front is tense. So he went to the land of water battlefield. This situation is actually not uncommon. Not only Akimichi Dinza, but also many jounin like Jianyue's team leader, Yamanaka Kaichi, would not always protect their own teams during wartime. So why did you come to the Mist battlefield?" Might Guy suddenly became bashful. "All right, no need to listen anymore." Jianyue only needed to glance at the embarrassed expressions of Might Guy's trio to know that they must have taken on an unsuitable mission for some reason. However, he couldn't blame them too much, as ninjas are inherently a profession that dances on the edge of a knife, especially during war. Encountering unexpected strong enemies like the sword of the 7 ninja swordsmen during a mission is something no one can foresee. There's no need to be overly harsh. On the other hand, Might Dai Witnessing Jianyue truly achieve the glorious feat of sealing 7 into 1 couldn't help but shed tears of excitement, mumbling phrases like, "This is youth." Since Might Guy and his companions still needed to return to the village to report their mission status, Might Guy would naturally follow his son. Jianyue quickly bid them farewell and turned to leave alone. Watching Jianyue's back, Might Guy made a firm resolution, turning to Might Guy and declaring, "Father, in the future, I will definitely protect my companions in the village with my own strength, just like Kagemitsu." Upon hearing his son's determined words, Might Guy smiled widely, revealing his white teeth that gleamed in the sunlight. "What a wonderful youth, Kai. Let's run back to the village upside down." "Yes, father." With the witness of Kai's two teammates, the two green beasts quickly ran, or rather crawled, toward the village using their hands and feet. As Kai's teammates, they had gotten used to it. On the other side, Kagemitsu, who had just parted ways with a few people, was searching in the direction where the 7 ninja swordsmen had come from. After not finding any stragglers, he directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to the mist-hidden frontline camp. The first thing Kagemitsu did upon returning to the camp was to hand over the scroll containing the bodies of the 7 ninja swordsmen to the ninja from the Yamashiro clan in the camp. As the scroll was opened, a puff of smoke dispersed, revealing 7 rather incomplete corpses in the interrogation department's storage room. Kagemitsu believed he had been careful not to damage the heads when he struck, so it shouldn't affect the Yamashiro clan's secret techniques. However, Kagemitsu noticed that the 3 Yamashiro clan ninjas seemed to react strangely. One young man, about 20 years old, named Yamashiro Shinji, stammered, "Why, you mean? These corpses are the 7 ninja swordsmen." The oldest looking among them, Yamashiro Masaki, suddenly covered his face and shouted with wide eyes. To be honest, the other party had originally worn a serious expression, and the sudden shout startled Kagemitsu. This was something even the living 7 ninja swordsmen had not achieved. The only female among the Yamashiro clan, Yamashiro Miki, clasped her hands together and excitedly stared at the 7 bloody corpses, saying, "Lord Kagemitsu, did you kill them all by yourself? This incision is amazing. No, it's incredible." Kagemitsu twitched the corner of his mouth. The personalities of these Yamashiro clan interrogators were quite unique. Or perhaps the ninjas in the interrogation department had somewhat abnormal mentalities. However, seeing that the corpses seemed to be fine, Kagemitsu casually deflected their excitement and quickly found an excuse to leave. After exiting the interrogation department, Kagemitsu hummed a little tune and strolled around the camp. He decided to take a break today and not go out to play cat and mouse with those mist ninjas. Moreover, with the 7 ninja swordsmen killed and the continuous sweeps over the past few months, the mist-hidden battlefield had basically lost all suspense. However, unlike the situation in the Land of Rivers battlefield, even if the situation was extremely unfavorable for Sunagakure, they could still send a large force to engage in a decisive battle with Konoha. The Mist Village could not do that because there were no sufficiently large small countries as buffer zones between the two countries. The Mist Village's invasions primarily relied on small team infiltrations, although this caused considerable losses in the Land of Fire. When the Mist Village dispatched a large number of ninja troops, Konoha could quickly respond and provide substantial reinforcements. If they were to engage in an open landing battle, Konoha would not fear the Mist Village from the beginning. Even if the Mist Village succeeded in landing in the Land of Fire, their logistical support and supply lines would not be as convenient as Konoha's, which was backed by its homeland. In summary, Kagemitsu felt relieved, as he had volunteered to come to the Mist side specifically to kill the 7 ninja swordsmen, and now that his goal was achieved, he had also established an advantage on the Mist battlefield, especially today, when he heard Kai say that his instructor Akimichi Dingza was sent to assist due to the pressing situation on the battlefield in the Land of Water. He felt a desire to help Captain Minato and Kakashi over there. Sigh, this damned sense of responsibility. However, considering that the advantages on the Mist battlefield were largely dependent on Kagemitsu alone, and that a large-scale war was unlikely to break out between the two sides, it made it difficult for Kagemitsu to leave immediately. Therefore, Kagemitsu decided to take advantage of the merchant ship he had previously marked with the Flying Thunder God, which would soon arrive in the Land of Water, to fly there, capture the 3 tails, and then release it in the Mist Village to create a big disturbance. This way, Kagemitsu could finish off the mist battlefield in one go without needing to remain stationed there. Then, he could choose to assist in the land of water. If he coordinated well with Captain Minato, using the flying thunder god and sealing techniques together, there would be a great chance of capturing the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, alive. This would allow him to directly end the war on the cloud side as well. After all, he also quite disliked the Mist Village. Chapter 89. Seized the day, Kagemitsu walked around the camp, contemplating, and still felt that he should go to the land of water to completely deal with the Mist Village, and then head to the land of soup to confront the Cloud Village. At this moment, a figure appeared before him. It was Uchiha Ruri, leaning against a wall, her fingers pressing on her temples. Kagemitsu had nothing to do at the moment, so he walked over and asked, "Hey, isn't this Ruri? How come you have a headache after not seeing you for a few days?" Uchiha Ruri did not look at him and continued to rub her temples, saying, "I felt a bit dizzy this morning, but it should be fine. What about you? What's wrong with me?" Kagemitsu pointed to himself upon hearing her words. "You seem quite happy. Which famous mist ninja team did you take down today?" Sure enough, as an old teammate, Uchiha Ruri immediately guessed the reason for Kagemitsu's happiness. The 7 ninja swordsmen. Kagemitsu's mouth curled into a mischievous smile, though that smile was indeed not suitable for his face. Seeing his ghostly expression, Uchiha Ruri couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, people really want to laugh in extremely exasperating situations. But she quickly reacted, her eyes widening slightly. "You went to kill the 7 ninja swordsmen without calling me? Huh?" Kagemitsu remembered that once, while executing a difficult task with Uchiha Shursui and Ruri, they had talked about this matter. At that time, they were gathered around a campfire on a coastline. Crackle, crackle, the flames danced on the slightly damp branches. Uchiha Shursui gently placed the firewood he had just gathered for the second time on the ground and said with some concern, "Kagemitsu, starting a fire here might attract enemies." Kagemitsu waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I've sensed it. There are no enemies in this area." Hearing Kagemitsu's assurance, Uchiha Shursui felt relieved. During this time together, he had come to trust Kagemitsu's sensing abilities very much. But isn't this a bit too leisurely? Uchiha Shursui glanced at the burning fire. At this moment, Kagemitsu was rapidly processing a fish the size of an arm. Why did I say rapidly? Because Kagemitsu's method of processing was not the traditional knife cutting. He released dark purple flames at his fingertips and inserted his fingers into the fish's belly. With Kagemitsu's superb control, the high temperature instantly melted all the internal organs of the fish without damaging the flesh at all. In fact, Kagemitsu could even use flames to cook the fish directly. But that would be rather boring, wouldn't it? He casually handed a processed fish to Uchiha Ruri, who had just sharpened a wooden stick with a kunai, and she immediately skewered the fish from tail to head and placed it by the fire. Hearing Shursui's words, Kagemitsu sighed and said somewhat exasperatedly, "Shursui, each of us is not born into this world to suffer." Uchiha Shursui replied, "But these things can wait until after the war." He was right, Shursui. Uchiha Ruri interrupted Shursui's words, saying that enduring hardship now does not mean enjoyment after the war ends, but enjoying now truly means enjoyment. In Uchiha Ruri's view, the so-called war and peace have no meaning to her. All she wants is to keep getting stronger. If her journey to become stronger can be a bit easier along the way, she wouldn't refuse that. "Right, Ruri, I'll leave this to you." While speaking, Jianyue had already handled another task. Jianyue strongly agreed with Uchiha Ruri's values, at least on this point. Shoha lay back on a rock, crossing his legs, admiring the brilliant stars in the night sky of the Land of Fire. He slightly turned his body and faced the others, saying, "Jishuei, you should enjoy your current life. You wouldn't have imagined such days before, so be careful you won't have the chance to enjoy them in the future." Shoha's remark finally broke through Jishuei's psychological defenses. Am I really out of place?" Uchiha didn't understand, but he was shocked because this was completely different from the education he received since childhood, which taught ninjas to endure all difficulties. Shoha, Jianyue, and Shoha exchanged glances and mutually gave each other a thumbs up. Not long after, the aroma of grilled fish wafted across the coastline. Shoha caught the scent and jumped off the rock like a hungry dog pouncing on its prey. He pulled out a grilled fish and was ready to eat it, but the next second, the fish was snatched away by Jianyue. Oh no! Jianyue's left hand transformed into a knife and slapped Shoha's head while educating him. Idiot, it hasn't been seasoned yet. While saying this, Jianyue took out a bottle from the side and sprinkled the prepared spices evenly onto the grilled fish, then handed it to Shoha, who was eagerly waiting. Taking a bite, feeling the stimulation of various flavors, Shoha immediately spun around in satisfaction. Jianyue also sprinkled spices on the remaining grilled fish and handed them to Uchiha Ruri and Uchiha Jishue. After receiving it, Uchiha Ruri brought it closer to her nose and exclaimed in surprise, "You actually brought spices with you while on a mission?" She genuinely didn't expect to lose, even in such a detail, to Jianyue. "Oh, I bought this at the market in that town we passed through during the day. This is a specialty spice from the coastal area. I bought a lot without hesitation when I smelled it." Uchiha Jishue realized, it was during that time. "I remember it was you, Jianyue, who suggested going to that town to gather information about the 7 ninja swordsmen. But you were actually going to the market, right?" Jianyue's face flushed as he defended himself. "What market? A ninja gathering information can't be called going to the market. I really wanted to know about the 7 ninja swordsmen." Uchiha Jishue chuckled. All right, but Jianyue, you really care about the 7 ninja swordsmen. I will definitely inform you as soon as I have information about them." Hearing this, Jianyue happily replied, "Then it's a deal." With many people, strength in numbers, Jishue had the whole Uchiha clan backing him. And having spent so long on the battlefield in the Land of Water, his information-gathering ability here was much stronger than Jianyue's. Uchiha Ruri felt like she had become an outsider, just enjoying free food while listening to the two make plans. She swallowed a piece of grilled fish that was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and her indifferent expression seemed to soften due to the delicious food. She looked at Jianyue and said softly, "Then when you have information about the 7 ninja swordsmen, remember to take me along." Shoha shouted unwillingly, "And me? I want to go too." Jianyue was never someone who dampens the mood, and he readily agreed, Sure. Uchiha Jishue looked at the warm scene before him and felt like he understood Jianyue and the others' thoughts. Such an interesting life should indeed be enjoyed when one has the chance. Chapter 90. Turning point back to the present. As soon as Uchiha Ruri saw Jianyue's pensive expression, she knew he must have remembered something. Her cheeks unconsciously puffed up as she wanted to hear what reason Jianyue would come up with. Jianyue indeed remembered. He had originally planned to explain that he had been in a hurry to leave, but seeing Uchiha Ruri's angry expression was quite different from her usual self. He couldn't help but chuckle. At his laugh, Uchiha Ruri surprisingly laughed along. However, while laughing, she punched Jianyue in the chest. Ouch! Jianyue exaggeratedly cried out, and his poor acting made Shoha unable to bear watching. Uchiha Ruri tossed her long hair and said, "Forget it. Anyway, you're stronger than I am, so you can do whatever you want." Her reason for wanting to fight alongside the 7 ninja swordsmen was just concern that this guy might get hurt. But seeing him so happy, it was clear he would enjoy it. Since that was the case, Uchiha Ruri no longer felt the need to hold onto the previous agreement. Now that your goal for coming here has been accomplished, what are your plans next? Hearing Uchiha Ruri's question, Jianyue suddenly felt he might be a bit too easy to read. Uchiha Ruri seemed to have been able to sense his thoughts since they first met. Suppressing the strange feeling, Jianyue replied, "You got me there, Ruri. I was just thinking about whether to stay here longer or go to the Land of Soup to provide support." Uchiha Ruri asked, "And then? What do you plan to do?" Without hesitation, Jianyue replied, "I plan to go to the Land of Water first, then to the Land of Soup, and give those mountain-dwelling rascals from the Land of Cloud a good lesson. Since they didn't call you to kill the 7 ninja swordsmen, this time I can take you along." Speaking of the mountain-dwelling rascals, Jianyue waved his fists a few times. He hadn't had a satisfying fight in a long time over here in the Land of Water, and if it was the Land of Cloud, there should be opponents to pique his interest. Upon hearing Jianyue mention going to the Land of Water, Uchiha Ruri suddenly felt as if a voice had appeared in her mind, a feeling that was both strange yet extremely familiar, as if she had heard it a long time ago. "Don't go to the Land of Water." "What?" "Don't go to the Land of Water, or you will regret it." "What's wrong, Ruri?" Jianyue noticed Uchiha Ruri's gaze was somewhat dazed. He leaned in closer, waved his hand in front of her eyes, and called out loudly, "Don't go to the Land of Water?" Uchiha Ruri murmured. Jianyue's ears were very sensitive, and he clearly heard Uchiha Ruri's words, but he didn't quite understand what she meant. Following the principle of asking when curious, Jianyue directly asked, "Are you saying you don't want me to go to the land of water? But why would you say that?" At this moment, Uchiha Ruri also came back to her senses. Hearing Jianyue's question, she was just as confused. The voice that felt both familiar and strange had already disappeared, and the headache that had inexplicably started this morning also vanished along with that voice. It must be said that Uchiha Ruri and Jianyue were quite similar in some aspects of their personalities. Just like now, Uchiha Ruri directly described everything that had just happened in her mind to Jianyue. "Jianyue, just now, when you mentioned going to the land of water, a voice suddenly appeared in my mind." After listening to Uchiha Ruri's description, Jianyue pondered with his hand on his chin. "Are you saying that when I proposed going to the land of water, that voice appeared, saying not to go to the land of water? That going would lead to regret?" Uchiha Ruri nodded. "Exactly," and it repeated many times. "I can't be mistaken." This left Jianyue somewhat at a loss. This situation was very similar to the mind-secret techniques of the Yamano clan. However, not to mention that there wouldn't be any members of the Yamano clan attacking Uchiha Ruri in this camp. Just the fact that the voice could make Uchiha Ruri feel familiar ruled out that possibility. "Showa, what do you think?" Jianyue threw the question to Shohei. Wanted to hear its opinion. Shohei was actually also intrigued by Uchiha Ruri's narration. It began to wag its only tail, a subconscious action it performed when deep in thought. "Buddy, I remember you didn't mention your plans for the land of water to anyone before." Upon hearing Shohei's words, Uchiha Ruri cast a confirming glance at Jianyue. Jianyue replied, "Yeah, that was before I killed the 7 ninja swordsmen. At that time, I couldn't find any trace of them in the land of fire, so I thought about directly attacking the hidden mist village in the land of water." Hearing Jianyue's plan, Uchiha Ruri widened her eyes in surprise and said, "You want to challenge one of the 5 great hidden villages by yourself?" No wonder Uchiha Ruri is always being overshadowed by this guy. Just this level of ambition already puts her at a disadvantage. Jianyue placed his hands behind his head and chuckled. "Huh, who told the 7 ninja swordsmen not to show up? I had no choice but to wait at the entrance of their village. But now that my goal has been achieved, this time I just need to destroy their village facilities." Uchiha Ruri looked at Shohei. She seemed to understand why Shohei brought this up. Jianyue also realized and said to Shohei, "You mean someone is tracking me, knows I'm planning to go to the land of water, and then somehow transmitted this information to Ruri's mind?" Shohei nodded and continued to analyze. "It might not necessarily be tracking. With your perception ability, this person must have used other means to learn about your plan." Jianyue's expression became serious. "So, you mean it could be someone familiar around us?" That explains why Ruri felt the voice was familiar. A cold wind swept through, as if casting a shadow over the group. The more Jianyue and the others analyzed, the more they felt a chill run down their spines, realizing that such a terrifying figure could be disguised as someone around them, secretly observing their every move. Thinking of this, Jianyue suddenly activated his 6 eyes with full force, instantly collecting all information within dozens of kilometers into his mind. But he did not discover any unusual person or the existence of white Zetsu. This was strange. No, Jianyue felt he needed to change his analytical approach. The owner of this voice might not have spoken a warning about going to the land of water out of malice. Moreover, even though this voice appeared when he mentioned going to the land of water, it didn't necessarily mean the warning was directed at him. Jianyue felt he was grasping something. Just then, Shohei exclaimed, "Why does this person think you will regret it? It can't be a prophecy, right?" He had always been skeptical about prophecies, but he had to admit he had indeed found a trustworthy partner now. Chapter 91. Uchiha Ruri frowned and asked in confusion, "But what does this person gain from it? Surely, she can't think that just one sentence would make you abandon your original plan, right? That's ridiculous." "That's right, for now, let's stick to my original plan." Although it was a bit arbitrary, Jianyue decided to continue with the plan to attack the hidden mist village in the land of water. In today's ninja world, Jianyue was confident that no one could stop him who possessed the flying thunder god technique. With his safety sufficiently guaranteed, Jianyue didn't think anyone in the land of water could threaten him. Uchiha Ruri said, "In that case, I'll go with you." However, Jianyue vetoed this proposal. "No, It's more convenient for me to act alone. If anything unexpected happens, I can use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape at any time. If the enemy was just the hidden mist village, bringing Uchiha Ruri along wouldn't be difficult, but now that the enemy is unknown, prioritizing my mobility is more important. After all, confidence is good, but arrogance is not. In the land of water, in a dark underground area, there lived a shadowy old man, none other than Uchiha Madara, who had faked his death after a fierce battle with the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and had survived until now. Lord Madara, this is the information on the Uchiha clan members I thought would be suitable to become pawns. A white Zetsu with spines handed a scroll to the frail old man. The old man, who had tubes sticking out of his back, was Uchiha Madara. At this moment, the elderly Madara took the information from white Zetsu and began to read. When he saw the first piece of information, he frowned and impatiently said, Uchiha Ruri, why are you giving me the information of a little girl? Have you been slacking off lately? The spiny white Zetsu replied helplessly, Lord Madara, this little girl Uchiha Ruri has a very high talent and has already awakened the 3 Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully, just a girl. The speed at which she awakens her eyes doesn't mean much for the Uchiha. While commenting, Uchiha Madara continued to read, and 2 names caught his attention. Uchiha Shursui, suspected of awakening the Manjiki Sharingan. Noticing his words, the spiny white Zetsu added, although he hasn't used the special techniques of the Manjiki Sharingan, his strength has indeed surpassed that of other Uchiha ninjas with ordinary 3 Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Madara did not expect that in this era, there would still be a ninja capable of awakening the Manjiki among those short-sighted Uchiha clansmen. However, the stronger the power, the harder it was to control. This Uchiha Shursui was not suitable to become his agent. Instead, another name in the information drew his attention. Uchiha Obito, the spiny white Zetsu asked curiously, Lord Madara, this Uchiha Obito has very low talent and hasn't awakened his eyes until now, and his mind isn't very sharp. His only advantage seems to be his habit of helping the elderly. Ha! Uchiha Madara sneered. The best soil for the birth of the Manjiki Sharingan is the loving Uchiha clansmen. Those with simple minds are easier to control. Since he likes helping the elderly so much, then let him help me, an old man. The spiny white Zetsu sometimes really couldn't understand what Madara was thinking. But who could argue with him as the leader? Uchiha Madara got up from the chair he had been sitting in, stretched his body a bit. He usually spent most of his time in slumber and would only wake up when white Zetsu had important information. After finishing reading all the information on Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara turned and asked, who is this Qingshui Jianyue? As soon as Uchiha Madara mentioned this, the spiny white Zetsu became excited and immediately recounted all the war information he had gathered recently to Uchiha Madara, as if he was recounting treasured family stories. If one were to say who had been the most prominent figure in the ninja world recently, Qingshui Jianyue would definitely be on the list. After all, he was the one who ended the war between 2 major hidden villages. However, Uchiha Madara clearly valued another identity of Qingshui Jianyue even more. That was one of the people Uchiha Obito cared about the most. According to the information brought by the spiny white Zetsu, the person who had the most significant impact on Uchiha Obito was not his teacher, Minato Namikaze, nor his teammates Kakashi Hitaki or Rin Noera, but this Qingshui Jianyue. Uchiha Madara's mind began to race with thoughts on how to use this bond to lure Uchiha Obito into darkness. The simplest method would be to set a trap to kill Qingshui Jianyue, as it was evident that Uchiha Obito had a very blind admiration for Qingshui Jianyue. If he saw that someone as strong as Qingshui Jianyue, you could also become a victim of the ninja village wars, it would definitely be hard for him to accept, ultimately leading him to deny this world. However, this was just the initial idea of the plan, to make Uchiha Obito fall into complete despair. Simply killing Qingshui Jianyue would not be foolproof. He needed to provide him with an even greater shock to ensure success. Thinking of this, Uchiha Madara began to consider what other pieces he could use. According to the intelligence, this Shimizu Ketsuki was already on par with the 5 Kage and had mastered the despicable Flying Thunder God technique. Therefore, he needed to hold onto a card that would prevent Shimizu Ketsuki from escaping. Just like back then, when the Gold and Silver brothers killed that sinister guy, Senju Tobarama. With this in mind, Uchimadara looked up and asked, "Does Shimizu Kitsuki have anything he values?" The spiky white Zetsu tilted his head and recalled. Based on Shimizu Kitsuki's current actions, he is a perfect inheritor of the will of fire from Konoha. If he is a Konoha ninja, he should care about it. Seeing Uchiha Madara's dissatisfied expression, spiky white Zetsu paused before continuing. However, if we're talking about what is most important to him, it should be his childhood friend, Noera Rin. Other important people include Hatake Kakashi, Uchiha Ruri, Hyuga Heiji, and Tsunade. Uchimadara sat back down in his chair, closing his eyes to think. The three people, Tsunade's granddaughter and Noera Rin and Hyuga Heiji, were currently in Konoha, making it too low a success rate to target them. Therefore, the only choices left were Uchiha Ruri and Hatake Kakashi, who were on the battlefield. However, he still needed to observe to decide which one to use as bait for the fixed battlefield, considering the distance. Uchiha Ruri and Shimizu Kitsuki were both on the same battlefield, which was a good opportunity. It would be best to lure both of them to the land of water so that he could personally use Genjutsu to control Uchiha Ruri, then use her to kill Shimizu Kitsuki, and finally pin the blame for the deaths of both on the Mist Village. This way, Uchiha Obito would surely fall under his control. Uchiha Madara looked around and asked, "Where did Obito go?" Spiky white Zetsu spread his hands and said, "I don't know. Probably off observing human waste again." "Humph, that idiot, truly a waste produced by Hashirama's cells. I need to go into slumber for a while. You keep an eye on Uchiha Ruri's movements and find a way to lure her to the land of water." "Yes, Lord Madara." Chapter 92, Arrival at the Land of Water in the command office of the Konoha Mist Frontline Camp. After hearing Kitsuki's plan, Uchiha Fugaku immediately opposed without hesitation, saying, "I disagree. This is too risky. If anyone in Konoha didn't want something to happen to Kitsuki, Uchiha Fugaku would definitely be on that list." Hyuga Hizashi also advised against it, saying, "What clan leader Fugaku said is reasonable. Now that we hold the advantage, there is no need to rush. As long as we proceed steadily, Konoha will definitely win this war." Kitsuki had his own plans. The trip to the land of water was something that had to be done. "Don't worry, I have the Flying Thunder God technique. If things go south, I can leave at any time, and I've done similar things many times in the land of rivers." It was true. Not long after Kitsuki stepped onto the battlefield, he had performed many similar self-destructing infantry actions with Minato Namikaze. He was quite skilled at it. However, compared to the Flying Thunder God technique, Kitsuki actually had more faith in the power of full counter. Seeing that Kitsuki had made up his mind, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hizashi could only suppress their urge to persuade him further. Kitsuki chuckled lightly and said casually, "Don't worry. For me, this level of task is no longer a challenge." After saying this, Kitsuki no longer lingered and directly sensed the Flying Thunder God mark he had left on a merchant ship to the land of water not long ago. Chakra rapidly circulated within him, and ultimately, Kitsuki and Shikaku on his shoulder were instantly transported to a strange port in the land of water. Watching Kitsuki disappear in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but exclaim, "The Flying Thunder God technique is truly amazing." Hyuga Hizashi nodded in agreement. Space-time ninjutsu was indeed one of the rarest and most powerful techniques in the ninja world, allowing ordinary ninjas who learned it to rapidly elevate their strength to a point where even bloodline limit ninjas could only look on in awe. One must admit that the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, was indeed a genius in this regard. The principle of the Flying Thunder God technique was actually similar to summoning techniques. By communicating with the prearranged Flying Thunder God mark, it allowed the mark to summon the main body. Thus, the difficulty in learning the Flying Thunder God technique lay in the ability to perceive spatial coordinates remotely and control chakra. These two talents were the key factors in learning the Flying Thunder God technique. Kitsuki had maximized both of these abilities, making his learning process remarkably efficient. When he was learning the Flying Thunder God technique back in the village, Kitsuki's progress truly astonished Minato Namikaze, prompting him to start a new season of Kitsuki praise. In contrast to the smooth learning of the Flying Thunder God technique, the progress of learning spirit transformation was somewhat concerning. Until now, Kitsuki had only grasped the surface of it. This time it wasn't Kitsuki being modest. He truly had only mastered the basics, unable to even perform the spirit transformation clone. In the land of waters, Rukanden port, Kitsuki set off early, and at this moment, the port was just beginning to see the morning light, with the sea breeze carrying a salty scent and a mysterious aura from afar. Striding confidently across the deck of the merchant ship, Kitsuki stepped onto this foreign land, but what he brought was not any good news. The wooden dock was bustling with activity. Sailors were busy moving about, and their shouts intertwined with the cries of seagulls, creating a vivid symphony. The masts of the old sailing ships towered into the clouds, and the sails swelled in the sea breeze, as if the giant birds of the sea were preparing to take flight. Merchants from all over the ninja world were haggling with each other, and the dock was piled high with various goods from spices and fabrics to heavy iron ore, each emitting a unique aroma, sketching out a picture of exotic island life. Porters carried heavy packages on their shoulders, sweat dripping down their foreheads. The waves gently lapped against the shore, making the entire port feel like a giant heart, constantly beating. Oh, this place looks completely different from the ports in the Land of Fire. Kitsuki, dressed in a simple cloth outfit and wearing a black hooded cloak, had removed his forehead protector, making him look like an ordinary merchant's child. This outfit was bought yesterday by Uchiha Ruri when she dragged Kitsuki to the most prosperous famous street near the frontline camp. She said that since they were infiltrating, it was necessary to prepare a suitable outfit for actions in the land of water. Kitsuki felt that girls were indeed more meticulous about such details. Kitsuki also found a skilled tailor who quickly made a simple black robe with a hood for Shikaku, matching his own outfit. Judging by Shikaku's expression, it seemed quite satisfied. Walking along the forest path in the land of water, Kitsuki honestly felt a bit damp. After all, it was indeed an island surrounded by the sea. Kitsuki had already secured the location of the Three Tails. In fact, for wild-tailed beasts that were not sealed, their locations were relatively easy to find. As long as the intelligence system of an organization wasn't too poor, they could find the location of the Three Tails with some effort. The Mist Village certainly knew where the Three Tails was hiding. However, due to the turbulent political environment within the village and the Mist Village's geographical isolation, no ninja village had ever invaded the land of water, so they weren't particularly urgent about needing the power of the tailed beast. Moreover, just having a six-tails Jinchuriki was already giving them a headache, and since the Three Tails usually stayed in one place without causing trouble, they simply dispatched a few ninja squads to monitor it occasionally. Time was not pressing for Kitsuki, so he started chatting with Shikaku along the way. "Shikaku, how much do you know about the Three Tails, Isabu?" Shoha recalled and shook his head, saying, "Not much. Actually, after the old man of the Six Paths left, our relationships among the tailed beasts haven't been very good. We used to fight each other often." Jianyue thought for a moment and continued to ask, "So what do you think the probability is that Isabu will agree to attack Kirigakure with us?" "It should be quite high." In this regard, Shoha was very confident. He considered that if he hated Tsunagakure so much, there was no reason for Isabu to like Kirigakure anymore. Back when Isabu was given a Kirigakure by the first Hokage, Senja Hashirama, they tried to seal the Three Tails to create a Jinchuriki. However, the outcome was evident. They failed, ultimately resulting in the first Jinchuriki of the Three Tails never appearing, and the Three Tails fled Kirigakure overnight. Well, go ask him. In fact, with Jianyue's current strength, causing some destruction in Kirigakure and then slipping away was not a difficult task. However, his goal was to cause widespread destruction to Kirigakure's buildings and facilities to constrain the village's living forces. For this purpose, the Three Tails tailed beast bomb was far more efficient than him tossing out kunai. When faced with the options of rebuilding the village or engaging in war, any village would know which option to choose. Chapter 93. Three Tails Isabu at a secret lake in the land of water. It was surrounded by mountains, with mist swirling around and lush vegetation, presenting a desolate appearance. From a distance, Jianyue had already sensed the enormous chakra at the bottom of the lake. Standing by the lake, Jianyue pondered how to call this giant, known as the Three Tails from the lake's depths. "Shoha, can you call Isabu out?" Jianyue asked expectantly at the Shoha on his shoulder. "Hee." Shoha let out a strange laugh, jumping down from Jianyue's shoulder and hopping to the lakeside. He dipped his only tail into the water, closed his eyes to sense for a moment, and sent the chakra fluctuations to the bottom of the lake with hand seals. In less than a moment, the lake's surface began to violently shake, and a massive turtle covered in spikes rose from the depths, with torrents of water cascading from its armor-like shell. It was indeed the Three Tails Isabu. At that moment, as soon as it broke the surface, one eye quickly locked onto the cloaked Shoha by the lake. Seeing the main character had appeared, Shoha swiftly retracted his tail from the lake. He actually didn't like the feeling of being wet. Shoha removed his hood with both claws and said in a deep voice, "You're here." Isabu blinked hard, incredulously saying, "You're Shoha? Why are you so small?" Shoha crossed his arms and shouted, "Of course, I am Lord Shoha, but this time, it's not me looking for you, it's my partner." Following Shoha's indication, Isabu turned its gaze to the small figure it had overlooked. Jianyue stepped forward and politely said to the giant, "Hello, Isabu. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Shoha's partner. My name is Qingshui Jianyue." This was the first time Isabu encountered such a polite human. Usually, when someone stumbled upon it, they would scream monster and run away or attack it. "Shoha, how did you end up with a human?" Isabu asked curiously. In its perception, Shoha and the person before it were two independent entities, not the relationship between a tailed beast and a jinchuriki. Hearing Isabu's question, Jianyue took the initiative to explain, briefly telling it about himself and Shoha. "I see." Isabu's single eye fixed intently on Jianyue. "What do you want with me?" Isabu had already decided that if it was to give its chakra to this human like Shoha, it would absolutely refuse. Although this human named Qingshui Jianyue had gained Shoha's approval, Isabu would not easily acknowledge him. "Actually, I'm here to ask you to assist me in destroying Kirigakure." Jianyue opened his mouth to propose the destruction of someone else's village. However, upon hearing this, Isabu's eyes suddenly lit up, but quickly calmed down and asked, "What is your plan?" Although Isabu hated Kirigakure, it also valued its own life. It had put in a lot of effort to escape from Kirigakure back then, and it would not return to deliver its head without a foolproof plan. Jianyue understood Isabu's meaning, but he didn't actually need Isabu's physical body to go to Kirigakure. As long as the tailed beast bomb got there, it would suffice. Since Shoha had given most of its chakra to Jianyue, its physical body could only release some small ninjutsu, and Jianyue, unlike a true jinchuriki, couldn't use the tailed beast bomb or the tailed beast cloak, which is why they sought Isabu's assistance. Jianyue took out a specially made kunai for the flying thunder god technique from his ninja tool pouch and slowly laid out his plan to Isabu. "Don't worry, Isabu. You don't even need to move. I will leave a space-time coordinate here. And then all you need to do is release the tailed beast bomb in the direction of this coordinate when you see my signal. I will use space-time ninjutsu to directly transfer your tailed beast bomb into Kirigakure." Upon hearing this, Isabu was surprised. "Is it really that simple?" Jianyue gave a thumbs up, saying it's that simple. Isabu cast a doubtful glance at Jianyue. "Can your space-time ninjutsu really transfer my tailed beast bomb?" Hearing Isabu's skeptical words, before Jianyue could respond, Shoha voiced his dissatisfaction first. "Hey, are you underestimating someone recognized by Lord Shoha?" Then, Shoha turned to Jianyue and advised, "Partner, I think we should just grab it and throw it into Kirigakure." Jianyue walked in front of Shoha, picked him up, and shook his head. "Don't be impatient, Shoha." Then, with a body flicker technique, Jianyue appeared above Isabu's head. Isabu was unsure of what the other party was going to do and was about to ask when it heard a playful voice coming from above. "Since you don't believe, then let me prove it to you. By the way, have you ever been to the desert?" "What?" Whoosh. With a burst of space-time fluctuations, Jianyue and Isabu instantly vanished from their spot, leaving the vast lake suddenly quiet. In a land of wind, at a narrow passage. This was a defensive line established by Sunagakure to guard against foreign ninja infiltrations, and at this most vulnerable moment for Sunagakure, the patrolling ninjas here were particularly cautious. Shabian and Shajia, as survivors of the battle between Sunagakure and Konoha, had undergone the baptism of war and had become members of Sunagakure's elite ninja team. Although their strength hadn't improved much, they were fortunate enough to survive their seniors, thus becoming the new seniors. At this moment, Shabian and Shagia were chatting idly. Shabian complained, "That damn Qingshui Jianyue actually dared to kill such a lovely Captain Yakura. What a demon." Shagia echoed, "That's right, I better not see him, or else." "Or else what?" A young voice suddenly rang in Shajia's ear. "Or else I'll definitely use this knife." Just as he was about to finish, Shajia's voice suddenly halted, as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him, leaving him completely chilled. In front of him, a massive monster had appeared without warning. The creature had 3 giant tails that blotted out the sun, and its armor shimmered with a metallic luster under the sunlight. But that wasn't what terrified Shagia the most. He slowly turned his head to the right and instantly felt as if his brain had crashed, standing frozen in place. And his companion Shabian was not much better off. However, once they regained their senses, Shabian quickly pulled Shagia back away from Jianyue, shouting loudly, "Qingshui Jianyue of Konoha, what are you doing here? Our Sunagakure has already signed a ceasefire agreement with Konoha. Are you going to tear up the contract?" Jianyue looked at the other party's tense expression and smiled helplessly. "Don't worry, I'm not a demon. I won't attack a village that has already surrendered. I'm really just passing through this time." Shaban wouldn't believe the other's nonsense. He raised his weapon, ready for sacrifice, while signaling Shagia to hurry and leave to relay the information. Jianyue shrugged. He hadn't expected to encounter sand-hidden ninjas here. By the way, speaking ill of others behind their backs is not a good habit. He then ignored the 2 sand ninjas, who were already frightened and starting to panic. And with a slight exertion of his legs, he, once again activating the Flying Thunder God technique. Chapter 94-95. Respecting the elder and loving the young in the lake where the 3 tails Isabu originally hid. With a ripple in space, Isabu reappeared here. The sudden appearance of the massive creature caused waves to ripple across the water. A few startled birds flew away, chirping towards the horizon. Isabu hadn't figured out what had just happened. It only felt a flash before it was taken to the desert by the human above, where it saw several other humans. After a moment, the human recognized by the chatted with the others, then brought it back to the lake's surface in an instant. The proud voice of the came from above. "How is it, Isabu? Do you know our power now?" Isabu felt it had lost out. There was so much high-quality sand in the desert, and it hadn't managed to collect any before being brought back. It snorted 2 puffs of air in excitement and said, "I agree to assist you, but I have one condition." After hearing Isabu's condition, Jianyue smirked, surprised that Isabu actually had such a hobby. However, this wasn't a difficult task for Jianyue. In the land of wind, Shaban and Shagia, who had just sent off a disaster, sat on the ground gasping for breath. They thought they were doomed, despite not having come into conflict. The immense psychological pressure left their vision dimming. After catching his breath, Shaban stood up and said, "Get up, Shagia. We need to hurry back to report this to Lord Chiyo." "Okay," Shagia stammered as he got to his feet. However, they didn't expect that Jianyue, who had just left, would return in just a few minutes. Did he regret it? Damn, they should have hurriedly fled. Shagia stuttered, Why, you're back again. I didn't say anything bad about you this time." Jianyue smiled kindly at the 2 sand ninjas. He then took out a flying thunder god kunai and threw it into the distance, forming hand seals with one hand. A black space-time ninjutsu rapidly spread from the kunai, quickly covering a range of several dozen meters. Flying thunder god guide lightning. Jianyue didn't expect that the first time he used this ninjutsu outside the village would be to act as a mover. As Jianyue completed the technique, the originally calm space rapidly distorted, and a large amount of sand was sucked into the barrier created by the kunai. Eventually, it was transported to the water country, far on the other side of the world. Feeling that he had moved enough, Jianyue waved goodbye to the 2 stunned sand ninjas and disappeared from spot. Shaban collapsed to his knees, tears welling up in his eyes. That damn Jianyue really should be damned. Not only did he kill nearly half of their ninja forces, but now he was even robbing their sand from the land of wind. "Is that enough, Isabu?" That's enough. Isabu was genuinely convinced. That was lucky to have such a good partner to roam the ninja world. With such space-time ninjutsu, who could catch to make it a jinchuriki? Damn, it also wanted that. Looking at Isabu lying comfortably on a mound of sand, basking in the sun, couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect you to like eating sand." Isabu wagged its 3 tails, looking satisfied. I don't really like the taste of sand. It's just comfortable to lie on, and it makes my armor shinier. Speaking of which, how many tail beast balls do I need to release? After hearing Isabu's words, Jianyue thought for a moment and replied casually, "It's up to you. I think 7 or 8 should be enough, but if you want to add some for the Mist Village, I won't stop you." Just then, Jianyue left a flying thunder god mark on a massive stone by the lake. Heaven's justice. Isabu seemed a bit embarrassed. "Since you helped me take revenge on the Mist Village and brought me so much sand, is there anything else I can do for you?" Isabu had already thought that even if this human wanted to have it follow him as long as it could provide enough sand as a residence, it wouldn't mind agreeing. However, Jianyue was unaware of these little calculations in Isabu's heart. He laughed heartily. "Once this is done, if I need anything in the future, just send me a few more tailed beast balls." Isabu thought that was fine. After all, it was never short on chakra. It readily agreed, stating that whenever Jianyue needed, it would immediately send over a few tailed beast balls. However, Isabu still felt like it had missed something. After bidding farewell to Isabu, Jianyue and had to proceed to the next step of their plan, which was to sneak into the Mist Village and leave flying thunder god coordinates on important facilities inside. After half a day's journey, Jianyue stopped in front of stream, preparing to collect some water. Habitually observing the surroundings, he suddenly became serious. Immediately noticed Jianyue's unusual behavior and asked, "What's wrong, partner?" Jianyue nodded seriously. In his line of sight, there was a group of traveling merchants about 11 o'clock. But that wasn't the main point. The key was that a white creature was hiding beneath their feet underground. Although Jianyue had never seen such a creature, he recognized it well. It was white Zetsu, and, given its appearance, it was undoubtedly the white Zetsu named Obito who was beside Uchiha Madara. This indicated that Uchiha Madara was likely hiding in the water country, while Jianyue was lost in thought. The white Zetsu with a spiral face seemed to give up on continuing to spy on the group of merchants and quickly moved in another direction. Jianyue discreetly followed Obito, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Before heading to the water country, Jianyue had considered who could pose a threat to him in the current ninja world. First was Otsutsuki Ishiki, who came to the ninja world along with Otsutsuki Kagaya. However, this Otsutsuki Ishiki was currently in a precarious situation. He wouldn't unleash his full power until he found a suitable new vessel to plant his kote. Next was Uchiha Madara, whom Jianyue was preparing to find. If it were the full-strength Uchiha Madara with the Rinnegan, Jianyue might consider ignoring him this time, waiting to develop further before dealing with him. But this elderly Uchiha Madara only had one 3-tomo Sharingan now, so Jianyue couldn't be blamed for not respecting the elderly. After all, this old man had been deceived by the stone tablet manipulated by Black Zetsu and was now bent on using underhanded tactics. With the idea of striking first, Jianyue decided to set aside the task of destroying the Mist Village and prioritize dealing with this troublesome old man. Chapter 96. The Art of Transformation at this moment. Jianyue followed White Zetsu like a lovesick fool. However, he was analyzing what cards Uchiha Madara could play at this time. Susanoo was definitely something Uchiha Madara could activate. Although it likely wouldn't be in its complete form, the half-human shape would certainly be formidable. Other techniques that could pose a threat to him included the black rods created by Yin-Yang release and the wood release stolen from the first Hokage. Oh, and one more important thing, which is the Uchiha's secret technique Izanagi. Although his memories from his past life tell him that the current Uchiha Madara only has one Sharingan with 3 tomo, logically, the other eye socket may not be empty. Considering this, Jianyue realized that this old Madara actually has quite a few cards up his sleeve. However, with just this, Jianyue is still confident he can take him down. Currently, Uchiha Madara has a T-registered Kurizetsu, and relying solely on Jianyue's words. He definitely can't persuade Uchiha Madara to give up the messages on the ancestral stone tablet of the Uchiha clan. Therefore, Jianyue does not plan to use any verbal tactics against Uchiha Madara. The current situation is that the enemy is clear while he is hidden. Uchiha Madara thinks Jianyue is unaware of his existence, so there's only one chance. If he fails, Uchiha Madara will definitely hide all his secrets and will no longer give Jianyue the opportunity to find out the truth. Thus, This operation must strike with thunderous force. He won't give Uchiha Madara any chance to catch his breath. Once he eliminates this major threat, Jianyue will have a long period of growth. In the land of water, in a dark underground space, Uchiha Madara suddenly opened his eyes from the stone chair, and a powerful chakra wave slightly rippled out, startling the nearby spiked white Zetsu. Spiked white Zetsu quickly asked, "What happened, Lord Madara?" Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, looking displeased, and said, "That fool, Obito, led the enemy here." He suddenly felt that he might have been too lenient with this special white Zetsu. Should I deal with him? But forget it. After all, it was something created from Hashirama's cells, and it would be strange if he wasn't clever. Uchiha Madara suppressed the thought of cleaning up his own house and began to think about the next countermeasures. The opponent's chakra strength was very high. Although it wasn't as strong as Hashirama's, it couldn't be underestimated. Logically, there shouldn't be any ninja in the land of water with such a powerful chakra. Uchiha Madara shared the chakra's aura with spiked white Zetsu. Spiked white Zetsu, indeed the #1 intelligence head in the ninja world, recognized the chakra's aura at a glance and exclaimed in surprise, "It's Konoha's Qingshui Jianyue." Upon hearing spiked white Zetsu's words, Uchiha Madara burst into laughter. "Ha ha, cough, cough, cough." The nearby spiked white Zetsu showed an understanding expression towards the old man. Uchiha Madara formed hand seals, and behind him, the outer path golem twitched, then extended a branch from which hung a white Zetsu wrapped in bandages. Spiked white Zetsu understood Uchiha Madara's intentions. This white Zetsu was a special sacrificial material made by Uchiha Madara, allowing him to use a power once granted to him by the Rinnegan. The technique of projection. This technique can project most of Uchiha Madara's power onto the sacrifice. However, there are drawbacks. The chakra within the clones created by the projection technique is limited, and even a superior sacrifice like this special white Zetsu can only bear about 50% of Uchiha Madara's chakra. Moreover, it cannot project the power of the Rinnegan activated in Madara's later years, controlling the outer path golem to place the special white Zetsu on the ground. Uchiha Madara quickly formed hand seals. Ninjutsu, technique of projection. The ground stirred up a cloud of dust, which adhered to the body of this white Zetsu, ultimately presenting the image of a long-haired man wearing old-fashioned armor from the Warring States period. This was exactly what Uchiha Madara looked like in his youth. Spiked white Zetsu hesitated and said, "Lord Madara, this Qingshui Jianyue can use space-time ninjutsu. If he doesn't engage you in direct combat, this white Zetsu's chakra will quickly deplete." Uchiha Madara glanced at spiked white Zetsu without responding, instead walking in front of the projection clone and using yin-yang release to condense several black rods, inserting some of them into the projection clone. Then he turned and threw the remaining black rods, stabbing them fiercely into the outer path golem. When hunting a lion, one must use full strength. Uchiha Madara set up a chakra receiver on the projection clone so that within a certain range, he could have the outer path golem continuously provide chakra to the projection clone. Poor outer path golem, already low on chakra, was being exploited like this by Uchiha Madara. Madara felt that this was still not safe enough. Uchiha Madara ordered spiked white Zetsu. Find a few white Zetsu to impersonate Konoha ninjas in the land of fire and spread false information to lure Uchiha Ruri here. Spiked white Zetsu received the order, acknowledged it, and then burrowed underground, using mayfly technique to quickly move towards the front lines of the land of fire. After arranging everything, Uchiha Madara returned to sit back on the stone chair. Considering Uchiha Ruri's movement speed, he needed to act for a while with Qingshui Jianyue. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Uchiha Madara's stronghold, closer, Jianyue could already see the internal situation of Uchiha Madara's lair. This swirling-faced white Zetsu was swaying all the way, making Jianyue doubt whether this guy's destination was really Uchiha Madara's lair. He no longer needed the swirling-faced white Zetsu as a guide. Jianyue directly activated the Chidori flow, bursting into acceleration and leaping past Obito, who had been ahead of him. He charged straight towards Uchiha Madara's stronghold, on the battlefield of the Land of Fire. Having eliminated the last enemy in front of her with a Chidori spear, Uchiha Ruri began to clean up the battlefield expressionlessly. Today, Uchiha Ruri did not go to see Jianyue off, but instead took on an ambush mission early on, departing with 3 other Uchiha clan ninjas. Nearby, Uchiha Shisui sensed that Uchiha Ruri seemed to be in a bad mood today. And indeed, as he guessed, Uchiha Ruri's mood was very terrible today. However, it was not because someone went to the land of water without bringing her along, but because she felt her strength was improving too slowly. If she were stronger than Jianyue, the one sulking here would probably be that guy. But for him, he would most likely just laugh heartily, pleased that a tall person was helping him out. Thinking of this, Uchiha Ruri's previously tense expression relaxed slightly. Jianyue was indeed a strange person. He seemed to lack the heart of a strong person, yet he possessed such immense power. Chapter 97, Root. After Uchiha Shisui and the others finished cleaning up the battlefield, they were about to return to the front lines with the enemy corpses to report. However, there was some unusual movement in their 3 o'clock direction. After communicating with hand signs, Uchiha Shisui and Ruri readied their kunai. However, he soon relaxed his expression as the newcomers were wearing Konoha headbands. And Uchiha Shisui had seen these 3 people in the camp months ago. They were from the 1,000 ninja unit that came to support with Jianyue. But for safety's sake, Uchiha Shisui still called out loudly, "You 3, don't come any closer. Please stop." The 3 Konoha ninjas halted in their tracks. Uchiha Shisui nodded kindly at them, then reported a series of codes. The other party responded fluently. Only then did Uchiha Shisui feel relieved and kindly ask, "Do you need our team as assistance?" Among the 3 Konoha ninjas, the apparent leader said, "We are Root Ninjas, here to convey Lord Danzo's orders to you and Uchiha Ruri." After saying that, he tossed a scroll to Uchiha Shisui. Uchiha Shisui reached out to catch it and carefully observed it. It was indeed a unique intelligence scroll from Root led by Danzo. After releasing the seal with one hand, Uchiha Shisui directly opened the scroll in front of them. The general content of the scroll is as follows. The plan of Shimizu Ketsuki has been leaked, and he is currently severely injured and being hunted by the 3rd Mizukage and his team. It orders Konoha's Jonin Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Ruri to immediately lead a team to the land of water to rescue Shimizu Ketsuki. The scroll also includes a rough direction of Ketsuki's escape. After reading the information, Uchiha Shisui's pupils suddenly contracted, followed by disbelief. Logically speaking, Ketsuki possesses the Flying Thunder God technique and should have immediately fled if the situation was dire. However, the information in front of him was a command issued by Hokage's advisor Shimura Danzo, and the person delivering the information was indeed a Konoha ninja, which Shisui had already confirmed with his Sharingan. Uchiha Ruri, seeing Shisui's fluctuating expression while holding the scroll, asked with confusion, "What mission is this?" Uchiha Shisui directly handed the scroll to Uchiha Ruri, as this mission was directly assigned to the 2 of them, and Ruri had the right to view its contents. Uchiha Ruri quickly scanned the scroll, and a surge of chakra emanated from her, causing the surrounding temperature to drop. With her crimson 3-tomo Sharingan, she dangerously fixed her gaze on the 3 uninvited Root ninjas not far away and asked slowly, "Where did this information come from? Why was that guy's mission plan leaked?" The leading Root ninja, stiffening, replied, "The source of the information is a secret of our Root. No comment." However, the leak of Lord Ketsuki's plan was due to a spy in Kirigakure who was discovered. He was the inside man responsible for contacting Lord Ketsuki during this mission. Another Root ninja, seemingly an admirer of Ketsuki, indignantly said, "Lord Ketsuki must have been ambushed by those damned mist ninjas. Otherwise, with his strength, he would definitely not have sustained such severe injuries." Just by instinct, Uchiha Shisui felt something was off about this matter. Although the Root ninjas in front of him were genuine, the encryption method of the information scroll was real, and the details within the information were reasonable. Everything around him was reminding him that Ketsuki was indeed in a critical situation, but he still felt something was not quite right. "Enough, I'll go alone." On the other side, Uchiha Ruri was already tired of wasting time here. In her view, regardless of whether this information was true or false, she had to go to the land of water to verify it. If it was false and Ketsuki was safe, she would complete the mission with him and then find a way to settle accounts with those damned Roots. But if it was true, she had to save him. After all, she had not beaten him even once, so how could she let him die in front of her? Uchiha Ruri touched her eyes. As long as she had these eyes, even if that guy really died, she could. Suddenly, Uchiha Ruri felt a stillness around her. It's fake. Uchiha Ruri frowned. That voice appeared again. What? Who are you? What is your purpose? She asked loudly in her heart. The fake from Root is your eyes. Then Uchiha Ruri's mind fell silent again. However, her inner doubts surged even more. The words fake from Root were easy to understand. But when a voice said it was her eyes, what did that mean? Uchiha Ruri clearly remembered that her eyes were still with her father, Uchiha In. Could this be a hint from Uchiha In? But the voice was clearly female. At this moment, Uchiha Ruri decided to verify first, to see if there was any trickery with the seemingly unproblematic Root ninjas in front of her. If it were Uchiha Shursui, he probably wouldn't have acted impulsively like Uchiha Ruri, but would have probed for evidence before attempting to attack. After hearing Uchiha Ruri's words, Uchiha Shursui felt she was a bit impulsive. To be honest, Shursui didn't think Ketsuki would be easily injured. After all, besides the Flying Thunder God technique, Ketsuki's perception ability was top-notch, and he found it hard to imagine anyone in the ninja world being able to ambush Ketsuki. However, after observing and analyzing for so long, Uchiha Shursui couldn't find any flaws in the three Root ninjas, nor did they show any signs of being under Jinjutsu. Moreover, the key point was that he couldn't understand what the purpose would be if these three Root ninjas were enemies in disguise. Was it just to send him and Uchiha Ruri to meet Ketsuki? Or did they want to lure the tiger away from the mountain, causing a shortage of high-level combat power at their camp? Thinking of this, Uchiha Shursui prepared to use a summoning beast to report the situation here to Uchiha Fugaku and have him strengthen the camp's defenses. However, before he could bite his finger and form the seals, a sudden chorus of chirping sounds rang out. Uchiha Ruri had already charged forward, holding a dazzling ball of lightning, aiming straight at the leader of the three Root ninjas. Uchiha Shursui hurriedly tried to advise. Wait, Ruri. This is the Root of Hokage's advisor Shimura Danzo, who has always been a staunch supporter of the Uchiha threat theory. If a conflict arises with the Root ninjas here, then Shimura Danzo is likely to take the opportunity to worsen the Uchiha clan situation in the village. The three Root ninjas on the opposite side clearly didn't expect Uchiha Ruri to suddenly attack fellow village ninjas without warning. This was not very Konoha-like. Only mist ninjas would do something like this. Chapter 98, Turning Point 1. Wait, Ruri. Before Uchiha Shursui's words could finish, Uchiha Ruri's Chidori had already struck the leading Root ninja. The Root ninja's entire left arm, along with a large part of his chest, was severed by the Chidori, lying on the ground without a breath. However, what was unbelievable was that the liquid flowing from the ninja's wound was not blood, but a stream of white liquid. With a change in form, the original Root ninja transformed into a humanoid monster with white skin. Seeing this, Uchiha Shursui quickly reacted, forming hand seals with both hands and using his signature ninjutsu, body flicker technique, instantly creating dozens of shadow clones to surround the remaining two Root ninjas, or rather, the unknown enemies. What the hell is this? One of Shursui's team members exclaimed. It must be the work of Kirigakure, the last member of the team said. Drawing a kunai, the remaining two Root ninjas, realizing their cover was blown, tried to struggle. What is this white thing? Where did our captain go? Unfortunately, in this situation, no one would believe their nonsense. Uchiha Shursui looked at Ruri with admiration and said, Incredible, Ruri, how did you see through their disguise? The remaining two white Zetsu also wanted to know how Uchiha Ruri had seen through their disguise technique. Uchiha Ruri remained silent, not answering Shursui's question. Because she hadn't noticed any clues, she simply wanted to test the opponent's reaction. Uchiha Shursui wasn't anxious for an answer. On the contrary, he was very excited. Since this was the enemy delivering false information, it meant that Ketsuki's situation might not be as serious as stated in the scroll. Thinking of this, Uchiha Shursui prepared to use Jinjutsu to control the white creatures in front of him to obtain more information. Don't act yet. Let me see if I can control them with Jinjutsu. However, Uchiha Shursui released several high-level Jinjutsu, which all seemed ineffective against the opponents. Since that was the case, Uchiha Shursui decided to activate his Manjiki Sharingan and attempt to use the right eye's ocular technique, Konoha Tsukuyomi, to control the enemy. The remaining two white Zetsus, seeing that their disguise could no longer hold, removed their transformation techniques to reveal their true forms and used the mayfly technique to sink into the ground, preparing to escape. There was no way to just watch the enemy flee, so Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Ruri had no choice but to act quickly and kill the remaining two white creatures. Looking at these strange beings, Uchiha Shursui decided to seal their corpses first. Now that Uchiha Ruri had confirmed that the so-called injury of Ketsuki was false intelligence, she calmed down and regained her high intelligence. Uchiha Ruri recalled Ketsuki's analysis from yesterday. His speculation was that the voice in her mind was not trying to stop him from going to the land of water, but was warning Uchiha Ruri herself. Coupled with the appearance of these strange creatures today, it seemed they wanted to lead her to the land of water. From the earlier probing attack, she could at least confirm that the voice in her mind and these white creatures were opposites. According to what Ketsuki had told her before, the enemy's enemy is a friend. Now she had a certain degree of trust relationship with the voice in her mind. Since that was the case, she would continue to wait for him to return as discussed yesterday. However, Uchiha Ruri couldn't help but internally complain. Who do you look down on? Do you really think that if I go to the land of water, I'll drag things down and make it worse? Not far away, in a large tree, the spiked white Zetsu saw that his clones had failed in their mission and could only sigh helplessly. He truly couldn't figure out how Uchiha Ruri saw through their disguise. It couldn't just be because she got angry and wanted to cut them down. No wonder Madara excluded her first when choosing a surrogate. She's just a reckless person. While constantly complaining about Uchiha Ruri's mysterious actions in his heart, the spiked white Zetsu merged into the earth and accelerated back to Madara's base. He had to hurry back to report to Madara. In the land of water, at the foot of a common small mountain, Kitsuki knew that Uchiha Madara was hiding below, but he did not intend to approach any further. Shikaku, there might be a great battle ahead, so I'll leave the chakra refinement to you. No problem at all. After making arrangements, Kitsuki raised his right hand and condensed an unprecedentedly giant spiral shuriken. The powerful wind blew the surrounding trees askew, and the immense cutting noise seemed to shatter eardrums. Wind release. Super large raisin shuriken. This raisin shuriken shot down like a comet towards the foot of the mountain, leaving behind waves of air due to the immense wind pressure. If nothing unexpected happened, this super large raisin shuriken could directly cut through the entire foot of the mountain, including the ground beneath it. However, a giant blue half-human figure appeared, blocking the path of the raisin shuriken. It was Uchiha Madara's Susanoo, with two chakra blades held in its hands, slashing down fiercely at the raisin shuriken. The raisin shuriken was intercepted midway and could only explode, creating a blue storm that completely enveloped the massive double-faced Susanoo, with countless small wind blades crazily slicing at the outer body of the Susanoo. Seeing that the Susanoo was already covered in numerous small cracks and was about to break apart, Uchiha Madara increased the release of his ocular power, layering a chakra armor over the half-body Susanoo. Ultimately, when the blue chakra storm dissipated, Uchiha Madara remained in the center of the Susanoo's body, unharmed. The younger generation of Konoha, is this how you visit your seniors? Uchiha Madara still needed to wait for the actions on White Zetsu's side to complete, so before that, he didn't mind chatting with the younger generation who inherited Hashirama's will. Hearing Uchiha Madara's slightly admonishing tone, Kitsuki chuckled lightly. I know you, Uchiha Madara. You are quite famous. Looking at Uchiha Madara, he noticed no signs of Edo Tensei, and his eyes were of normal color. Therefore, the only two possibilities were either the reincarnation eye or a transformation clone. Both were abilities of the Rinnegan, and logically speaking, Uchiha Madara should not be able to use them now. Uchiha Madara dispelled the Susanoo and landed on the ground. Crossing his arms, it seems you know quite a bit of information about me. You have quite good chakra. Would you like to join my side and witness the arrival of true peace? Chapter 99. Let's dance. I'll pass, Senior Madara. Ketsuki slowly drew the rightful miscutter from behind, pointing the blade at Uchiha Madara. Your so-called dreams, peace, infinite Tsukuyomi, are all given to you by others. If you had consistently held onto the idea of unifying the ninja world under Konoha, I might really be swayed by you. Uchiha Madara's expression turned serious, and his eyes sharpened. How do you know about infinite Tsukuyomi? The information about infinite Tsukuyomi was recorded on the stone tablet passed down through the Uchiha clan. To obtain this information from the tablet, an ordinary Sharingan could not do it unless one had opened the eternal Manjiki Sharingan like him. As far as he knew, the only Uchiha suspected of having opened the Manjiki was Uchiha Shursui. Kitsuki shook his head slightly. How I know is not important. Your so-called infinite Tsukuyomi was seen on the Uchiha tablet, but the content of that tablet has already been tampered with. Uchiha Madara would not be swayed by mere words. He sneered. Humph, the Uchiha tablet requires ocular power to interpret. You, who don't even have a Sharingan, dare to speak? As expected, I can't sway him. Just as Kitsuki had anticipated from the beginning, Uchiha Madara had been preparing for the Eye of the Moon plan for decades and would not be persuaded by Kitsuki's few words. Moreover, Kitsuki couldn't provide any strong evidence, so it seemed he could only show his true strength. Then I'll be rude. With full power, Kitsuki activated the Chidori stream, and with the dazzling lightning, he dashed toward Uchiha Madara, delivering a silver-white blade strike. Chidori stream, one flash. The three tomo in Uchiha Madara's eyes spun rapidly, ultimately transforming into his eternal Manjiki Sharingan. With powerful dynamic vision, Uchiha Madara easily sidestepped Kitsuki's fierce attack and kicked toward Kitsuki's ribs. However, in terms of observation, Kitsuki's 6 eyes were not afraid of the Sharingan at all. He used his legs to exert force, flipping backward off the ground, narrowly avoiding Uchiha Madara's whip kick. The moment he landed, Kitsuki flipped his left wrist, and 3 flying Thunder God Kunai were pinched between his fingers, thrown toward Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara formed seals with one hand, and the ninja tool summoning technique glowed at his wrist. 2 clouds of smoke appeared, revealing a sickle in his left hand and a giant fan in his right. A series of clashing sounds ensued. Uchiha Madara swung the sickle in his left hand, deflecting all 3 flying Thunder God Kunai away. According to the report from White Zetsu's main body, this special kunai was used by Kitsuki to perform space-time movement. After throwing the kunai, Kitsuki immediately closed in, aiming a reverse slash at Uchiha Madara from below. At the same time, he increased the chakra output of Chidori stream, causing the lightning on Mist Cutter to surge. Uchiha Madara protected himself with the fan, blocking Kitsuki's slash while absorbing the lightning chakra attached to it, converting it into a strong wind bullet that was shot at Kitsuki from a close distance. Uchiha rebound. Kitsuki swept the Mist Cutter across the fan while activating his skill. Full counter. An invisible domain unfolded from Kitsuki, and all the rules within began to reorganize. The powerful wind bullet released by Uchiha Madara, before it even touched Kitsuki's body, was rebounded back. Uchiha Madara placed the fan horizontally in front of him and forcefully fanned from left to right, dispersing the gale. At the same time, the left hand swung the scythe straight towards Jianyue's neck. Jianyue's reaction was flawless. His left hand crackled with lightning, almost solid, shooting out a long white rope that wrapped around Uchiha Madara's scythe. Lightning release. 1,000 birds lightning rope. Arcs of electricity crackled, spreading from the scythe towards Uchiha Madara's arm. Seeing this, Uchiha Madara decisively let go, leaping back to create distance while forming hand seals with one hand, unleashing a torrent of fierce flames that scorched countless trees as it surged towards Jianyue. Fire release. Great fire destruction. The Great Fire Destruction is a wide-area fire release technique, but in Uchiha Madara's hands, it exhibited the power of an advanced technique. Jianyue dispelled the 1,000 birds lightning rope from his left hand and formed hand seals to counter with his own jutsu. A massive amount of water surged up from beneath Jianyue's feet, forming a gigantic water sphere that surrounded and protected him. Water release. Water barrier. The spherical water barrier perfectly blocked Uchiha Madara's all-out fire attack. Jianyue continued forming hand seals with one hand, and as his chakra flowed, a gigantic water vortex formed in the palm of his left hand. Under Jianyue's superb chakra control, the shape of the water vortex began to change rapidly, elongating at both ends into a streamlined water sphere. Surrounded by endless flames, Jianyue's 6 eyes were unaffected. taking a step forward with his left foot. His body naturally rotated backward to gather strength. Jianyue aimed at Uchiha Madara, who was still maintaining the great fire destruction, and threw the spear with all his might. Water release. Hard vortex water blade. The raging fire canopy was torn open by the enormous water spear, which, although made of water, seemed to carry the sharpness of steel. This is a technique from Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Madara frowned slightly, stopping the great fire destruction. As his eyes surged with power, the half-body Susanoo reappeared on the battlefield. The Susanoo gripped chakra blades tightly, crossing them to unleash a cross-shaped chakra blade light to confront the hard vortex water blade head-on. The two chakra creations clashed like two solid weapons, producing a series of metallic clashing sounds. Boom! After a few seconds of stalemate, a violent explosion erupted from the center of the two attacks, forming a massive pit with a radius of about 100 meters. The rising air wave carried some water into the sky. Drip, drip, drip. The water fell from the sky, as if it were a light rain on the battlefield, extinguishing the remaining flames of the great fire destruction. Uchiha Madara and Jianyue stood on opposite sides of the battlefield, facing each other. In the recent brief exchange, neither side gained any advantage, or rather, Jianyue gained the advantage of having a scythe. It's the first time I've really seen Susanoo. Looking at the giant before him, Jianyue couldn't help but sigh. Oh, you've heard of this power. Uchiha Madara was not surprised by Jianyue's words. After all, the other party had even learned Senju Tobarama's water release secret technique, so it was only natural he would know about the Sharingan's abilities. Jianyue formed hand seals with one hand, and as chakra flowed, 9 glowing orbs of chakra, radiating a warm light, floated behind him. Of course, I've heard of it. But isn't Elder Madara not using the complete form of Susanoo? Uchiha Madara felt that this junior was a bit arrogant. In this ninja world, only Hashirama is worthy of me using the complete form of Susanoo. If you want to see this power, then dance your best in front of me. Chapter 100, Complete Susanoo. If you want to see this power, then dance your best in front of me. As soon as the words left his mouth, Uchiha Madara charged forward with Susanoo, showcasing agility that was uncharacteristic of its massive size, swinging 2 chakra blades and leaving behind 2 dazzling blue slashes in the air, directly attacking Jianyue. But unfortunately, Jianyue was least worried about this kind of chakra-based attack. Jianyue positioned Mist Cutter in front of him and executed a normal attack. Full counter activated. An invisible domain unfolded once again. If someone else were present, they would definitely think Jianyue was being foolish, as the size difference was indeed vast. However, at the moment the expanding domain came into contact with Susanoo's Fear Strike, a reversal occurred immediately. The first to bear the brunt were Susanoo's 2 armed arms, which were covered in countless cracks that quickly spread to its torso. Uchiha Madara frowned. He hadn't expected that Kiyamizu Jinyue's rebound technique had such a high upper limit that it could even repel Susanoo. Just as Susanoo was about to collapse, Uchiha Madara decisively detached himself from it and leaped back. The next moment, Susanoo's entire body shattered, and the high-density chakra within it suddenly exploded due to the full counter-judgment, sending a fan-shaped air wave in the direction Uchiha Madara had retreated, causing the already devastated forest to be engulfed in another cloud of dust. Within this oppressive gust of dust, countless stones and tree branches were swept away. Being hit by this was no joke. Uchiha Madara had no choice but to condense Susanoo again to defend against the residual explosion. Uchiha Madara now understood why Kiyamizu Jianyue had wanted him to use the complete form of Susanoo from the beginning. If the complete Susanoo had been blown up by this kid, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Almost got tricked. Uchiha Madara had seen a technique similar to Uchiha's rebound in White Zetsu's intel, but he didn't expect this technique could even damage Susanoo. This kind of strength was no longer within the realm of ordinary jutsu. Could it be a bloodline limit? As Uchiha Madara's thoughts raced, Jianyue had already launched another attack. 3 orbs of chakra shot out like bullets, one transforming into a lightning hound amidst the lightning as it pounced fiercely toward Uchiha Madara. Spiral Sphere Lightning Release, Pursuing Hound. The other 2 simulated the Great Flame Spiral and the Spiral Shuriken, curving toward each other before colliding, the dark purple chakra completely staining the blue spiral shuriken. together with the flames emerging from the blade. Everything was dyed a dark purple filled with a sense of destruction. The center of the spiral shuriken sprouted two conical flame spikes, resembling two volcanic bases fitting together. Spiral sphere, flame release, burning wind explosion. This jutsu, which was evaluated by Minato Namikaze as surpassing the high-level escape techniques on the ceiling scroll, was once again used by Jianyue. Uchiha Madara first controlled his skeletal Susanoo to punch away the lightning hound that was pouncing at him. But both Uchiha Madara and Jianyue knew very well that this level of attack was merely a minor threat. Amidst the swirling smoke, the next real killing move followed closely. The flight speed of the burning wind explosion was even faster than that of the spiral shuriken, and in just a few seconds, it approached Uchiha Madara. Jianyue formed hand seals with one hand, releasing control of the chaotic chakra within the burning wind explosion. Crack! A sound like a bolt breaking echoed. The central sphere of the burning wind explosion began to expand rapidly, and at the same time, a powerful suction force emerged, drawing in everything around it. Large trees were uprooted, and clumps of soil from the ground, even streams, could not escape, all drawn into the massive suction and igniting in silent flames. Uchiha Madara was no exception. He controlled Susanoo's forearms to firmly dig into the ground, but the next second, he and the earth beneath Susanoo were also drawn into the air. Uchiha Madara sneered. It seems that Hashirama has indeed trained a good junior. Since you were dancing so hard, let me show you the ultimate power of the Uchiha. The eternal kaleidoscope in his eyes, the Sharingan, spun rapidly, its powerful ocular power driving the half-body Susanoo to grow at an astonishing rate, as if it had been injected with steroids. The turbulent chakra waves causing Uchiha Madara's long hair to flutter. In the next moment, an extraordinarily large Susanoo appeared on the battlefield, its blue chakra flames slowly rising, cloaking it in a layer of chakra. The suction of foam explosion was fundamentally different from the gravitational pull of Jia's star, appearing somewhat powerless in front of the towering Susanoo that stood hundreds of meters tall. But it wasn't over yet. Uchiha Madara extended his right hand and clenched it tightly. Freeze! The chakra, flowing like waves on the surface of Susanoo, quickly solidified under Uchiha Madara's ocular control, forming pieces of armor that adorned it. Finally, after the armor of the Crow Tengu closed, a colossal warrior like Susanoo stood tall, overshadowing everything around it. Uchiha Madara floated within the crystal on Susanoo's forehead, with the Uchiha fan resting on his back, his arms crossed. To be honest, Uchiha Madara didn't expect to be forced to use his true abilities by a mere child. Speaking of which, where was Black Zetsu? He was unaware of how the plan was progressing. Under Uchiha Madara's control, Susanoo positioned its chakra sword horizontally in front of it, gripping the hilt with its right hand, swiftly drawing it and striking fiercely at the silently burning purple sun floating in the air. The powerful light of the sword instantly severed the foam explosion in half, a dark purple light bursting forth from the cut. The